Yeah, it just got worse and worse and worse. I swear to God.
Well, I think any decent Republican right now is suffering with the rest of us that would be on this live. I mean, either we've changed minds or they've just like had it and left TikTok because of the circumstances. You know, they thought they were voting for X and they're getting a hell of a lot of Y. So,
yeah.
All we're left with are the racists, and no offense to anyone, the dumb fucks. So, it's tough. And we don't want an echo chamber in here. But at the same time, platforming racists is tough.
I will have conversations as long as they don't go crazy like that.
Yeah.
But,
like the discussion of Liberia. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I didn't want to go into that either. I don't know why Stephen wanted to.
The South will rise again. They've been saying that since 1865.
You think that's why? Wait, maybe it's my background. Maybe that's what's drawing him in. You think?
Could be. South. The only time I've ever heard bylaws is corporate bylaws. Like, that's where I heard that term.
Or in organizations.
Yeah, I've heard it like at an Elks Lodge or something like that. They all have bylaws as well. So it's just the rules set up when you create the organization.
Exactly. It's the crazy stuff they come up with, right?
All he had to do to move on was just say, whatever you want to call it. I mean, that's all he had to say, but he just wanted to argue about it. It was so weird.
Well, that other discussion was like that one we had about a month ago, where we had the how do you say it without?
I think we can say Nazi. I say Nazi all the time.
It was that. Remember that whole thing? That went on for a couple
of days. What the fuck? Jane, I don't know if you know you're up here or not, but you are on the panel. If you want to have a conversation, you can turn your music off and come off mute. If you don't, you can drop down. And if you can't hear me, I'll drop you down in a couple minutes. Go ahead.
So I guess nobody wants to come and join the 250th celebration now?
There were
because it's turned too political?
There have only been 4, I think. 4 musicians that have dropped out so far.
Are any of the ones... There? Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Who are they?
I know Martina McBride. I don't remember which ones they are, but...
He just dropped out.
Milli Vanilli.
Are you kidding?
I think was one of them. Oh, the Commodores?
Yeah, the Commodores was one of them.
Yep.
Milli Vanilli?
Yeah, I'm dying here.
And Bruce Springsteen's going to be playing at Merriweather in Maryland, not too far away. I think everybody's going there.
I was a kid.
All right, so Brett Michaels from an 80s hair band. What the fuck? Okay. My brain's not working right now. Shit. Brett Michaels, the Commodores, Morris Day, Young MC, and Martina McBride have canceled their performances.
I think a lot of people are going to hightail it out of Washington, D.C. that weekend.
Oh, absolutely.
They were sold on a nonpartisan celebration, but then they saw that who some of the speakers are going to be and what the plans were for the celebration, and it was going to be pretty MAGA focused. So that's why they chose to drop out, I guess. That's what I've read anyway.
It's just... Foster. Sorry. I'm going to have to go yell.
He'll probably bring an investigation over it, just like he's investigating all, That wouldn't surprise me. Like, or claim some type of breach of contract. It's not going to go without at least a tweet.
I'm sure. Un-American people. Okay, I'm going to assume that Jane's not here. Now I'm listening to somebody else's music, some fucking 20s stuff. What is that?
I muted. I have the French Open on in the background, and they're on break, but I muted myself.
Okay, this is going to be wild, too. I don't know what. Well, maybe.
Oh, boy.
Poop caboose?
Yes, sir.
Can I get your age and who you voted? Can I get your age and who you voted for?
40. Trump.
Are you going to do something stupid? Say something stupid?
No, I'm going to answer your questions.
What questions?
The ones that you're going to ask me. I just asked. I'd like to talk about this topic here.
What topic?
As far as reminding the South what happened with the North last time they pulled up, I'd like to get your idea of what would happen.
Same thing that happened last time.
Why do you think that?
Because the seat of government is in the North.
Okay, all right, but besides the actual government itself, if the American people of the North went against the American people of the South, do you think the same thing would happen again?
It would be the U.S. military against the people of the South.
Well, yeah, okay, I can understand that, but I'm asking you, Northerners versus Southerners, who do you think would win if something happened?
The U.S. military.
Well, the U.S. military is comprised of people from the North, South, East, and West. I'm asking you about people that live in the North and people that live in the South.
And the U.S. military is the one that would take care of it in the end. I think she made the statement.
People in the comments are saying that the Southerners would win. People in the comments are saying the Northerners would absolutely win. I'm asking you, regardless of the military, who would win?
You can't say regardless of the military. The reason that she said what she said was because it was the Southerners that were talking about possibly seceding from the Union again and blah 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 and blah 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 bullshit, some stupid crap. So that was her response to a question that was asked of her, and she will be running for president. So I think you can bet. You can think that. You can think that.
Oh, I do. Just like you
That's
think
good.
she'll win. That's an opinion. That's what makes this country great. Both of us.
Okay, but you and I both know that she's running for president.
Vote for a bartender. You'd like to vote for a bartender. I'd like to vote for somebody that's got a little bit more competence.
She has a dual degree in economics and foreign relations.
All right.
She's got more. She's
in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, she's got more education than Donald Trump, for Christ's sake.
Kamala was pushed all the way up to the president as well, but she sucked dick to get there. So
yeah, you're gonna have to prove that because that's not true at all. She won elections. Harris won elections. The people chose her.
Trump won elections. The people chose Trump, actually.
Actually, the
2016 or 20.
Yeah.
The people. Yeah, the people. The people chose Clinton in 2016.
Why didn't Clinton win?
Because of the Electoral College, because of DEI for the fucking Southerners.
Ah. Gotcha.
And the Northwest.
No, that's not my opinion. That's the reality.
That's what makes
Clinton got 3 million. Clinton got 3 million more votes than Donald Trump did. That's just a reality.
Can you pull that up and show me that? Because
that Clinton got 3 million more votes?
And somehow Trump won and Clinton lost.
Do you understand what the have you heard? Have you heard of the Electoral College, sir?
I mean, didn't Kamala say we did it, Joe? And then she thought they were going to win again, and they lost by a landslide.
Have you heard? Have you heard of the Electoral College, sir?
Well, you do know that all of this is.
Do you know what the Electoral College is?
You do know that all of this is planned.
So you don't know what the Electoral College is. That's what you're saying?
You agree with me, right?
So you're saying that you don't know what the Electoral College is?
I know what the Electoral College is. I'm asking.
So what is it? What is the Electoral College?
You understand that our votes mean nothing, correct?
What is the Electoral College?
Nada.
What is the Electoral College?
Nothing.
All right,
I'm not
shithead.
going to go in circles and answer.
All right, shithead. Tell me what the Electoral College is. It's so crazy. So many uneducated people that think they should be talking about politics. I don't get it.
When I was in the military, nobody is going to fight against their own family. We have people from the north and the south, the east and the west. I didn't ask you that.
That's
You
been
couldn't
every
give me
war.
A very simple question. My simple question was, would people, civilians from the north, overtake the south nowadays?
When have civilians fought a war? This is a
I don't
silly
think
argument.
it's relevant.
Yeah.
But that's
We're
what
not
the top-
talking about citizens against
Ladies, the
citizens.
topic states, do I need to remind you what happened last time? I know what happened last time. What I'm asking is, do you think it would happen again, regardless of the
I just
military?
told you, yes. I just told you that the U.S. government would, yes, the U.S. government would take over the South. Yes, it would happen again.
I agree with that. Now let's remove the U.S. military.
No,
There's no reason to.
Civilians would overtake.
there's no reason
That's what I'm
to.
trying to ask. I didn't know I had to break it
It's in a
down
game.
this simple to you, but do you think the people from the north are stronger than the south?
It's irrelevant.
Why do you care?
Well, I'm just curious.
It's irrelevant.
I'm curious. I'd like.
So
your
we're having an
opinion.
academic conversation? I mean, or are we talking about politics today?
What I'm asking you is your opinion. Do you think that the people from the north are stronger and more versatile than the people from the south?
You
More
keep changing the
versatile?
goalpost.
Doesn't matter. I don't care. I mean,
I don't do these TikTok terms with your lingo and language of goalposts and
Lingo.
people calling each
That's
other
lingo.
pookie on here. Talk to me like a normal grown adult. We're all grown adults
Well, let's
here.
talk
I
about a
understand
good
that
subject,
A lot of you
Poop.
stand on TikTok all day long, but for the majority of us, we have a life. Talk normally.
Oh, goodness.
Let's not talk about goalposts and landing planes. Let's answer the simple question.
why don't you
US
tell us what you
military.
think? How about why don't you tell us what you think? Why don't you tell us what you think? Since
We
we
all,
can't.
we all know what he
I can
thinks.
give you that answer. I can give you that answer.
We all know what he thinks. They have more guns in the
Would
South.
overtake the North nowadays. I think the South would overtake the North nowadays.
Okay.
Good
Now
luck.
we've discussed that. We're done.
Next
What
up.
else do you want to talk about?
Now, what is your opinion? What do you
Irrelevant.
think? This is what conversating is. Back and forth.
Conversating.
I
Conversating.
don't
Why
care.
don't you tell me what you think now? Because
Don't
you had
care
to
either.
remind me of what AOC said. I'm just asking a question, regardless of the military, because we all know that AOC would not do shit.
All right. This is a waste of time.
She didn't.
Are you here to have an actual conversation, or do you just want to preach, man?
This is a conversation.
It's
I'm
not.
asking you questions.
It's not. Everybody, your question has been answered over. Your question has been answered over. Your question has been answered over and over and over again. It does not need to be answered again. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
What I notice on TikTok is when we don't side, you guys mute, and then you guys delete people from your lives.
Oh,
All
boy.
you want is a board.
Now you're going to be a snowflake?
There's no snowflake here.
You are snowflaking. You are snowflaking right now.
Says the lingo again. Let's
Yeah.
talk like an
Stop being a
adult.
snowflake.
I'm a fucking 7th grader.
Yeah, stop being a
Let's talk
snowflake.
like an adult.
Let's do that. Let's talk about the current state of our economy.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, how do you feel about 150 to 160 dollar a barrel Brent crude?
I think it's absolutely terrible. I also think that the $300 or $300 billion bill that could possibly be passed to rebuild Iran is terrible as well.
So you disagree with
I
Trump?
think
That's
there's
awesome.
A lot of things. I think there's a lot of things. Well, you never asked me that. You never asked me if I continue to support Trump. All you did was ask
No, because you've been talking nonstop, you dipshit.
name calling.
Yeah, you've been talking nonstop.
Name calling.
Yes, you have been talking
You can be your
nonstop.
therapist, dude.
There's no therapist. There's
Well,
no therapist
stop.
whatsoever.
Oh, wow.
We're
You keep
conversating.
repeating yourself. Is this something where you have to do it 3 times?
Let's continue to move on with the conversation.
Yeah. So what troubles you about this country right now?
The misguided communication, the unalignment of the people,
An alignment of what people?
The American people.
Who's unaliving American people?
I never said unaliving. I said unalignment.
Yeah, that bothers me too. I wish we could come together.
Yes, ma'am. See, we do come together on things.
We do.
Yeah, what?
What else do you have to question me?
The
host just wants
what do we have?
Problems here.
What do we have to? What do we have to come together on?
Revolution.
What do we have to come together on? Well, there's plenty of things. You can, number one, celebrate that you're in the best country in the entire world. If you don't believe that, feel free to travel to any other country.
I have.
90 days.
I've lived in Italy in a heartbeat.
Come back here.
I'd move to Italy in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I don't think we are the best country in the world. I think we have the I don't think we are the best country in the world. I think we have the capability of being. I think we have the capability of being the best country in the world. But that's going to take some work, and it's going to take. Yes, you are being muted because I'm fucking talking, you dipshit.
Name calling again.
Yes, because you won't fucking stop talking.
I'm getting under your skin.
No, that's not it.
Anyway,
conversating means
I think
each person gets to talk.
Okay. Boop. Okay. I think we can be the best country. We need some changes though. We need a little bit more socialism.
Negative. Socialism has never worked. Look at Mondami right now in New York and what he's saying.
He's got a balanced budget. He's got a balanced budget.
What have you got against Mamdani?
Mondami's losing support by the hour.
Oh, no.
Where do you live, Poop? Which state are you in?
I live in the Midwest.
Why do you care about New York City then?
Yeah.
You're doing just fine.
We're doing great.
Well, I will tell you the reason why I care about New York City. I'm from Florida.
What the fuck kind of answer is that? What the fuck kind of answer is that?
Am I going to answer, or are you guys going to
I'll tell you what's wrong with New York. I'm from Florida. Okay.
What a great answer. What a fucking great answer. Yeah, we're going to continue to overtalk. I'm not going to listen to you, man. You were so fucking obnoxious.
Let me finish. Yeah, you can hear the lady say, "Let him finish." Let me finish. You'll understand. The majority of New Yorkers are moving down to.
Okay, I live in New York, and we aren't.
They're leaving New York by the fleet.
No, they aren't.
Because of what's
They're
going
actually
on
coming in. You know the population of New York City has increased.
Nobody is coming in. The only people that are coming into New York.
Okay, do you live here? Because I do.
The only people that are coming in.
No, I'm sorry, but do you know how many young people come here? Just a second.
The tax on white people is
Wait, can I say something? Let me just disabuse you.
I love how I get muted in the middle.
No, listen, you're not muted, but I'd like to say something.
When you talk, then I.
Okay, so.
Then you could just overtalk me. I love the one-way conversations here.
No, I haven't said much here. I'm just saying, in New York, people are coming in, and you can look at the fact that more people have come into New York in the last 2 years. I mean, the population is increasing in New York City, and Mamdani's making it more affordable.
You're exactly
He just told
right.
you the population has increased, Pooh.
All of the large money in New York is leaving, and all of the lower class poverty is moving into New York, which is filing.
How can they? No, that doesn't make sense.
Where he's going to turn around and rip. He's going to turn around and.
All right, stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Poop. I need you to stop. Can you stop for 1 second?
I literally just watched.
Can you stop for 1 second? Can you stop? Can you stop talking? I need you to stop talking. Thank you. Fucking stupid. This is exactly what it's been like all morning. Fucking dipshits like that. God damn.
I think that's all they have left.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know what I can.
It's a microcosm. It's a microcosm of some better things happening. I'm going to say it.
I think after he's gotten some stuff done, I think a lot of people are going to switch sides. I don't know how you could possibly look at what's going to happen there and be against it. I guess maybe we'll find out. I mean, they're going to try and fight against it no matter what happens, good or bad, right?
Yeah, I think so. But New Yorkers aren't going to leave. I mean, I just, when I'm just being here and knowing just the beat of the city and how people thrive here and the support and the community, so many communities and the wealthy people, they're just not going to give it up.
No, they're not.
They're just not. I mean, they're not going to go to fucking Florida and give up their Broadway shows and their restaurants and all the things that they have here. And by the way, all their companies and their money is here. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they are putting certain things into Texas. Data centers, some of the call centers are going to Texas, but the real money makers are staying in New York.
Right, isn't it the financial capital of the world?
It still is, yes. I would say between here and London, but you're right. There is a hum to New York City that I've only ever felt in a few other places globally. Like Bangkok has that kind of vibrancy to it as well. A friend of mine said Tokyo is similar to that. I've not been to Japan yet. But New York, there's only one New York in the United States. So they aren't leaving. I don't know who you say. Yes, are people retiring out of New York and going to Florida? That happens every year. Absolutely, especially to the East Coast.
And the wealthy ones keep their apartments in New York and they have a place in Florida.
Okay, hold on. Judy Mack, can I get your agent? Oh, never mind. He's still spinning. 097. Are you there?
Vagina.
Is he upset he didn't have one?
I don't think he knows what it is. Sorry.
Hey, Paula.
And then there's nobody else here.
Yeah. I thought I'd pop up because there weren't any opposition, so then I won't, be mean.
Yeah. Well, the opposition.
Nap time.
The opposition this morning has been fucking stupid and crazy.
I think they're all hiding out. I think the good ones, air quote, good ones, I think they're all hiding out. Staying in their areas.
Well, they have nothing to brag about anymore. And what we're seeing as far as immigration and the basic terror on the streets, that's not something to brag about. And I just, for one, am so thrilled. Today, the judge blocked Trump's anti-weaponization fund and said, no, you don't.
Well, until the hearings, I did a deeper dive into this, Paula. I was on Paula's Live talking about this. The plaintiffs, there's now 3 lawsuits filed. They're jumping on this thing. But the one in Virginia, the former district attorney, prosecuting attorney from the Justice Department, he was let go from his job when Trump came on board. And what he's doing, along with like the city of New Haven, people who have been wronged by the U.S. government since Trump's been in office, and where the government has been weaponized against those entities and those individuals, are suing to say, hey, we're the aggrieved, and Trump saying, this fund, which is going to be by taxpayer dollars, I am going to appoint the people who are going to decide who gets the money. So I think it's going to fail, definitely, because he's not having a fund where everybody, all Americans can make a claim for being aggrieved by the government, right?
Sure.
It's also not a settlement of a case, so
exactly.
Yeah.
I have another couple questions here. I guess first of all, how there was a ruling by a federal judge as well that allowed Trump's order for anti-mail-in voting, for his push to get rid of mail-in voting, to go through. They didn't put a halt on it. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the ruling said something about damages or harm. And until a state can prove some harm, then they'll go ahead and lift the stay. Does that sound right, Tennis?
Particular state? Is this a particular state? I haven't heard about this.
No, there's an executive order that Donald Trump put forth that said that we're going to stop mail-in voting altogether. One of the first actions in doing that was to demand voter rolls from all the states. So I don't know what state sued, but somebody sued to not give up their voting rolls, and then a judge put a stay on it or something. And then I think an appeals court let it go through or something like that. I'm not sure. I don't remember the exact case.
Voting?
Huh?
Wasn't it just about mail-in voting?
Yeah, but they want
that it hasn't been implemented yet, so they can't halt it.
Yeah, but I think one part of that executive order was to get voting rolls from every state. So they're still demanding voting rolls from every state.
Yeah, they are.
And they're not stopping him from doing that. Is that what that court ruling said?
That's what it feels like. I know that they wanted some action to go through first before they actually ruled on it. Is my understanding of what the ruling was, but if he's already demanded, if the federal government's already demanded voting rolls, I would think that would be an action enough to actually make a ruling on.
Yeah, it sounds like the judge ruled on what they call ripeness. Like the issue isn't ripe. There's moot and it's ripe. Whether something's
Gonna
happen or not happen would be moot. It sounds like this judge made a ruling on this is not yet something that we need to worry about, and it's not ripe to, therefore not justiciable, not something I'm going to rule on. But it doesn't say, Mojo, I don't think it sounds right because he's able to collect the voting rolls.
Yeah,
that's right now.
The last ruling, May 21st, federal courts denied Trump the ability to access Wisconsin's voter rolls. I think the thing you're thinking about may have been just with respect to
just mail-in.
The mail-in voting. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I read an article about that the other day.
All he's doing is, I think we're going to have such a turnout that it's undeniable. I mean, the Democrats are already working in each of the states, especially in the red states, and particularly in Texas, to get the vote out. And if we have a vote that puts 2018 to shame, I mean, the people then will have spoken. So,
MAGA votes, right? MAGA's going to vote. MAGA, those people, most of those people are going to get out and vote. I guarantee you. They're going to get out and vote. And I'm going to challenge
Texas.
I'm going to challenge they did. They just overthrew Cornyn.
I know, but if you looked at those vote counts, it didn't even add up to 900,000.
Right.
Whereas the Democrats were over 2 million.
Right.
In the same.
That was I understand. I get your point, but I'm in historically. I've been around a little bit. Historically, these people are motivated to vote. They do go out and vote in the midterms. We need to get people on our side to get out the vote so that we can make sure we have the wind behind our back, and we just can't just count on people doing it. We have to help people do it, right?
I agree, and that's what I live in could have been a purple state, except for in New Jersey, except for it went so blue for the governor. And I'm telling you, I'm constantly receiving notices about what's going on within my own House representative, the ads that are coming up because we have a primary coming up, the get out the vote stickers that are being left on the doors. And this is a quote unquote blue state, and they still want us to show up in droves to vote. So I got to mute because I have a little shit.
Carl, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
24, Trump.
Can I ask why you voted for Trump?
I think most reasonable people I know, they just realize that Democrats have lost the plot completely, and they want to move to this socialist angle, and they want to indoctrinate children with harmful ideologies that have nothing to do with policies. It's just destruction, and this whole centered around imaginary white supremacy it's toxic, right? So there's not really any other option.
How old did you say you were? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
24.
Okay, thanks.
I have shoes older
I
than
don't
you.
understand this whole obsession on TikTok with the introductions. We need your age, race,
No
we
one
need your
asked your
name, we need
race.
your social. It's just
I asked
that's what people do.
you asked for age to make sure that TikTok knows you're over 18. That's why we asked for age, and I asked for who you voted for because I want to know whether you're on the left or the right. Because I generally try and build equal panels, 4 and 4, if I can find it. That's why I ask. Is that okay?
The question isn't if it's okay; it's if it's reasonable, and it's not.
Why is it not
According to
reasonable?
you?
Well,
Why
yeah,
is it?
ma'am, you can calm down. It's all right. Yeah, according to me, because most people on this app, like, if they're a kid, you're gonna know. Especially with someone like with a public profile, like,
That's
if you
not
wanted to
true.
figure it out, you could. You could
That's not.
figure out if you're talking to a kid by talking to them. You're
That's
not
not.
gonna get banned
Wait, that's
for
not true.
anything.
I'm sorry. That's not true. I've talked to plenty of 21-year-olds that sound like they're fucking 16-year-olds that look like they're fucking 16-year-olds, or they don't. Hello. That look like they're 16-year-olds, and or don't have pictures up at all. So I can't tell, and I need TikTok to know that this person said they're 18, so I don't get banned for having underage people in my panel.
Cool.
So that is reasonable, whether you like it or not. Do you have something wrong with saying who you voted for?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just annoying. Like, and people, they get so weird, like they want to be so controlling. It's like
Who'd
that
you vote
power
for in
that they never
2020?
have. Are you okay?
No, I'm asking you a question. Who are you
Yeah, but he was
for in 2020?
That's wrong.
he was
Are
in
you
the
okay?
middle. He was in the middle of talking.
This is what I'm saying. It's people that have no power in their everyday life that they just have to get it out. They have to, like, it's something about like that power dynamic they have when they get that moderator, that mute button. That it's like the whole
Not a
thing.
mod.
Yeah, I know. I was just talking about in general, like what kind of irks me about being on live. I don't know. That's why I don't do it much. But
Okay.
it doesn't. None of this matters anyway.
Can you? Okay, then that's fine. If none of this matters, then can you go back to the whole reason that you voted for Trump? You voted for Trump because you think the left has gone loony or whatever, and one of the reasons you gave was because of socialism. What is your definition of socialism?
Yeah, just a standard definition.
Yeah, what is it?
It's not my definition, but
So what is it?
yeah, I don't have it pulled up.
So you don't know what socialism is?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Then maybe you should probably know that before you make that claim, I would think. However,
gotcha. Well, I disagree with like the premise of it.
Well, you can't disagree with the premise if you don't know what it is. If you don't know what it is, you can't disagree with it.
Well, this isn't my job, right? So yeah, I can't give you the exact definition because I don't have.
You can't give me any definition.
I don't care enough.
But you think it's wrong, right, Carl? You think socialism is wrong.
Well, no. I was just describing how they're being indoctrinated with that ideology and being convinced with other things.
Wait, who's being indoctrinated with socialism?
Who gets indoctrinated? Who do you think? I'm sure, like, if you could just think for a second with your little brain there, you would understand I'm talking about college kids. That's the kind of people who get indoctrinated.
Well, okay.
So you think becoming...
Yeah, that's usually how that works.
So you think that the
80-year-old...
So you think... Well, that's not true. That's not true at all. As a matter of fact, 80-year-olds get change their mind all the time. But you think that the more you think that the more people get educated, the more likely they are to be socialists. Do you think that might not just be because
that's
they're...
not what I said.
Oh, then what did you say?
That's my point. Like, don't be disingenuous, right?
Well, then what did you say?
No, indoctrination it's a very specific type of... It's not education. It's
what is
purposeful, it? It's purposeful bias being taught.
What kind of bias is being taught?
That's not fair.
What kind of bias? What? Hey, what kind of bias is being taught? What bias are you talking about?
What do you mean, what kind of bias? A political?
Yeah, what bias are you talking about?
A political bias.
A political bias. Do you think that in political...
Think that's appropriate for school.
Carl! Do you think that in political science classes in college they are teaching people to be liberal, or are they just presenting information to them?
I think there are certain schools that are more liberal than others.
Uh, yeah, whatever.
Did
Carl,
you say no?
Carl,
I think that's a fair statement. I agree with you,
I would
Carl.
like to, Carl. I'm gonna enlighten you if you don't mind. Every business
That's
school in the
cute.
United States. I know it's cute because you don't think women are as smart as you. That's pretty cute too.
I mean, you feel like
Most
that.
business schools in the
It's your
United
opinion.
States. I'm going to say all business schools at every university teaches Milton Friedman style capitalism. I'm just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
You know, Carl, when you said that there are some colleges that are more liberal or than others, you were right about that. So we can agree on something, right?
Is that you being condescending?
Not at all. No, when you said that, I just wanted to point out that there are certain things we can agree on. Okay, that was not being condescending. I'm not at all.
No, it's just your tone of voice. It's just a
Really?
little like. Yeah, no, just a little bit. I don't know. You're kind of hard
not
to
at
read,
all.
I guess.
No, I'm just.
Okay.
I think it's good. I think
that's
it's good
fair,
to
yeah.
find common ground. Okay, so
Yeah, I'm sure I agree with you guys on plenty of things. Yeah, I'm not.
Do you think women should vote?
Yeah, are you crazy?
Are you?
Yeah, see, this is what you said. Like,
no,
I'm a woman, so I'm a woman, so
Carl,
of course
I'm just
you think
asking
that's
because
cute.
you seem to
no.
like to insult
Don't.
You seem to like to insult women on the panels if we're not.
What are you talking about? This is what I'm saying. Like, this is the feminism. Like, you just assume. Like, you just assume because I disagree with you that I think you're
if
slow.
I assumed, I wouldn't have asked you.
I mean, you might be a little evil.
For clarification.
But I don't think you're
evil
not
because
capable.
Women say no to you. Is that the problem?
What? See, this is my point.
I'm asking for clarification, Carl.
No, you're just assuming how I got to that conclusion.
Assuming as if I said something like you're a jerk. That would be an assumption. I'd have to get some, documentation of said action, right?
Yeah, maybe you aren't very smart. I think you got that one.
You're right. Maybe I'm not. Maybe you can enlighten me as to where do you think socialism is being taught? Thank you.
Where? Colleges.
What colleges?
But you can't define what socialism is, friend. So how do you know it's being taught?
Wait, so does it mean it doesn't exist, right? Okay, so
no, I didn't say
that a fallacy?
No. That's not.
Hold on.
Well, it's
Hold on,
your
let me put on my
fallacy.
smart cap right now. No, it isn't.
Wait.
You're just saying it isn't true.
No, I didn't. I think when I went to college,
this is what I mean. They can never get past this part, right?
No.
Because it doesn't matter, because you don't agree. Even if I came with all the receipts, no, you wouldn't agree.
Listen,
it doesn't matter what I say.
Socialism is. He just threw out at the very beginning. He said, "Oh, they're indoctrinating socialism." Mo just said, "What socialism?"
You can clearly see it in all of the kids.
I don't know what socialism is.
You're just not being honest. It's fine. Like, most people aren't honest nowadays.
That you come up onto a political live and you think you're going to own the live, when in essence you really don't even understand what you're even saying.
Well, I'm gonna say this about colleges. You can go to college and be a math major and never take any political science classes. And you won't be learning anybody's influence, whether it's the left or the right, about socialism or communism or anything else. So you could just go to college and study
yes,
whatever.
Of course. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's just, that's not what I'm even talking about. It's
so
these liberal professors. About? Okay, you don't have to do this qualifier. I'm already speaking.
No, Tennis just brought up a really good point. Carl,
please stop
mathematics
talking.
Doesn't have mathematics and politics are not taught in the same class.
What is she even talking about? Host, can you help me out here? It's just insufferable at this point.
What part is insufferable?
You're just I hate to say it, you're just useless in this conversation.
Okay, but to Tennis's point, you don't learn anything about politics or philosophy or even logic. Well, maybe logic because it's a math course. In studying math or biology or any of the natural sciences.
Jesus Christ.
So I'm trying to understand, when you go to college, do you mean the colleges that produce lawyers or the ones that produce doctors?
Wow. I can't believe you just said that with so much confidence.
Carl, you're right. Forget these people, dude.
Dude, I'm trying to like be patient, like have a real discussion.
Yeah,
Just because
they're
I'm not
leftists.
as informed as you
Yeah,
doesn't mean that my opinion isn't like valid.
Yeah, they're
You know,
hateful.
like
You sound
no, it's extremely hateful, right? Like I
Carl.
don't agree with you, but I don't hate
Carl.
you, and you just
Carl.
assume that I do. That's how you
Carl.
operate.
Carl, you sound like you're a bit
They're on
educated.
the same side
Do you
of
have a?
fascists and communists.
I'm
Do
just
you have?
fatigued, bro. If you want to think
Hey,
about what I am, I'm
hold on.
fatigued.
Stop. I said you sound a bit educated. Do you have a degree?
No, dude, that's what I mean. Like,
Okay.
I'm clearly not educated, bro. I'm 24. Like,
Okay.
I never went to college.
Okay.
But it's not because I'm scared of some liberal indoctrination, right?
Okay,
Just chill
so
out for a second.
if you've never been to a college classroom, how can you provide evidence that college classrooms are indoctrinating kids?
The kids.
The kids
Yes,
tell you
they are
what?
the evidence.
What? Because
No,
they're
it's
more
the vast
liberal.
majority of them that are mostly like you can see it over on the internet now. You can go watch how people interview them, and you can go to the campuses where they have protests and everything. And these kids have no idea what's going on. Some are younger than me, right? And they even have less of an idea than me, and they're on your side. I wonder how that makes you feel, right? Anyways,
I'm not sure we could
they're
go through individual. I'm not
they're
sure if we can.
supporting actual.
I'm not sure if we can go through individual points on that. You have no idea what they're supporting because you don't know what socialism is. So now, when you say that
Well, I'm
the
not
more,
talking about just
when you say what you
Here,
are
let me look up
saying,
the
hey,
definition so I
Carl,
can't say that anymore.
I can
I'm
tell you
listening.
what the
Go ahead.
definition is.
No, I'm gonna
Carl,
look it up. Go ahead. I'm listening.
are you going to continue interrupting? What the fuck? When you say that the more educated a person is, the more likely they are to be liberal, you are just insinuating that smart, educated people are just more likely to be liberal. Not that they've been indoctrinated. Not that they be indoctrinated, but that the more education you get, the more likely you are to understand the world, and the more likely you are to be a liberal.
Somebody with liberal arts or something is going to be a leftist. Somebody with the engineering degree is going to be a conservative. Somebody that sticks like with you, liberal arts and social, whatever crap y'all have, y'all going to be liberals. But people with education that goes in the industry or become like their own business person and stuff, they're going to be conservatives. People that
Not
make
necessarily.
money will be,
Not
yes,
necessarily.
necessarily. They will be the conservatives. Tax-paying people will be conservatives. People
Can I
that
just,
reach off
hey,
the system
hey,
with a
Whitey,
job, they're going to be liberal.
Whitey, I'm going to give you hold on. I'm going to give you a conundrum here. The conundrum is that I have a degree in computer science and I have a degree in political science. Which should I be?
You're a leftist.
Why would I be a leftist?
What you need to do is go in the industry, maybe go work for Shell or
why would I be a leftist?
Somebody, get a job in there, learn what it is to somebody take taxes out.
Hey, you have no idea what I've done for a living. You have no idea. You're just fucking rambling now. You have no idea what I've done for a living. I want to know why you think that those 2 degrees would make me a liberal.
You're more to turn liberal with stuff like that. That's
Why?
all I'm saying.
Why?
You're more because you don't know what capitalism is. You don't know.
I'm retired. I'm retired. I'm retired.
I wish I
Oh my God! Holy fuck! I am retired. I have plenty of capitalism under my belt. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Why do you pull for socialist people? Why do you pull for communist socialism and fascism? Why do you do that?
I don't pull for fascism.
You do that.
I am an abs. I do not. What do I do to pull for fascism?
Because you're going against conservatism and capitalism, dude. I'm going by your words.
I'm a capitalist. I have been a capitalist my entire life.
Well, why do you pull Democrat?
I vote Democratic because I think our fiscal policy needs to change.
Whose fiscal policies?
Fiscal.
Whose?
The government's, ours, our country's.
Why would it have to change? We have free enterprise. We have capitalists running our country.
You don't know what fiscal policy is, do you?
No, evidently you don't know how our country runs as a capitalist.
Okay, see, this is the problem. You and this other gentleman have no education. You have absolutely no idea how the government runs.
You have no lifetime experience in capitalism. You have none.
You have no idea how the government runs.
But you didn't pay attention, one of the two.
You have no idea how the government
Okay, you
runs.
vote for somebody like Kamala Harris, an idiot, a prosecutor, a dummy. You vote for people like Omar, a dummy. She's extorts. That's how she's being married. You vote for somebody like Joe Biden, who extorted with his son. They're criminals. That's who you vote for. Now, how can I expect to think that you're a capitalist when you vote for extortion?
How many felonies does Donald Trump have?
I didn't vote for a felony. I voted for a capitalist.
How many you just said it. You voted for a criminal.
I voted for
you
a
voted,
capitalist.
Whitey, you voted for a criminal. I hope you know that.
Yep.
No. You people call him a criminal because you lied about it. This hooker changed her mind 20 years later and says, "Oh, he groped me." How do you essay a hooker? How do you essay a hooker?
Ask the jury who listened to the case.
Lying jury from New York, a bunch of liars in New York, left this city, hates Donald Trump. It was easy to find 12 people.
Okay, so wait, let me really quick. Didn't Donald Trump have a defense in the case, and didn't they select the jury as well?
Because everybody coming in was criminals that hated him, so he might as well get it over with. Pick the 12 and get it over with.
So 12 people, including a Trump supporter.
They're all criminals. New York is nothing but a bunch of street criminals. Jealous of somebody that has more money than they do.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Donald Trump didn't do anything wrong.
New Yorkers
Donald Trump is a great president leading our great country.
But his lawyers
What do you
helped
have
pick that
against
jury.
making America great? What do you leftists have against keeping America great? What do you have against that?
Yeah, Whitey, are you going to be voting in the fall?
I vote all the time.
So you're registered. You're ready to go this fall, right?
Yes, I voted early already.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, I'm one of the guys that kicked Cassidy out. One of them idiots that thought he can control us?
Yeah, that's great. This is what I'm talking about. These people are going to be voting this fall, you guys.
I know that.
You don't get out the vote. And
isn't that great? Somebody's got to take care of this country.
Whitey, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you appreciate when the government, any government, I don't care if it's Donald Trump's government or fucking Joe Biden or JFK, will use the Department of Justice, okay, as their own personal lawyer, okay?
Oh, you mean like Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden when they went against it, stole the election?
I'm just asking you about any president. You can say Biden, you can say Trump. Any? Do you think they should do that? Do you think that
I don't think those Democrats should have did that at all.
Ask the question. Can I just finish? Do you think the Department of Justice should work for the president personally?
No, not for none of those Democrats. It should be like not,
Okay,
like
so you agree with me, right? You agree with me that
I agree with the Democrats shouldn't have used that against Trump.
Okay, so now that Todd Blanche, who's the acting Attorney General of the United States, so now he has devised a settlement whereby Americans pay the funds from the settlement. That's who's going to pay for it, the taxpayers, right? Okay. And Americans can make a claim that they've been wronged by the government. Do you agree with that system?
That money should be spread to those people that are wrongly imprisoned.
Okay, so isn't the fund for people who think that they've been hurt by the government? That's what it says.
Yeah, those January 6 people should be compensated.
So you think, okay, so I agree with you. That's what it says, that those people, anybody who feels aggrieved can make a claim, right? So does that mean that just Republicans, or should any American have a claim into that if they feel they can prove they've been aggrieved?
I don't see why not, but it's
like I could, for example, right? If I felt that I was aggrieved by the government, I could make a claim into that according to Todd Blanche, right?
If you went to jail?
Well, I'm just saying, hypothetically, if I felt that the government did something wrong to me and the government was weaponized against me as a Democrat, right, that I could make a claim into that fund, right?
It depends what you lost and if you went to jail.
Okay, for whatever it is, I'm just saying if I could make a claim.
They know whatever it is.
But the problem is,
did you take a loss or did you go to jail?
Well, okay, yes, I did. I'm going to hypothetically, I'm a Democrat. I went to jail. The government wrongfully did that to me.
You should be
So
compensated.
I should be able. I should be compensated, right? Okay. Who do you think's appointed, according to the documents in this fund? Who do you think is making the decisions about who can be awarded money through that
That
fund?
would be Donald Trump.
Oh, right.
I trust him, but I trust him 100%.
Okay. Oh, you trust him solely?
Yep.
Okay, so you think he's the
100%?
judge, he's the jury,
100%.
he's the judge and the jury on that fund.
But
That's
where
what you're
that money goes, I trust him 100%. You see, he doesn't need the money. He's a billionaire. Somebody like, Democrats that have nothing to extort from people, they would extort half of it before they gave it out. Donald Trump's not going to extort anything that doesn't belong to him because he doesn't need it.
Okay, so did he take NVIDIA stock? Do you know how much insider trading that Donald Trump has done in his presidency?
No more than other Democrats, right? Like Nancy Pelosi.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
It's not a point. That's his point.
No, I mean, look,
That would be his point.
if Nancy Pelosi did that, then she's wrong. But do you know that Donald Trump has been doing that, and he's made billions of dollars insider trading?
No.
Yes,
he made
sir.
his money. No, he made it through Trump. With
it's
Trump
the problem.
buildings and stuff like that.
Old Whitey, can I just let you know how we know? Because it triggers, but it triggers within a trading house.
Yeah.
It triggers suspicious activity when something like this happens over and over again. And in the past month, or I think in the past since January, there are either 27 or 3,700 trades that are tied to Trump's policies.
Right.
So it's not us or the Democrats going, it's their own internal compliance departments that are finding these issues.
Okay, you see, when Donald Trump in 2016, he was worth $6 or $7 billion. Then after the Democrats weaponized everything, he lost $3 or $4 billion. So I think he should be compensated with that money that the Democrats caused him to lose.
How do you know how much money he had?
Because it was talked about the whole time.
It was talked about? Okay, is that proof to you that it was talked about?
Yes, it does, because nobody proved him wrong. He was saying 10, and the Democrats were saying 6 or 7. So I'm going by the 6 or 7 the Democrats said. Then he lost $3 or $4 billion. Now he's wanting to get it back, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him for trying to get it back.
Well, okay.
He got a violation for misinformation.
Oh,
Gotcha.
surprise.
I don't think, do you talk to the 98 or 100 people that are typically in here and tell them maybe don't report because we'll handle it up here
They're not reports.
or in the comments? Or
They're not reporting. They're not reporting.
Oh, it's the
What is it
AI.
that you think
I got
he
it.
said that got him a strike?
Who knows? Because it was also ridiculous.
A strike and restriction are the same thing. He was misinforming people.
Yeah, the AI picked it up, Stephen.
Crazy world. None of us know. Like the old YouTube days, maybe still today, but it used to be all the YouTube creators were complaining about how strict everything was on there, and they almost never knew like why a video would be taken down, and all that stuff, or demonetized.
They're getting better with that to a certain extent, and they're actually on some of the bands and stuff like that. You get video showing. I haven't been getting them, but a lot of people are getting videos that are showing what they got banned for.
Yeah, I think they've gotten better. I think TikTok is still like in the early days of trying to figure this out. It's like not transparent at all.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know. It's better than, well, I don't know. The panels make it worthwhile. It don't matter. The fact that anybody can jump up in a panel at any time is makes it worthwhile.
Well, I was just on a panel where I got dropped immediately, and they were like, it's because a certain person joined on the panel that we always tell her that we will not allow opposition up while she's up here. And I was like, who is she? She must be so important. So yeah, it's always fun. You never know what to expect.
I know what you're talking about. She doesn't debate. She doesn't participate in debates in that panel. So she's a regular. So I guess that's the way they run that panel.
Yeah, that's their choice. I don't respect it, so I unfollowed them.
Fair enough.
What do you want to debate?
Who?
Don't
Me?
tell me Liberia.
Liberia, dude, you knew already.
No, please don't.
I'm not even trying to debate it.
Is that where libertarians going to live? Is in Liberia?
No, yeah, Liberia is where Liberia is where there a bunch of ex-slaves went to and formed a new country.
Yeah, I was sorry. I thought I was being funny.
It does sound like that though, like libertarian. I don't know, whatever. So yeah, I think.
I don't know who Victor Marx is.
There's controversy, right, about that. The fact that they attempted to do it, and then they went at some point. People in America were like, let's go check on it, see how it's doing, because this could be something where a lot of ex-slaves can go over there and prosper. And it turned out that the all-black community had turned into a similar dynamic where there were like the people that came into control and power were virtually enslaving other people within their organization. I don't know, I'm using the wrong words. Within their new country. And it was like interesting. So is this just sort of like, I don't know, maybe was it a learned behavior, or was it sort of a natural way of things? I don't know.
Shit, I don't know.
I'm trying to understand why we're talking about this.
We could change the subject.
No,
I learned about it recently and I thought it was interesting.
Oh.
I had never heard of that before.
Hi guys.
Hi, Star.
We could always talk about expats going to Argentina.
Okay, I'm going to leave this seat open right now, and if I get multiple conservatives coming up, I'm going to drop some people, just so you guys know and are aware. Thank you.
I saw an interesting post, and I put it in Discord. It's about Deep Red Iowa. Possibly a Democrat's going to take it because the Republicans are losing faith.
Oh, yeah?
Iowa. That's pretty stunning.
Yeah, it's stunning.
There is an interesting twist. There's a Republican. Okay, I didn't even know this, by the way. Brad mentioned in the comments. There's a Republican running in Colorado for the governorship. His last name is Marx. Victor Marx, running as a Republican.
Wow.
Related to Richard by any chance?
Maybe Carl.
And it's Victor with a K, I noticed.
It is.
Mojo, that's Kismet for you.
I don't know. That's just funny, though.
That is funny.
The headline to this article that I'm looking at from Colorado Politics: Republicans Kirkmeyer Bottoms say they won't back Marx if he wins Colorado's gubernatorial primary. The Republicans are already saying we're not gonna back Marx. That's fucking hilarious.
Wow.
Based on the name alone.
Wait, what was their reasoning behind it?
I don't think he's fit to be governor, and I think he would be a disaster for our state. Quite frankly, Kirkmeyer said in a response to a questioning during a 90-minute debate on Colorado Christian University campus in Lakewood. He is a Colorado Springs-based ministry leader, whatever the fuck that means. That's what Victor Marx is. And he is the race's fundraising leader, so he's collected the most amount of money.
Wow.
It's interesting.
Yeah, your state will be one to watch. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. My state's probably one to watch anyway because of my rep and because our fucking governor right now sucks ass. Polis.
To say.
How is Colorado good folks of Colorado handling Tina Peters?
That's why our current governor sucks ass.
Yeah, he's I live in Colorado too. I just got here. But
Nice.
Don't judge the ass suckers, Mojo. That's anti-LGBTQ plus.
You're interrupting, Stephen.
So we have, though we have a supermajority, most of the Democrats are pretty fed up with him too. And I think there was an inter-party, I don't know what it's called, but it's the formal condemnation letter they sent him because of what was going on, and it left a really bad taste in my mouth when he started taking pictures with MTG. I think it was Marjorie.
Yeah, I had a feeling that he was going to be running for president a couple of years ago. As soon as Trump won and he started flipping on some policies and he let ICE come into specific areas, even though he wasn't supposed to, it needed to be taken to court. And now he's commuted the sentence or shortened the sentence or whatever on Tina Peters for the election fraud case. Yeah, he's become a Republican, which is fucking crazy. I don't get it. I liked Polis before. I don't know what the fuck happened to him. I think maybe he had a stroke. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, I'm unfamiliar. I'm still trying to familiarize myself with Colorado politics, but because I read like the Colorado Sun and stuff.
Yeah, good source.
But I wanted to ask: do we have in this state? Do we have primaries, or is he running as like an incumbent governor or whatever?
We have
we
have caucuses. We do caucuses. Oh, okay. So Democrats have already done their caucus. I took part in the county. I took part in the local, the county, and then was going to go to state. But the person that I was backing or a delegate for didn't make it to state. So I didn't end up going to state. But we have caucuses. So you end up, you go meet people. This time we did it over Zoom call for the first one. And then the second one, we had a meeting in Greeley. So a whole ballroom that was filled up with Democrats where we were voting on stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know how that would work. But did he win, I guess? Or does he just keep going?
Who?
Polis.
Polis is quitting. He's term limited.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So Mojo, how does that work on like a Zoom call? Do you guys just have like a poll and you just answer yay or nay? Like how does that work?
Well, the Zoom call for the local one that we did, there were 700 people on the Zoom call, a little over 700 people. And what they were trying to do is get delegates for each candidate and people that were willing to work for the party and help set up the county assembly and all this other stuff. So they had these sign-up sheets that you could go into through the Zoom call with a link that you could go into through the Zoom call, and then you could sign up for stuff. So I signed up to be a delegate for a particular candidate, and I signed up to do a couple other things too. But that was basically what the Zoom call was. It was just to make sure that every candidate that was on the ballot was going to have delegates at the county assembly.
And so the counting assembly, is that where the actual vote happens?
County. It was the county assembly. So I live in Weld County.
The county assembly.
Yeah. Yeah, we did do hand votes on a lot of stuff, and we filled vacancies there, and we voted on the platform that we wanted. And we ended up eliminating a couple candidates and getting it down to like a couple candidates at that point that could go to state and then be voted on there. So yeah, there was a ton of voting, and that was all done electronically too. So we were all in a ballroom together, but everybody was on their phone in the ballroom doing all their voting on their phone.
I caucus with Democrats, but it's so nice to be in a blue state compared to where I was.
Well, I live in Lauren Boebert's district, so Lauren Boebert is my representative, just so you know.
My condolences.
Well, that's who I was trying to beat. And I like the candidate that I was a delegate for, but he lost pretty miserably. He didn't raise much money. And his opponent, the other Democrat, she's raised 5 times more than Lauren Boebert has already. And she's a retired Rear Admiral something or another. She also worked for the Obama administration. She also worked for the Biden administration. So she's very, very polished and has a shit ton of money to win this race. So we'll see how it goes. I don't remember. I don't remember any of their names now. But I can't remember.
She sounds familiar, and because I follow both of those.
Laubacher. Her last name is Laubacher.
Okay.
Laubacher, I think is what it is. Laubacher.
Okay. I'll have to look her up.
Yeah, she's got a lot of experience. She's got a lot of DC connections. She's an insider, which is kind of what I didn't want. So I was working with another candidate to try and get him elected, but no go.
How old is she?
I want to say she's in her 50s.
Okay, well, that's not too bad. I mean, we're trying to get younger people in, but.
Yeah, the guy I was working with was 34.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just.
Younger isn't always better, though. I mean, look at Boebert. She's relatively young and is already a grandma.
That's true.
Well, true. That's true.
And she's dumb. She failed her GE test like twice before she passed it.
Wow.
She doesn't have a college education. She's terrible.
Yeah, she is. And I forget sometimes how purple the state is, really.
Well, the district the district I'm in has been Republican for a long, long time. So before Lauren Boebert, it was a plus 23 Republican district. After Lauren Boebert, it was a plus 12 Republican district. So Laubacher still has to overcome a plus 12 disadvantage.
That's better.
It is better, but we'll see.
I mean, when I lived in Texas, I lived in a place where the Democratic Party was like, "Yeah, we might get 10%, and that's a good election for us." So, I'm like, okay.
Well, Texas right now is a very interesting case study because some of their gripes are coming because of the large data centers that are being built there. That in Georgia might sink the Republican Party.
Yeah. Well, and my conservative family members were complaining about that too, because they're putting one in right where they are, or like not right on their house, but close.
Nobody thought that.
Sorry, Stephen?
Oh, well,
nobody thought they were putting them on their house, but that's a nice clarification.
Thank you. So yeah, but it's becoming kind of a problem for Republicans.
That was a joke, by the way. I'm just trying to keep it light. So, you know what I find interesting is like the crossover between people that voted for AOC but also voted for Trump. I mean, I feel like that signifies the middle, right? That's what makes elections swing left or right, is often the people that are in the middle. You can say that they're whoever they are. I've been a part of these lives where like, oh, that's because they're racist. Like black people doubled their vote for Trump because those are the racist blacks or whatever. You can oversimplify it. But if you actually look into it, there are some reasons. And so how can we learn from why people voted for them, right? I mean,
Steven, do you have stats on that?
Yeah. I just pulled them up, actually. I can share that with you. And again, they're not large. They're not large stats, but it's enough to sway the vote for. I mean, think about how close these votes are a lot of the time. So these elections are so close. So focusing on why would someone change their vote that might sway the vote is interesting to me, right? And so AOC actually ran a poll on Twitter back when Trump was elected. She's like, why is there a noticeable percentage of people that voted for me and then also voted for Trump? Like, she's like, what the heck happened here? And I think the results are interesting.
I'm going to say that's not necessarily the case. In the Bronx in New York, a strongly Black, Asian, Latino community, Trump support jumped 11 points to 33% over 2020. So in the 2024 election, he got 11 points higher. AOC secured 68.9% of the vote. So honestly, his his increase in votes didn't have to be AOC voters.
No, but she was noticing. Even, I mean, you love AOC, right, Mojo?
Yeah, I do.
Even she noticed that it was strange, that there was some overlap there, and she put out a Twitter poll, and she was curious, and there was some follow-up and back and forth and all that stuff. And that was interesting to me to see like why people. So people saw them both as outsiders. They thought that they were both authentic because they're passionate about what they're saying. And so examples of the highlighted, most regarded and responded to comments were things like, I feel you're both outsiders compared to the rest of the DC. Both of you push boundaries and force growth. Trump and you care for the working class. Anti-establishment frustration, economic anxieties. There's a lot of people that were like sort of protesting, if you will, and hoping for. What's that?
I need to ask some clarifying
when
questions.
Was that poll? When was the poll done?
It was shortly after Trump was elected.
In which 2016 or just this last time?
This most recent term. You can look it up. I mean, again, I'm not saying that like there is some huge correlation, but the small difference is what makes a difference a lot of times. Like even to me, it's so interesting to see like, okay, the Latino vote increased for Trump from the last term. The black vote increased for Trump and that's millions of people, by the way. So we can't ignore these millions of people that changed their vote, and it made the difference.
Well, I don't know that people actually change their vote. That's the problem. It could be different people voting. These are things that you can't figure out. You cannot look at a ballot and say that somebody voted for AOC and Trump. Nobody gets to see that.
I think it's what is it? Exit polls usually, right?
It would be an exit poll, so you're just trusting a voter to say what they voted for. That's it. But they can't prove it.
You have to trust that, right? At some point.
No, you don't have to. No, you don't have to trust that. That's the least reliable poll that you could possibly take.
Are you saying that people would lie on their way out of the polls?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Because the women are there with their husbands, because the women are there with their families, because younger people are there with their Republican parents. Yes, people do lie when they come out of the polling booth. They do.
I mean,
because they're embarrassed.
I'm just trying to figure out. I come at this from a very curious perspective, and I just feel like a lot of times on these lives we talk about, we get into like the weeds on stuff and people disagree, but I'm just like kind of curious about the macro level stuff, and it is interesting.
I think it's weird that so many people did not vote. Like, I think that's a more curious thing.
Joyce, you have.
I don't think it was that different from the 2020 elections. What were the numbers?
It was a big difference. I want to say it was 3 to 4 million votes less. I think somewhere between 3 and 4 million.
That's like a rounding error.
No. So I'm trying to figure out what the concept is, and that's probably because I didn't hear it. But are you saying that people voted for Trump and the Republican Party as an anti-establishment vote purely? And so that's why the votes were split between what AOC and Trump, you said, in certain states? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that there was enough people that did that made the difference.
Okay. I think that that's somewhat correct, but I don't think that Democrats can recreate it.
Okay, so I don't know I can find the exact numbers, but the difference was that we had a 66% turnout rate in 2020 with a 64% turnout rate in 2024. So there was a 2 percentage point difference between the two elections. And I'm going to say that the reason it went down is because they got rid of mail-in voting in a lot of states.
Did they do that?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, because it was all mail-in during the pandemic. In 2020, it was all mail-in. Everybody had the capacity throughout the country to mail in their votes. So it's easier to mail in your vote than it is to actually go to a polling place. And when you make it harder to vote by forcing people to go to a polling place, you're going to have less people to vote. It's just reality.
I think the people on the right are like, hey, mail-in votes can be not real. So what I think we should do as a compromise is say we should allow mail-in votes. Hold on. Hold on. I'm
No,
gonna land
that's
it. I'm gonna land
bullshit.
it. I'm gonna land it. Hold on. What I'm saying is we should allow mail-in votes. We should make it as easy to vote as possible, but we should increase the penalty if there's fraud in the case. There should be years in prison because that is what the rights worry about. If you guys are on the left, if you're saying that there's no fraud or there's very minimal fraud, then you should be okay with increased prison sentences for people committing fraud on mail-in ballots or some other form.
Okay, I have a question. Why should we create a law based on something that is completely unsubstantiated simply because we need to compromise with Republicans? That's the first question that I have.
But you answer my
And the
question with a
second
question, though, which is kind of odd.
Well, because the thing is that it is next to nothing. There's no reason for you to introduce laws.
So then why would you be
that
opposed
shouldn't be
to
there.
large prison sentences if it's not a big deal?
Because they will use, and it's historically been done this way, they will use that to discriminate against marginalized communities. And
How?
they do that all the time.
How?
By either charging them with not voting, by either not allowing them to have voter ID laws. There's all kinds of stuff, and there are all
No,
kinds
that's
of
a
studies.
separate issue. Dude, I'm talking about in the current way that we do voting, if we allow mail-in voting and to make voting easier in general.
I'm gonna answer your question in a simple way. You can't do that at a federal level.
You can't do what?
You can't create a harsher punishment for voter fraud at a federal level.
Do you think, though, that people on the right, what they're worried about is fraud with voting? If you do mail-in voting, you can easily capture all the mail for your family, mark in all of your answers, the most motivated member of the family.
I'm just gonna tell you that never happens.
Yeah, Stephen.
Okay, so if that never happens, then why would we not at least appease the right and say, all right, if it does happen, there's a severe penalty for it.
the penalty can't be a federal one. It has to be state by state. So yeah, you can try and get all the states to agree, but good luck doing that.
And Stephen, my neighbor works at the polling place. When they get the mail-in votes, they have for each one envelope opened, they have a Democrat and a Republican standing there verifying them.
What about for mail-in?
On mail?
That's what I'm talking about. The mail-ins.
So the mail-ins, you're checking. What are you verifying? I'm curious, actually.
Hold on. Let me. Hold on. I live in an all. Okay, so Colorado is an all mail-in vote state, and there was attempted voter fraud in this last election, and it was caught before the votes ever got anywhere. But what they do, you have to sign the outside of your envelope, and then they check that signature before they even open the envelope. And if the signature is off by at least anything at all, then they verify it over and over again with other different signatures. And if they can't figure out whether it's legitimate or not, they still don't open the envelope. They require you to come in and what do they call it? Remedy your ballot at that point.
All right, so this is super interesting to me because I didn't know this. So you're saying there is a mechanism in place that verifies signatures on mail-in ballots against other signatures, across like maybe the DMV or something?
Yeah, it would be through the DMV, through your local utilities, what you use to sign up for your voter registration, because you have to show a local utility, you have to show something of your proof of address, and you have to show an ID when you register to vote as well. So it would be a signature verification across all of those multiple things. And whatever they have in the database as well. And this is done electronically, so it gets scanned. Every single ballot that comes in gets scanned for the signature verification, and if there's any question at all, it gets set aside, and that's when the process starts. And at the end of that process, they ask you to come in and remedy your vote. If you don't do that, then the vote is not counted at all. It's not opened.
All right, so that is interesting for sure. I have not, I think, by the way, that was useful to explain because I think that a lot of people on the right or just people uninformed about this particular thing like myself, we are thinking what is this, devil's advocate, like what could possibly happen if you send out stuff to people's homes and then somebody else can take it over. So you're saying there's a process to verify the signatures, and then what is the recourse on that if somebody did falsify the signature?
I can't answer that question, but I can say that I think Trump is putting ideas in his constituents' heads that there's voter fraud, a lot of voter fraud, and it's unfounded.
Sorry, I
The
stepped
thing
away.
is that I just pulled up the statistic. Sorry.
I stepped away. In Colorado, somebody last election cycle, it was a crazy old Republican woman, did break into one of the mail boxes, the large pods or whatever that have multiple homes in it, and take all the ballots out of one of those boxes and tried to submit them and was caught before they were submitted. I don't know what she did get charged with crimes. She did get found guilty of crimes. I don't remember exactly what her sentencing was, but those people were allowed to vote in person. So
the thing is that, I mean, according, I think this is Brianna Center, it's 0.0003% to 0.0025% of ballots cast. So the other thing too is that this is the fraud that we're clearly able to catch and verify that it exists. So I hate to sound like a libertarian, but why would we introduce additional law and additional restrictions when the system that we have is either solving a non-existent problem or is deterring people from doing it?
Only because people on the right, here's what I've learned. People on the right are very black and white. Once they've attached themselves to some, I mean, people on the left tend to be that way too, but people on the right are especially black and white about certain issues like AB laws, like this type of thing, where once you get caught in the minutia, it's almost like flat earth. You can find something to like wiggle your way out. So if, I'm just trying to think, like, how do you convince low information voters and people in general that are on the right, that lean to the right, that you care about voter fraud? You can say, okay, this is a small percentage, this happened, but what if you instituted something that was a severe penalty or crime, and it wouldn't take that much to do this, for voter fraud? I think that would appeal
Because
people that are kind of paranoid.
Generally, new legislation will have things added to it that could prevent or make it more difficult for minorities to vote, or like the SAVE Act, wanting to suppress women's vote.
You're talking practically from a practical perspective.
If I jump in?
Sure, Paula.
Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to Stephen, we were told that if we made everybody show their driver's license, that would be enough. They keep moving the goalpost every time they lose. What's weird is that they didn't complain.
Paula, we're not talking about that. We're talking about if somebody's found to be fraudulent.
Okay.
She wasn't finished, Stephen.
No, but she wasn't answering the question, though. She's pivoting.
No, Stephen, I wasn't pivoting. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I wasn't even finished. So they keep moving the goalpost every time they lose. What's really interesting to me is that when they win, they don't seem to have the same problem.
Right.
Stricter laws regarding fraud, that's at a state level. That's not at a federal level.
You're just falling into a talking point. You're not actually responding to what I said.
That is a legitimate response.
So, Stephen,
like, that's the whole point, is that every time we introduce voter ID or any type of voter restriction laws, because that's what it is, it disproportionately affects people of color and minorities.
But we were literally not talking about that. We were talking about if there's a legit...
If you're increasing penalties for voter fraud, right?
Yeah.
Then not...
Proven voter fraud.
Proven voter fraud.
Yeah, like if someone literally is proved to be like they signed the wrong signature or they did something where they intentionally changed the election. Because you guys are saying that doesn't really exist, right?
Do you know how many people would probably be, if that were the case and the penalties were that high, do you know how many people would be impacted by that based on false accusations of fraud in southern states?
Tiny percentage.
In deep red states.
And they should be. Honestly, it's bipartisan, red, blue, whatever. If you're found to be, if we're going to relax the laws and say you can mail it in, you can do all these things where it becomes harder to verify that.
Wait.
Hold on. Let me land. if it becomes harder to prove that is verifiable that each person did it, like if we're going to make it easier, which I stand behind, by the way, we should make it easier for people to vote. I don't agree that they should have to get off work and do all that stuff. There should be an easier way. But if it is found that they're exploiting that easier way because it does become more exploitable, there should be harsher penalties. That's how you appease both sides.
This is from Time Magazine, by the way. I just want to present this too. So the overall fraud rate is 0.003%. Mail-in voting fraud is 0.000043%, or 4 per 10 million.
Perfect. So you would be not at odds with criminalizing the people that actually do that.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
That doesn't exist.
Hold on.
Right.
June 26th of 2025, yesterday, a former Mesa County postal worker was sentenced to 5 years. 5 years in prison.
Yeah.
For voter fraud?
Sorry, for her role in stealing and submitting ballots with fraudulent signatures during the 2024 general election. 5 years. Is that enough? Is that enough for you?
Well, I mean, so that is definitely enough, and you should apply that to that. That's an elevated crime. You should apply that to anybody that's proven to be complicit in changing votes or modifying votes or fraudulently voting on behalf of family members or whatever. Why would you not want to do that?
Why are you trying to solve for a problem that doesn't exist?
Because it will exist if you make it increasingly easier for people to vote not in a voting center.
But the mail-in voting fraud is significantly less than the overall.
All right, somebody's trying to talk.
So then why are
Hold on. God damn it. Is that Paula? Are you trying to get in there?
Man, I mean, I can yell and force my way in, but I'm trying not to.
Yeah, but wait. Hey, shut up.
She's changing
the fuck. Just shut up. I don't know, Paula. You were very, very quiet. I could hear something in the background, but not much at all. So I don't know why you're quiet, but you're quiet. Kinda. That's better right there.
All right. I just was going to say, Stephen, you came at saying that you're really curious about the subject, but you don't seem curious enough to look up and do your own research, and everybody's having to tell you what actually is going on. And I'm sorry if you think that I'm changing the subject. I think you can't stick to one. Thank you.
That was your whole point? Good Lord. I was muted for that?
Stephen, don't do that. Seriously.
Don't do what?
We're supposed
He literally
to
did not even respond to what we were talking about. She came in with some random thing. She's literally not been paying attention.
Again, you're using a lot of words to say nothing or to repeat yourself.
Okay, cool. All right. Who else wants to bring up something?
I was going to say, look,
I'm
Stephen,
fine if we change the subject.
I get that you don't like debating me because you don't like it when I dog walk you around the park 50,000 times.
Oh, how did you dog walk me? That's another generic TikTok statement. You're crying. You're so upset. You're dog walking.
Take that tampon out of your ass, buddy.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a new one, actually. I appreciate that.
It's all good. Drew,
I appreciate that one. Tampon out of my ass. That's interesting.
Dude, I've been treating you with respect this whole time. You're the one that's been disrespectful.
Oh, really? I didn't say take the tampon out of your ass. That's so weird that you would say that.
Disrespectful the whole time.
How? I pointed out that you changed the subject.
I get that you don't. I have never changed the subject.
I pointed out that you changed the subject, and you said take the tampon out of your ass. That's wild.
Your lame-ass discussion. You came up here saying, "Oh, I'm so curious about this stuff. Why don't we do this?"
And I am.
Everybody has educated you on the topic, so you don't really sound curious
Nobody's
at all.
educated. You changed the subject, and then you said take the tampon out of my ass.
You don't know how to research.
Paula, is it civilized to say take the tampon out of your ass? Like, you literally just showed that you don't know how to actually have a substantive conversation.
I do, but only with intelligent people, which you're neither.
Oh, okay. Well, that's another generic statement. I'm crying. I'm not intelligent. Well, what else? Do I live in the basement of my family's home? What do you mean? Should I touch grass? Should I touch grass?
Maybe you should go touch grass because you're really escalating, and you sound like your feelings are hurt. I'm sorry.
That's another generic statement. You've literally, I've hit all the squares of my bingo card. I've hit all the squares of my bingo card.
All right. Stop. Just stop.
All right, let's take it back.
Can we maybe go?
Hold on. You said that 5 years was a good, good amount of time for what she did, right?
Yeah. I agree.
So
That's a
if that's
substantial amount of time.
okay, so if that's already on the books as what can happen, why do we need to increase it?
I'm not saying to increase it. What I'm saying is that what Mojo pointed out was something that was elevated from the standard. He was saying they were facilitating it, right? Are you? If he's saying that 5 years applies to a random person in a residential house that takes grandpa's voting card and votes on his behalf, then yes, I agree. But I don't think that's the case.
If you can get grandpa to sign the back of the envelope and you can check it for him and he knows because you're going to have to get him to sign the back of the envelope. If you can do that, then obviously he's giving you permission to fill out the ballot for him.
If he signed, yeah. What I'm saying is if it's irrefutable evidence that somebody fraudulently did it, which will increase if we make it easier. And again, I'm in favor of making it easier for people to vote.
Doesn't though.
They don't.
But it
they don't.
and it
Wait,
will.
hold on.
Against harsh
Oh
punishment.
my God! Stop!
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Shit.
Okay. Just making sure that I don't have any bars anymore.
Oh, okay. You can't prove that somebody else filled out somebody else's ballot because it's just filling in circles or whatever. So you can't prove that somebody else filled out somebody's ballot. So nobody's going to get convicted of filling out a ballot for grandpa. If and unless the signature doesn't match, but then you would have to match it with the actual person's signature that did fill out the ballot. Now, if the signature matches, there's nothing you can do about it. If the signature doesn't match and you can prove that it's one of the siblings or one of the daughters or the children or whatever, then sure, you can go after that person. But otherwise, you've got no opportunity to do anything. The only thing they would do in that particular position is figure out that the signature didn't match, and they would send or they would call or send a text or however you have it set up through the state, through the Secretary of State. They would contact the actual voter and say that we have an issue with your ballot. We'd like you to come in and remedy that issue. And then he would have the chance to go down and fill out a ballot, a new ballot at that point. That would be the remedy to that situation.
Yes, but do you agree, by the way, that if you send ballots to houses, again, I'm just thinking about this from a human, behavioral perspective. If you send a bunch of ballots to all the houses of all the family members that are adults, do you think that whether it's left or right, do you think that leaves open the door for somebody that's motivated enough within the family to take all those ballots and to have people sign stuff that are not really that into politics and submit them? By the way, this could affect.
You have to be registered. You have to be registered to vote. They don't send ballots to every single fucking house. You have to be registered to get a ballot. Once you are registered, they send you a ballot. They tell you, as a matter of fact, I get a text. They let me know when it's on its way. They let me know when it's dropped off in the mailbox. I pick it up out of the mailbox. I fill it out. I put it back in the mailbox. They let me know. They send me another text letting me know that it was been picked up. They send me another text letting me know that it's received at the counting facility. So I get 4 different texts while I'm getting that fucking ballot. So I know exactly where the goddamn thing is too.
And so do that again. I think this is a worthy discussion. Does it create a flag if each ballot has the same phone number associated with it?
Oh my God!
No, why would you?
Problems that don't
Paula,
exist.
No.
Calm down. I asked Mojo a question.
He's right.
So, Stephen.
Sorry, why would it?
So,
I mean, don't you have husband and wives who living in the same house?
Yeah, but I'm just asking. I'm asking a question.
I mean,
why would it?
Stephen, do you have a home phone number?
No, of course not.
Stephen,
so a lot of
you're still.
Actually, I do now. Have you guys heard of the tin can? It's actually kind of cool. Kids can call other kids on a home phone. But anyway, no, I don't really have a home phone.
So a lot of people that live out in the middle of nowhere, like I do, have home phones because, for one, up until just recently, our internet was very spotty and not reliable, so we couldn't guarantee that we would be able to use our cell phones. Also, another thing, too, is because of the sheer amount of telemarketing and how our information gets sold, they, a lot of people will put their home phone number because guess what? They're not going to answer their home phone number.
Hold on, stand still. Hold on.
A lot of ballots are
Mojo-
going to have the same phone number.
Mojo was
That-
talking about the process of getting informed at every step of the way after you've made your vote and your election. I was just asking, is there some red flag or process to catch it if there are people that have the same phone number for multiple ballots? Because if not, then that whole process does not that whole process does not eliminate fraud if the same person can receive all of that and say, yes.
Are the same ballots going to have the same signature?
No, and that's what I agree with that.
And boom, right there's your fraud.
Yeah,
That's how you detect whether there's fraud or not.
I agree.
I don't get two shits about if they all have the same phone number. Guess what? They all can't have the same damn signature.
I agree.
It's not that complicated.
I agree. I was just, as a thought experiment, because this is important, is there potential for fraud on both sides? Again, not left or right. If you send a whole batch of ballots, and Mojo responded to that saying, well, no, because you get a notification every step of the way. And I said, well, what if they have the same phone numbers? And now we're full circle. You're saying it doesn't matter because it's a signature.
Yeah, you don't have to get texts. You don't have to get texts. You could get phone calls. You could get emails. I would think that would be the three ways that they would notify you. I don't remember what the exact ways that you could possibly be notified, but there were multiple ways that you could be notified. I just picked a text because I knew I would get the text. So, but I do know plenty of older people that were only one where they share a cell phone. So older people might actually share a cell phone and actually have the same exact phone number. Just so you know.
But also you have to be registered to vote, right? I'm sorry. I think this thought experiment has already been done. I mean, Oregon also has mail-in ballots where they send it to every registered voter, and there's been no overwhelming amount of fraud. Colorado is another example. The way Florida does mail-in, they actually count the votes as they come in, which is why they can have day of or nighttime results. Stephen, there's never been to this date any amount of fraud that has impacted an election.
Do you think that if there was, let me ask you a couple questions.
Problem that doesn't exist.
Let me ask you a couple questions. Do you think that if there was fraud, it would be a big deal?
I think the states, I do think fraud should be punished.
If there was fraud that could sway elections, would it be a big deal?
Well,
I don't think it would be that big of a deal.
What?
Because I don't think it'll happen. I don't think there's a way for that to happen.
Mojo said that if there's fraud that could sway elections, it's not a big deal.
Wait, no, you didn't say could sway an election.
Yeah, I did say that. So
no,
if
you
there was
didn't.
Fraud,
I didn't hear you say that.
Let me re-ask it then. Let me re-ask it. If there was fraud, enough fraud that could sway an election, would that be a big deal?
Go find me a single case of that happening in American history.
But you're agreeing that it would be. So
go find me a single case.
But you agree that if it did happen, it would be a big deal. So that's why I say, if people are proved to be fraudulent in their ballots, whatever they're doing, that should be a serious offense. And they should.
Yeah, I'm okay with. I would be okay with putting on a RICO statutes. For Christ's sake, that's a conspiracy. If you're going to get that many votes.
Not even that many, just a single person that signs their cousin's ballot. Or
there's not a single person that could ever change an election in this country. There's not been an election that's ever been. There's never been an election in this country that has ever been decided by one vote.
Mojo, it's the social contagion aspect of this. Let me land. I'll be quick. If you're in a city, which we already see this today, that is light on crime, what happens? Crime increases. It's not just one person that affects it. It's the one person that tells their cousin, their friend, everything else.
That's not true.
Next thing you know,
wait, that's not true. Wait, you can't prove that.
That's not true.
You can't even prove that if they're light on crime. You can't even give me the definition of light on crime. And you think you're going to be able to prove that the city that is light on crime is going to have higher rates of crime? You can't fucking prove that shit. What an idiotic statement.
Wait, Mojo. This is a good talking point.
Hold on. Damn it, Stephen. Now you're the one that's moving the goalposts because did you say... Yeah, you said that if it was to sway an election, would fraud be important? And we said yes. And then you said one vote. I'm sorry, but not one vote is going to sway an election.
It's not swayed, it's sway. But also, on top of that...
whatever, sway an election, Stephen.
On top of that,
Quit being a dick.
you guys are missing the point. When we talk about how to develop laws and how long people should go in prison, it's not thinking about one individual person. It's thinking about how many people could do it that could create a problem for society. So when I give the example of one person doing that, what I'm saying is if they do it and people find out they can do it and there's no punishment for it, more people are going to do it. And again, this is not a left or right issue.
All right, so I have a question.
Respond, please? May I respond? Stephen, you're proving the fact that uneducated white men vote for Trump.
Oh, good one.
That's isn't there.
But Stephen, no offense.
If there's you can't. It's pretty hard to create a law for something that has never happened before. So to create a law to create it, no, it has not happened. No election has ever been overturned by election fraud. That's never happened in American history.
I agree.
Okay, so it hasn't happened. So you cannot create. You cannot create. Hey, shut up. So you can't create a law that will charge murder for a fucking robot that commits murder. You can't create that law because that doesn't even exist yet. It would be stupid to even fucking think about it. So to think about an election being overturned by fraud is just dumb. It's never happened in American history. The likelihood of it happening is about as likely as pigs flying. So it's fucking stupid. But I also want to give you another example here. So there's a woman, last name Urex in California. She was actually able to vote in her dog's name. She was actually able to register a dog and vote in 3 different election cycles in her dog's name.
5 years in prison.
6. She was what she faced was 6 years in prison.
Perfect.
But in October...
Was she Republican?
Can I finish my goddamn statement?
Love you.
Yes, she was a Republican. But she pled down to a misdemeanor charge, and her sentencing is going to be in October. So we won't know what actual sentence she gets until then.
Stephen, where the heck did he go?
He probably caught a VIO, given the fact that he engages with so many leftists simultaneously. I know the feeling. The struggle is real.
How did he catch a violation?
He didn't catch a violation.
He dropped. Oh, I guess he had to go then. So does Isaac has... okay.
Sorry, Brendan. His argument is essentially, if we put stricter... okay. Stephen, so is your argument that if we put stricter laws, fraud won't happen?
Yeah, it would extremely discourage it. And why would you be against that?
Do people still commit murder, knowing that there's
severe penalties,
an unaliving penalty?
Yeah, and there's severe penalties. That's why murder, it doesn't people think about how much more of that would happen if there was not as harsh of a penalty for it.
But look at how much does happen even with that harsh penalty.
So should there not be a harsh penalty? Is that your case?
I think this is a ridiculous argument because it has
you
not
just
happened.
Lost your argument.
I haven't.
No.
And I'm not going to debate this subject with somebody that doesn't realize that states run their elections. So you can't, to Mojo's point, you cannot have a federal law.
What you're attempting to do is justify not tightening up election security because right now it's the fashionable thing to do because your party tells you.
And on top of that, by the way, what the left does a lot is they say it doesn't happen now, but we want to change the rules where it will be likely to happen, but because it doesn't happen now, we shouldn't worry about it.
Mail-in voting is more secure than voting in person. I don't know what you're talking about.
Stephen, what is your suggestion? What is
it's literally just that if you're on the left or the right and you commit voter fraud, you should be harshly penalized. If we're going to open it up to where people can more easily vote, which I'm for, by the way, then there needs to be a harsher penalty if people fraudulently vote. That would appease both sides.
Did you not say earlier
what
that
what
5
is
years was a sufficient
right?
penalty? Did you say that before? Because listen, earlier I said
Hey,
there were no
if you're willing to
federal
agree that 5
offenses,
years is
and I
good, then
was
I'm good with
actually
that.
wrong. There's federal and state penalties, but under the federal for federal elections, it's $10,000 fine and up to 5 years in prison. Is that okay with you?
Hey, if everyone
Wait,
got
there
a
can't.
mandatory 5 years, I'm good with that.
Wait, there can't be a federal. How do you do a federal law?
I'm
It's a
literally
state
looking at
crime.
it right now.
It's a state crime.
The penalty for voter fraud in the United States depends on whether the offense is charged under federal or state law.
How can there be a federal law?
Because
You don't.
It's a federal election. If it's a
Yeah, but
federal election.
it doesn't matter whether it's a federal election. It's the your vote's never going to leave the
mail
state.
fraud.
Well, it's the
Your
US
vote.
code dot house is where I got it. So
Okay.
I'm no expert on it. I'm just telling you what I've seen in my little bit of research. But I guess
I just don't
Stephen's
know
point
how it
is
can be federal. The only way, no, it's not mail fraud. You can't do mail fraud because that would only account for mail-in ballots. So I guess you could if it were on mail-in ballots, but the vast majority of people don't vote on mail-in ballots. So I would say it's not mail fraud. Actually, I can imagine a way it would be federal. That would be if you move from one state to another state and try and vote in both states. That would be a federal charge.
It says false information when registering or voting for more than once, as you said, in a federal election, election official intimidation, coercion, submitting fraudulent voter registration. There's some other stuff as well. But I'm really interested, Stephen, because you've already agreed that these were pretty sufficient penalties, correct? The 5-year imprisonment.
Yep, 100%.
So,
And that's my whole point.
You mentioned earlier that you thought that did you not mention earlier that you really thought that we should be more strict on mail-in voting? Did I miss that part?
I left it open. I said, should there be harsh penalties? And you guys all recoiled. No, there shouldn't be because it doesn't even exist.
None of us said that.
So
We said you're creating a problem that doesn't currently exist in any way, shape, or form.
It will exist if we make it easier.
Stephen, stop interrupting everybody who's trying to answer you.
I was quiet for a while, actually.
I have to agree. I have to agree with you. You are interrupting every single person that's talking.
Okay, I'll mute up.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, I just wanted to say something after you.
No, it's perfectly fine. I just think, Stephen, that Paula has explained it to you, Sammy has explained it to you, Mojo has, and Stargazer has. So you've had 4, and if you want to include me, 5 people that have tried to tell you what the current history of mail-in fraud has been, as well as our agreement that it definitely should be a penalty and a strict penalty, and then the part where it's never changed any election that we know of. Period. It just hasn't. So you're creating a problem in order to solve what?
It could have been. Oh, she asked me a question. It could have been resolved if you guys would have said, yes, I agree, harsh penalties should apply. But you guys all, no, I mean, yeah, well, what about this and that? And, it doesn't exist. Why not just say yes? And by the way, somebody just said, is 5 years enough? Yes, 5 years is enough. I think if everybody knew they were going to get 5 years in prison if they falsified a vote, then yes, I'm good with that.
That's why my immediate reaction. That's why my immediate reaction was to go look up the people that had been charged and see what their sentences were.
But that was someone that was coordinating it. That wasn't an individual.
No, it was not coordinating it. It was somebody that worked at the fucking post office that actually broke into the fucking postal box to get the goddamn ballots.
Exactly.
That's not a coordination.
That lives at a house.
That's not a coordination. What the fuck?
But it's not an individual that lives at a house.
It was an individual.
Cousins.
It was an individual.
It wasn't an individual that falsified. Listen to the rest of it. That falsified their cousin's ballot. You're talking about something.
Yes. Wait, hold on. I went through that too. You cannot. You can't even figure out if somebody falsified somebody else's ballot or not. You can't.
You totally could.
No, you can't.
If someone forged a signature,
then you wouldn't know who forged it.
But you would know it was falsified.
Stephen, hold on, stop for a second. Your signature on a mail-in ballot has to match your signature that's on your driver's license or what they have on record. It's your digital signature. Secondly, I've been listening for a while here. Now, you seem like somebody who's on the right who doesn't want more government. Is that a safe assumption?
Yeah.
What?
Do you see a problem with that?
Government to grow.
Okay.
I want more departments. Is that a safe assumption?
Correct.
Do you see a problem with your argument?
What you're advocating for is what other countries have. For example, in Canada and UK, in Canada we have something called Elections Canada. For all federal elections, it is an apolitical federal body that runs the election. Right? That is essentially what you're asking for. You want some kind of federal oversight on federal elections. Even though it's in the Constitution that the states are the ones that are supposed to do it, it would have to be some kind of federal agency that is working with conjunction with the states to figure out some kind of standard on how they run their elections, which again would be more government.
Not how they run them, what the penalty would be if you falsify something. Because again, either we have to make people show up, or if we're going to make it easier, which again, I'm for it, we should make it easier. I think it does discriminate against people that are on the left, actually, who have jobs where it's hard for them to get out and go vote and go to the voting polls. So they don't actually get to go there. I think we should make it easier for people to vote. But I just said there should be harsh penalties, and there was a lot of pushback for some reason.
What is the current penalty that you're having an issue with?
Well, I'm just saying nobody that I'm aware of that's been found individually.
Current penalty?
Well, Mojo.
What is the current penalty?
Mojo's saying 5 years, and I'm good with that, but I don't think that's being applied.
I said 6.
Look it up before you start objecting to it.
It's going to be a state-by-state basis, and Paula just gave you the federal charge. That's if you vote in 2 different states for a single election. But I gave you California, where she did register a dog to vote, and she did vote for her dog. That would be an individual in a house that falsified a registration as well as a ballot. And the charges were going to be 6 years. She pled down to a misdemeanor, so we'll figure out what the charges or what the sentencing will be in October.
All I'm saying, so I'll just land here. You guys earlier, I think, agreed that if there was enough fraud to sway an election, it would be a gigantic deal. So, and that all starts at the individual level that spreads like wildfire among other people that continue to do it. So hold on, I'm almost done.
Nobody's talking, you dipshit.
She was not on mute. She said something. My whole point was, if that is the case, why would we not snuff it out and be on the same page that there should be harsh penalties, not just for someone that goes to a post office and does that, because that's clear, but any one individual that thinks to themselves, I'm going to do this, which could spread to a bunch of other people they know that could sway an election. Why would we not want harsh penalties for even one person that falsified a voting record for a family member or a friend?
Well, okay, I'm going to ask you guys.
You are not understanding. There are already harsh penalties in place. You just don't hear about them because guess what? It doesn't fucking happen.
It's never happened? Or are you saying that in the small number of cases that it's happened, it's been pled down to community service violation or sentence?
What's the penalty of the state?
I'm sorry, Mojo. What did you just say about the lady that got caught in Colorado? Is she now spending 5 years in jail?
Yeah.
Or has that been pled down to?
No.
Because the person that with the dog, it sounds like they didn't serve any time. They were able to.
They're not sentenced. They're sentenced in October. Why are you not listening, Stephen?
God gave you 2 ears and one mouth for a fucking reason.
Let's all put a pin in this, and we'll circle back in October and see what happens. I guarantee it's not going to be a 5-year sentence.
No, it probably won't be. She was originally charged for 6 years, but we'll see what it's pled down to.
Hey, Mojo, quick question. I've been listening for a little bit. Someone on here knows about the process. The signatures that are validated, are they validated by a computer or are they validated by they are? Okay.
Yeah, in Colorado, it's electronic.
Okay, thank you.
Stargazer, did you have
Yes.
CS is in the request? I'd like to bring
that's
CS.
fine. Drop me down.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are also validated by computer in Virginia too.
Oh, well, she was in request.
Well, I think you have another opposition with Brendan Rose. He probably has some thoughts on this.
Oh, I'm always really careful. Thanks, Stephen. I'm always really careful when talking about hot dog eating contests because they tend to slam me right into violations. So I'm careful.
David Paul voted for Trump as well, just so everybody knows. I don't think he's real supportive of Trump anymore, but he was on earlier.
Yeah, I was. No, I'm not supportive of Trump, but I had to do what I had to do because of the border. But we don't have to go back into that. I'm just listening, really.
I'm just going to echo what Fee was saying. If it's not a problem, why is it such a big? Why are you so emotional about it?
He gave you that answer. He said because if we make it easier to vote, it's going to happen more often.
Are any of you familiar with Tammany Hall?
Yeah, Chicago. That would be like the Chicago voting dead people or whatever. Or was it New York? Voting for with dead people voting, yes. Right? Yeah.
Precisely. Large scale organized effort at hot dog eating contest fraud. So I hear constantly on this app that, it's never happened and it has. It's happened on a large scale.
No, I don't think it did that.
Okay, I guess I was done.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sure. Yeah. The fact that we have had leaps and bounds in technology since then and not a whole lot of change in how voting works. I mean, there are other countries not nearly as proficient with technology as us that have biometric databases for who votes. There is no good reason that any of you leftists can bring up as to why it's a good idea not to secure elections in the face of changing technology. So, yeah, nice try.
What's the... Oh, sorry, Civics. Go ahead.
He says not to secure it. So what is our objection to securing them? Secure them how?
In any way, shape, or form. You guys literally come up here and with your full chest say that somehow requiring an ID to vote is somehow racist. The newest one is it's sexist. Because a woman who changed her name when she was 18 years old somehow is incapable of acquiring an ID with which to vote. It is so entertaining, so I appreciate you saying it, but we're all making fun of you.
Donovan, stop. What is our contention with mandatory IDs for voting? You should know this. You hang out on left panels enough.
Hold on
and not what Fox told you or I don't know where the fuck you get your conspiracy theories from. What is our contention?
Okay.
That securing elections in and of themselves is somehow racist or now sexist. We're laughing at you.
Okay, again, you're going in circles because you know the answer and you don't want to look like a fool. We've said numerous times, make IDs free and we won't have a problem. If you're requiring IDs to vote, we don't want any kind of obstacles in the way of you being able to vote. And if a voter ID or some form of ID is necessary for you to vote because that's the law, then associated with that law is also free IDs.
It also has to be mailed in or mailed to you or made easy to obtain, because I can see them if they attach it to, say, a polling place or something like that, and then they shut down a bunch of polling places so everybody in a particular district can only go one place to get their ID, their voter ID. That makes it really hard to get a voter ID for the people that can't stand in line for 8 hours or whatever. So they'd have to make sure that everybody has equal access to get that ID too. And Tammany Hall existed from it looks like 1800 to about 1870, and they did control and manipulate the elections in New York City. They did. It does say here that they influenced presidential elections, but they weren't able to stuff ballots for presidential elections. I don't know how they influence. But these were all local elections too, not the presidential election or senators or whatever. This is for mayors and governors mostly.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I never said it was a federal election. What I was talking about
I know. I was just giving an explanation.
Yeah, I just had a guy from Vivint come to my front porch and tell me that, that we have the quickest response out of any. I'm like, wait, are you saying that you have control over the dispatch of police? And he's like, yeah. So I told him to get off my porch. That's why I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry, Civics. It was a knock on my door I had to answer.
You actually don't have to answer those, by the way. Just get one of those like robot doorbells.
Oh, you mean like what are those called? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Ring.
Ring, that's it.
Yeah, Ring or any of the other ones that have cropped up.
A friend of mine who's a man.
I do have video surveillance, but I don't have Ring. I don't want anything that could possibly render access to the internet.
Yeah, I don't.
There are closed systems.
A friend of mine that used to have like people come frequently to their house. No, that's okay. A friend of mine that used to have people come frequently to their house used to show up in the door butt naked. Like, what do you guys want? And it kept them away every single time. And then a new group would show up.
Oh, that's a terrible idea.
Well, there's a
YouTuber
he was like, just get off my porch.
A TikToker is in court right now over this because she, what was that? She was delivering food to that guy's house, and then his door was open.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish. I don't think I heard this case. Go ahead.
You haven't heard this story? This is a huge. You guys are all TikTokers. How have you not heard this? This person that worked for like Uber Eats or something. She showed up to a house. The door was open, kind of. She moved some part of the door to look in, and this guy was like naked from the waist down, passed out on his couch. And she got millions of views for exposing him and claiming that it was SA and all that stuff. And she ended up getting deleted from TikTok and removed from Uber Eats, and now she's in court because she broke the law by showing a video of this guy naked on his couch.
Yeah, that's crazy. And the other thing is, like, well, I mean, like, if you want to argue whatever, she was somewhat invited to his house, but she should have never opened the door. I'm arguing the other side where people show up at your door and you're allowed to answer it however you want.
I don't know, though. I mean, that's kind of gray.
I don't think it's gray. What would be gray about that?
Well, that's if you answer the door,
decent exposure.
Yeah, if you answer the door in the buff and people can see you from the street, then yeah, that would be exposure.
No, that's wild. First of all, they had their and this is weird because I slept at that house many a times. Again,
what are you telling us? Are there more stories here?
No, but they lived across from a graveyard, and I hated that. There was no one that could see them but the dead, so it wasn't indecent exposure to anyone. It was somebody came to the door, they answered it the way that they did, and that person never came back.
So I had a friend in high school, and he wasn't my friend very long. The main reason he wasn't my friend very long is because he had this problem where some of his neighbors, I guess, he was fond of. So what he would do is he would stand at his front door, with just the screen, and do things. He was arrested, even at 17 years of age.
Holy crap!
Spent like a year and a half in jail. So, all right, tell me again, CS, how that's not illegal.
All right, you guys.
Sorry, I was responding to a comment.
Yeah, before you do, I've been live for like 2 hours, and we only have 3.3 thousand likes. Come on, tap the screen, please. Tap the screen, show the live, do the heart me. Gift the panel. Thank you.
His name is Eugene. I cannot look at another person named Eugene the same again.
Wait, can you tell me what happened? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what happened is I had a friend in high school. I mean, we were like 17 years old at the time. But he had some neighbors, I guess, that he was fond of. And what he used to do is open his door and stand there with just the screen and do things. He was arrested. He spent like a year and a half in jail. Well, of course it's gross. I'm just saying, just because you're inside your door, if people can see you from the street, it's different. Laws are nuanced in that way.
I just told you that he lived across from a graveyard.
Oh, okay.
What if it's through a window? What if you're not?
That's still super risky, though. I mean, someone's walking by or something.
Why are we having this conversation?
That's a good question. I don't get how we went from mail-in voting to this.
We were talking about technology too, and how there's a need that if we have people in office that aren't, I don't know, on average 80 or so years old, that they can write laws that will head off issues that are we may be facing soon.
That's not the way the law works.
Voting is obviously a way that that great harm can be done to this country and to its people if we're not careful who gets into office. So all we are attempting to do here on the patriotic side over here is make sure that our elections are secure. And you guys should be helping us secure the elections, not stopping it and giving us flaccid reasons like our attempts are racist or sexist.
Okay, so you obviously missed what Civic said when you brought this stupid shit point up before. No, Brendan, you know what the fucking reason is. The reason is that it's unconstitutional to have a poll tax. That's the reason.
Oh yeah, Jim Crow 2.0, that old Jim.
Hey, Brendan, are you against free IDs for everybody?
Am I against free ideas for everyone or IDs?
Identification? Identification, yes.
I don't think $6 to $13 is too much to pay for identification.
Doesn't matter. I don't care if it's a penny. Are you against free IDs for everybody?
Yeah, free is not a word that I believe in.
Okay, state financed IDs. Hold on. State finance IDs.
Tax-funded IDs.
Steven! Go ahead, Civics.
Yeah, Brendan. State-funded IDs.
Again, I don't think it's an expense that's.
It's unconstitutional.
Of a regular.
It's unconstitutional.
You
don't care about the Constitution? What do you know? Republicans don't give two shits about the Constitution.
Muster $13.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you can muster it or not. It's unconstitutional.
So if you can't muster $13 or $20 or whatever, and a state budget can't handle that, then maybe we shouldn't be making that a requirement to be able to vote.
All right, let me put it to you this way, Civics. If you can't manage to scrape together enough couch change, $13, to get an ID, should you be voting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it doesn't make you less American.
Hey, Brendan.
Wow. There we are.
Do you think that those that have worked all their life and everything like that and now only have Social Security, do you think that they should have to choose between their food versus being able to have their civic duty?
The only reason that you are all affirming that question, that easy slow ball, the only reason you are doing is because you understand that most of the knuckle-dragging, window-licking nitwits are on your side.
I don't think so. I think that's definitely your side.
We're on
It's definitely that.
Well, if that were true, then I would be disenfranchising my own voters. Isn't that true, Paula?
We are for.
You guys seem to be objecting because you think that your voters are going to be disenfranchised.
You seem to think that I think that it is okay to disenfranchise anybody's vote, even people I don't agree with, which you couldn't be further from the truth. I believe, like the Constitution, that people we do have the right to vote. We do need people to exercise their right to vote. Don't you agree, Donovan?
Okay, let me put it a different way, Paula.
It's an easy question.
Do you think people who are mentally impaired should be voting?
Is there a law against them voting?
That's irrelevant. I asked you. We were just talking about how we should probably change the laws.
No taxation without representation.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not saying the person.
Okay, so Brendan, we've made this an amendment to the Constitution for a reason. I'm sorry that the Democrats are pro-Constitution, and I'm sorry that the Republicans are anti-American. I'm sorry that you happen to side with the people that are anti-American and don't give a fuck about the Constitution. But that's a choice you made. You can make a different choice. You can make a better choice. It's out there for you.
When you're out of power, you're pro-Constitution. When you're in power, you want to do everything you can to undermine it.
Prove that.
Okay. The Department of Misinformation. You guys are, and you're also totally fine with forcing the American people to take an experimental medical treatment.
Nobody was forced to take any treatment. Nobody was forced to take any fucking medical treatment at all. Nobody was forced to fucking take any kind of medical treatment at all. And the Office of Misinformation was meant to go look at disinformation online, and it was never put in place, so you have nothing to bitch about. Brendan, now can you give an example, because you haven't done so yet?
your attempts to pervert the Constitution while you're in power, and then when you're not in power, you attempt.
Yeah.
To
So where is that perversion of the Constitution? Where is that perversion of the Constitution?
You attempted to install a Department of Misinformation. True or false?
Again, no. There was no department. There was no Department of Misinformation. There was never implemented. It was a working plan.
The country
It was a working plan that never got implemented, and it was not against the First Amendment. It was not. What did they do? What did they do, Brendan? What did they do? What was the purpose? What was the purpose? What was the purpose? What was the purpose? What was the purpose, Brendan?
The stated purpose was to combat misinformation. Right?
Mojo.
Mis and disinformation?
Yeah.
Hey, Brendan.
You tried. You failed.
That's not unconstitutional. That's not unconstitutional.
Oh God, having the government try and determine what speech is allowed and what speech isn't is literally the reason for the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States.
Except they had no.
Hold on, one at a time, please.
Except that they had no. Except that they had.
1 second,
God
David, 1
fucking
second,
damn it.
David, 1 second. Mojo's gonna go, Brendan, and then you.
Except that they had no power to tell anybody what to do. All they were doing was researching the subject. That was it. That's what it was set up for.
Yeah, I understand the narrative that you guys started with, but
it wasn't a narrative.
It was. You attempted to do it. The American.
It's in writing, for Christ's sake. It's not a fucking narrative. It was in writing for their fucking charter.
Steve. He's not going to let me say anything.
No, I'm just eating chips over here. Someone else can chime in.
David, you had something to say?
Yeah, David's going to go next, but I will answer that, Brendan. But go ahead, David.
I think David was going to say that they were pressuring social media companies to silence speech too. You did that too.
Yeah, was I on mute? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I muted you.
I'm pretty sure that the Biden administration did reach out to social media companies. I think Zuckerberg came out publicly and said that about the vaccine and removing things that was anti-vax.
We just have to be careful with language, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to tone police, but if we could use... No, it's okay. Maybe use... what do we use for that word?
Yep. It's a vestigial tale of the Biden administration.
Oh, stop this.
Yeah, Brendan,
it's second. Not
I'm sorry, David. I'm sorry, David, continue on. I just want to be careful. Maybe say the jab works.
Oh, okay, that's where I went wrong. Okay.
No worries.
I'm pretty sure that that's true, that the Biden administration did reach out to social media companies and tried to curtail the certain things about the jab.
And what certain things were those?
They were shutting down things that were anti-jab, like not allowing people to post that stuff.
Were they scientific research? Were they peer reviewed, or were they just people saying things because they politically bought into one person's narrative?
Does that
Jay
matter?
Bhattacharya.
It does.
The Great Barrington Declaration. Yeah, these
matter.
were.
And I'm so surprised too. Like, you're screaming free speech or First Amendment. Maybe David and Brendan, when you didn't want people who are maybe have learning disabilities not to vote. And I'm saying learning disabilities because I don't want to say the real thing, what you said.
Mentally impaired is what I said.
Yeah, and if they don't have $13, right? All right, so if they don't have $13, you want to deny their free speech? Because their free speech would be their vote. That would be the ultimate vote.
What I'm saying is a person with clear mental handicaps, while they have representation, maybe shouldn't be, allowed to affect the vote.
How do we do that?
Because of the fact that they don't have sound cognitive faculties. I mean, I'm not surprised you guys say this stuff. You elect people without sound cognitive faculties. But I'm talking about their ability to put them in place.
How would we accomplish that, though? I mean, are we all going to take these tests now? Are we going to have a law that requires everybody not only has to furnish their birth certificate, their ID, utility, whatever the fuck, but now I also have to go see a therapist and get a sign off from them for me to vote? I mean, what is your suggestion to accomplish this goal?
No, I'm not saying it would be something required to get when you voted, but once you got a diagnosis, if you lose half your brain, maybe you shouldn't be able to have a firearm. I don't know, just spitballing here, or vote.
Cool. So now you're for safer
Did I just
controls
hear
over the
red
second?
flag laws?
Yes. Yeah, there are instances under which red flag laws are probably a good idea. If you have someone that has committed domestic violence, maybe they shouldn't have access to their pew-pews. I don't think most reasonable Americans would disagree with that.
So you think that people who aren't as smart as you shouldn't be able to vote? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely not.
I just don't know where your line is. I mean, how are we going to adjudicate somebody as that way?
It would be catastrophic loss of brain function, similar to your last president.
No, that would be your president.
Nice try. You opened
Let's
the door.
not do
You're just
that.
mad I kicked it in.
Sammy's had her paw for a while. Sammy, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, and then I can drop for Deef because Deef looks like he's getting ready to have a coronary.
Good. Deef, we got to do that.
So, Brenda, you served, correct? I think I remember that.
Correct.
So, did you know every single thing that was put in your arm?
Yeah, there's an entire schedule that they give us prior to getting
You knew
jabbed.
every single thing that they put in your arm.
Correct.
Did you have a choice to say no?
No, all of those were specifically were vaxes. I'm being careful with my words here. Vaxes that have been tested, human trials, the whole 9 yards. Not something that's experimental and needed special permission to avoid and not have human trials. We're talking about two totally different things here. Try not to conflate them.
There were human trials, Brendan.
There were absolutely not human trials,
Yes,
as a matter
yes,
of fact.
there were.
Yes, there were.
And what was the sample size for those human trials compared to what the sample size normally is?
Wait, how do you wait? You just said there were not human trials, and now you're suggesting that the sample size is too small. Is it that there were human trials, or you just didn't like the trials?
No, that's not it at all. What I'm trying to say is that specifically, and I know this is getting a little deeper than most of you leftists like, but there were lots of questions for various companies that were creating that in Europe as opposed to here. We have
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
When they asked those pharmaceutical companies if there were human trials, they had to admit that there was not, Mojo, is what I'm saying.
I need a leftist to drop, if possible, please, for Deef, because he is spazzing.
Who is spazzing?
Deef. He's not literally spazzing. We love Deef, but I think he'll have some good arguments, and I think today he is on the right, so it is a change of pace for him. I'm just trolling you, Deef.
Hold on, give me 1 second to get this one, and then I will definitely drop for Deef. There were...
There were human trials.
I can help if you're looking for like trials. So the HPV vaccine, it was 20 to 30,000 participants across pivotal trials. If you're looking at the Pfizer jab, it was 43,500 participants.
Gee, I'm gonna drop you for another conservative as well.
Okay.
Thank you. You've been here the
It did
longest.
push through approval through the FDA, though. I mean, that was
they gave emergency approval because again, Operation Warp Speed dropped that. Again, everybody conveniently forgets about Operation Warp Speed getting rid of or clearing the way for the speediness of the development.
We didn't forget, Sammy. We didn't forget. Matter of fact, it was kind of suspicious that Fauci had that ready. Why did Fauci get a pardon again, Sammy?
The same way Rudy did. I was just wondering about if we could go back to the voting conversation. If that's
So they're both bad?
No, hold on.
Yeah,
I would just like to say, based on the research from New England Journal of Medicine, it says that where the question was that came up, were the COVID or C jabs trials unusually small? The answer is no. They were actually among the largest vaccine efficacy trials ever conducted. The debate was more about
speed and duration follow-up, not the number of participants. However, we've found over time and time again, after the jab was delivered, they have met all of the criteria from the HPV, the rotavirus, and the varicella vaccine.
At the time the question was asked, specifically with regards to the dawn of this particular pandemic, were the trials completed at that time? Or are you talking about sample sizes from after it's already been completed?
Again, based on what is stat sig and the sample sizes that were given and what was an absolute emergency that we had to get this out into the public because people were dying. I don't know if you remember how many people died in the United States or across the world.
Yeah, we still can't talk about some of those circumstances.
We had to get that out.
Why that is.
So based those numbers on, I don't know if you know
horribly skewed.
What I don't know. Again, I'm trying to speak, Brendan. So please don't speak over me. I don't know if you know what StatSig is, and I don't know if you understand how long they had to study that in order for it to become viable. However, the mRNA was a known method, a known route of administrating the jabs. So this was not new technology. They just introduced something new on top of it. And so when it was, stat sig, they said, okay, let's roll this out. And who,
totally safe and effective.
Who was president under that? Who did Operation Warp Speed?
That was Donald Trump, but I think that they should have been giving it to the jail prisoners before they.
Are you fucking serious?
Voters,
no.
Old people, right?
That's horrible.
I don't know what kind of experiment that fucking was.
Wow.
Associate with these people.
I hate to say it, but Dave should probably chime in here.
I would love for Dave to chime in.
That was bad, Rosa.
Any part of that, Rosa? I'm sorry.
What? I'm sorry. What did you say?
I missed the beginning part.
She wants to put experimental vaccine.
Before it was given to frontline workers and old people.
Rosa, no, that's not good. That's not good.
Yes, it is. They're
that's
the state.
That's like you. Wait. Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Why would you give it to the frontline workers, the military,
or involuntary?
We had volunteers.
All right. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Deef, I would love to hear from Deef.
Well, no. So I wanted to go back to, first of all, with the pressuring of Meta and Facebook, which we had a letter from Zuckerberg.
Let's go back to that.
Yeah. So you guys were talking about how there was no pressure from political, people, and the Biden administration quite literally pressured Zuckerberg to silence free speech. He even came out and addressed it in a letter that he was repeatedly pressured from 2020 to 2022 to keep people off of their platform from saying things. And then you referenced.
Wait. Deef, show me the evidence that he gave for that claim.
Yeah. So you're talking about when it came down to his letter. What he read publicly?
Yeah. What evidence did he give for that?
You can read the letter.
No, what evidence? What evidence did he give for that?
He read that letter in front of Congress.
Okay, so it was just what he said. He has no evidence to prove that this action. He had no evidence. He had no evidence. He had no. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
I don't want to, Brendan. Stop.
He had no evidence to prove. He had no evidence to prove his statement. Is that correct?
So what do you qualify as evidence?
I don't know, fucking emails or texts or phone calls. This is a tech company. They keep everything.
Yeah, so he had emails from the White House, which were sending them to Meta to try to silence and make sure he was.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did not.
No, he did not.
Yes, he
did.
He did.
No, he didn't. Provide them. Provide them.
Okay, I will absolutely provide them.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
An evidence off. Let's do it.
I'm not trying to pile on, but Deef and I were having a conversation in the comments about this because I think it was.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Go ahead. See ya. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I want you to look up your information. I'll stop. That's not fair. I'll stop.
No, you're good. I'm going to make it clear because there has to be distinctions in this. The Supreme Court ultimately ruled that it wasn't a violation of the First Amendment, right? So we all know this. We understand the outcome. But the part that I have the issue with, it's a private company. So Zuckerberg did ultimately decide, I'm saying this out loud, Zuckerberg did ultimately decide to do the things that he did, but it wasn't from lack of scrutiny and pressure from the administration. We have to make that very clear. So whereas he is a private company, he did make the decisions on his own, it was not without pressure from the government. So let me hang on 1 second here. So the evidence, let me pull this up.
And I just want to note some of the
Give me a title. I'll pull it up.
That was like, according to people, free speech being denied, was that COVID or C jabs contain microchips for tracking, that they caused infertility in women, that they caused autism, that they caused like high doses of vitamin C could cure C19 rather than taking the jab. Let's not even mention ivermectin because that's crazy. So yes, I think for public health safety, I think that should be suppressed. Whether the government should get involved or not, I don't know. But I think at least the health department should.
Again, he chose to do it, which is his right as a private business owner. But it wasn't without lack of pressure from the Biden administration. That is the issue. It was a pressured situation, which he later came out and said he wasn't happy that he did it. So hold on one second. Let's see. Here's a House Judiciary. It doesnn't matter what I think. What's matter is what's protected under freedom of speech and our Constitution. Regardless of how you feel about it, emotions are kept on the shelf when we're litigating law.
SCOTUS ruled that it wasn't a thing. Then why are we talking about it?
Well, because I
would he have done it if he wasn't pressured by the administration.
I want the emails.
Do you think the administration do you think the administration was taking advice from the CDC?
I'm sending you in your Discord the judiciary.house.gov statement and testimony that he presented with all the emails from the White House right now. I'm sending it in your Discord.
Cool.
Hang on one second.
Thank you.
So there's one. I have a couple different ones. So I have the letter, the actual PDF. Here comes number 2. Hold on one second. You can just kind of control F it or skim it out if you want.
Or what channel are you putting in? General Shenanigans?
General Shenanigans. Here's another resource here. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up
How do you get to
different
this
notes.
information, Deep?
I mean, this was just as simple as Google search.
It's in my Discord. It's in my Discord.
Here's another thing from Reuters. These are all verifiable links. The general consent, like the general was from AI, but these are all links that you can go through. I mean, this is stuff that I've had from when we actually had the live debates of these things.
Yeah, but it says in a letter to Rep. Jim Jordan, did you read these articles? The Republican chair of the House Judiciary Committee, Zuckerberg, alleges that officials, including those from the White House, repeatedly pressured Facebook for months to take down, quote, certain...
You have to read with the emails from the White House.
Hold on. Certain C-19 content, including humor and satire.
Yeah, you have to read the actual emails from the White House.
Wait,
doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah. So wait.
So wait again. If they're whatever it says, doesn't matter if they pressured him to silence it. Correct.
Humor and satire.
Look at the House. Look at the House. Look at the report.
Credible information to C-19
if you want to read a PBS article that I sent as an additional form of proof, that's fine. Read the House Judiciary Committee report, which goes over the emails with Rob Flaherty. Like, go over all that. It's all in there.
Okay, so he also said this. He said, I know that some people believe this work benefited one party over the other, despite analysis showing otherwise, he said. My goal is to be neutral and not play a role one way or another, or to even appear to be playing a role, so I don't plan on making a similar contribution to this cycle.
Yes or no, the White House pressured Zuckerberg into making a decision?
No.
Was it?
I would say
no.
I mean, if you're going to say no, oh gosh.
They play dodgeball. You can tell.
It's fine. At the end of the day, like you guys, we can all believe what we want. I'm not going to sway your opinion. This is just based off of the objective things I have to present evidence that they did try to sway him. If you don't think this is swaying him, again, I told you in the beginning of this conversation, he ultimately made his own decision to silence the speech, which he later out came and said he regretted because he succumbed to pressure. Point blank, period.
Yeah, because he was under new... was this... And when was this? When did he testify? Under Biden...
2024. 2024.
By the way.
When in
2024?
When in 2024?
It was before Trump got elected. It was early 2024.
Okay.
Yeah, but can we now talk about how Trump is silencing?
Well, no, it might have been like June or July. Maybe mid 2024.
Comfortable with the amount of free speech that's been silenced at this point?
No, I've been on this panel speaking out against Jimmy Kimmel. I've advocated for Jimmy Kimmel how many times on this panel, Mojo?
Hold on one second. Before we move on to that, I just want to make it abundantly clear that these jabs were not federally approved. when they first rolled out. In fact, Pfizer didn't get approved until the FDA didn't approve Pfizer until August 23rd, 2021.
You mean, I'm sorry, are you saying that Trump released these
Yes, it was released under the emergency use authorization.
Can I ask a question? Did they release it without Trump's approval?
It was released under the emergency use authorization. The FDA is not Trump.
That would be Trump. Trump. Trump
release them without having FDA approval.
Who can declare an emergency? Rosa.
I don't know. Possibly the WHO.
All right. So just 1 second. I went to the judiciaryhouse.gov site that you provided, and it said just got off an hour-long conversation or call with senior advisor to President Biden, Andy Slavitt. He was outraged, not too strong a word to describe his reaction, that we did not remove his post. I countered that removing the content like that would represent a significant incursion into traditional boundaries of free expression in the U.S., he replied. Blah, 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 blah. You know who said that? It was Sir Nick Clegg, Meta's president of global affairs, former deputy prime minister of the United Kingdom, describing his efforts to explain the boundaries of the First Amendment to Biden in the White House in April of 2021. So you're taking a former deputy prime minister of the UK to rule our First Amendments? That's wild, Dave. You got to find better articles, my friend. I just debunked both of them.
That's not debunking anything. You're just litigating who made the statement as opposed to what the statement was founded off of. You're still agreeing that they pressured him to silence speech. You're just trying to straw man a separate argument.
No,
yes, you absolutely are.
That the post didn't come down. You read that, CS.
My God.
No, he's using an argument based in the UK, based on his efforts in the UK or how they experience, which is a much smaller demographic.
Yeah, look at what leftists have done.
Demographic size doesn't mean
something
anything.
Like New York City. I'm
if you
sorry,
think
where
this is a gotcha, you're failing.
I don't know why you didn't see bodies being placed in literal tractor trailers because we couldn't control it.
What heartstring are you trying to go at right now?
Hold
My
on,
God.
emergency approval.
What is this? Hold on.
Emergency approval. And
What
yes,
heartstring?
it did work. It absolutely did. So in
What
hindsight,
heartstring are you pulling right now?
I just like
because I don't know what you're trying to shadow box.
I feel like you forget that this was
you're giving bad articles, dude. Find a better one.
How is it a bad article? This was what was presented to the to Congress.
From the UK. This was
presented to Congress
from someone based in the UK.
Again, you're trying to deflect and create an argument that's irrelevant when the foundation of this argument is that they tried to suppress free speech by pressuring Zuckerberg. Regardless of who presented the counter, that's irrelevant.
No,
you're agreeing that the White House pressured Zuckerberg. You're just trying to say, oh well, a UK person tried to make the counter that it was against the First Amendment, so that makes it irrelevant.
Yes, because and this brings it all back to the idea.
Hold on, don't bounce off each other.
I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere.
1 second,
don't worry.
You can go after me, Brendan, and I'll shut up for a long time. But because I think what you're arguing with is where the president gets their information and where they may make suggestions to private companies, if that is your argument, is the CDC. So you're going to respect somebody in the UK who has no business, no understanding of the demographics and how viruses spread in the United States based on the CDC's information to the White House, which is where they would have more than likely, if not absolutely, got their information from. Wild.
Who's Rob Flaherty? Who's Rob Flaherty? Hold on, really quick. Who is Rob Flaherty?
I have no idea.
He's the director of digital strategy under Biden from 21 to 23, who is in those emails advocating for the suppression of speech. So this is a direct cabinet member of Biden reaching out to Zuckerberg, trying to tell him to silence speech. That is my point. Thank you. Game over.
And it's not game over because in the executive summary in the article that you put in, who is Sir Nick? Hold on, I'm sorry. Who is Sir Nick Clegg?
CS, you're just going to keep pivoting away from the foundation of my argument, correct?
No, but the articles that you're putting in, I'm reading directly off them and I'm focusing on them and I'm trying to talk to you about what you are putting down as studies. Who is Sir Nick Clegg?
Again, this is probably the guy from the UK that you're referencing.
Yes. And this is the article that you put in as someone who argued this.
Why does that matter?
Yeah, why?
Because you put this in
But why does that? Explain to me why that matters to my initial foundation of the White House reaching out to Zuckerberg to suppress speech. Why does the secondary argument you're making matter?
Because they have no idea. Sir Nick Clegg, Global Affairs.
You're not grasping. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You are not addressing your own article, which is really embarrassing for you. So don't even.
But I am, because that article that article talks about Flaherty reaching out to Meta and saying, "Please stop letting this shit go out on your platform." That's it.
Okay, can you hold on one second? I'm reading through the best I can, as quick as I can.
Just control F
it. I'm going to.
Good old control F. Why it matters about whether a UK commented on it or not. Like,
I mean, I can understand where she's coming from. That doesn't take away from my point.
What did this guy from the UK, can you explain it to me, do?
He was trying to represent what free speech meant in America, which is CS's argument, but that does not take away from my point, which is that, yes, they did reach out to Meta and try to suppress what they would and would not allow on their platform.
Yeah.
That is what this argument's about. Anything after that, if we're on the same page, is irrelevant to me because it's not what I'm arguing.
Yeah. I think it's very relevant because the people who are reaching out under this.
But how? If what I'm showing you proves my argument, how does anything after that prove relevant?
Hold on. I'm again, this is a pretty lengthy document. I'm on page 22 right now.
Yes,
and all this.
But SCOTUS ruled it wasn't unconstitutional, right?
Yes, I did. I know, Paula. Yes, I agree. I said that in the beginning.
Why are we talking about it then?
Because all of this supports the idea that the left, when they are not in power, cloak themselves in the Constitution, and when they are in power, they undermine it. That's why.
Hold on, Brendan.
Go ahead, Mojo.
Brendan, if it was ruled to not be unconstitutional, then they're not pushing on the Constitution, right?
Which portion of this conversation?
Which portion of what conversation?
This is just
the reason. You know why it was proven unconstitutional, correct? You know the reason why?
I don't.
The reason it was proven to be unconstitutional is because Zuckerberg ultimately made the decision himself. Okay. That's why it was proven to be unconstitutional, because it's a private entity, which I said in the beginning of this conversation. But if you guys don't see the problem that the initiation of his decision was because of pressure from the White House and our president, or at least his cabinet, and not be an issue, that is an issue.
Can't imagine why the Biden administration wouldn't want that public. Could you imagine why?
Wait. If he makes his own decision, the government's not forcing anybody to do anything. They can ask somebody to do something, but not require it, right? That's why it was not unconstitutional. So when Brendan's saying that we push the Constitution when we're in power, I think that's an incorrect statement, according to what the documents you gave us. And I'm going to agree with you that Flaherty was working in the White House, but the pressure campaign is irrelevant. If they're just asking for the company to do something and the company can make their own decision one way or another, whether they want to do it, and the Supreme Court has said so, then it's not unconstitutional.
Were there any pending legislation that if the government didn't get compliance, that Zuckerberg would have suffered because of it?
Nope, he did not suffer.
This is similar to the Jimmy Kimmel thing, right? You guys were defending the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing.
We should not.
Similar to
we
that.
should change the subject here. Just one second.
I think we should too, because Brendan changed the subject from voting to this, and that's why I was.
No. Wait. Hold on. It moved. Stop. No, it moved from something unconstitutional that Brendan wants to do himself by specifically charging people to vote. He wants to break the Constitution and charge people to vote. And then he said, but Democrats do it all the time. So I asked for an example. This was one of the examples he gave. But if the Supreme Court ruled it to not be unconstitutional, then this is not a good example. Do you have any other examples, Brendan? That's what I thought.
Right here. I just did a search. In 2021, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg stated that the company faced pressure from the Biden administration to censor certain C-19 content, including humor and satire.
Cool.
He acknowledged that while the decision to remove the content was ultimately Meta's, the government pressure did nothing wrong and regretted not being more outspoken about it. There are other examples.
Again, the Supreme Court ruled on this. Brendan.
Barrington Declaration.
Brendan,
you're familiar
with government, the Supreme Court ruled on this in the Great Barrington Declaration. How many signatures were on that?
Lots.
How many?
Thousands.
And where did those signatures come from?
People
where?
What the fuck? All kinds of people.
They fucking put the goddamn document. They put the goddamn document. Brendan. They put the document online, and people signed up under fucking Bob the Clown and shit like that. Okay. I'm sorry, the signatures are irrelevant. That document is irrelevant.
All kinds of people from all over the world stood up to the kind of authoritarianism.
Again, this is not a First Amendment issue. This is not a First Amendment issue. This is not a constitutional issue, period. Okay. And Deef has already proven that this was not a constitutional issue. So do you have anything that, constitutionally speaking, that the Democrats went against?
Forcing people, or here, I'll help you, Mojo, coercing people to take experimental medical procedures.
Okay, that didn't happen.
That's a pretty big one.
That didn't happen.
Yes, it did.
That didn't happen.
Oh no, Mojo, actually it did happen. Biden mandated it for 2 months. And
that's like saying
voted that it was unconstitutional to mandate it, so he had to take it off.
I'm sorry. No, it was not ruled unconstitutional. And I'm sorry, but what you're saying right now would mean that if I tell somebody they have to wear shoes in my goddamn store, then it's unconstitutional.
Yeah, sure, Mojo. The whole electorate totally believes you when you say that the left appreciates the Constitution when you're in power.
Well, you can't prove otherwise, can you? You can't prove otherwise, can you? You can't prove otherwise.
Well, I can. I've done it multiple times. You're just saying no.
Preemptive pardons are constitutional.
Okay, but do people trust that?
It doesn't matter. This is all constitutional. You guys don't have something that the Democrats did that is unconstitutional. We got all kinds of shit that Donald Trump has done that's unconstitutional.
Because patriots stood up and stopped you.
Oh my God! All right, listen. I'm reading through this fucking article, and Flaherty is mentioned 57 times. So I'm just gonna go to the highlights because this is hilarious. 1 second, let me get to that one particular one. Flaherty. Who did Flaherty get his information from? Who did Flaherty say was emailed to Slavitt directly, stating he was told that meeting with, quote, Rob Flaherty on Friday? That was fucking Clegg, again, from the UK. This is a fucking joke. This is so stupid.
Yeah.
So Flaherty says shit based on what some man in the UK says, based on their demographics, even though Mojo is 100% correct. This doesn't matter whatsoever. Nothing unconstitutional was done. This is, like, insane bullshit.
Well, how articulate, insane bullshit. What does that remind me of?
I don't know,
most of the planks on your policy platform. That's what it reminds me of.
Oh, really? Yeah. This is so funny that you want to pivot. You want to pivot to that because this is exactly
pivot to what? You guys identify as insane.
I'm sorry. Am I still speaking? Because I didn't know I was done. What you're saying is deep state shit. That somebody from another country is getting information from their demographics and forcing this person to testify in court or that said that they got emails from this person saying they were suppressing blah, blah, blah. Number one, it's a distraction. You guys are just distracting from the fact that they're a private company, then they can do whatever the fuck they want. And so under Congress, when they had their interviews, when Zuckerberg was talking, whose influence do you think he was under?
That's not a rhetorical question?
No, it is not.
What the fuck? We've already established that Zuckerberg stated that the influence, that pressure was coming from the Biden administration. How are you attempting to mitigate that?
I'm gonna wait. If you look at the email address that was mailed from, by the way, it's the WHO, the World Health Organization, from Flattery. All the ones from Flattery included the World Health Organization in the title of the email, or in the address of the email.
If you go down to, I think, 15, where Flattery is involved, it's from Nick Cleggs. So, I don't know. I think some people get their information from somebody in the UK, and then some who is like some form of meta, and then some people get their information from the WHO and from the CDC. And I think we all know that MAGA believed, one, that the C19 jab was a tracking device. It caused autism, and all like 10 other things I could list offhand that it did not do. Yet I'm so sorry that they didn't want the public
Blood clots, blood clots, myocarditis.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if the myocarditis thing is true, because I think that there's been cases. Maybe sure. I think every schmaxine has an issue, even the ones that we give out diligently at birth.
Oh, she agrees with us. She agrees with us.
But again, I will go to StatSig. I will go to the greater public health, and if you remember how many people unalived from the COVID, I'm not even going to say it, from the schmaxine versus how many people died from schmovid itself, we did a good thing. And under your president, so I don't know why the fuck you guys are arguing this. He did Operation Warp Speed. This was his thing.
So CS.
Yes.
You literally in the comments said that you could answer the door naked, and that's not a problem.
I didn't say I could or I would. I would say that was his tactic. No. I said that my friend would, because that was his tactic to make sure they never came back, and that was specific to Jehovah's Witnesses that came to their door on a weekly basis on Sunday at around 7 a.m. So yeah, he got pretty sick of it, because that's his property.
No, I
agree.
You can get sick of it. You can get sick of it, but you don't resort to getting naked in front of the door.
That was his choice.
That's crazy. That is illegal.
I think it's funny.
Yeah,
it's not. It's definitely not illegal.
It definitely is illegal. It's indecent
private property.
exposure.
They're on his private property.
But if you open the door,
you're telling me. Hold on, wait 1 second. You're telling me if you're in the backyard skinny dipping, and somebody comes around to the back and they're like, "Hey, we just want to tell you about Jesus here," and that's them exposing themselves?
No,
that's private property.
You just told a story that is not equivalent.
It's absolutely equivalent.
If you answer your front door,
what
naked.
if the door is? What if the door to the front is something that is someone doesn't use? I have a lot of people who only.
So you're looking for a loophole. I get it.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm telling you exactly. When you enter private property, you should expect the unexpected.
No,
Don't
you
come
are
to my
a
house on a
pervert.
Saturday.
You are definitely a pervert.
I'm a
pervert. Literally, she's been defending in the comment section. She's like, "Oh yeah, my friend just shows up naked to the front door."
Yeah, when there's somebody unsolicited that comes to his house, listen, I don't give a shit if he gets prosecuted for it, but it is not illegal.
What if it's a girl selling cookies?
You already put that in the comments, and I said that's a good point, and I think that would be gross and wrong.
It's gross,
but
right?
They knew it was. But they knew it was not. They knew it was not a girl. They knew it was.
That's
not.
weird.
Yeah,
that's
intent
weird.
is important. Intent is important, right?
Well, everybody has different intent.
Yeah.
What's answering the door? What intent do you have by answering the door?
If you're gonna answer the door naked, dude,
yeah, I think what CS was doing was attempting to punish Jehovah's Witnesses with her nudity.
Which, by the way,
answer the door naked.
We can all agree that CS is probably.
I still think it's fucking funny.
CS is probably attractive.
It is funny.
But
I don't
the
care.
The point is that lawfully you shouldn't do that.
All right, let's look that up. I'm not a lawyer, and I wish Vader
was
was here.
Look it up.
I'm gonna bat signal Vader. Let's see if he's around.
Oh, please do that. Actually, Vader, will tell you you were wrong.
Hold on, wait. I don't know what he is now. Like, he's got so many handles. Is he Taxi Vader Driver? Is he Darth Hanzo? Is he Vader Esquire?
Mojo, can you put me on the big screen, please?
He's Vader Esquire.
All right, I'm sending him also.
Where'd he go?
Doesn't matter.
CS is literally advocating for, like, indecent exposure. That's crazy.
No, don't. It's private property. You can do whatever you want on your private property.
How did we get here?
Back here.
Stephen
We
wants
got
to,
here
like,
because they won't
Stephen
give an
wants to
inch.
use.
That's why.
No. I love, Brendan, when you say that you want to appeal to heartstrings. When Stephen
Never said that. That was
well, what if it was a what if it was a Girl Scout? Bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
It's my fucking private property. I didn't show up naked, so I just don't want that to be like going around
So
the internet.
you're saying, so
It was
CS,
my
you're
friend
saying,
who did,
you're
and
saying,
I think it's
if
fucking funny when Jehovah's Witnesses show up on a Saturday morning and he doesn't want to answer the door, and they do it over and over and over again until finally he's like, you know what? I'm coming down from bed the way that I am, not with me in my bed. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think it's funny.
So, CS, you're saying, if some guy owns a house and some girl comes up to sell him cookies, he can open the door and expose himself.
I think that would be wrong, but I don't know that it is illegal. So
Yeah, okay.
we'll look it up. We'll look it up together until Vader.
There we
gets here
go.
with me.
There we go.
All right. So this is the OSHA case, yeah?
Isn't this the mandate, though? That this is what it says in there. It's mandating all employees to get the vaccine.
Yeah, and it was changed after that, so that they didn't have to get the vaccine, so that they didn't have to get the vaccine. They could just take testing.
It went on for 2 months.
They could just take testing as well. That was already added in there, by the way.
In this specific one.
Yeah, for OSHA, the OSHA would be for all corporations. I don't think it was ever put in place, but because of that ruling, they did allow for testing as well as getting the vaccine. Actually, I don't even think they implemented it against corporations at all. But I didn't know that's what you were talking about. I understood that they did rule against the OSHA case. I apologize.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's there's another article that states that after 2 months that they only took it off after 2 months, so everybody had to get it before the 2 months.
I don't think that's true.
Let me go find the other article. You could take me down. Thank you.
I don't think anybody was ever forced to take the vaccine. You could quit, not have your job, get tested,
That's
or take the
coercion,
vaccine.
Mojo.
Well, no. If you had to
No.
go on an airplane, you had to take it.
Did you?
Who needs a job? Who needs money?
Did you have to wait? I don't remember that. Were you forced to take it, or were you able to just be tested to get on a plane? I think you were able to just get a test if you went on a plane too.
I don't know about that. I gotta look that up.
Anyway, once again, so OSHA also says that you have to wear clothes when you go to a workplace too. Do you think that's coercion in order to not walk around naked?
Y'all don't remember a pandemic of the unvaccinated? My vaccine.
You don't want to you don't want to respond to what I just said. You don't want to respond to what I just said. You just want to go up on some random
You guys
bullshit.
did disgusting shit during the
You're a
vaccine.
fucking idiot. God, you are such a snowflake, Brendan. God, you're a fucking snowflake.
You can level as many personal attacks as you want.
Yeah, you're a snowflake and you're a liar. You're just a liar and a snowflake. You're a liar and a snowflake.
Okay, Mojo. At least I'm not a Marxist.
Oh no, not that. Don't call me a Marxist. Oh no.
Not that pejorative. Come on.
And so wait, so what was so disgusting? Was it the lockdowns? Because, girl, that was under your presidency.
No, I didn't say that. But what
No.
I'm saying is,
I'm sorry. By girl, I meant Donovan. I was.
oh my fucking god!
I was
that's
just
crazy.
appealing to his feminized brain.
That's wild.
Frozen.
His
No, it
feminized
says
brain.
here that you could only if you had a medical exception for the for it, and then you had to get tested, and you had to wear a mask.
Yeah.
OSHA has never imposed such a mandate, nor has Congress. Indeed, although Congress had enacted significant legislation addressing the COVID-19 pandemic.
The OSHA C-19 vaccine or test mandate was never fully implemented. You could, by the way, in the mandate, you could get tested as well. But
it says here only if you had a medical reason to not get it.
Coercion, the use of force or threats to make someone do something against their will.
Yeah,
So
you
I'll
know,
ask you again.
we
Force, Mojo?
are at will workers in this country, generally speaking. That being said, OSHA does things to coerce businesses all the time to make sure that they are safe in their practices. Right? This is the purview of the federal government to be able to do that. It's not coercion. It's just a standard practice. It's what we do. It's what our government is there for. Just wear your shoes, wear your clothes, and get tested
For what?
to go work.
Everything.
Yeah, for everything, actually. Actually, for everything.
The MAGA newsletter. That's hysterical.
Yeah, nobody wants to see anybody walking around naked, do they? Well, never mind. Forget I said anything.
There it is. Non-compliance for military members could lead to administrative actions, which some interpreted as pressure, but it was handled through military regulations rather than through physical compulsion. Those administrative actions, is that considered coercion, Mojo?
The military has to take vaccines. They're property of the state.
Yeah, proven vaccines, not an experimental.
Right, just like the prisoners, right? Okay, all right.
They should offer an exemption.
No,
a religious exemption.
Wait.
For the injection in the military.
I don't know why.
Yeah, and I also want to bring up the fact, like coercion in the military. You're telling someone that they can't be themselves, so they have to identify as one gender or another.
There were plenty of military members who refused to take an experimental. What happened to those people?
Plenty of military members that choose to identify the way
they
that
were
they
separated.
do. I'm shifting this, Mojo. Always.
Then the Pentagon apologized, and those who wanted to come back could. Right?
Imagine the fuckery of having to walk through a restaurant with your mask on and then sitting down and taking it off like you didn't just walk through the restaurant with the mask on.
That was the 6 foot rule.
Yeah, you're at your own table.
Yeah, imagine the nonsense of telling everyone to shelter in place and then allowing huge super spreader events like the Summer of Love.
Yeah,
imagine 1 million people in your country plus unaliving from a unfortunate disease, and then you saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm too inconvenienced by a cloth in front of my face." And again, I bring this up all the time because I just had C-19 in December. Would you rather me standing in front of you, Brendan, sneeze directly into your face accidentally, or would you rather be a little bit of cloth covering that barrier between you and I?
Imagine there being no reported flu cases that whole time.
No, imagine Donovan dodging that question.
It's a ridiculous question. You guys consistently engage the ridiculous hypothetical.
No, that's so true. That is so true because everywhere I went, I wore a mask just in case. Everywhere I had to go, I tried to stay home, but everywhere I had to go, I wore a mask because just in case I met Brendan in public, I wouldn't want him to get C-19 because there was a little bit of cloth that inconvenienced me maybe just for a breath or two, but it could have saved his life. And if he passed it on to someone who was diabetic, who had pre-existing conditions, it would save them.
Florida never wore the mask?
Paula, I'm going to swap you out.
Oh my God, why are we going back to this? Sorry, Mojo.
Where are we at?
Paula, I'm going to swap you out.
We can move on.
They loved masks then, but hate them now. That's where we're at.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's true.
That means.
Yeah,
well,
my
it means the minute an ICE officer puts a mask on, you absolutely hate the idea. That's what that means.
Oh my God, they're not sick. That is the craziest argument and one of the dumbest ones you've ever made on this panel.
No, it just underscores your hypocrisy yet again.
All right, Cat.
Probably have to talk about
Cat Daddy. Cat Daddy. Cat Daddy. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
53 Kentucky Harris. And Brendan, you're wrong. I was a medic for 6 of the 8 years I served in the Army. There were absolutely vaccines given out that were not 100% proven. Anthrax was one, and it was made mandatory because the primary bioweapon that they thought during Desert Storm was going to be anthrax. They said it was the most easily used against our troops. They were given the anthrax vaccine. And like I said, I gave those vaccinations out. I can tell you, you're absolutely incorrect. They give out vaccinations to protect our troops against way more than the general public. And as far as it being mandatory, yes, it is, because it's to keep the service members protected from possible bioweapons.
Yeah, I know what vaccines are for. Right here, the anthrax vaccine, AVA or Biothrax, is licensed by the FDA and approved by the FDA for preventing anthrax infection, mainly for the people at high risk. It has been shown to produce protective antibodies, but it is primarily intended to prevent disease after exposure rather than for general use. It was not considered a bioweapon. Anthrax itself can be weaponized, but the vaccine is a preventable measure. So when I took it and they told me that I was taking it, it was a proven vax. Sir.
Hey, Mojo, Sammy wanted to come up, and as a feminist as I am, I came up to advocate for her. So if you want to drop me and bring up Sammy, I think she had something she wanted to say.
You could drop me if you want, Mojo.
This one is soft. Hey, should I notify you the next time I make a profile, Galt, so you can block it because you're soft?
Brennan, there's something also you need to understand.
Galt is incredibly soft.
Hold on.
Galt fancies me a socialist. So yeah, he blocked.
Because you're not a libertarian.
Listen, the C-19 vax was not approved. That's the thing.
I just
why
wanted
would
to
you give
say
us
this
the
really
frontline?
quick for Brendan. He has the ideology that if you're not a libertarian, you're a socialist. He's like the Sith, deals in absolutes.
Apparently,
Brennan, in 2023, I was diagnosed with throat cancer. I went through stage 3 throat cancer. I went through chemo, and I had the CV-19 vaccine. And guess what? In an immunocompromised state, I contracted CV-19, and the only reason I was not hospitalized was because I was given the CV vax. So you can also miss me with that part too.
How do you
Yeah,
know
but there's a
that
lot of things. I think you have to recognize that there's a lot of things that people were saying against the C19 foundations that later ended up having substance behind them that people were called crazy for going and fighting against. So I get your situations very. I mean, my cousin literally had a double lung transplant because he developed pneumonia from C19. He almost passed away. So I mean, I know how serious it was, but I think a lot of people were scrutinized for what they publicly said against it that ended up later on being true or having substantiation behind it.
This is what
and you sound great, Cat Daddy.
Yeah, I'll give you a bunch of examples. Yeah, so that's what you want, right? So that the origination of C19 was from a lab. We had the FBI, CIA,
Irrelevant.
No, but this is relevant because I'm making the claim that things people initially said were called crazy that later on ended up having substance.
I'm gonna say that that's not correct. As a matter of fact, the evidence shows that it did come from a wet market. Either way, it's irrelevant to the discussion. It doesn't matter where it came from. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't.
No, it's not. It is very relevant because my claim was that people said things in the beginning that were called crazy that ended up later being true.
It's still crazy and it's not true and it has not been proven this came from a lab and it's still irrelevant because it doesn't change anything.
Steve, I'm looking up the source, but my computer's being a jackass.
So the also
could you bring like a source for that?
I mean, this was investigations from the FBI and CIA. I can go dig deep and get them.
I'm not saying it's not true. I just think that it was a market, but that is my opinion. So I just want to know which one of us is correct because I believe in the truth. And
well, I don't think either of us are going to be proven correct or incorrect, but there is substance behind those claims. Is my point.
Yeah, nobody ever said there wasn't substance. It's been investigated all over the world. Nobody ever said there wasn't substance.
It was in a lab at first. We're called crazy.
No, they were not. No, that is bullshit.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Oh my God! Everybody who was saying that this was lab generated, you're fucking
That's
crazy.
bullshit.
That's the craziest thing
bullshit.
I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I heard that for 3 years. Yeah, what's up, Sammy?
I'm going to ask you the same exact question that I asked Brendavan whenever he brought this up.
Yeah.
Whether it was from a wet market or it came from a lab, does that change how the mRNA vaccine was developed?
It doesn't change anything.
Why does that part matter?
Doesn't change it because he's worried about because he was called crazy and it hurt his feelers.
I don't really get my feelings never hurt. You can't hurt my feelings. I can promise you that. But yeah, so then another one. So all right, I'll take an L on that, I guess, if that makes you guys sleep better at night. So the next one is the vaccine protection or the Fauci-Ouchie, when it was a temporary kind of Band-Aid because we ended up later on needing jabs 3, 4, 5, 6, because the initial jab was not as great as everybody made it seem. That was another one that people were called crazy for.
But that's not true, though. Wait, that's not true. All the additional
what's not true?
The boosters were for different variations of the actual virus.
Right, but we were told that this would be the end all be all in the initial.
Nobody ever said that. Nobody would ever say that for a virus.
What do you mean?
Said we needed.
Joe Biden said it. Fauci said it.
No. That's that. Wait, hold on.
You can't spread it.
Hold on. That's not what the claim he's making right now, though. The claim he's making right now is that we were told that one vaccine is good enough and it would cover us for C-19 forever. That's what he's saying he was told. Right, Deef?
Yeah, so
that would never happen for a virus because everybody knows that viruses mutate.
So in 2021, go ahead. Sorry.
No, hold on one second.
The original vaccine.
I'm so sorry.
Wait, I want Deef to
Sammy. Let's let Deef answer, and then you can go next.
Yeah, so we were told that getting the Ouchie, the Fauci-Ouchie, was going to reduce the risk of getting it, which also proved to be incorrect. And Rachel Walensky or whatever her name was, that was saying that people who got the Fauci-Ouchie weren't becoming sick or they weren't getting the virus, which again was also ended up being incorrect.
Okay, you're talking about the Rachel Maddow show, and she corrected that at the end of the show, just so you know. So it was corrected.
Director in 2021 who made these statements.
Yeah, on the Rachel Maddow. Yes, on the Rachel Maddow show, she made those statements, and it was corrected by the end of the show. So I'm sorry, nobody was given false information. It was corrected by the end of the show that, yes, if you go watch the Rachel Maddow show that she showed up on where she made that statement, it was corrected by the end of the show. Now, what was the other thing you said?
I was talking about natural immunization.
No, that's not what you were talking about. The other thing you said that I don't know. It was something that had nothing to do with natural immunity.
I don't remember. We go down a lot of rabbit holes. Remind me.
No. You just gave reasons that they made you feel crazy.
Yeah.
That turned out to be true.
One was the vaccine. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Just can I? So Deef, it did slow the spread because we know yes, we know that maybe it didn't stop the spread, and I can agree with you. I will totally meet you there. But it did slow the spread, and the reason why is because it reduced your viral load. And so you did not pass on to as many people as you possibly could by proxy.
That is correct.
And also it reduced its affecting people. It reduced its impact. It didn't land me in the hospital because I was immunocompromised. And with that, I'm going to drop back down. I do better in the chat, but thank you for having me up, the Mojo.
Yeah. Thank you for being up here. Thank you.
Have a good one. Yeah, I wanted to echo what Cat Daddy was saying there. The biggest thing and why we were locked down for so long all over the fucking world was the strain that it was going to cause the hospitals if we did open up earlier than we needed to. And the point of the job was to limit the amount of people that needed to be hospitalized. Right? It was having massive delays on already scheduled surgeries and all that because beds were being filled with C19 patients. That was the biggest reason why we couldn't open up. I know that you guys want to get into fucking your feels about it and freedoms and all this nonsense, but that's the reality, is that we couldn't handle more volume at our hospitals.
Yeah, because they had TikToks to make. That would have been convenient.
I have a personal anecdote for this. It's super interesting, actually. I was going through some treatments, hospital treatments at the time. I was in the hospital, I don't know, 1 to 2 times every single week. So I had a lot of nurses that I knew and a lot of doctors that I knew. And one of the nurses that I was talking to, before all this stuff started going down, before the first case had shown up to unalive somebody, I had a nurse come in and tell me that they were expecting up to 250,000 people dead by the time this whole thing was over. And I said, no, there's no way that can be true. We haven't even seen one person die yet. And he's like, nope, that's all the information we're getting right now is that we're looking at least 250,000 killed by this. And I said that, yeah. So it just drove me crazy. And then they started rearranging the whole hospital and created a whole COVID wing in the hospital as I was going through my treatments that I was going through at the time. So it was interesting. And then he ends up being wrong only by a factor of 5, because it was over 1.2 million people that were killed by it in the U.S.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. Nobody's denying the severity.
Yeah, you guys kind of are, because you're saying like, hey, we should have allowed misinformation to go. But I want Sammy to go. It was her turn.
I'm saying that, yeah, misinformation is information regardless. You can't police it.
No, that's wild, Sammy.
It's not. Then you don't believe in the Constitution.
So, Deef, there was a lot of misinformation, and the crazy thing is that ivermectin was being pushed, and ivermectin has a higher rate of cardiac issues than the infection itself. So that was one of the big major things that a lot of healthcare providers were pushing back on because of the adverse reactions that you could have to that form of treatment. But
yeah, I'm not saying the vaccine.
I wanted to.
I got the ouchie. I mean, I was forced to.
No. I'm talking about the disease itself.
Oh, okay.
Because yes, I had actual athletes, and we're talking about teenagers that got the infection and then literally missed their whole entire sports season because they developed myocarditis because of it. But Brendavan was talking about how there was such a high rate of blood clots and stuff like that from the vaccine, when in fact it has a lower percentage of causing blood clots than regular birth control.
We haven't even caught a violation for this conversation yet. Not even one.
No, that's wild.
That's because it's not a misinformation, Mojo.
No, it would be considered.
Deef, by the way, nobody was forced to get it, just so you know. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I think I think that the First Amendment is limited by the Supreme Court rulings to causing panic or causing disruption in people's. I don't remember the exact wording, but obviously the whole fire in a crowded theater came up when they had rulings on the Supreme Court about this too. So if you are passing along information that is going to cause people harm, I would say that would be something that wouldn't be protected under the First Amendment.
Sorry, Deef said his wife called, so you may need a minute.
Damn it! All right. Anybody else can answer that too.
Well, I think we should. I think we should have just tested it on prisoners first.
It's so fucking crazy. That's so mean. There are innocent people in prison, whether you like it or not.
They're property of the state. Come on, get out of here.
There are innocent people in prison too.
Just do it and call it a fucking thing. They had to get it anyway.
God, the 13th Amendment. Come on, man.
No, they did bad things. That's why they're in there.
I say we just do it on I just say we do it on New Yorkers.
Yeah, sure. I'll be out of New York in no time. But listen, they committed crimes. They had to get it anyway. They should have done it to them first.
That's so weird.
That's insane.
That's so it's kind of gross. I don't know. It's gross to think about that. That's terrible.
It's gross.
No, it's not. Who did you say were property of the state? The military, right? So
The military. They sign up to be. No, it's not
Really?
though.
Well, they do a crime, so they sign up to be too.
No, because they cannot force you. No, because the prison can't force. No, the prison.
It's 100% yes.
All right.
Listen, if you do a crime and you think you're not going to jail and then you go to jail, like you literally signed up for that when you did the crime.
And so you're just gonna be a test monkey? That's what you're gonna
Is
do?
the military just gonna be a test monkey?
Is everybody in jail guilty?
It doesn't matter if you're there. You're obviously associated. with
Right.
the
So
situation.
if you were wrongfully convicted and now you're a guinea pig, you think that's okay?
Listen, if you're there, you obviously have a track record. All right. You obviously there's things going on.
Are you telling me that people haven't been exonerated because of DNA tests or something along those lines because they were wrongfully convicted? Are you telling me that doesn't happen?
Listen, it happens, right? It does happen.
So again,
how
you
many
want to
times has
retract
it
the
happened?
statement?
How about the
Enough.
Central? How about the Central Park 5? Since we're talking about Donald Trump and all.
I'm not concerned about the Central Park 5.
Oh
It's-
God.
Okay. I just say we give it to Republicans then.
Sorry, I'm back. My wife called. Sorry.
No worries. So wait, so Rosa, so was the military? Did they test the military on the C-19 jab?
I'm sorry.
They forced them to take it. Well, they didn't force them to take it.
Yeah, they did test it. You know why? Because it wasn't even FDA approved.
Were they
Yes,
part?
they did.
But were they part of?
No.
Were they part of the test?
You could quit.
Yes, because it wasn't FDA approved. The
No.
elderly and the military and frontline workers got it, which is ridiculous.
Mojo, do you hear yourself when you make that statement?
That you can quit? Yeah, I do hear myself.
Either take the ouchie or give up your livelihood. That doesn't sound like you're being forced.
Yeah, when you sign up for the military, they let you know that you're going to be vaccinated with a whole bunch of shit. And if you choose to not take that one particular shit, then yeah, you can quit.
And Deef, if you don't identify the way that people want, the president wants you to identify, you can just go without benefits, without you having served, like, let's just say 30 years, you losing all of your benefits.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was weird too. What he did with the military. You're not going to get a counter out of me for that. Like trying to kick out people
Let's be
who are
congruent
in.
in our arguments.
I think that it is being congruent.
It's very incongruent.
I think it's being pretty consistent. But okay.
You're not told ahead of time what vaccines you're going to get when you sign up for the military, but you are told that you're going to have to take vaccines as necessary when you join the military. So if you go into a foreign situation where you have to get something for crotch rot, I don't know what the fucking vaccines are, but if you're going to end up in the jungle somewhere and they got to give you some, the military and vaccines,
Why did you go
you
for some
agree.
weird crotch thing?
Which I don't even know what that is. What is?
I don't know what it is either. Why are you guys so fucking fixated on it?
Rot or something.
I did say crotch rot. I did say crotch rot.
Yeah, crotch rot. Why does that have to be crotch rot? Why
I
can't it
don't
be like
care.
fit?
Call it whatever you want. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I'm just saying that when you sign up for the military, you agree to be vaccinated for all sorts of different situations, and they don't tell you ahead of time what you will be vaccinated for. So you agree to that. You sign the dotted line and say, okay. So when they give you a vaccine, you fucking take that vaccine because you already agreed to take
the
it.
ones that they're displayed in the beginning. Yes.
No, not even the ones that are displayed in the beginning.
Can you show me where it says all future vaccines are going to be included?
Are you telling me if they come up with a vaccine after you sign up that actually works and has been tested and works, that they're not going to make you take that shit too?
What I'm saying is that
The
there
fact that
are
it wasn't FDA approved is where I'm at.
there are required vaccines there's required. My kid had to get vaccines to be able to go to school. We all know this. It is what it is. But I don't think that there's anything that says, oh, well, if there's a pandemic, we're going to make you have another vaccine, and if you don't do it, we're going to kick you out.
No, but they don't
anything
tell you that if they send you to a fucking jungle that you have to take a bunch of vaccines for the jungle environment too. They don't tell you what those vaccines are because they're going to vary by situation. If you end up in Africa, they're probably going to vaccinate you for Ebola or whatever strain of Ebola is at the time or whatever it is, whatever new disease that comes out. They're going to vaccinate you for that if you're going to end up in Africa. So they don't tell you ahead of time what they're going to vaccinate you for. You sign the dotted line knowing that you're going to be vaccinated with a bunch of shit.
I don't know enough about the military to contend that, so I'm just going to say you're right, and I'll move on.
Okay, and I just want to address one thing because so sorry, Sammy. Just one thing, real quick, and then you can go. But Rosa, when do you think that the Pfizer jab was approved?
It was fully approved in August of 2021.
Yeah, but when was it originally approved?
Well,
by the FDA.
It wasn't
By
really
the
approved.
FDA.
If it was actually approved on August 2021, but they said something about December.
Which was
December 2020.
Yeah, but it wasn't approved by the FDA December 2020.
It was.
It was approved for the emergency rollout.
Yes.
It was approved for the emergency rollout.
It
wasn't approved
it was.
by the FDA. Read it again.
It was an emergency. It was an emergency authorization in December.
From the FDA, though. That is from the FDA. That is literally from the U.S.
But
Food
the
and Drug
FDA did not
Administration
physically
site.
approve.
So yes, it was.
No.
Yes, they
Read it
did.
again.
Yes. Okay, hold on one second. I'll put it on the screen. Give me just 1 second. So hold on.
What's the argument with this? What's the argument with this?
The argument is
I don't
when
even
it
know
was
what it's 2026. It's 2026. We are clearly aware of if something like this happens again, fuck it. You don't want to just go out there. You be the fucking frontline workers. Like, I don't understand why, like, this is the most ridiculous fucking thing that we're unearthing again. Like, there's no fucking point.
Hold on 1 second.
May I address?
I can show you the EUA.
May I address?
I can show you the EUA. I can show you the EUA from the FDA that gave it. The FDA did give the emergency use authorization.
Yeah. Hold on. Here it is. FDA approves first COVID-19 vaccine. When is this? This says August 2021. So now let's go back.
That's what I just said.
Yes, let's go back, is what I'm saying.
But that's when it was officially approved by the FDA.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. And then when EUA from the FDA was 2021. Or I'm sorry, November 11, 2020.
What constitutes being approved under EUA?
What constitutes it?
Yes, because obviously the FDA didn't really approve it until August, right?
Wait. Hold on 1 second. Operation Warp Speed and also under FDA use. So when there is a pandemic or when there is like something that is highly I shouldn't be talking about when there is something that is highly volatile within society, there is an emergency use authorization. Do you know any other drugs that have been granted that?
Honey, I appreciate it, but at the end of the day, it was not approved by the FDA. Actually approved, and
that is
August
23rd process.
I'm gonna give you the EUA request. EUA request includes safety and efficacy data from an ongoing phase 3 randomized, double-blinded, and placebo-controlled trial of BNT162b2 in approximately 44,000 participants. So they had not finished the phase 3 trial, but they had all the information from the ongoing phase 3 trial that allowed them to use the EUA.
Yeah, and I would just like to state that this has existed since 2004. I think that Rosa thinks that this is something that's
no, it's not. I know it's not a novel.
And so
I know it's not a novel.
I'll just mention. I will just mention that the other vaxes, or however we should say it. So the anthrax, Tamiflu, also, which was when the H1N1 influenza pandemic happened, remdesivir, which is wild, Paxlovid, again, and then monoclonal antibodies, which was Rengen, Evusheld, and I don't even know how to say that one. Diagnostic tests. Thank you. I say diagnostic.
Diagnostic.
It's still right. Let her go. Shut up, Mojo. Let her talk.
PCR tests, rapid antigen tests, medical devices, which is crazy because ventilators and N95 respirators, decontamination, I'm just going to say it wrong for Mojo's sake, decontamination systems, and diagnostic equipment.
You're an asshole.
These are all things, and again, this has been since 2004. This is nothing new. This is how the FDA has to approve things when they're unaliving 1 million people in the United States, when we are watching people in New York City being put in freaking tractor-trailer trucks.
Yeah.
They didn't have anywhere else to put the bodies.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Concession approved. If you yield, you yield. I've been watching Game of Thrones in my spare time. Yield.
What's the superiority complex when it comes to I think it's cool to have conversations and to not necessarily correct somebody, but to share the proper information. But the yielding thing, I always think that's so weird.
Deep, I was joking. I've been watching in Game of Thrones. I haven't been online. I was joking. And also, Princess wants fucking the COVID jab to be tested on prisoners. Come on, you can't not go hard on that.
Listen, I don't know why
weird.
they even said that the FDA didn't approve it until August 23rd then. What is up with that?
No, full approval. They approved it under the... Oh my God, emergency.
You guys...
And I just told
CS,
you that's been in law.
Yeah,
That is
CS.
an approval.
CS. You guys said this. You guys said the same
I'm trying to
thing.
explain it.
You guys both said the
I
same
agree with
thing.
civics. This doesn't matter. Holy fuck.
Right, let's move on.
You yield too? You yield too, dude.
300.
Bend the knee to thy queen. Yes.
Are we gonna give?
Agree to disagree.
Are we gonna?
We're not gonna
Are we gonna? Are we gonna? Are we gonna give $300 billion to Iran?
Probably. We shouldn't. Why would we?
Well, no. Now you're going to make me go back to being, I guess, a liberal with this debate, and we've got to stay on me being conservative for once in a while.
So what conservative viewpoints do you have? I mean, the economy sucks, so you
none,
can't.
Dude, I told you I have none.
Well, tell me something else you want to argue about.
Right when Mojo, he only sides with the right when it comes to misinformation.
No, he sides with the right when it makes him money.
No, I absolutely defended Jimmy Kimmel, so that's not true at all.
He sides with the right when it makes him money. That's the only time he sides with the right.
There's
right?
Deep, I said misinformation.
Oh,
when there's
I'm sorry.
misinformation talking points.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
How is the economy bad?
But Brazil can...
Oh, my wife. What's up, Brazil?
What's up, Rosa? I don't know. I was trying to speak, but I didn't get to speak. So because I worked COVID when it came out, right when it first started, and up until they mandated the shots, and I quit. Okay, and then I went back when it wasn't mandated anymore. So I will say that Rosa isn't completely wrong, right? So you're right. Yes, right. It was under the EUA, right? That allowed the vaccine to be used during the public health emergency, right? Based on evidence that the benefits outweighed the risks. That's what that was put into play for. Okay, but it was not, the full FDA approval did not come till after the fact. So the only reason why we allowed the vaccine, right, was because of the they believed that the benefits would outweigh the risks. So it was approved to go ahead and due to the studies, to go ahead and deliver them to the people who wanted them.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think in summary, it's saying, hey, we've researched this, and again, I gave you guys the numbers earlier. I think it was 43,000 people in the initial trials. We believe that this is stat sig, and we believe that this is going to outweigh the issue that deaths are causing right now. Am I incorrect in stating
That's
that?
all based off of the diagnostic, okay?
I still have to.
I'm gonna reach through the phone and strangle you.
I would still have to. So are we saying that, I don't really know what the argument is. I came in the midst of overhearing everyone talking about it. So are we saying that it was a good thing that this so-called vaccine came out with hardly any study done whatsoever. It was really pushed really hard. As in why I didn't get it, as in why I quit my job as a nurse, as in why I would not receive that, because there's been multiple people, including elderly, who got the boosters that got super sick and was told not to get the second booster. So are we going to say that it actually worked, or are we just going to like?
We're just going to stop with the bullshit. We're just going to stop with the bullshit.
Address the fact we can go back to the Iran stuff. I'll go back to that. I'll talk about
Thank you. Something relevant.
I'll go back to
Well,
my
I mean,
left
that's relevant to you, right? I was just trying to figure out what the conversation piece was.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Maybe that might not be relevant to you, but I was just curious.
Hold on. Civics,
stop. Conversation piece on it.
Hold on.
I thought that was very rude.
Wait, I'm gonna.
Hold on.
I just want to explain what the conversation was. It was originally brought about because Donovan said that liberals don't like the Constitution when they're in power, but they like the Constitution when they're out of power. So I asked him for some times that Democrats went against the Constitution when they were in power, and this was something that was brought up as an example. That's how we ended up on the topic. Just so you know.
Okay, well, I still think civics is pretty fucking rude whenever, I come up here all
the fuck, lady.
we're not going to do
It was 6 years ago. It's not relevant.
Civics, I'm going to
Sorry,
boot you.
Civics, I'm talking
You
about
can't
Mojo
do
at
that.
the moment. Thank you.
No, I'm on civics side on this. I'm on civics side
Because
on
I
this.
feel as, I come up here and I thought this was a really good panel. And I you know what I mean? Like, I thought we've all talked and discussed, and you guys asked me multiple questions. And I thought, it was very... I guess
I hate everybody
nice
here.
to be in, right? But I think it's very rude that I'm having a conversation.
All right.
Civics want to jump in and say some shit like that. It's crazy.
No. Hold on one second. What Civics is trying to do is move off the topic. That's it. And it wasn't directed at you. He directed it at me. He directed it at Princess. He directed it at every person on the panel that was still going over the same thing that happened 6 years ago. So that was not directed at you. That was just a blanket statement because he wants to move on. And I think Iran was the next topic, so we can move on.
Before we go any further, the only reason I said we boot you, Civics, is because of the lady. We don't call women ladies on the panel.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that. Take a lap, Civics. Just kidding.
To be fair, I said Brazil, and then she wasn't listening.
Then you said lady, and that's what caught my ear. That's what caught my ear. Now, I have to give a little leeway here because Rosa tends to use a lot of fucking pet names, so I don't know.
Wait, what?
Nothing?
Oh my god, Mojo.
What?
What did you say?
Nothing.
What did you say?
I said that you use pet names. You say sweetie.
Those pet names?
You say sweetie and darling and shit like that a lot.
I do.
I don't normally allow that on the panel. However, you have never used it in a negative way, so...
No,
if you do.
No, Mojo. Go fuck yourself, Tiger.
Use it in a negative way.
I'm saying that you do, we just don't allow it. And I will fucking step in with Mojo. I will do for Mojo what he can't do for himself.
I can't help it, so you're going to have to deal with this, yes.
No, I'm not going to do... No.
Yes, you will.
Mojo. Sorry, Rosa, you need to take a lap.
Bye.
Again, doing for Mojo what he can't do for himself.
What?
I think that we need to change the title of this live to CS Rising now.
You want to drop me? I was violated for some reason. That's wild.
That is crazy. It might just be like a 10-minute thing. If you want to come back in 10 minutes, we'll absolutely.
It said make people feel uncomfortable. Like what?
We need to change this to CS Rising.
Oh, I thought it was like Red Rising. Have you read that book? Red Rising?
Nope,
never not, Deep. Never not.
We haven't introduced.
Yeah. Also, CS, what size baggie do you keep Mojo's balls in? Like extra small, medium?
Well, I would say.
I'm kidding. Don't get angry.
Well, no. I know, but I want to answer the question. Yours are in the medium size in the left-hand drawer. Mojo's are in the.
You're giving me too much credit. You're giving me too much credit. Medium is being too generous.
Oh no.
Did we introduce Apex?
No, we just have to hold Mojo accountable the same way that we hold ourselves accountable, and he has to hold other people accountable, so it's like a fucking chain reaction, man. And if I'm the only one holding decorum, that's bullshit, because I'm not always right. Not even close.
Well, didn't you just kick out the only other conservative, like other than myself, off the panel now, who would have counter argument?
Yes,
maybe Apex is if we could
introduce. We gotta hold people accountable, regardless of the consequence. Rules are rules, my friend.
We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice
Steve, you
and
forgot about
tranquility
Apex and
across the
Brazilian
land.
above here. So.
34 Republican Zionist.
Oh, you're a weirdo Zionist. That's cool.
Wait, by Zionist, do you mean that you just think that Israel has the right to exist, or do you think that Israel should take over Palestine as well?
Oh, I think Israel should exist in the totality of the state outlined in the prophecies. So, like a little strip of Iran, Saudi Arabia, a little bitty piece of Egypt, yeah, Palestine, yeah, all that good stuff.
Okay, that's gross.
This is neo-Zionism. This isn't traditional Zionism.
Well, whoever you voted for, sir, if you ever voted, please what I believe.
You say
I actually hate the Constitution and our civil liberties. I've never voted.
You say neo-Zionism. You say neo-Zion. You say
establish justice, promote domestic tranquility, and provide for the common defense. Hereby ordain and defend liberty. Yeah.
I don't know what you're doing, dude. I don't know what you're doing, but you say a neo-Zionist. I'm going to say that it was written in what was his name? Herzl. It was written in his original documents. It's also part of the Likud charter. So that what he's saying right now, it was part of the origination of Zionism, and it's part of Zionism today.
I don't know. I think that Zionism's been accelerated to a completely different definition at this point, but sure.
Theodore Herzl, 1892, is the one that came up with Zionism. Did you not know this, the neighborhood Zionist?
Oh, I didn't even know that.
You didn't even know where your theology came from? That's
so much.
great.
I can defend it, but I can talk a lot about it.
Oh, can you?
You can Google the introduction to the Bill of Rights, but you can't Google where Zionism came from.
You can teach me.
Can we just keep it
how
quick? Are you an evangelical? Let's just make it really quick. Are you an evangelical and do you believe in the rapture? Can you answer my question, please? Are you an evangelical and do you believe in the rapture? Just yes. Are you an evangelical? Yes. Okay. Do you believe in the rapture?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Is this why you're a supporter of Israel?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Is this why you're a supporter of Israel?
Exactly.
Okay, there. We saved a lot of time. A lot of time.
He's got a lag. It's pretty obvious.
Believes in the red heifers.
Move on.
By the way, it's bad shit. But anyway, go ahead.
It's getting pretty hostile pretty fast.
Just trying to cut through the gristle.
Anybody have any advice on how to take care of a ingrown fingernail?
Yes.
Oh, salt water?
Soak it in salt water.
Yeah, just call it Epsom salt.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure if that's true.
Jesus Christ. Soak it in salt water until it gets all raisiny, and then just slowly start pulling the skin away from the,
Look at this shit.
From the fingernail.
Look at this. Shit's fucking terrible.
Jesus, so like I said, soak it till it becomes a raisin, and then start pulling the skin away from the nail, and just do that like 3-4 times a day.
All right, appreciate it. That's what I read, but I didn't know if there was any other tricks, and I don't want to have to go to I don't know if a podiatrist would do it. I know they do it for feet, obviously, but I don't want to have to go get my shit cut open.
I was looking at other stuff. What is it exactly? And don't show me again. Just say it out loud because.
No, my pinky has an ingrown nail in it, and it's I've never had this happen before. I've gotten ingrown nails minor, but this is really bad.
So you can go to well, first of all, if you can take nail clippers and cut it down as short as possible, it'll stop it from clipping on things. But also, if you go to CVS
Is this really a conversation we're having right now on a fucking live panel?
You go to like Minute Clinic? No, because I know older people who go
You said
there.
it was getting hostile, so I'm trying to tone it down. Then we can get back into Iran, and I'll cook everybody on the right on it. Just relax.
He's trying to
Yes, and hold on, listen. Just to help him out for a second. He's a good.
Oh my god, my finger slipped. Oops.
Oh shit!
That was actually really funny.
Wow, that was brutal. Yeah, you're gonna
I'm scared.
you're gonna get punished for that too.
I'm scared.
You could drop me again. I don't mind.
She said, "I don't give a fuck."
It was pretty funny, to be
I'm not
honest.
going. That was funny. Let's give her credit. That was good.
Oh god.
Whoops. Yeah. Every fucking time. Because I guarantee you, every fucking time.
I will say that I think that is the first mod that has actually removed CS. I don't think that's never happened
Hey,
before.
Rosa, say fucking goodbye to your mod powers. Watch me.
I already.
God, don't get. Oh my god! Come on.
Wait.
that
Why would
shit.
you hold on? Why would you take her mod power?
Because she just dropped my main mod. Because CS is my main mod.
Well, I understand,
She's-
but it was a joke. Like, does nobody have any humor up here? Like, she was.
No, you just don't fuck around.
Listen. Jesus
That's
Christ.
the first rule of being a mod.
Yes, I did take
mod
her.
powers.
Yes, I did take
That's
them.
abuse, though. There's a difference, right? So abuse is when someone's constantly doing it to you, right? She just dropped you once and said, "Oops, my finger slipped." She was just joking.
I'm with Brazil on this one.
Yeah,
I
Like,
think it's
she
funny
was
sometimes.
joking. That's crazy.
I bet again, I've lost my mod powers like 17 times, so I'm not the one to take advice from.
I mean, Rosa does that all the time in a lot of lives. She jokes around. It was her first time. That was her first offense.
That's
Come on.
okay. That's okay. It's totally fine, but yeah, don't abuse them against me.
Okay, she didn't abuse them. You guys are using that word too hard.
I am. Don't
That's
say
not
you guys.
abuse of power, though.
I don't. Listen. I'm not. Me and Rosa were in a heated discussion, and she used something against the panel because it was not allowed. I did for Mojo what he couldn't do for himself, what I do all the time, because I'm a fucking soldier of this panel. So I dropped her, so she comes up and drops me. Listen, we're gonna see where we toe the line. That's all.
Come on.
That's Rosa, though. Like, Rosa calls everyone sweetie and honey and shit. That's her. That's always. That's her personality.
It's not the panel rule, though.
I understand that, but if it's somebody's personality, like, they can't just switch it off. Like, she doesn't say it condescendingly. She says it like kind of. Like, it's nothing rude.
You really don't like following the rules, do
Sponsor
you?
authoritarianism in here. I get it. It's cool.
Yeah. Whenever Democrats get in power, to see what happens.
Like, I can see if she was using.
How did I start this? What the fuck?
You started this because you're like, there's one exception. There's just one exception here.
Oh,
Someone
fuck.
can do some bullshit, and I had.
I'm about to
step
just
in.
end the whole fucking live and never talk to you people
No.
again.
Sure.
I want to hear
Don't
Deef
punish
cook
all
the
of
right.
us. Let's
No
fucking
balls,
go.
do it. I want to hear Deef cook the right on Iran.
Well, I genuinely hope that he comes to an agreement because I want to see how MAGA will spew that we can't negotiate with T people, but now all of a sudden it's okay. I really want a deal.
Well, I mean, I haven't asked you since it got hot again with the strikes that happened. What was in the last 48 hours? What do you think?
No, I mean, there's no deal that will ever come up. Iran would be stupid to take a deal at this point. They are absolutely controlling the game at this point. Hence, again, why Trump had to crawl to China to grovel at Xi Jinping's feet to get extra help. Like, Iran would be stupid, not only because they can get so much out of this at this point. And I've said this at this point like 65 times right there, and I've actually annoyed myself in my head saying it that many times. But they could get so much out of this. And it's either Trump has to bend the knee, kiss their butthole, and take a crazy deal, or continue a war that's unjustified and expend taxpayer dollars to lengths we haven't seen since probably Afghanistan. Like, this is just an all-in-all lose-lose. No matter what.
My question is, and I was hoping Blossom could answer it because I asked her, but she's been busy. Does the 60-day counter restart?
At the end of the 60 days? Yeah, so I believe that it does. You're talking about the War Powers Act?
Yeah, because technically there's a ceasefire, but then now it's restarted, so there's
the ceasefire doesn't matter. The ceasefire, right, it's not like they're like, it's not like it's like, oh, well, there was 5 days of a ceasefire, so we're at 50. No, that doesn't matter. It's 60 days consecutive from the initiation of the War Powers Act.
Okay, so he can't get another 60 days. He's used that card already.
No, you can get another 60 days after the end of the 60 days, and you have to go back through the whole congressional aspect of it again.
So what's the purpose of having the War Powers Act if you can just continually renew it every 60 days?
So you're generally supposed to like completely get rid of it, meaning like once the 60 days is over, you can still look at the operation with hostilities and what's going on. If there's already the existing AMUF, which is already authorizing the action, like when the clock actually, there's multiple different facets to it. So on paper, yes, it's supposed to be 60 days, you're supposed to pull out and that's it. But if there's still ongoing hostilities, meaning there's still a threat via Iran and it hasn't been done, and obviously we haven't declared war, like you can go back and reassess it if there's still ongoing hostilities. So the whole point is that within that 60 days, you're supposed to be able to eliminate it, get rid of the hostilities, no declaration of war. But what he'll do is he'll just find a way to turn around and say that there's still ongoing hostilities.
So my question still stands. They could just stop, start and stop. They could just start and stop every 60 days. Yeah. I mean, that makes the law meaningless.
But Mojo, here's the crazy thing.
That makes the law meaningless.
I understand. The crazy thing is too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Can Christo come up? He said he requested it.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead. My bad.
So the thing is crazy. That's crazy that you actually have to pull out once it's done and then go back in, which is fucking crazy. It's wild.
Question. I got one question. Did Biden? I thought every president has done it, but Biden didn't do it, did he? I know Clinton did. I know Bush did twice.
There was no active conflict outside. After he left Afghanistan, we were done with active conflicts.
So it used to be the same was every president has done it, the last 5 presidents. But now Biden didn't do it, so I guess he's the only one that broke the trend.
Well, that's because Democrats are anti-war. Republicans aren't.
Oh, and he probably didn't know where the hell he was.
Yeah, well, with this, just to make it clear, it's all about Trump producing a new conflict. Referencing that it's not. I mean, it can't be the same
it's
reasoning.
Not a new conflict.
It is.
This would have happened if Kamala Harris won, dude.
It would not have.
Don't fool yourself.
It would not have.
No, it wouldn't have.
Yes, it would have. Maybe in a different way, but this was going to happen.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wasn't going to.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that Kamala Harris wasn't beholden to the Israeli government? That's one of the reasons they lost Michigan, one of the most important swing states, because Michigan has a large Muslim population, and they didn't agree with what's happening in Palestine.
Yeah, and Donald Trump went and did a huge rally saying that he would end it day one, and look what happened. It didn't.
He said that he was going to end what?
Thousands of more people lost their life, including babies.
What did he say he was going to end?
After he took office. He said day one he would end everything. Nothing got ended.
And
Lebanon is being bombed right now.
Ukraine,
Israel.
He said Ukraine. He wasn't talking about the Middle East. He said Ukraine.
Then why are you bringing up Michigan? What the fuck did the Muslims in Michigan give a fuck about Ukraine?
The Muslims in Michigan give a fuck about Palestine, and Joe Biden is supporting what's happening over there. And Kamala Harris was the vice president at the time. That was a huge swing state that they lost. Matter of fact, they lost every swing state.
Yeah, Trump lied to him.
So what did he lie about? The fact of the matter is, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. It's impossible. It's not. We're not going to allow that to happen. We're too strong, and we understand growing pains, but it will not happen. Right now, look what they're doing to their own counterparts in the Middle East. They had these weapons pre-positioned for in the event of what happened. And we took out the supreme leader. They had pre-positioned military installations to attack all the Gulf states around them. If they would have had an N-word, they would have used their N-word.
So wait, you're saying essentially that he didn't say that he would have ended the war on the first day with Russia and Ukraine? Because that's explicitly.
Yeah. No, I said he did. That was the correct statement. I was correcting her because she was thinking that he was talking about the whole world.
Right, but so he did.
No,
lie
he was talking about Ukraine.
But wait, you said that he didn't lie, but he did because he didn't end the war in the first.
No, I didn't say he didn't lie. I was correcting her statement. I was correcting her statement because what she was referring to is what you just said and what I said. So yeah, he did lie about that.
Mm-hmm.
But get the lie correct. Get the lie correct at least.
But okay, but also with this whole fucking nuclear deal with Iran, if they do obtain a nuclear weapon, I would trust them more than the US government. Hell, more than the UK government and the French government. I mean, Trump already threatened a nuclear bomb to wipe out an entire civilization. Anyway, and they're not even a threat to the US mainland. So maybe just
the real issue is not really the N-word. The N-word is not the real issue. The issue is them being able to essentially become a porcupine. Because if they say, because Trump is proposing a 20-year plan where they can't enrich for 20 years. But the thing is, those have to come with stipulations on intercontinental ballistic missiles and also their ballistics. Because look what they just did. What was that? Jose Verga or whatever, that island that territory that they hit that could have hit Europe. They said it didn't have things like that, but they did. Those are the type of things that we had to dictate.
What type of arsenal other countries have?
The one with the biggest one.
Okay, so wait. Let me ask you.
Yeah. So then if we have the biggest one.
Yeah.
So when was the last time that Iran actually tried to extend their borders? When do we know? When was the last time Iran tried to extend their borders elsewhere? Do we know?
They're proxies. So why is Lebanon happening? Why does Iran care about what's happening in Lebanon?
You're going elsewhere.
Why?
I'm saying when was it?
Why is Lebanon an issue with the Iran peace deal?
Asking me a question to my question.
Apex, chill out.
So again, you're asking a question to a question. One sec. You're asking a question to a question.
Okay, well then I'll just
don't count as they're not a part of their group. When was the last time that
they have proxies all over the Middle East?
Okay, no. If I talk
sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East.
One second.
Dude, can he fucking finish for a second? I'm trying to really listen to him because I may have answered his question too. Thank you, Apex. Please be quiet for a second, bro.
Thank you. So the last time that Iran tried to extend their borders was 200 years ago, right? That was the last time they tried to extend their borders. The last time they got into a war or conflict was actually to help America. To actually fight ISIS. They actually helped alongside America to help fight ISIS. They helped us. Okay? But Donald Trump turns around and says, no, they don't. They want to kill us. Which is bullshit. It's bullshit from the very beginning. And again, if the UK and the US didn't go in when they tried to nationalise their oil, none of this would have took place. If we didn't try and get new government control to someone who wanted to nationalise their oil, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. The biggest sponsor of the biggest sponsor of terrorism isn't actually Iran in the Middle East. It's America and it's the UK, because MI6 and the CIA go in there, and probably even Israel. We all go in there and we fuck up each other's countries. So it's us, not them. Nothing to do with them.
Yeah, it was your people. It wasn't the United States. It was Britain.
It was the US. The CIA and MI6.
I've actually studied this. I've read books about this. I read huge books about this.
So have I. Congratulations.
Multiple books. Yeah, so you know the fact that we only had like a $70,000 budget. The guy who went in there and helped take it over was American, but the majority was the BP oil company in the British. Yeah, that's a well known. The British are the ones who have been there in Iran in the Middle East for hundreds of years. We helped a little bit, but the main culprit was British.
Okay, so great. So it was the British and the CIA, which was my original claim. Thank you.
Yeah,
just confirmed my suspicion.
Thank you. A little bit.
So again,
but if somebody's spending $15 billion and somebody's spending $70,000, you can't say the guy is spending $70,000.
They spend way more than $70,000. Don't worry, trust me.
No. It's in the art of war, baby boy. It's in the art of war. It's one of the things.
That's also to improve your role within 5 seconds. This one.
Yeah, look at the CIA budget that helped throw during the crisis we're talking about, during the nationalizing, the budget was about $70,000.
Do you know?
And the way
Do
he did
you
it was
understand that $70,000 in 1953 is a
back
lot
then.
different than now?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, of course.
Like, do you understand that that's much different? If that was the budget that
Yeah,
you needed,
do y'all even know
the
how
government,
he did
that's
it?
all you needed.
You don't even know how he did it? He did it through
Listen,
propaganda.
man, I don't need lessons from Timu fucking studs over here, all right?
Timu studs? Is that a compliment?
No.
Timu. I heard
What's
they
the
had good
topic
prices.
here? I've lost the topic. What's going on?
Say,
What's up? What's up?
Yeah.
Christo,
Yeah.
I'm really confused with you right now. I'm gonna be honest with you, but we'll go ahead and leave my confusion aside, and I'll message you later about it. You say the West is the biggest sponsor of terrorism, right? And I think that is a political claim, right? That's not a factual census. So I think that you are. I'd love to know what you're going off of when you say that, because it's actually very well documented that the U.S., Ukraine, or UK, Iran, Saudi, Russia, they have all supported armed groups of proxy forces at different times, right? Depending on the conflict. Correct. So when you say terrorism, though, terrorism itself is not a single agreed label internationally, right? So again, I think it's a politically defined. That's not a factual census. So I just don't like the fact that you're throwing that out there like that when that's not how it works.
So yeah, I mean, I'm opposed to take on both the UK and US together. So I'll answer Apex's question first, and then I'll come to yours really quickly. So Apex, just
Well,
so you know, the US.
no, because then because I had some questions. You guys were done with your little conversation piece, and I
wasn't. I wanted to give you an answer. I wanted to give the funds. I'm just wait.
So you're saying
Yeah,
they're
no, I'm
not a
just-
threat, right? So
Yeah,
I
wait,
think
1 second.
the bottom line is, Crystal, is where it becomes the government. Okay, it describes Iran as a security threat, right? Due to what? The missile development, the support for groups they classify as militant, right? The regional influence activities, the Iran with the enacting in self-defense and regional deterrence, right? Western powers are destabilizing in regions. So once again, I think there's a difference when we want to speak on why we interpret when it comes to Iran and the problem with Iran, right?
So, so Apex, it was 45 million. Now I can move on to Brazilian. So Brazilian, the reason why I say this is specifically because the reason why the Middle East is so destabilized, is primarily because of the UK actually in more previous World War II times. But post World War II, the reason why the Middle East has become so out of hand is primarily because of the US and the UK joint. I take responsibility for both in that aspect. You can see how everyone, back then they said 911, which we know that catastrophe that happened, was an unprovoked attack, right? That's what they said, unprovoked. Until we found out it's because in 1996 we actually fought with the leaders in Afghanistan. So we've always been in the Middle East, we've always funded, which has hit us here back home, and it doesn't hit the politicians, it hits the people on the plane, it hit the people in the towers. Those are the people that we hit, not the officials who make the rules, right? So this is what I mean by we sponsor terrorism. We try and get change in governments, which is also illegal. We try and go into conflicts that are not for us. We push further conflicts like Russia and Ukraine. With Russia and Ukraine, we were told that we will never expand towards Russian borders, and CIA, at the collapse of the Soviet Union, put, I think, 7 CIA bases towards the Kremlin on the eastern portion of Ukraine. We've always done it. Everyone. Not just the US, I take responsibility for all of NATO. And I think it's stupid. We've always been in there. If we just left our hands alone, we would be fine.
Okay. So
it was a joint.
911, right? Your statement, it was unprovoked until we found out about Afghanistan in '96. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Right. All right. So the 911 were carried out by Al Qaeda, right? That were led by Bin Laden. Okay. This is just what we all know, right? This is nothing that I don't think any of us is going to learn anything really different because this is what's put out there, right? So their stated motivations included the U.S. military presence in Saudi Arabia, the U.S. support for certain Middle East governments, and the sanctions on Iraq in the 1990s. So it was a broader anti-Western ideology. Okay? So about the 96 Afghanistan. So in 96, the Taliban took control of Afghanistan. Bin Laden moved there the same year. The U.S. was not at war in Afghanistan in 96, but it had earlier involvement in the region during the 80s, Soviet-Afghan War. Okay? So, I would have to say that some of your conversation pieces I don't agree with. Now, you said we've always been in the Middle East.
Can you guys make this a little more concise so that other people can jump in too?
That's the problem. Is what he's saying is not like that is literally what he's doing. He's mixing up a very different claims mixed together, so they're not all one historical piece. That's the problem. So all the claims that he's mixing up together, they don't go together.
It's just our interference in the Middle East. That's it.
Oh,
okay, and that is fine. But if it, again, though, like, I'm a very detailed woman, sadly. Okay? That's just how I work. So, I mean, I can go ahead and end it if you'd like. That's no problem since I'm boring. It's
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
Civics, nobody asked you. I wasn't even fucking talking to you.
No, Mojo asked you.
What? No,
Mojo asked if I had a whole breakdown, yes. And then I was just explaining to him that I'm a very...
I would just like to be a little more concise. That's it. The conversation's not bad because I think it's justifiable. I think what he's saying is true, that we have involved ourselves in the Middle East for quite some time, and we have done a lot of bad things. There's a lot of reasons that people in the Middle East would not like the West, specifically the UK and the United States.
I wouldn't say we've done a lot of bad things. That's crazy, but okay.
We have done a lot of bad things.
No. I think that's misplaced, right? I don't think so. I don't think we've done a lot of bad things. I think some things were needed.
Oh, Abu Ghraib was needed? Did I say that right?
Some things were needed. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, do you even know what I'm talking about?
Bin Laden wasn't even a good person.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
A good person.
You clearly don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about the history timeline that I was just laying out. I said not everything that we've done is bad, is what I said. So your claim that everything that we've done is bad is absolutely crazy.
Well, I don't.
No one said everything we did was bad, but we've done a lot of bad things.
Yeah, and so with Afghanistan and the Middle East, the reason why I bring it up is actually because US intelligence was all over the Middle East during this time, especially when the Taliban took Kabul. The US, again, were in there with intelligence agencies, and it's like, how about we just leave them to it instead of going over there, you know? Again, this is what I was trying to say. The US is always in someone's land, in someone's business with intelligence or military assets, and it makes no sense. Again, point to a war in recent conflict or an incident that America haven't been involved in whatsoever. I guarantee you.
World War I and World War II, we try to be isolationist. In World War I and World War II, we have to go save y'all's asses. That's why we're in every country.
No, that's not. No, actually, the biggest players was the Soviet Union. Not even the UK or the US. It was actually the Soviet Union, so that's wrong.
But we didn't come in until the very end when it was basically over.
Yeah. We still got it done.
Because we were begged.
That's what happens whenever we leave the world to their own devices. We have to be all around the world. Because if not, y'all do stuff like that.
I know, I find that funny actually, because the only reason why you got pulled in was because of Japan, and actually the reason why is because you guys wouldn't fucking stop going into the South Pacific, specifically, and all around that area, and
we cut off
you guys were at conflict with China, and then Japan got involved, and then they sided with Germany. There was a lot of reasons why, actually, not just because of the thing. In fact, the US actually wanted to side with Germany at one point, as of the UK. The UK wanted to do the same thing.
Well, we sold them money. We sold them guns.
Yes, you did. So it wasn't just because you're good people, okay, and all the UK weren't good people.
We are good people.
I thought you were better than this, bro, literally. Like, I thought you were a little more educated.
Wait, he is educated. Everything he said is correct.
Don't get me wrong, you're smart, but there's some things I think that you need a little more education on, because this isn't how you acted in my life. This isn't how you acted in the other person's lives. You're acting way different than what you normally act. This isn't how you ever... This is crazy. I don't even know who you are anymore.
I
Wow.
agree with
I've got the book
everything
right
you've
here.
said, Christo. I think
No,
you're
I
on
understand
point.
you do absolutely because he's literally used to be a middle person. He used to be somebody that understood both parties, and he would
Why are you
actually
getting upset
say when
about
something is
facts?
right.
Just because you don't
But
know
I'm not
about it or
seeing that
agree with
anymore.
it, you are getting really upset
Well,
for
no,
no reason.
I'm just shocked. I think I'm just shocked.
So,
I'm just shocked.
so
That's
All
all.
right.
I do see all
Can I
the
get in here
essential
real quick?
things.
I just need to ask the people on the right, like, why is it that you guys love to whitewash American imperialism and our neocolonialism that we've done since the Second World War? I don't get it. Even using blanket statements like we've done good things in the Middle East, like it's all been in the fucking under the guise of American imperialism, setting up military force so that capitalism can fucking work. That's what we've been doing since the 1950s, since the establishment of the Bretton Woods institutions. That's what we've been doing. And I don't understand why we have to fucking whitewash it.
And also, my source for this.
Why is that a problem?
Brazilian.
Every country should be doing a benefit for their own country.
So my source, by the way, for my claims I've made is coming from the book The Nazi Conspiracy, The Secret Plot to Kill Churchill, Roosevelt and Stalin. It's a very good book. I recommend reading it. I'm not even fully finished with it yet.
Listen,
Very good
Crystal,
book,
we can talk about this later, but I'm pretty shocked. I'm just going to tell you, I really am. I'll message you.
I'm shocked too. I'm shocked too.
Hey, bro, can I ask you a question, Chris? Have you ever heard of somebody called Ken Follett?
Rings a bell, but I'm not entirely sure.
He's a historical writer.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Historical fiction. It's not.
Hey, don't throw that fiction in there. Don't throw that fiction in there.
But he is a historical
if
fiction
you never
writer.
read the book, if you never read the book, then
I've read his books.
So you know what he does. He takes historical events and he puts fictional characters in there that very well could have been there.
Again, historical fiction. That's a whole
but the
genre.
way you're framing it is making it seem like it's untrue. You make it seem like it's disingenuous.
It's Pillars of the Earth.
Is that what you?
That's
no, yeah, Pillars of the Earth was a good one, but Walking with the Giants one was amazing. It was a masterpiece. But it doesn't. It's not disingenuous. He's actually a historical.
I didn't say he
takes
was.
historical events. Okay, that's cool.
Historical fiction.
Throwing that fiction,
genre.
Fiction, but it's real events, and he just throws fictional characters in there that very well could have been there, like a plumber in the building. There probably was a plumber in the building, and he gives the perspective of that plumber, and it also gives a perspective of an imaginary CEO because we know there was a CEO there, and so he gives different perspectives so you get the whole context of a situation. I love
To
him.
be fair, I don't care for those books because I want factual, historical things. I don't want things to be added or taken away. I care about the raw depths of history, not what someone wants to put in there for their imaginary makeup. So
Well, in all fairness,
it's not a factual book. I haven't seen it.
let's put it this way. Great historical fiction writers do represent fiction, and normally they will have a whole bunch of editor notes of where they've either made things up or not. So I would never paint a broad stroke. It's also a way to engage people in history that don't want to read a college book or something relevant right now. So
Wouldn't John Steinbeck be a historical author? The Grapes of Wrath, that's a pretty historical fiction book.
yeah, I mean, there are plenty of literature level books, but moving on.
The Quran.
Just like the Bible, historical fiction. You got it.
Quran's definitely.
Just like the Mormon book.
Well, all I know is that I have Palestinian Jesus held hostage in my heart, and that's one hostage that will never be released.
Oh, classics.
Oh boy. Okay. I don't know why people were coming after. I can't even see the rest of his name. Chris.
Oh, it's just Chris, yeah.
I mean, I would agree with you. Other than I think you were mentioning something about something about the Soviet Union that I kind of heard as I was walking away from my phone really quick.
Oh yeah, so I was just saying the Soviet Union, they were the ones who outproduced everyone. So out of America, the UK, and the Soviet Union, and Germany, the Soviet Union was one of the only countries that had outproduced Nazi Germany during that time. The only other two that could was the UK and America.
Help do what? They helped what? Do what did he say?
Oh, they outproduced the Germany. They were actually one of the biggest. They fought the whole Western Front.
Reduce? Are you saying reduce?
No, I said that they produce. Yes, thank you.
Oh, produce.
All right, so I got more facts about the Iran thing that you said. It was 43 million. It was Kermit Roosevelt. That's who I read about.
45.
And he said 45. And his budget was actually the FBI, the CIA director on paper was a $1 million budget. The 43 million, I'm not sure where he got that from. But what I was referring to was the $70,000 that he used on political campaigns that were actually the most effective. And that's when I read it in the 33 Strategies of War, it mentioned Kermit Roosevelt Jr. And that's what I was talking about. And he had a $1 million budget. It's one of the most effective.
What year?
1953. 1953.
Yeah, 1953. Right, I'm just making sure. Right here. Yeah, I've got it here from Socialist Worker website. Britain regained
from what?
a percent. It's called the Socialist Worker website. It's a news source. It's actually a pretty good news source, to be honest. 1953. So $45 million. Britain regained a percentage of shares in Iran oil, as did companies in the US and Europe. The US spent $45 million in aid to neutralize Mossadegh supporters. So it depends on what part you ask, but yes, in terms of the US, they spent well over 45 million.
The whole overthrowing, the main culprit was Kermit Roosevelt Jr. And he himself, I'm pretty sure there was.
Their side.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure, okay, we're in agreement.
So that's what they spent doing their own thing, but then actually helping the UK was 45 million. Yeah. So they helped fund us and everything happened.
And there might have been other people besides Kermit Roosevelt doing the same thing in another part of the country. So I can see that. But what I was reading was specifically talking about how his strategy was one of the most cost-effective taking over a country because the propaganda, and the $70,000 is what he used for the propaganda, which is a lot of money back then, especially in Iran. Mm-hmm. Like somebody up here said,
Hello.
Oh yeah, no. So I'm just not worried, but I'm just, bro. Are you not for Western culture?
What is what's Western? What is Western culture? Apex.
Arguing on TikTok.
Yeah. Arguing on TikTok.
Wait, should we have the ability to force our culture on other people?
No.
Absolutely.
Yes.
At the point of a gun, we should be able to force our belief structure on somebody else.
Absolutely, Mojo. That's
we
how
did
the
it with
world
the Aztecs.
Works.
Wow.
We did it with the Aztecs.
You realize that's why everybody hates us, right?
No, a lot of people who love us too.
Yeah, now who cares about them? Because they don't really know. These people, a lot of these people, hold on, I won't monologue, but a lot of these people were savages in the old world. And when we introduced...
You are a savage. You are a savage today.
Sacrifice children and do all this crazy
You are a savage. You are a savage today. You are a savage. You are... Hello. Hold on. You are a savage today. We are unaliving children in Iran. That was one of our first strikes. 170 children in a fucking school, and you guys blow that off. I'm sorry. You are a savage today.
No, that's debatable. And there's no hardcore proof that was America. America's pointing the fingers at Iran.
They've already
No, it's not. Anyways, here's the point. Here's the point I'm saying. Here's the point.
I can prove this very quickly. It's very quickly to be proven. The only people out of Israel, Iran, and the US to have that type of missile, which was a cruise missile, especially a Tomahawk, is the US. No other country has it.
And we hit them twice.
Weapon experts.
No, there's no proof it was a Tomahawk. That's like mainstream. That's a myth. That's the same myth. Well, hold on. Here's the argument. If you have a civilized nation or you're a civilized person in the woods or something crazy like that, and you see two people doing something barbaric or unaliving each other, should you just look the other way and walk away? Or do you say, hey, look, you guys don't have to beat each other over the skull like this. You can say, hey, people can go, there's concepts called jail, or there's concepts called, you don't have to sacrifice things like that. Do you just turn the other cheek and you just walk away?
Do you have a right? Wait, in your hold on. In your scenario, do you have the right to look at those two people and decide which one is right and then shoot the other one? Do you have the right to do that?
Well, it wouldn't be that crazy. It wouldn't be.
No, that's exactly what we're doing. We're picking sides, and we're shooting the side that we don't pick.
No. We're saving them from barbaric and savagery.
We are not saving anybody. We are killing them. We are killing them barbarically.
I know what you're saying, but you're coming off wrong.
I don't care.
You're coming off very.
We're just saving them from their self, Mojo. That's all. We're just saving them from their selves.
If you tweak it a little bit better, your argument could be a lot more better if you tweak it a little bit.
That would require maybe we can tweak this the other way, right? So with the IRGC, for example, they're fighting other people, they're killing people, very bad thing. But instead of actually killing them, we go and bomb their school for the children. Make that make sense. So let's put
we didn't do that to school. That was themselves.
Yes, we did.
No. Iran has done this for like 20 years in the I country and all over with the H group and with the other groups. They've notorious for doing this to themselves and blaming others. And then all of a sudden they do this and they're like, oh, it's America.
Quick question then. What country started this second round with Iran then? Because if you knew, it was actually Israel.
It would be Iran.
So wrong already. It was Israel who actually struck into Syria, killing a lot of Iranian generals. This was in 2024.
Oh, but why does it matter about Iran then? Why does Syria? You said they don't expand their borders.
Because Israel.
All right. Hey. We're gonna go one at a time here. One person speaking at a time. You guys all know this. This is how we run this panel.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my bad.
We're civilized up here.
Well, I'm going to force you to be.
My apologies.
I could make it crazy, though. Fucking Studs is here.
Yeah, look at you. Forcing your civilization on the savages.
I can't do Studs and Timu Studs. Please don't do that to us.
No, that's too much right now.
Yeah, all right. I need to say this because I think it's absolutely ridiculous that you're going to try to use the moniker savages when these people had intricate fucking cities and civilizations that they had established. A calendar that is more accurate than the ones that we've ever fucking used. So to say that they're savages is just willful ignorance.
But you know what they did every black night, every moon?
You know what's savage?
Hey. Army.
Savage.
Army.
Sorry. I forgot where I was at. You're right.
He just took on your whole argument, right?
Stop. Apex, stop. One person at a time. What the fuck?
I'll land quickly. What is savage to me is understanding the differences between wealth inequality, and we continue to perpetuate it in the system that we have when we have all the power in the fucking world because we live in a democracy to do something about it. That to me is fucking savage. We can change our society, we can change the way that we live, but we choose not to. That's what's fucking savage.
Yeah.
So what came before capitalism?
When I say like hey man, they have like running water and they had civilizations, that's true. And I even make an argument on these panels that there was people here before the Native Americans and so forth, like Celtic people and so forth. And you can look that there's actually like fortresses and stuff that the Native Americans talk about were there before them, like stone buildings and so forth like that throughout the South. I'm no like stranger to that. What I'm saying is, even despite them having that, for instance, the Native Americans were restricted mostly to a very like corn diet and diets where they weren't getting all their nutrition. So what they would do is sometimes they would look to eating cannibalism and things like that. So for me, I'm just saying,
I need a source for that.
Hold on. If I'm just, I don't interrupt nobody. That's one case. People, Aztec and the Mayans were notorious for sacrifice. They had water, they had cities, but they were notorious for sacrificing people every day. All kind of people, crazy sacrifices. Christ's
death was?
All I'm saying is, I'm not theological. All I'm saying is, if I was standing right there with my pew and I was a Englishman or I couldn't stand for that. I couldn't allow that. In goodness in my heart, right? So I would impose my beliefs on them, right?
Human sacrifice has been in almost every religion, including Christianity. What are you talking about, Go Army?
Yeah, but Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice. He ended it all sacrifice. He completed the law. He completed everything. The Old Testament. He was the sacrifice.
We are not.
Now, when you go to these people, say, "Hey, you don't have to do that no more. You don't have to worship gods that way no more, right?" And they, that's.
We are not.
Stand for that either.
We are not. We are not moving into religion.
I agree. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like that.
Sounds so much better now.
Not even religious, but civilization.
The technology that they had, your argument sounds so much better. Just pay a little bit of homage to what they actually have running water, and like at the same time the Europeans are throwing shit in the streets, and then say what you said. The argument sounds reasonable now.
It doesn't.
Well, throwing poop in the streets is not the full argument. Like, Europe is the birthplace of civilization. It's like literally like, have you ever seen the massive Roman like architecture and all these crazy birthplace of theology? Like, all this, everything came from there. So
the fertile
point, you know.
You're wrong.
Mesopotamia was a birthplace of civilization.
It was not Europe.
I mean, it's just a generic term, but you know.
No, for you.
Birthplace of civilization, exactly, but. You know, what I'm trying to say is that this is like modern day civilizations where it's all birth.
No, even then you're fucking wrong.
All right, you're right.
Well, some people believe in Tartaria.
Stop. One person at a time. This is not hard.
Africa?
I think to dismiss the China. Hold on a second, Army. You're saying that Western philosophy is the only philosophy that produced anything? Hello, did we think about China? Or Africa, or Japan? I mean, it's not just Western philosophy. Matter of fact, we're in the minority if you want to consider us per population. It's a fallacy.
I think America's actually adopting a lot of Japanese culture. I mean, if you even look at Major League Baseball,
oh my God.
Well, it is. They're adopting like Wu Wei. They're getting into the philosophies of Eastern philosophies.
Yeah, I love Shohei Ohtani.
So there's a lot of Japanese influence in America.
Japanese
we also like
collectivism, not.
Wait, that's the thing.
How are we up?
About European advancement, specifically speaking, you guys are probably thinking, oh, what have we done well? And you think, what's Europe done well recently? Oh, I don't know. They made the tank. They made the nuclear bomb, which people think it was America. It wasn't. They made all these other things. Great, so we've just used more items to kill each other. Great. Now, what's the Middle East done? They created algebra, they created hospitals. What's Asia done? They respect each other, they bow down to one another. What's America done? They've also bombed the ever living shit out of everyone. So the Middle Eastern countries are actually the most peaceful because they actually create things worth their while. Sanitary water, stuff like that. We just create weapons to kill each other with.
Yeah, but you're talking about a different type of Middle Eastern culture. You're talking about pre-World War II Middle Eastern culture.
Well, exactly.
Today's Middle Eastern culture has westernized because of Dubai. I mean, they're like Vegas on the island, and they're into they're into materialism more than anybody.
I thought you said Moderna.
Sorry, I was going to say modern materialism. Dubai is, you know, they're the epitome of materialism.
Just a lot of hypocrites. That's it.
Oh yeah, it's all for Allah, huh? They love oil more than Allah.
Messy?
No, I don't want to get religion, but I've seen a lot of them in the back rooms drinking and things like that. I don't know. I ain't getting all that. But.
I don't even know what we're talking. What are we even talking about?
Drinking some sort of chrome.
What are we even talking about?
Well, I don't know. Certainly not American or Western culture anymore, if this is an example of it.
Why do you guys like hate Western culture? Like, Western culture is amazing. It's the best.
I'm not hating on it. You're the one that's saying that it's the only one that matters.
It really is. At the end of the day, like,
and this is what we're pushing back
really
on. You asked the question, I answered it.
Like, we went to the moon in the 70s. Like, nobody's ever been able to even come close to that. Like,
on the backs of the.
What do you think about United States' camping culture? They love their national parks, the rivers, the kayaking, the rafting. It's a huge part
explorers.
of it.
Canadians, sir. I don't want to hear from you.
He doesn't realize they camp in Europe?
They camp everywhere in the world. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. It's not unique to the United States, nor are the ideas of national park.
He's probably going to attack Trump's letting people drill on national park land. That's probably what he was going to attack.
Didn't he put his face on all the national parks? Like,
yeah, that's what his angle was.
Hey, you want to know something crazy about national parks? If you're an immigrant, you would get in for free, and an American citizen would have to pay $20 to recently under Trump. That's crazy.
Unbelievable.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now. You want a source?
How are we talking about fucking national parks? What the fuck is going on here?
Canadian came in here and he tried to do some type
Western
of
culture, Mojo. I don't know.
Yeah, what would you like to talk about, Mojo? Give us a topic.
I don't know, but I'm pretty disgusted by the fact that you think we should imperialize the rest of the fucking planet. I think that's fucking gross.
Yeah,
our country was founded because this was the colony of another country, and we decided to revolt against that. And here you are wanting to spread that shit to other people. That's fucking gross. You are disgusting. You are not American. You don't deserve to be here. You should just move somewhere else.
Gross.
What am I spreading? Hold on. Let me respond. What am I spreading? Everybody comes to America. Everybody comes here to enjoy it here. No, they all.
So again,
everybody wants to come here.
Wait, so people still come to America, but why is that? Why is it that the majority of people that come to America are from the Middle East? Almost like because you go there and destroy their homes, destroy their families, destroy their civilization, so they have to go somewhere.
They came here and destroyed our towers, bro.
The reason that everybody comes to America,
so wait, Apex, wait 1 second. So why did they do that? Why did they come here? And also, first of all,
I don't care why.
That was a terrorist.
They did it.
So wait, 1 second. 1 second. That was a terrorist group. But who initiated that? We all know who initiated it. Wasn't them.
It doesn't matter. Say that to the New Yorkers who seen it and they're affected forever. Things like that. Like they don't care who you're going to say did that, did this. They're mad. They're
listening to what he's saying. Like he's literally trying to build an understanding for you, and you're just like, tell that to New Yorkers. Like just listen to what he's saying. The reason why we're pushing back and why Mojo is pushing back on this idea that we can imperialize the rest of the fucking world means that there's going to be adversaries that we're going to create out of that. And that is exactly what happened on 9/11. It was our fucking meddling and our imperialism that caused that to fucking happen. And you can't connect those fucking dots.
And just to prove it, right?
Why did they attack the Soviet Union?
Wait, 1 second. The reason why that they actually attacked the towers is first of all because it's the center of a business trade. Okay, first of all, business, and also number two, if we actually look, they also went to the Pentagon and Washington DC. Again, why is that? I don't know why, because the politicians there fucked up their own entire country. Now we're just lucky that there was a few brave people that saw what happened to the other two flights, and they actually initiated an attack on the gunman, steering the plane away and crashing it themselves. So maybe we should count ourselves lucky we had brave Americans on the plane.
Have you ever heard 33 Strategies of War?
Sorry, I
didn't.
I think that's what you think what happened, right?
That's the 33rd strategy.
That's not what happened. Do you want a source for that? Would you like a source for that, Go Army? I can give you a source.
No, I really don't. I really don't want to.
Okay, so you don't want a source. Okay, so
first of all, you're not American, right? So you're not going to know what it feels like or how,
Well, considering that we actually had the exact same type of attack in 1983 where someone let off a bomb and killed 259 people, yeah, we kind of do. But again, try again.
But as an American, it's like a very emotional thing for a lot of Americans.
I'm also Go Army. I'm also an American. I did live through it. I was an adult at that time, just so you know. And one of my professors at the time, Ward Churchill from CU, he said that it was the chickens coming home to roost. That stirred up a whole lot of controversy. He wrote a whole paper about it. Stirred up a whole lot of controversy, and he ended up getting canned from his job as a professor at CU, a tenured professor, as a matter of fact. He ended up getting it back later after. Yes, I live in Colorado. That's where I went to school at CU.
Deion Sanders, boy.
No, Ward Churchill. I don't watch. I don't watch sports. Anyway, I was in his class at that particular point in time. I was also going with him and Morris down to the Capitol to protest at the time too. They were actually friends of mine. So, yeah, it mattered. But most people understood. Most educated people in this country understood that we caused that to happen. That our interference around the world creates enemies, and we need to change that.
Yeah,
that's a crazy story, Mojo. If you went down and protested with them, you definitely got the feds listening to you or doing
that's
something
fine.
now involved.
Man, this was 25 years ago. What the fuck?
No, somebody else said chickens coming home to roost. I believe it was I want to say it was like Jeremiah Wright or something like that, pastor for Obama, or was something along those lines.
Sure, it came from, if I'm not mistaken, it was Martin Luther King that came up with it.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't. Yeah. Probably. That's probably why the people repeated it. I didn't know that. But
what
listen,
does that mean? What is the
chickens coming home to
finally
roost.
get caught up with
Yeah, you send your chickens out into the wild, and they cause a whole lot of havoc, and then they end up coming back to roost and bringing it back with them.
The thing about that is it's a play on words because chickens don't roost. So,
okay, that's true.
That's true. I'd also quickly love to add as well, a lot of reasons why people don't believe in the US government was actually because of 1962 something called Operation Northwoods. I suggest you search it up. So Operation Northwoods is actually a plan to kill US civilians so we can go to war with Cuba. And they were going to shoot down civilian airliners, crash into the ground, stage terrorist attacks on the ground.
LA, Chicago, Washington, D.C. There was a whole thing, and JFK said, "No, I'm not doing it." And then it's like we're reliving like the Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0 with everyone saying that they're going to be putting missiles in Florida now. It's wild. Learn from history, people. Fucking learn from history. If not, it's going to rhyme. At least repeat, if not rhyme. Like, come the fuck on.
Yeah. Hi, Stargazer.
Hi, Mojo. Did you guys talk about a judge ordered Trump's name removed from the Kennedy Center?
No.
Yeah. That happened about 3:45. That's when I read it.
Mojo, do you think Cuba would be better off with America? Like you call it imperializing, but I say taking over and adopting as like a little brother.
No,
you see that as like you don't think Cuba people would want that and are better off?
They don't. They don't want that.
Yes, they want that.
No, they don't.
What are you talking about?
Holy fuck! What?
To Cuba.
What the fuck was that? Did your balls just drop, sir?
Oh no! Like you touched a string because I've met pastors who come back and you can take.
That's fine.
On board.
That's fine if they want it. That's fine. That's fine. If they wanted that, they would have overthrown their own government. They did. They don't want that. So you can talk to a few individuals. Sure. That's fine. No, there are even Cubans in the U.S. There are even Cubans. There are Cubans in the U.S. that will agree with you. That doesn't necessarily mean they agree there.
The majority of Cubans. That's why South Florida is Latino and it votes Republican because all those freaking Cubans hate socialism.
Because they were the ones that left and got kicked out. They were the ones with money.
They didn't get kicked out. Fucking.
Okay, I'm sorry. Why aren't they living in Cuba?
Because they freaking escaped. They had to escape.
What is going on here? What is with the voices?
Yeah, dude.
I dated a girl who was a doctor in Cuba, and she had to go to Mexico, and in America, she could only become a nurse because her degree ain't worth shit over here. But she's going to school, like she hates socialism. She hates all that.
Okay. Either way, Apex, we fought a revolutionary war because of colonialism. We should not become a colonialist nation. We should not allow that to happen in this country.
You think that you believe in absolutism? You like absolute
Is there any
things?
reason why, Mojo?
You should never learn. You should never pivot. You should never.
Sovereignty.
You think you should just do one thing.
Sovereignty and autonomy. People have the right to live the way they want to live. People have the right to have the governments they want to have. People have the right to fight back if they so choose. If they ask us to help them fight back, fine. Because we got help during the Revolutionary War too. So I'm probably okay with that. But once the war is over, once they take control, we step the fuck out of it and we stop being involved in it. We allow them to create their own nation.
That's what we do now.
No, we don't. We don't. We install leaders. We have installed leaders for fucking ever now. We have to stop installing leaders and trying to install governments.
Like Germany, like Japan and Germany.
I disagree with that, Mojo.
Examples of a regime change.
Mojo, if you don't put in the people you want, China,
this is gross. You are disgusting. You are a fucking Nazi. You are a fascist piece of shit right now. Go Army.
How is it disgusting?
No, don't say that. That's not nice. Stop saying that.
Venezuela,
Mojo isn't
actually
wrong,
going to the people.
He is wrong. He is wrong.
Money's going to the people. It's monitored by third-party sources in America, and nobody's lining their pockets on this stuff. I mean, maybe the company that's the third party is lining their pockets a little bit, but the oil that's being sold in Venezuela is going directly to the people now. That's a good thing.
Is it?
Generals aren't stealing it.
Is it?
Maybe party.
I don't know all that, Mojo. I'm just saying
that
that Venezuela is a lot different. The way Trump's doing Venezuela and Iran versus like Bush did Iraq, where it's like I remember this like just people unaliving all the time, like thousands during the whole war. So it's like this is a lot different. This is like not deploying people everywhere and massive operations. That's exactly what you guys want. You saying it's okay if we do that?
Okay, I am fully.
None of us are okay with that.
I am fully convinced that the right wing has gone batshit fucking crazy. I got people in the comments saying fucking shit to Messi. I got, what the fuck is going on with you idiots? Why are you going crazy?
It's fine. I ignore everything that he says.
I think it's the opposite. After Trump's 37-0 victory, it's just got the Democrats.
I had 10 conservatives up this morning, and every single one of them wanted to I don't know, kill all the lefties and take over the world and wanted to install a dictator. And what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Because the moderates
they've all become Bolsheviks.
So the moderates
fucking crazy.
Mojo, the moderates have taken off their red hats and are disillusioned with MAGA and Trump, and the only ones that are left are the sycophants who have doubled and tripled down on supporting this man.
Yeah, I heard
that's who's left.
No, that's
I heard that. I heard that theory. The theory is MAGA grabbed a whole bunch of people from the middle, and now all the people from the middle are leaving. So the only people who are left are the people that the MAGA originally hated, which is the Rhinos and Mark Rubio's in the establishment. So it's kind of weird how MAGA flipped. It used to be like the Tea Party, now it's the establishment.
Where are you?
I'm okay with it.
What are you?
I'm a Mark Rubio.
You're a neocon.
That's not MAGA. That's not MAGA. Go Army up here.
I don't like Trump. I've never liked Trump.
Okay.
You know that Rubio is perfectly fine and like.
Never liked Trump.
You know that Rubio is perfect.
I like him now a little bit, but when he first started running, I hated him. I wanted Mark.
He's kind of cool. He speaks in Spanish.
You know that Rubio is perfectly fine with sending American citizens to CCOT, to El Salvador. Actually praised their president for saying, thank you for being willing to take our American citizens to your prison.
What about child predators?
Yeah, maybe if they
I'm okay with sending them over there.
People there,
you're okay with sending American citizens to a foreign country.
Child predators?
Okay, all right. For the first time, wait, hold on. For the first time in my life, I want to hear what Easy has to say.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like Epstein offenders, then I'm not gonna really feel too much remorse, even if they're like U.S. citizens.
Are you serious?
60% of the people that were sent over there on the planes that weren't
I'm
supposed to leave our
serious.
soil
Epstein offenders, what?
were not.
You have like.
Wait, stop.
Like crying over that.
Stop. I am because I kind of like the Constitution. So basically, you just want to get rid of the Constitution as part of your whole libertarian ideology. Is that correct?
You're a constitutionalist?
I like that, Mojo.
Bro, why am I on topsy-turvy world where you're now...
Yeah, it's crazy that you want to burn the Constitution right now. Now here you are wanting to... Now here you are wanting to burn the Constitution. This is fucking crazy. I agree.
Well, how did you get that I was burning the Constitution? I could have even said, like...
What is the Fourth Amendment?
We could have a new amendment. You didn't even hear what the fuck I had to say.
I'm sorry, you're never getting 3/4. I'm sorry, you're never getting 3/4 of the states to agree to send American citizens to fucking El Salvador for jail. You're never going to get 3/4 of the states to agree to that.
You're never going to get people to agree to like do away with pew-pews and all this other shit. You see how this doesn't move any conversation?
I'm not even... Nobody even talks about taking away guns on the left. Hey, dipshit. Hey, dipshit. Nobody talks on the left about getting rid of guns. Nobody.
Okay, let's talk about like bringing in more then. Let's be constitutionalists.
What?
More guns?
Let's reduce those regulations. Come on, constitutionalists.
How about some safe storage conversation for the ones
that gives you like... Okay.
How about Scalia saying we could put restrictions on them?
Okay,
I mean, and if you want to be strict constitutionalists, all those guns are related to a militia. not for private use.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then let's say they take it to court. The Supreme Court interprets that you're not allowed to. Yeah, all right, fine. That you're not allowed to like create any laws that would, I don't know, force people to do certain things with their weapons, store them safely, or any other shit like that. Then what? Are you still a constitutionalist? And be like, well, no, let's get reform in there. So, bro, you're not a fucking constitutionalist. Even within the Constitution, there's okay, you guys can, if you want to, if society wants to change this, then they can. So,
yes,
this
by
is a
adding
bullshit,
an amendment.
Yeah, duh, that's what I said.
Okay,
and then his response was, you're never going to get 3/4.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said, by the way. You didn't say anything about the Constitution. You said throw anybody. You said throw anybody on the Epstein list and fucking CCOT. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. What I said, okay, verbatim was, yeah, if it was people within the Epstein list, I don't think I would feel that bad about that. Now, if there's a pathway to do that, we'd have to discuss, like legally, yeah, constitutionally, whatever. Obviously, I don't want people to have like dictatorial strength where they can just be like, yeah, executive order, boom, all this shit. No. But,
so you don't like
okay,
Trump.
In terms of a U.S. citizen, all right, that did diddly things to a little child, you're saying, oh no. Like what? The fuck?
Well, I mean,
you guys will use the Constitution to protect little diddly offenders. This is who the fuck I argue with, is that you guys, just for your point, will become constitutionalists and Epstein defenders.
Anybody can mute him,
and then be like,
whatever.
oh, you're a libertarian.
Y'all can mute him.
Bro, you guys are so far gone.
Can you land your nonsense plane for a second?
All right, can you tell me if the Incan Empire was the biggest empire, bro? You made such a big blunder last night.
It was the biggest empire.
Biggest one in America. You're so wrong.
Hold on a second. Genghis Khan was the biggest. Genghis Khan had the biggest empire.
Mongolian Empire was bigger.
Mojo, give my spot to Blossom, please.
Okay.
Bye, Stargazer.
Bye.
Bro,
You're awesome.
Party politics has got you guys defending Epstein offenders. This is
We are not. Stop saying
yeah, okay,
that.
why don't you argue against what?
Saying that.
Okay, so you disagree with what I said?
Say that.
Okay, you've heard him say, "Oh, you're not a constitution." Like, why didn't you speak up then?
Yeah, again, I didn't say anything about Epstein offenders.
So, if we're going to go based off like facts, right? And therefore, like facts is what we need here, not emotion. Let's go based off facts. What are we covering as the biggest? So wait, one second. What's the biggest empire in your opinion in terms of, and how do you measure it? So how do you measure the biggest empire, and how do you? Like, are you saying by landmass, by influence? Like, be more specific.
Oh well,
talk about the British.
I don't know. You can bring up some metrics, and then we can use it to analyze.
He wants to talk about the British Trading Company.
Well, no, I'm asking specifically.
I mean, that's what it was. That's what it was.
No, so wait. I'm asking. There's a biggest empire. You're saying that. I need to know. What are you saying the biggest empire is? By what metric are you saying? By the landmass? By
influence over total landmass is what I would assume that Civics was talking about. But if he was talking about something else, he can like present it to us.
I still think
what do you think,
that's the British Empire.
It was my contention against his claim. So I mean, if you have a standard that I'm not aware of, that I'm wrong in my assumption, you can present it to us now.
Wait, can I say? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, don't worry. You're good.
No, I'm gonna derail. You guys keep going.
Oh, okay. So yeah, by landmass, you could say that the British Empire would be the best.
Bro, we're asking him what his standard was.
I need you to stop. I need you to stop. Easy.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
You want to talk about landmass, geographic scope? I don't care. You want to talk about pre-Columbian America? What do you like? What do you want to measure?
Pre-Columbian America, great. You still got the Mongolian Empire that's more.
So
you were just dead ass wrong and so confident about it last night, bro.
So if we want to talk about biggest empire that's ever been claimed, yes, the British would win. But the Mongol Empire, founded by Genghis Khan, would have been the largest continuous one, right? So he had the most empire.
Yes, we already know this. Sitting. Holy shit.
Right.
Let him finish what his standard was.
He's already finished the standard. So
no, he didn't. Civics. You said it was landmass?
He most definitely did.
Yeah,
please derail this conversation.
How far it extended.
Okay, do you concede?
If you want to talk about continuous, then yeah, I would go with the Mongolian Empire.
Non-continuous too.
Okay.
If we're gonna, I just wanted to go back to the 2A conversation, because the decision you needed from SCOTUS to get rid of all of these, I don't know, infringements you might think on 2A, already happened. You already got it, and it was immediately repudiated by a follow-up case where if the outcome of that case had been in alignment with Bruin, it would have been so egregious that the court couldn't bring itself to do it. The most conservative court you've seen probably in the last 100 years couldn't bring themselves to adhere to the standard that Thomas wrote in Bruin.
Okay, well, they've adhered to quite a bit of standards that have surprised a lot of people. So simply just stating to me that, oh, you're not a constitutionalist, well, okay, if it were the case that SCOTUS took this position that was like far conservative, you're saying that you wouldn't demand for reform? You wouldn't question this? People aren't like as constitutionalist as they like
you saying
try
to throw people in a foreign jail. I don't know. Are you saying without a trial? Without a trial?
No, I never said that. Do you know what I said?
Yeah, but you can't say. Would you put people through a trial?
Hold on, wait, Blossom. What did I say?
Yeah, say it.
Yeah, so I said, if it were Epstein offenders, right? And this means like confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that they did lead the heck out of little kids, right? Then yeah, I wouldn't have remorse if they ended up in Sekot. And you're telling me, okay, what about trial? Like, come on, assume that this is 100% they did this, and then they end up in Sekot. Okay. You think that I'm going to be like, oh man, we need to bring them back here because like they're U.S. citizens? What the fuck?
Well, they are U.S. citizens regardless.
Okay, great. Give them capital punishment or send them to Sekot.
It's not even like a constitutional thing. It just seems like you're passing off your responsibility for your own citizens onto another country. Like you're just like slawing it off. Like take responsibility, pay for the people.
You want capital punishment?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you guys are so comfortable with deporting people, American citizens, to a foreign country and putting that burden on a different country because you can't handle the criminality of our own citizenship, like, that's not even constitutional. That's just like a morals issue.
What did those citizens do in this case that we're talking about?
They committed severe crimes, yes.
No, just articulate the specific crime, because I'm not beating around the bush.
They are pedophiles.
Apex.
You don't believe that our criminal justice system can properly penalize them. So you're going to pass it off. You're passing the buck on pedophilia.
Easy.
Penalty.
What the fuck? Let her finish her statement. Jesus Christ. You guys, one person at a time. Apex, please don't jump over the top of other people while they're talking.
The penalty is already described. You could do capital punishment, or if they end up in Sekot, that is their penalty. The penalty of that crime is, you're going to Sekot.
So
for diddling little kids.
What if you're wrong?
You want to take a position that, no, okay, we can't send them to like Sekot because they deserve like the care that we're going to give them here. We have to reform these people.
No, I didn't. That's not at all what I said. I said that you don't seem to have any faith in our justice system that we're capable in the boundaries of the United States borders. That is part of the justice system.
Hey,
no, it's
easy.
not. Sending it to Sekot is not the boundaries of the U.S. justice system. You are passing the buck on to a different prison.
Like, how would we know without a shadow of a doubt? How would we know that they are the people that did this without a shadow of the doubt, without the justice system?
You don't even know.
This is assuming. Okay, hold on. This is what my scenario, right? And you're engaging with it. Okay, this is assuming that there's without a shadow of a doubt. This is within the justice system, and they've given them the penalty that they can be deported, sent over to Sekot, and they have to remain there.
You don't even know if the people on death row right now have a shadow of the doubt. In fact, we just had a case this week. The Supreme Court said that they would they ruled that, I think it was Alabama or Louisiana, failed to acknowledge allegation of racism within the jury selection of a death row case. So they overturned it and they said you need to go back and look at this guy's case again. You don't even know without a shadow of a doubt realistically, which is why a lot of people are opposed to capital punishment, that anybody has committed a crime. But beyond that, I mean, let's look at Guantanamo Bay, which is probably one of the more recent and well-known, more or less foreign prisons, and what they're capable of doing on foreign soil. Like, you again are literally passing the buck because you have condemned these people, and maybe rightfully so, right? But like, you are fine with allowing these people to be schmorchered, fine with violating the Convention Against Schmorcher Act that we've codified into our own law as a result of what?
I don't know if it's like schmorcher. If that is the case, where is the United Nations Council that is like condemning SECA and
There's
like putting all these fines? No,
Right.
there hasn't been.
Yes,
Not the
there is.
fines.
There's plenty
been
of reporting.
questions, but they haven't indicted them.
No, there's okay. So they did. The United Nations didn't indict it. That's the highest standard that you'll like
What do you
apply to this.
mean?
And
You're
yet,
making
and
the
yet we have
positive
plenty
claim.
of, and like we have plenty of testimony and reporting from people on the ground,
The justice
right?
system.
From
not the
from
prison
El
system.
Salvador, that people are schmorchered there. That they line
where's
the
the
floors with
indictments?
water and
Prove it to
poke
me.
them with cattle prods. That you have
Okay.
you have
All right.
that were.
Do you want to report? November 12, 2025, you have arrived in hell. Torture and other abuses against Venezuelans in El Salvador's mega prison.
Where's
This is
Okay.
this is Human Rights Watch.
thing
Through
is,
our courts right now.
the human rights violations are
No,
talking
the
about
United Nations
Look, no,
condemning
look,
SECOT for their
It
practice.
doesn't matter who gives a fuck about the
No,
United
it's the
Nations.
justice
They
system,
can't
not the
bind
prison
us.
system, the
They
justice
can't
system.
bind us. We don't
There's
agree to
falsely
having being
accused
bound
people
by us. But you know who
in El
can
Salvador.
bind us, Apex and Easy, is our own U.S. court system. And guess what? A bunch of
Okay,
people that
but
were
what do you
sent
know
to
about private
CCOT
prisons?
are suing through our own
Okay,
U.S.
no,
court
great.
private
And
system.
we can assume, that this would apply, all right, so long as that is not the case. And if it's not the case
That's
right
the
now,
case.
you're just like trying to make it the case, well then go ahead and make it the case and you have a case.
It is the case. I've
until
made the
then,
case.
guess
It's
what?
already the case. It has always been the
US
case, and I have
prisons.
made it.
If there's a case, Blossom. I mean, Easy, you're not making any sense.
A
It's
case is not making the
unconstitutional.
case. Okay, listen,
Dude,
stop trying to save Blossom.
we're
She's
not-
better than you.
She
doesn't need your
absolutely
help.
is better than me, and
Okay,
she's better than
okay,
you.
if she is, then let her
So-
engage without you engaging with me.
Oh,
Easy, it's a whole
okay,
panel.
I know it's a whole panel, but it was 1-on-2. Like,
You don't have to
not
spread your
1-on-2,
misogyny, it's
1-on-1.
fine.
well, because
How is this
you're making
misogyny?
no sense.
This is misogyny on her. You think you need to help out Blossom here?
That's not
Why would you
Just let her
undermine
speak.
Blossom?
Just let her speak.
Yeah,
Easy.
let her
Don't
speak
use-
so she can
don't
undermine
use me.
you. In fact,
Don't do that.
On other panels,
I need you to chill out, Easy.
And
God, I can't believe that I'm telling you to fucking go back to monotone right now. But stop fucking yelling.
No, I appreciate Easy. I know. I appreciate it. You've been good faith. Just let you talk. It's a whole panel, and we're dominating it.
No, that's fine. It was just how many cases could be used in a sentence that just had me making a comment. That's all. I mean, it's gotten to the point where you're discussing about sending American prisoners to CCOT, which is unconstitutional. It would never happen. So it's just a thought experiment with which he's given nothing other than nebulous, like, discussion points about.
No, I've said if we assume that these people are like without a shadow of a doubt, and this involves like conviction in our current system. So if we're sure that they did this, then yeah, I wouldn't feel any remorse if they ended up in SECOT. Now, if you bring
Even
in
if it's illegal?
like, oh, okay, so like they could be wrong and CP is like a punishment. Well, then even while they're in SECOT, they can have like people that advocate for them and try to, if it was wrong. Now, this is me, right, actually trusting the justice system, that they're able to, because we have a higher burden of proof when it comes to criminal cases than any other place around the world. So then this is me trusting the justice system, in fact, and not, as you would say, you don't trust the justice system.
Wait, even if you trust the justice system, even if you trust them, we don't send people, Americans, to foreign prisons for a particular reason. Because of
Why
the eighth,
not?
because
That's
of the
moving the
because
goalposts. She said I didn't
because easy stop. Because the Eighth Amendment, because of cruel and unusual punishment, because we have no control over the laws. We have no control over the laws. We have no control over the laws in another nation, which means they can do whatever the fuck they want to those prisoners. So that is cruel and unusual punishment.
No, sir. They can be bound by treaties. They can be bound by other
seconds? I've actually
forms
been to
of
prison.
agreements.
I've actually been to prison, so I can't talk about this for like 10 seconds. Private prisons are way better than any American state prison.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. We're talking about foreign prisons. We are talking about foreign prisons.
Sir. So a prison is something, it's like a controlled city. If we have private
Apex, we are talking about foreign prisons, foreign countries.
Bro, what does it matter where the prison's at?
It matters because they don't abide by our laws. It matters because they don't abide. It matters. Apex.
It's not
They will
private.
abide by whatever we tell them.
It's not
No, they
private,
won't.
Apex.
Chicken on Friday. We eat chicken on Friday.
No, they won't.
That's how a private.
We can't force them to.
Prison.
We can't force them to.
It's not private. It's run
Apex,
by
you have to engage.
It's private.
No, it's not.
private.
Okay.
It's run by
You
the
want to
state.
know why it's not private? Is because guess who said that any country around the world can pay the El Salvadorian government to house people at CCOT? Guess who said that? Guess who said that? Guess who said that? Guess who said that? Apex.
Stop, Apex.
No, stop. You're not making the point you think you are. Who said that? Do you know? It was the vice president of El Salvador. He said, "Hey, you can pay us, and we'll take care of these people in CCOT. It's a service
countries
we'll offer."
And countries are bound by things like treaties, agreements that we can use to
That doesn't
establish
matter.
this. Yeah, hold on. You said that, laws and such, they're still bound by treaties. Okay?
No, but-
This is the
Bound by
same
US
thing.
law.
This is the same thing as like us enforcing law. We can enforce a treaty or something like that.
No.
No,
That's
it's
not
not what this
okay,
is.
look, we've moved
No.
the goalposts.
No, we're not moving the
now
goalposts.
Well,
I'll go
we
right
did
back to
because
it.
now we're on the 8th Amendment because of
No,
Mojo.
well, we can go back to the 4th because you've brought it up perfectly. You cannot advocate in the U.S. court system for your release from CCOT. Do you want to know why we know that? Because people fucking tried last year, and they failed because they said we don't have jurisdiction. They said they couldn't force the executive branch to go do foreign policy with El Salvador to get these people back. That was the Supreme Court. All they could do is say, use your best efforts. We don't have jurisdiction. That's the whole point. That's the whole reason we have Guantanamo Bay. You fully remove the 4th Amendment, the 5th Amendment, the 6th Amendment from these people when you put them in CCOT. They're on foreign soil. They're not obliged to abide by the U.S. government justice system. They cannot go through the U.S. government justice system to get released from CCOT. That's why they were trying to file before the planes took off. Because as soon as the planes took off, they were out of our jurisdiction and we couldn't bind them anymore under the U.S. judicial system.
When in fact, when in fact,
so yeah, that's exactly the point.
We can't bring them back even if we wanted to and all this and that. They ended up bringing this guy back. So it is the case that if like our judicial system orders the administration, they can like make up all this crap, but it ends up being that they have to follow.
Why are you talking? Apex, why are you talking?
And, which they did. So that actually proves the point that we still have control.
They didn't
I think
the judicial system has control.
I think you guys missed the entire point of this. The reason why they're sending them to CCOT is because CCOT's out of this. Like Blossom said, since CCOT is out of the jurisdiction of the U.S., there's no liability for like whatever is done to those people in those prisons. Just like Guantanamo. As a matter of fact, if you look back in 1930s Germany and during World War II, they created Schindler made the camps outside of Germany, so the way the German public is not privy to what's going on in the sea camps. So that's the entire point of putting them in CCOT. So the way atrocities can be done to these people with no knowledge of the U.S. public. That's the entire point. And it's like it is a torture camp. Understand?
It's not, bro. If they get tortured,
if there is an agreement that exists between the U.S. and El Salvador, as they pulled up in like the Maryland cases, I forget what her name was. Okay, that there are agreements. So then there is like certain types of things that, there's jurisdictional kind of boundaries, but within that framework, it allows for like the U.S. to communicate, and if there's a directive, then the U.S., as long as they're still there because of I don't know, some law broken within the U.S., then they can request that back.
Yeah, but hold on. Can you address
it's all within there?
Can you address this?
Can I pose this question?
Easy, you know this, right? Like that there's a reason why we put the 9/11 people that were suspected in Gitmo and why we use Gitmo, right? Like it's outside of the jurisdiction.
No, they did that unconstitutionally in a different way. I'm not advocating for the unconstitutional. I'm saying that constitutionally, sure, following the judicial system, this could be a punishment, and then there would be a valid way to get this done. Just because people don't like it. In fact, we could make it transparent to the way that it would become more acceptable. And it's better than apparently you guys saying like CP as an option, right? Because you don't know. You could be wrong or whatever.
You could be wrong.
It doesn't matter. And we know it to be the case
matter.
that there are agreements because guess who's back here? There's people from SecCont that are back here.
There's already been cases where people were wrong.
Hey,
a kid was sent to CCOT because he had an autism awareness tattoo, and they said it was a gang tattoo. A man who was basically just a gay hairdresser was sent to CCOT because they said he had a tattoo that looked like a gang tattoo.
That's not the prison system. That's the justice system.
They were just being sent there because they were fucking. They were basically.
The prison
you guys are conflating
the prison system.
You're conflating the issues. Okay, the scenario that we were talking about were U.S. citizens. Now, the administration has the current administration, they have like some sort of whatever
really quick,
jurisdiction over like deportation.
Your flowers, easy. 1 second, you were right. I should have corrected myself. It's the Western Hemisphere. You were fucking right. Please, we got to hear you say I'm not yelling one more time because I got to go. Anyway, bye.
Hey, but you learn. I mean, attitude.
No. Appreciate you. But okay, we're conflating things, Stryker. We're talking about U.S. citizens. Now, the current administration has a lot more leeway. They're not going through the judicial system in the manner that they would when I'm talking about the Epstein files and U.S. citizens without a shadow of a doubt being sent there, like after a trial, right? So you have to like deal within that framework. You can't just like bring in new shit that doesn't apply.
Can I pose a question to the panel real fast? Okay, so we have private prisons all throughout America, right? And most of the private prisons all of them, from my understanding, in every state are better than a state-run. They have AC. State-run prisons don't have AC. A lot of them in the South, right? Well, are y'all okay? We have a private prison. Let's say take the best private prison that America can offer. That company, if they set it up in El Salvador and they ran it, is that bad?
Yes, because private prisons should not even exist. They're morally fucking bad.
They're better than because
let me explain to you, bro. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you, bro. Bro, let me explain to you. Okay, the reason why private prisons are immoral is because they thrive on basically fucking caging people,
imprisoning people.
Their entire purpose.
They donate to judges.
Their entire purpose is to basically incarcerate. So make money by fucking incarcerating people.
And then they lobby for judges.
Therefore, if there's not a lot of people committing crime, they would lobby for crime to be fucking
harder judges.
You ever heard of cash? You ever heard of Cash for Kids?
The juvenile system in I think in the northeast. It was a whole thing. The judges were getting paid to imprison juveniles. Yeah,
exactly. Because without prisoners, these private prisons cannot make a profit. So they need prisoners to make a profit. So they have to find a way to lobby fucking the justice system to get people to get more incarcerations because they thrive on imprisonment. That's why they're morally bad.
And a lot of them got shut down. And a lot of them got a lot of those prisons.
They should all be shut down. And if federal prisons are bad, then there should be an advocacy. If federal prisons are
I did 7
worse,
years
which
in
I
Texas.
agree with you. Which I agree with you. Like federal prisons are
amazing.
America, the American.
What did you do, APEC?
When I was 22 years old, I got jumped and I went back and I pew a couple people. I didn't hurt nobody too bad because I was drunk and it was a dumb mistake. And I went to prison and I got a degree in prison in business management and I learned how to weld and now I'm a welder and I'm making pretty decent money and I have a little side business.
You learned how to weld in a state prison?
Yes, ma'am, but there was no AC, miss. You know how horrible that is? No
Okay,
AC
but bro,
in Texas?
I'm not gonna disagree with you on how.
I would have loved to been in AC, bro. I would have beat somebody up to let me be in AC.
I'm not gonna deny your experience, dude. Like, and I'm not gonna, prisons, the American prison system is overall shit.
But the private prisons are nice. They have AC.
Bro. Let me finish. The whole point that I'm getting at is a private prison should be abolished in federal prisons or state-owned prisons. Those their conditions should be fucking made to a higher standard, right? The whole point is that, like, I mean, I don't even know how we pivoted to this topic because we're talking about CCAT, but the whole point about CCAT,
if we had the best American prison, private prison, if we move it to whatever, it shouldn't matter because a prison in itself is a city, and it's a nucleus. It's a undisturbed from the outside forces. It's not like people are going out to the street and buying shit. They're in the prison, so it doesn't matter where they are. It doesn't matter if you're in a rural county like most prisons are, or if you're in El Salvador. It doesn't matter where you are. You're still in prison. And that prison,
the whole point of them being outside of the country is that they're not privy to. They're not.
No, they are because capitalism,
held back by human rights.
Shareholders. CCOT. I proved y'all wrong on that. CCOT is a privately owned company. You can buy stock in CCOT. They're beholden to their stockholders. Obviously, they're torturing people. How do I show you? I need to learn how to do
I don't know. Go find me the publicly listed stock ticker.
And if you want to say that CCOT doesn't torture, they keep the lights on 24/7, right? Bright lights where people cannot sleep. They fucking move people around by putting their hands down. They're fucking. They're all fucking like shitting in the same bucket. Like that's basically a lot of human rights violations.
They have a toilet. Now, if somebody did something messed up and the prisoners want to deal with it themselves, I'm not sure. I mean, that's a whole different topic. That's not the prison system itself. It's the prisoners.
You're ignorant, bro. Other. Like you need to look up. You need to look more into this shit, man. Like it's like what I'm just pissed off at is basically that we're looking at fucking the same tactics they use in fucking Germany by sending people outside of the country to basically house them,
bro. That's a losing argument, bro.
No, it's not.
That's why y'all lost the election. That's why Kamala Harris lost, because y'all want to call everybody Nazis and stuff.
Well, when you have fucking Stephen Miller basically paraphrasing Joseph Goebbels, the fucking Nazi propagandist at Charlie Kirk's memorial.
How do you feel about
that's from fucking Nazi shit.
CCOT, how do you feel about El Salvador in the country and how it's being ran?
Bukele is a fascist. They had some problems. They had gang problems because the gang developed in the United States in Los Angeles, and when they started deporting people to El Salvador, they didn't tell El Salvador about it, and then they had a gang problem because we basically sent it to them, right?
Yeah.
And so the whole fucking chickens, dude, they were made here. The chickens coming home to roost will be them coming back here because we were the ones. They were made in American prisons.
They kind of do.
MS-13 is a product of the United States. You're kind of missing that fucking point.
To the Mexican mafia. That's why they had the.
I'm not talking about the Mexican mafia. You're like kind of going all over the place.
They're beholding.
The whole point, bro. The whole fucking point.
All right. This is annoying. Can you go one at a time, please? It's really fucking annoying.
I'm trying.
I wanted to bring up the Aliens Enemies Act. I think the last time that the United States invoked that was after World War II for the Japanese internment camps. And then Trump did the second term so that he would have more jurisdiction, more power, more oversight on who he could deport and detain. Is that right?
Yes.
Apex, can you explain to me why we would need to invoke the Aliens Enemies Act since we haven't since after World War II?
It's because what your argument should be is that we need more judges, immigration judges, and the fact of the matter is our immigration judges are so overflown with these false claims. They're just all these people coming over here, and the majority is not even Latino people. The majority of false claims come from Indian people and Chinese people. And I've read an expose. It won a Pulitzer Prize. NPR won a Pulitzer Prize. They interviewed a whole bunch of immigration agents, and they said the most people who are the most liars are the Indians and Chinese.
Prove that.
Yeah. NPR 2019 NPR Pulitzer Prize. Not a lot. NPR doesn't win a whole bunch of Pulitzer Prizes. The last NPR Pulitzer Prize on the border. They interviewed these ICE agents. Could be lying. I mean, they could be lying, but they were saying that the most people who actually lie about in the false claims, and they say the reason we know why it's the false claim because they all have the same story. Like they get I'm not even lying, verbatim. Multiple immigration agents said that Indian people say that they got beat by hockey sticks for being Christian. I'm not even lying. I'm not making it. How can I make that up?
Were they in Israel?
Why would they even have hockey sticks in India, right? I don't know. But that's the majority. Like the majority of false
indoor hockey rinks.
That's the silliest thing.
Yeah, I know.
It's like they haven't figured out how to build indoor hockey rinks.
Why do they have hockey sticks in Florida? I don't know.
About India, right?
There's hockey arenas in California, in SoCal here, dude.
Literally in a desert.
Actually, I think all of y'all.
We got the LA Kings.
All of y'all here, I think y'all would enjoy listening to that. It's an hour-long NPR expose on. This is back whenever
I would rather
Trump had
eat
the
my own ass. Thank you, though.
Stay in Mexico order. This was okay. But yeah, the majority of people we have so many false claims in America that the system, we don't have enough judges because you get here and you get to stay here for 7 years until you have a court date or you have a little arraignments in like 5-7 arraignments in 7 years, and we have too many people here. And the reason why he did this Aliens Enemy Act is because we need to get people out more faster.
You do realize that they remove provisions for racially profiling, which means that you are a target too.
I lived in Arizona. You sound like you're from California, but I lived in Arizona in 2008.
Does Arizona have a hockey team?
Yeah, they do. Yeah. But I lived in Arizona whenever they passed that law. Sheriff Papayo, you probably might know that name. When there was in Arizona in 2007, they were able to stop people on suspicion just by the way they look. And I was like, I got stopped. I honestly got stopped, and they're like, "Where are your papers?" I'm like, "I don't have papers." And they put me in the back of the car. My mom was like, "He's a fucking citizen. Like he don't have an ID yet. He's fucking 15. Like he don't even have an ID. Like he has a school ID." And so that happened. But that being said, even though I got profiled, I went away. I was fine. But everybody there was. I'm from Texas, and I moved to Arizona because my mom went for work. My stepdad went for work. Everybody there was illegal, bro. All my classmates who were Latino were illegal. Like, everybody was illegal. So I kind of understand where they were coming from. Even though I got stopped myself based on the color of my skin, everybody was illegal. Everybody.
If everyone is illegal, like as you're suggesting.
Sorry, boss.
Oh, no. I'm just wondering if that means, like, maybe the system isn't working.
Well, yeah. So I agree with you on that, and the system is not working. So we need to starve the companies in America for their workforce. Starve them, and they'll change the policies. We'll reform. But there's never going to be a reform if these companies are getting people to work with no workman's comp, which is unethical. And I think any company that does that should be fined and severely punished. And having these people work for $100 a day, working 13 hours, and they don't get no overtime.
I agree with you. Let's do it. Tax them. If these companies are
okay, but we need to
are abusing labor forces and denying rights
child is on
to their
drugs.
labor,
Cut the drugs off.
Then let's tax these companies out of the water. Audit them.
No.
Raise them.
Yeah. If you have a drug addict son, you don't tell your drug addict son, "Oh, I'm gonna punish you every time you use drugs."
This is a corporation, not a person.
No, we're talking about the American people in America as a whole.
We're talking about corporations that employ people. They're not the same thing as a person that's addicted. Tax them out of the water.
Yes, it
Make it
is.
not profitable. They're addicted to profits. Make it not profitable for them to do this.
Cut the source of the habit.
The source of profit. Yeah.
Apex. One second, I got the solution. Give all the people amnesty, so they have workers'
that's
rights.
Why I'm
so the way they have,
that's why I'm Republican. That's why I'm Republican. Because Ronald Reagan gave my father.
Yeah, this is not Ronald Reagan's Republican Party, dude. That party's dead.
No, it's not. I don't like.
Yes,
Trump.
it is.
I don't like Trump.
But you're still siding with this fucking administration, dude.
Yes,
I'm a Mark Rubio Republican. I cut him off.
I just wanted to point out that in India, that one of like the most popular sports is field hockey. My guy, they have hockey sticks. India is full of hockey sticks. One of their most popular sports.
Now I know. I did not know, bro. All I know is
where is CCOT? I do want to know. I do want to know if you know where CCOT is.
I think it might be in El Salvador, sir. What city? I cannot tell you. I can look it up real fast, but that's irrelevant. My thing was private prisons. It don't matter if they're run by shareholders.
It's not a private prison. It's not a private prison. It's not a private prison. It's owned by the government. It's owned by El Salvador government, dude. It's not private.
I just looked it up, sir. It's a private company, sir.
You haven't shown anything. You looked something up. I looked it up too. It's showing that it is a government-owned
company, but
government-owned prison.
Who is
Apex?
Hey, Soup, if you're by your computer, can you also look up and see how much the U.S. sent El Salvador to take the immigrants that we unlawfully sent?
Apex. Who's Bukele? Do you know? Apex.
He's a great man, and I dream as a.
What is his job? What is his job?
I think he might be something akin to a prime minister or a president.
Okay. So when he controls CCOT, do you think it's private?
Is it a private company? Yes or no?
No.
Yes, it is. Now, is
no.
it beholden to?
No.
Yes, it is.
No, you were so full of shit. God, you people are so.
That would definitionally make it not a private prison if it is owned by the government.
De facto, you're right. But the fact of the matter is, it is listed as a private company. Now, is it beholden to the government?
What is the company's name?
Yes, it is.
What is the company's name? What is the name of the company?
Oh, hold on. Let me check it up again.
The name of the company is the El Salvadorian Government, Incorporated. Yeah.
I might be wrong, but what I had looked up a couple, like 30 minutes ago, was it showed me that it is, in fact, a privately owned company. But I might be wrong. I'm not going to die on that hill. But regardless of the fact...
Oh, y'all can finish. I just wanted to be next.
Please do. Please go.
Tons of liberals up here. You can drop me down, Mojo.
All right. Yeah, everybody's a liberal.
Ash. Hello.
Can we have your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, I'm 36. I voted for Claudia de la Cruz.
Thank you.
Apex, I remember the NPR story that you were talking about, and I just wanted to come up to correct some misinformation. The story specifically, though, right? Are you already interrupting me? That's hella fucking fast. So anyways, the actual core of the story is about asylum mills, and the idea is that these asylum mills they kind of find immigrants and they use the practice of like, oh, we will help you translate and we will help you navigate through the system so that you can become get a visa or get asylum or get a green card, whatever the case might be. And what happens is they charge much higher premiums and they do actually help people script their way through, but the people are typically not fully aware of what is actually happening. So to paint this as if immigrants are doing this on purpose or they're all like just on the willy-nilly coming together to do this, you are misrepresenting the actual news story. Please don't do that. Thank you.
Can I push back on that? Not in a malicious way?
No, you can't, because I told you actually what the story is about, and so your pushback is going to continue being incorrect, so I really don't care to hear it. That's all.
So you're saying that what I'm saying is true, but I'm framing it in the wrong context.
But I can agree with that. I'm saying that you are misrepresenting the story.
Okay, but what I'm saying is true, but I'm misrepresenting it.
No,
the words I said are actually
misrepresentation and true are quite opposite from one another. I don't know if you realize this.
Okay, when I say somebody brought me a cup of water, and then somebody else says they threw the water in my face, that's two things that happened. is misrepresenting, but it's still the same thing that happened.
Water your face.
Yeah, I'm confused.
I don't know. It's off the cuff.
I couldn't miss a Kathy panel. Sorry, Kathy. Hey, girl.
Carol.
But so it was a great story. I actually loved the little boy in there who was selling chicles, and they were waiting on an American border. I mean, this is a great story. It won a Pulitzer Prize.
But you are misrepresenting it because you are representing it as if immigrants are doing this on purpose when they are in fact being fooled into a process.
Yes,
they are being fooled.
Hold on. Apex, let her speak, and Ella, yeah, we're like, please, nobody interrupt if we could.
I will, yeah, I'll do better. You are misrepresenting it. They are being fooled into this system and are being urged to pay a lot more money than if they were to use the actual, existing system. This is the name Asylum Mill should tell you exactly what it is. This isn't like a good thing for immigrants either. If anything, we should have more legal if anything, we should have more actual legal operations that help immigrants through the immigration process. So for you to represent it as if they're doing it on purpose, the immigrants themselves, and then pay, no, they are not. They are being fooled. And for you to represent it here as if, oh my God.
Apex, you got to let her finish her statement.
Yeah, Apex, let her finish, and then you can have the floor next. We're not going to interrupt you, so let her finish, please.
I already regret coming up here. It doesn't matter. I could read you the entire story and he'd still claim the opposite. I'm just, it's whatever.
I appreciate it, Ella, and I appreciate Apex advocating for NPR and supporting NPR in general. I think they're a great news organization that we should all be working to keep alive.
That is a very true statement.
Are you getting paid by NPR? Even though I love NPR, even though I'm a Republican, I still love them.
Do you donate? Everybody should donate to NPR. Especially since...
How do you think we get our fucking Soros checks?
Still haven't gotten mine.
Yeah, I'm still waiting too.
Oh, I'll talk to the boss. I'm sorry,
Thank you.
guys.
I appreciate that. Pretty good wording for me.
Jesus Lord, so many on the
list.
list.
It is true. It is true.
Oh, God, we just outed ourselves to Apex. Oops. Apex, it's on us to NPR, then through Soros, then to us, and that's how we protest, and yes, you are correct.
I had a feeling.
Who are you being paid by?
Jesus. No, I'm joking. But Ella,
oh, that's hilarious.
Ella,
wait. I gotta make a comment here. Dr. Galt is telling Ash that we are her enemies more than he is. The fake
what he's talking about.
The fake Marxists and the socialists on the panel are absolutely the enemy of Ash, much more so than John Galt, the libertarian. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about at all. A friend recommended this live to me. He was like, hey, you should come over here and check it out and talk to people and stuff, so it's kind of why I'm here.
That's cool. Do you mind if I ask who your friend is? Because I'd like to thank him.
Well, I just want to...
Me too?
It was Cash.
Oh, Cash? Oh, we love Cash.
Yeah, Cash.
I think it's a different Cash, not the same.
Oh, different Cash.
Cash
Okay.
right here in the comments.
Does he like you?
Well, we're friends.
Okay.
I hope.
I'm just
Dr.
checking.
Galt's not my friend.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, Dr. Galt ran for me in a debate yesterday. So.
Ooh.
Over what?
What were we talking about? I don't remember what we were talking about, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Galt?
he's a little bitch-ass baby most of the time, so that tracks.
Galt, would you like to come up and defend yourself?
I really only have a little bit of time, so
right,
if you want to talk to Galt, feel free. So are you guys? You guys are all communists?
I am a fake Marxist, as everybody calls me. I call myself a pragmatic Marxist, but work within the party. No revolution required.
Hard yes for me.
Wait, what party?
whatever party can. Well, obviously the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I'm a commie dummy mommy, and I would share my
Okay.
sandwich.
Based, commie, mommy, dummies.
I'm forced to live in a capitalist system, so I'm a capitalist until all of these fine people can turn the world into a socialist haven, and then I will join. But unfortunately, I have to live under the guise of capitalism.
Well, as long
So you're
as
abusing
you,
your labor?
As long as you don't own capital, you're not a capitalist, because capitalist is a class position. So you're just a proletariat.
Absolutely. I identify as a proletariat under the capitalist system. Even so, even if that is a communist Marxist point of view, I identify as a proletariat.
Very W. So, host, you believe in reform?
I believe what?
Do you believe in reform, or were you joking? I couldn't tell.
I do. I want to see reform from the inside. I worked in politics for a long time. So I know politicians, I know the process. I know that we can implement a system where basic needs are met. It will take a period of time, but I think we can do that. And once we get to a system where all basic needs are met, then it makes it much easier to move to change the governmental system as well.
Okay. Do you have thoughts on the current escalation on criminalizing communists? Recently we saw a mayor, she lost her job because it was found out that she was a communist, as well as NSPM 7. And then there was another bill that came out very recently, I can't remember what it was, but it talked about neutralizing political opposition. And then, of course, I'm sure you heard about the subpoenas for the people who brought aid to Cuba who were communists.
Hassan, yeah. And Donald Trump's one of his executive orders that's labeling Antifa and other radical leftists as enemies of the state need to be jailed.
It wasn't Antifa. It was literal anti-fascist.
Okay. Yeah, it is literal anti-fascist, but
it's elastic though. Remember, that's what Gus said.
This is also something that we see happen under Democrats, though, too. This is definitely not unique to the Republican Party.
I don't think we've seen this though since the McCarthy era.
Well, during Biden's administration, they released a lot of different. God, I wish I could remember what it was. I want to say it was the DOD, but I will have to look and find it for you later. It may have been the FBI, where they listed anarchists and communists as terrorists. So that came out during his administration, as well as 60 people who protested the building of Cop City got RICO charges, and some of them got it just for purchasing glue for the magazines that they were making, zines. So we definitely have also seen Democrats go after communists as well. I mean, I personally don't believe in reform. I don't think that there's a pathway to reform here. So I believe in revolution.
It's basically McCarthyism all over again.
For sure.
Just burn the whole system down.
Don't you think we're seeing reform, at least within the party, in action? Right now? No, I really don't. Especially when you look at their foreign policy.
Whose foreign policy?
The Democrats.
Who? Which Democrat?
The party. The party itself.
Okay, the DNC, the DSCC, the DCCC, the mayoral, the state level, the federal level.
I mean, the party itself is in full support of Israel and things like that. You can. Yeah.
I don't think that's true. I mean, you have a hugely prominent representative, AOC, who is pushing back. And now, listen, I think institutionally the Democratic Party has problems, but you're also seeing right now people push institutional Democrats out in primaries.
What is AOC's stance?
She is not in favor of selling. She's only in favor of defensive weaponry. But that's even that is a move from people like Schumer, who are saying that they are responsible for ensuring Israel has everything it needs, right?
What is the difference between offensive and defensive weaponry? Yeah, so presumably she would support reinforcing the Iron Dome so Israel can defend itself from attacks, but not from selling them, things that they can use to go into. Now, I get it on the pragmatic level. Are they still selling missiles to Israel? Yes, of course. And I'm not saying that that's the perfect stance either. But again, who in the Democratic Party? Because I think that it completely disregards the changes that we've seen, the movements that we're seeing right now in this moment for people, the electorate, to push out the support for Israel or other foreign policy positions that are like neocon adjacent at least.
But, I mean, basically what you're telling me, though, is that she still wants to supply Israel with weaponry and give them material support. So that would be support of Israel.
So do you think that AOC and Schumer are the same?
If you don't feel like they are, you can tell me how so. But my point
I'm asking you, because I don't think they are, but you're telling me they are, right? Is that what you're saying?
My point here, though, is that I don't think that it is progressive to supply a country who is carrying out a genocide with more weaponry.
Okay, so do you think that AOC has the same stance as Schumer? Do you think their stances towards Israel are the same, or are they different?
They're probably marginally different.
Probably more than marginally, right?
What is AOC's stance?
I just told you. So they're probably more than marginally different. If Schumer is out there saying, my job is to give everybody in Israel the things that they need, whatever they need, right? Versus AOC is saying we should probably block weapons sales. I only support certain defensive sales, certain defensive measures of Israel. Is that not a difference, or is that just not a difference enough for you?
I mean, that's not blocking
Apex,
weaponry.
let them have a back and hold on one second. Apex, let them have a back and forth just for a minute, please. And you can jump in just one moment.
What I wanted to ask though is does she believe in a one-state solution, a two-state solution? Does she think Israel has a right to exist?
I think she supports a two-state solution.
Okay, I also think still supports Israel existing. So Israel does not have a right to exist.
Exist at all. Your position is that we need to completely. So that's pretty radical too.
I don't think that's radical.
Put it this way:
that's just land back. Sorry.
No state has a right to exist. People have a right to exist. When we say Israel in its current form cannot exist as it does. First of all, the two-state solution is dead. It's been dead because they fucking put so many fucking settlers there that Israel would have to have a fucking civil war in order to get rid of those settlers so Palestinians can have some land. So that's not going to work. So the only thing left is a one-state solution under a completely new government, which is for both Jewish and Muslim people, Arabs, anybody, Christians, anybody. It has to be a secular government that does not fucking appease to only one group of people. It has to be a new country for everybody. So when we say that Israel cannot exist as it does, it doesn't mean that Israelis have to leave. It just means that Palestinians should have a right to live there and be free as everybody else.
Yeah, okay, so I believe in land back. So as a communist, I believe in self-determination, and I believe in land back. So I believe that the stewardship of the land should go to the Palestinians, and that they should have full and complete control over their land and to be able to self-govern, because Israel is a settler colonial state that is carrying out a genocide. So any material support to them whatsoever is not progressive.
Okay, yeah, so I would just I'm so sorry, Kathy, if you just 1 second, and I will totally back out of this, and I apologize, but I think it's important to make sure that we're talking about the right thing. So, if the Democrats are to blame, and AOC says defense is, in your opinion, something that we shouldn't be solving for at all, I would like to note Lindsey Graham. When Lindsey Graham went on stage in, I think, late 2025, he said, quote unquote, we're killing all of the right people. I shouldn't have said that. We're unaliving all of the right people, and we're cutting taxes. Trump is my favorite. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II. So when he said that, it was right after, I think it was the attack on the Houthis. And it was after the strikes, it was like after a very large strike in Gaza. So if we're comparing parties, and yes, I agree with you, they're both to blame, sure, to some degree, but one is advocating for defense and the other one is saying, oh, absolutely, we're doing the right thing by unaliving these people.
Well, so I'm not really comparing parties. Like, I see that both of these parties are incredibly similar. They may infight with one another. However, both parties exist to uphold and maintain the settler colony of the United States, to carry out imperialism and genocide and slavery.
But that's not similar.
Domestically and abroad. So both of these parties, both of them parties have blood on their hands. And so because I am a communist, I do not support these liberal bourgeois parties that exist to uphold white supremacy and capitalism.
But saying one should have defense and then one, sorry, Blossom. Go ahead.
I just like what's the plan for the revolution?
Are you a communist, Blossom?
No. What's the plan for the revolution, though?
Okay, so revolutions are something that happen because they have to, because the contradictions accelerate, and because they come to like a point, like a boiling point, right? So that's really important to keep in mind, is that revolutions are not a choice, they happen because they have to. However, what we can do in order to prepare for something like that is we can build mutual aid networks, dual infrastructure, and set up like many different like organizations within our communities, as well as connect with other communist parties across the world. So revolutions have happened throughout history, and they have been very successful in many cases. Every single time you see a communist revolution, it significantly improves the conditions and quality of life for the people.
I feel like the answer is like sit back and wait for things to get bad enough that everybody decides to rise up. Like, at least in the meantime. Well, okay, so then what are we doing to bring on the revolution?
Okay, so I just explained it, right? So like part of this is going to be like revolutionary education, as well as setting up community defense teams. These are things that are happening on the ground right now today. So community defense teams are incredibly important. So like training people to use like 2A, for instance.
I thought we needed a vanguard.
There are tangible, real differences that communists have made throughout history that we benefit from right now today, as well as there are communists that are building for our future right now. So it is not sit down and wait. It is organized.
Where has it happened? What about the vanguard, or is that like a Leninist thing?
That's a Leninist thing, yeah.
So you're not like a Leninist. You're just a
I'm a Marxist Leninist. So
shouldn't you be organizing the vanguard then to sort of infiltrate the government and
the vanguard emerges. It emerges through the masses of the people. So it's not something that is sort of like predetermined, but there are dozens of communists.
Apex. Stop.
There are dozens of communist parties and organizations across the country that are working very hard to do things like set up strikes, to get legal aid for people who are in custody of both like, prison, jail, but also like the ICE concentration camps. They're protesting Cop City. They're protesting Planeteer. I always say it wrong. The data centers. They're doing real like on the ground work, feeding people, housing people, setting up tenants unions. Honestly, I could go on, and they're doing.
I have a question for you, Ash. How do you feel about January 6th?
What I feel about it?
How do you feel about it?
I mean, it's kind of funny. I mean, I don't really know what you want me to say.
You just think it's funny? Do you think it was appropriate? Did you appreciate that they did it? Do you think that's a route we should take? I mean, how do you feel about it?
I don't think that they did anything that was revolutionary or positive. I just mean it was kind of funny to watch MAGA fight with the cops. It was a little bit funny.
Okay, so at some point you don't believe that we should take on the government. You just want to take on what? Business owners?
No, not business owners. I believe that revolution is an act of self-defense, where the violence is coming from the state.
Okay, well, that exists. Yeah, that exists already. Yeah, that exists already.
Yeah, and
the state is okay. Not with violence. For sure, you're doing it by handing food out or giving tents or whatever the hell you're doing. But well, I'm trying to figure out where this revolution starts, because you're going to have a pretty large movement. I know you think you're going to have a rolling tide, but that's just not the way it's worked in the United States. They thought the same thing on January 6th. They thought they were going to get a rolling tide of people that were going to come in and support them. They thought the same thing. The Bundys thought the same thing when they took over that forest. Post office or whatever the hell it was.
They thought you're making a lot of assumptions. I definitely think you're making a lot of assumptions. Have you engaged much with communist theory?
I've talked about communism on a regular basis for quite a long time.
Have you engaged with the theory? Because a lot of this stuff could be answered by like engaging.
No, I'm not. I'm not out in the streets protesting as a communist. No.
Oh, I'm not asking you to protest. I'm asking if you read books.
I had a long time ago.
Okay, so why do you not engage with communist theory?
Because I have my own idea on how to make a system work.
Okay, I mean,
I've actually
if you kind of call yourself a communist, you might want to engage with some communist theory.
No, I can actually decide that I want to be the next Lenin, right? That I want to go ahead and redefine what Marxism is and define it in a new way for a new world.
I mean, how would you know that you're revising it if you never read it?
I have read it. I've read it all. I have a degree in political science.
What did you read?
I've read everything that Marx wrote. Including his college papers.
Everything? Can you name one?
I don't remember. This was 30 years ago.
Okay, so it's been a minute.
I
would suggest, like, because I'm not trying to, like, be rude, right? But, like, if you're a communist and I'm a communist, you should not be asking me how we do revolution when we have a lot of literature and history to look at how it's already been done.
Are you saying that Lenin and Stalin would have the exact same way of doing things, and Mao as well, and the Vietnamese? So they all do things a little differently. So it makes sense that I would ask you how you want to do it, right?
Well, it's not an individual thing, right? So obviously, if you know about dialectical materialism and historical materialism, you would understand that the conditions are going to dictate the way that it happens. So it is slightly different everywhere that it happens. However,
go ahead.
However, you should have a pretty strong, like, theoretical basis, right?
Why?
I mean, why be communist then, right? If you're just going to invent your own thing.
I don't know. Lenin did it.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. He read some Marx, decided he liked the idea, and then implemented it in the way he saw fit.
Yeah, he added on to the theory, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, but how are you going to add on to the theory? Is it just going to be reform?
That would be a long conversation, I suppose.
What was Lenin's ethnicity?
What about Lenin's ethnicity? That's such a weird thing to say.
Yeah, I don't think that's relevant.
Hold on. There's a different conversation happening.
And I don't think that's relevant. Go ahead, sorry.
And if I could just summarize, Ash, I think because I've been on this panel for so long, and I've heard so many different opinions, and I appreciate your historical value on Apex. Calm down 1 second, brother. If I could just tell you from what I understand is Mojo has been up here, and yes, he's read all those books. He's been in political parties. He's he's done a lot of the work. I think you are freshly read in a lot of the work and are dedicated to a lot of like word for word. Oh, she left. However, what I will say, and I'll finish my statement, is that Mojo applies that to real world. So I would wonder how Marx or Lenin, yeah, I'm saying you freshly read these things. That's what I'm saying. So Ash, come back whenever you want. I hear that somebody's at your door. I see that in the comments. So please come back whenever you want. But what I'm saying is that I think Mojo applies these to the real world. So I would wonder how Marx and Lenin would apply what we know about technology now to what we could do under a Marxist society or under a communist society. So I think that's what Mojo tries to get at, and when he applies it to the real world, and that's, I think, what's missing in the in between.
This is where Galt comes in. Galt and other libertarians, they tell me that I'm not freshly read, so that so my ideas are irrelevant. But I don't know. I started my own book, Marx through Maslow. Got a few chapters written. I don't know if I'll ever finish it or not, but at some point or another, I want to develop a different philosophy based on modern times, on what Marx's ideas are. And I think we can get there without a revolution. I don't think there's a reason to kill a lot of people. And I think the communists that exist, like you, Ash, I think you're going to end up in a world where you sit there for 50 years waiting for a revolution to start, and it's just not going to happen. I'd rather start making changes today.
I want to say, like, basically that when before like the administration came into power, and they're talking about Project 2025, the spokesperson for the Heritage Foundation basically said, "This is the start of a new American revolution, and it will be bloodless so long as the left allows it." So they basically already started their own revolution. So it's like we're either sitting ducks or we got to counter it.
I don't know. I didn't mean to be hard on you, Ash. Like, I appreciate the opinion. I struggle because the obvious like stance from people who are reformists are going to be that we see nuances, and I'm, by the way, not Marxist, but that there are nuances within the Democrat and leftist movement, that we are seeing now more than ever the opportunity for us to change institutionally what the Democrat Party is, because the institution failed. And it just gives me like, it frustrates me that we can see people like Mamdani and like a Graham Plattner or like an Abdul Al-Sayed that are showing up in the party politics and winning or working to win, right? Like having success with a different agenda. And we're seeing even in polling of the Democrat electorate that they are overwhelmingly now more sympathetic towards the Palestinian people than the Israeli people. And I think that those things are incremental progressive changes that have happened, not because of, because of tragedy, right? Things that we shouldn't at all be a part of, but they are happening. And I think it's not.
How are they happening when Gaza is like not existing anymore?
Okay, so are Democrats are the polls showing that Democrats don't approve of what's happening, number one, and number two, are more sympathetic with the Palestinian people?
Yeah, I don't care about word of mouth. I care about action.
It's not word of mouth, it's polling, right? So
polling that is, but that's word of mouth. The polling is reflective of word of mouth of politicians, is what I'm saying.
People are changing, sentiment is changing, no?
If you care about action, why are you not in Gaza right now?
No, don't do that, Mojo.
You have no idea what I'm doing, Mojo. You don't know anything.
You're right.
Well, I would also ask, is there one party, again, like we're talking about this as if the Democrats are the evil one, and like, sure, they're not being helpful. Hold on 1 second, B. So, yes. So, okay, I can agree with you that I think politics, there's a lot of evil shit that goes down, but I would also think that you should maybe target the people who are like literally making AI videos of them owning Gaza and building golden statues of themselves on oceanfront in Gaza. I think maybe that's where your fight begins, because I say that I'm a capitalist because I have to live under a capitalist system. But yet every day that I go to work, I treat people really well. I make sure that under that system that no one else gets oppressed the way that they oppress like the majority of people under capitalism. So the small thing that I can do, and I think we all play a big part, but a small thing that I can do is that. And I think I love everyone's point of view. I think Ash plays a very pivotal role. I think Blossom, I think you, I think also myself. Like, we all have to do our little part where we can, and I can stomach that. So I can show up as a capitalist, work within systems that you guys would probably like shake your head at me for working in, but I will also make change when I'm inside there.
You guys haven't made any change because, again, almost all of
You have no idea
Gaza,
what I do on a day-to-day basis.
Almost, it doesn't matter because almost all of Gaza is completely wiped out. So are you familiar with the term manufacturing consent?
Yes, we're all familiar with it. Can you go forward?
And you missed the point.
Yeah, no, because your point is mute because almost all of Gaza is wiped out. So I appreciate like the work that you try to do on the ground and things like that. But I think what someone like Ash is getting at is that work is only getting so far, and the actual, material reality is that they're dead. Almost all of Gaza.
Okay, so what's the work? So what's the work that needs to be done?
Manufacturing consent. And when I talk about manufacturing consent, when I look at the Dems and I look at the Republicans, really the only difference is the Republicans just own it and the Dems wag their finger, but they still do it. Because again, we had 4 years of Biden, 4 years of supporting Israel, 4 years of giving them funding, and nothing changed. And you are telling me that someone who worked under his administration is going to be better at it than Trump? I'm sorry. Like, they're just not going to be blatant, and they're not going to make tweets about it. That's it. That's the only difference.
Then what are we doing in the next election, right? Because that's the next opportunity we all have to make change. Who are you voting for? Or are we just going to wait until things get bad enough that enough people are poor and join the movement to throw the government over? Like, that's the thing, is if I just wait and organize with mutual aid domestically in my sphere of influence, I don't see how that's what I presume Ash was suggesting. How does that change anything about Israel either?
Leave the Democratic Party. Leave the Democratic Party.
Let me, because she just mentioned me, right? I didn't say just mutual aid. There are things that need to be done, like physically blocking shipments that are going to Israel, physically using your body, going out, and blocking the ships, blocking the fucking runways. Like, we need to get real serious about this shit. And that's going to do infinitely more than voting could ever do.
Wait.
We all play our part. And I think, Mojo, if you want to go, but I also want to say, B, if you want us to leave the Democratic Party, where the fuck do you want us to go? To the Republican Party? Because that's wild. Go ahead, Mojo, sorry.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't think that we should think dichotomously. I think we should have a broader view.
Hey, Ash, where are we standing in front of boats and planes? Where should
in Oakland, California.
Oakland, California. Okay.
Oakland, California. That's where we do it locally here.
When?
The last one was 2 months ago.
Okay.
And how do I get from the East Coast?
Did it leave?
Go ahead.
Did it leave?
It was able to be obstructed long enough to where it did still leave, of course. But it does fuck up the routing and all that, right? It really does cause a major issue. So for instance, a couple years ago, the port shut down for 8 minutes. And it caused really serious economic effects. So even if it's short term, just blocking a bridge or whatever, short term, it disrupts the economy. This is how we're going to get the attention of the capitalist class, is by fucking with their money.
Because the thing is the more impactful thing, the one that hit the news, right, that actually scared the shit out of capital, was when the longshoremen threatened to strike. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's do that. But there are Democrats that support that.
Do you know why they ultimately didn't do the longshoremen strike?
Yeah, because Biden went in and helped them negotiate a new contract. He pushed it off, and then after the election. That's exactly what happened.
That isn't what happened. They got threatened with the Taft-Hartley Act. Do you know what the Taft-Hartley Act is?
No, I don't. But I think it was because Biden went in and talked to them, right?
No, the Taft-Hartley Act, it originally was developed as part of the Red Scare McCarthy shit to be anti-communist, right? So that act is what makes sympathy strikes, wildcat strikes, those things illegal, as well as making it to where a communist can't be a leader of a union. And that a union can't be communist, right? So he was able to invoke, he was threatening to invoke the Taft-Hartley Act. So using that act means that they can go around the strike and just like force them to work anyways. So like,
no, he can fire them. He can't force them to work.
Yeah, no, they would hire scabs.
Okay, he can't force them to work. Let's be clear. This is the United States of America. You don't get to force. We don't allow slavery in the U.S.
Though. Is that all you got? There is slavery in the United States. What
there is not. There's not slavery in the United States. No, there's not.
When the alternative is,
yeah, I understand. You're going to talk about prisons.
Right? That is. Well, when the alternative is to starve, it's like, okay, you do this or you starve because we take away your wage and we take away your ability to feed yourself. That is not really a choice.
Yes, I agree. I agree. In a capitalist system, you must work in order to eat. I agree with that. I agree that the theft of labor is what capitalism is sitting upon, the throne that it's sitting upon. I agree with that. However, they were not going to force the longshoremen to work. That was not going to happen.
They would hire scabs to do it, but
that was a decision that they would make.
There is.
Yeah, you're going to talk about prison labor or whatever, and I'm going to say that's. Yeah, how many states utilize prison labor?
You tell me how many.
No, you tell me because you're the one who wants to talk about it.
Yeah, California is one. California I know that.
California does not.
Over 4,100 private.
Yeah, we just had a down ballot initiative.
Hold on, guys, one at a time, please.
Mojo, that did not pass.
Hold on, one at a time.
California pays their fire jumpers pretty fucking well. The fire jumpers from prison as well. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yes, they do.
Mojo. It's like
wait. My stepdad
no, that can't be true.
Inmate firefighter. My stepdad was an inmate firefighter. This is one of the reasons why I am a communist today, is because they take the inmate firefighters, drop them off with fucking hand tools at the front lines with barely any protections whatsoever for like $2 a day. It is
according to the
$19 an
Institute. Yeah, according to the Economic Research Institute, the average is $72,000 per year. Entry level is around 40 to 50, and then overtime, hazard pay, experienced makes 60 to 100.
What are you reading off of?
This is the way the law sits right now, Ash. I'm sorry you don't understand.
Economic Research Institute.
That's not right. But
it is right. You were just wrong, Ash. Ash, you're just wrong.
If you read
Ash,
the 13th Amendment,
you were just wrong. I understand. I read it. I understand what you're talking about.
We still have slavery in the United States, and it's to the benefit of over 4,100 private companies.
How many employees, how many slaves do we have in the United States?
How many prisoners are there?
Not all of them are slaves. The vast majority.
All of them are forced to work in one way or another. So the way that
is
different.
Wait, that is incorrect.
The way that the prisons operate is that they are maintained by the incarcerated people themselves. So like all of the laundry, all of the janitorial work. Right, that is work. That is forced work.
It's not forced work because people agree to. People agree to. People stop.
They don't agree.
Stop interrupting me.
Hold on one second.
Do you know what happens?
I need you to stop interrupting me. Ash
and Mojo.
Ash, I need you to stop interrupting me.
Ash and Mojo, you're both interrupting, so hold on one second. Ash, if you could kindly please let Mojo finish, I will make sure you don't get interrupted next, and you have the floor next. Go ahead, Mojo.
Yeah, thanks. They volunteer. I'm sorry, these positions are volunteer positions. You are not forced to do them. They get extra benefits in prison by doing them. If they're going to serve a long time, those extra benefits are probably nice for them. They're not. Nobody is ever forced to do that. To take care of the prisoner, to be cooks, or to whatever they need. Whatever you're talking about, work in the library. These are all voluntary positions. Most states, like Colorado, actually require payment for any services rendered by any prisoners in any prison that exists in the state. Most states exist that way. California is one of them, and the fire jumpers do get paid a decent amount of money to do what they do, so that they're prepped and ready to get out of jail when they get out. They actually will have a savings when they do that. That's probably a good thing too. It helps for rehabilitation. So while I agree that slavery is bad, I'm going to tell you that over the years we have we have changed the system enough to where it's actually a beneficial aspect of our prison systems in most states.
Is it okay if I chime in? I wanted to chime in real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, Cash. Yeah, could I just
hey,
welcome you
what's
to
up?
the panel? Thank you for being here. Can we get your age, state, who you voted for, or any one of those things that you want to answer? It doesn't matter to me, really.
New York City, 23.
Okay, cool. Welcome up. Thanks for
What's
being
up? How's everybody doing? I think I wanted to respond to a point that you initially made. You said that you claimed that incarcerated firefighters are making about $70,000 per year, and I don't know, like just per quick Google search, that's just not true. They're making about $7 an hour.
Landmark reform in California's incarcerated firefighters are receiving about $19 an hour. This is October 16th of 2025. This is the World Prison Brief, prisonstudies.org.
I'm looking at the exact same thing you're looking for, and it says California prisoners earned $5.80 to $10.24.
No, but guys, we shouldn't. I'm seeing California is going to be one of the more progressive ones, and even before that law, California was paying 10 cents an hour and shilling out prison labor to corporations. like genuinely, and they're going to be the best state. They're going to be the gold standard of how you treat people in prison, because you sure as hell aren't going to get the same thing in Alabama and Louisiana. Prison labor is a real problem here, and just because it's quote unquote voluntary doesn't mean that they aren't absolutely coerced to do it through a few different means: threat of punishment, or just the function of everything in prison costing money and them having no other way to make it. It costs money. The collect calling system for them to talk to their families is atrociously exploitative.
Wait, Blossom, real quick. I wanted to get your position real quick before you tell me to ask. Wait, are you guys essentially like trying to equate the private prison systems, carceral labor, to that not of slavery?
Oh, I don't agree with Mojo on this. Sorry, Mojo.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't expect anybody to agree with me on anything. I'll argue everybody. I'm not going to equate it to slavery, because I think that a certain amount of pay is going to take it out of the slavery aspect. I think that wages are theft. I think the more that wages are stolen, the more theft it is. But I don't necessarily consider it slavery unless there are no wages given whatsoever.
So
that being said, I just told you.
No, you didn't. You said that wages theft, but you said that wages theft, right? And that ultimately, like, some form of compensation ultimately, like, is like the delineation between like slavery versus like exploitative labor. But during the 19th century with sharecropping, where slavery was still very much alive, like slaves were still getting paid. So what is slavery?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I missed what you said. I got a violation.
I mean, what did you get violated for?
No, I got a violation. I don't know, actually, but it's allowing me to appeal it, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, tell B-Guy I'm on my way to Ohio to primary him.
Real quick, if it's okay, I want to be really clear that people who are incarcerated are not listed as like employees, right? So they're not like, okay, so like OSHA standards don't have to be enforced. They cannot file complaints of like discrimination. They cannot report any sort of like abuse or anything like that. And if they do attempt to, like, there will be retribution. You could be put into the SHU. You could be refused medical service. It quite literally is slavery. They are not listed as employees.
And I'm going to agree with you, Blossom, to a certain extent. I mean, obviously, some of these people do not get paid. I don't know that I necessarily consider benefits for mopping up a floor to be slavery at all. In prison, you're serving your time in there, and you get to choose whether you want to do that or not. That's a complete and total choice that you have.
You actually don't get to
Oh, my God.
You get assigned.
Hold on, Ash.
Please,
wrong. Because we let you speak. Just let Mojo finish his statement. And again,
okay, I want you to prove to me. I want you to prove to me that I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, typically when you go to prison, they will
Give me a source. Give me a source. I don't want your anecdote.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Don't
They-
interrupt.
they
Ash, go
will-
ahead. Go ahead, speak, and then we'll ask for the source, Mojo. If you
Yeah,
need one.
I mean, I'll have to go in and get a laptop, whatever. But they assign you a position. They'll say, okay, like you're doing laundry, you're doing cooking, whatever, right? And if you refuse to do that, like you don't have any way to get like commissary, you don't have a way to contact your family, again, you can be put into the SHU, which by the way goes against the Geneva Conventions, like putting people in isolation like that. Like they absolutely like will like do things to you if you refuse to work, right? This is also why we see like strikes in the prisons. Like the inmates will strike because like of the conditions in the prisons and like refuse to do their jobs. And when they refuse to do their jobs in the prisons, the prison comes to a standstill because all of the labor done within the prison is done by the incarcerated people.
Okay, I'll wait for the source on this.
Yeah. Okay. So Ash is calling for the
even
source.
if the
And hold on,
even
just,
if the
hold on just 1 second.
sorry.
Listen, we talked to people on a daily basis. Someone just got off the panel saying that we should have first tested the C-19 jab on the prison population. So, like, listen, we're going from one extreme to another. So we're trying to find
To mention
What
the
is
comments
extreme?
for the comments here,
What is the extreme
Royce.
Ash is going to?
For the comments here, Royce. Yeah, I agree. I read through it. I was wrong about the $19 an hour. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again,
there's also
not really a choice when you're telling someone like you can't talk to your family, you can't. You're gonna have to go into the hole. You can't have like privileges, rec time privileges. Again, there's not a choice involved when.
Wait, nobody disconnected you.
Outside.
Nobody disconnected you, Cash. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he just dropped.
That's crazy. You can request back up. Nobody dropped you.
We can see all the mods who do, Mojo especially, but we can see the mods who do, and no one disconnected.
Yeah, there's no reason for you to try and chastise me for something because you don't like my beliefs.
Or just lie about it. That's equally as wrong.
I don't think he. No, I know Cash. He's not like that. He probably it could have been an accident. TikTok has been dropping people lately, so.
I agree. I've seen that happen.
Yeah, and so I think too, like, yes, the 13th Amendment should be expanded, I think, to the cooking, cleaning, laundry. I agree, and I agree that there should be fair wages within the prison system. There are also people, I was just watching a documentary the other night, because I like to fall asleep to documentaries, but about how many people who are incarcerated as young children, like as young as like 16, 15 years old, who are now in their 70s, 80s, who are working under those conditions and living under those conditions. So I completely agree with you guys. And I think we would agree a lot more than we disagree. But there are some things like, again, we go to extremes. And I think the extreme is trying to stop a ship from leaving port. How do you want me to get from the East Coast to stop a ship from leaving port in the West Coast without having the means to do so? Like, do you want to send me a check, or do I have to work under fucking capitalism to make sure I eat, sleep, and get a flight out to make sure fucking capitalism isn't run rampant? Where does the middle ground lie?
You just took it to the extreme. You did the dichotomous thinking thing, right? Like you're saying there's only two options. I can either support let me finish. You did the dichotomous thinking thing. I can either support the Democrats or I can go stand in front of a ship. When Ash has been up here saying that there's multiple things in between that you can do, and she listed a lot of them. Me as well.
Yeah, and I'm telling
One of
you
them is abandon the Democratic Party and create your own party. Vote green if you have to. I mean, it's possible. It can happen.
Voting green to me is a non-vote. But anyway, the way that I stand in the middle. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to go back to the prison thing here real quick because I just want to know, Ash, what your gulag looks like.
Oh, I'm a prison abolitionist, but I have my source. I'm using legalclarity.org. And it says yes. Typically,
what's the title? What's the title of the article?
It's what happens if a prisoner refuses to do work.
Yeah. You can go ahead and finish what you're saying, sorry.
Refusing, let me get this pop-up out of the way. Refusing prison work assignment is classified as a moderate severity disciplinary offense in the federal system, and it triggers a formal process that can strip privileges, add time to a sentence, and damage future parole prospects. In prisons, every sentenced inmate who is physically and mentally able is required to participate in the work program. The consequences for saying no range from losing commissary access to spending up to 3 months in disciplinary segregation, and the disciplinary record follows an inmate into every future parole hearing.
I'm sorry, what website did you say this was?
It's legalclarity.org.
And is this in every state?
Let me see. Yeah, it's talking broadly, so I would assume.
Well,
I mean, I can keep going.
I don't think we should assume at all.
Why is work mandatory?
No, it depends on every state. Every state has its.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll pull up a new one for you, okay? Just so that we can be for sure,
Make sure it's federal.
But I don't think that should be happening anywhere.
I agree with you.
I can't even find your website. Legalclarity.org? I can't find your article.
On the Federal Bureau of Prisons website as well in the comments.
All state prisons require inmates.
I don't know where you get this.
I don't know if you know that you're not muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Anyway, how do you abolish prisons when people are going to break laws, even in a communist society?
I think that we have a lot of other options to utilize between like instead of just doing like punitive and like carceral things like we do now. Like I think like we could focus on like mental health access. There's a variety of different programs that could be used. You could do house arrest if you really needed to.
Sorry,
but
Ash, I'm so sorry, Ash.
What's
I just
wrong?
wanted to tell the host because he's private, but Cash is in the request. If you could accept him, I'm sorry, Ash.
No, you're good. You're good. But the model that I like is transformative and restorative justice. So it focuses on restoring justice to the victim as well as enacting a plan that is transformative for society so that we can try to mitigate these things happening again. But 80% of crimes that happen right now in the United States are actually victimless crimes. So if the needs of the people are met, we can expect that 80% of those crimes would also no longer exist.
I don't know that you could expect that any crime is going to no longer exist. I expect you're probably going to see. I expect that you're going to see a lot of new crimes that we never imagined could exist. I expect that's probably going to happen. I don't know, somebody not doing the work that they're supposed to do in the society, and you're going to have the state, whoever's taking care of getting basic needs met is going to have to punish for in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if therapy is going to do it, cut it for somebody that murders somebody else or somebody that steals from somebody else. And I'm not sure. Well, I asked you what you're going to do about prison, when you have people that are going to commit crimes.
Yeah, I actually, hot take. Most of like what we call crime, I don't actually think is crime. I think like most crime is, for one, victimless, right? Most crime is nonviolent. And I think that if we change the material conditions of the people, we will change these outcomes. So yes, I'm not going to say violent crime would no longer exist. It may still exist, but I think that we have a variety of different approaches to look at. And actually, like, we could work on like actually rehabilitating people.
Where will we rehabilitate them?
Not in a structure that is meant to be like punitive and carceral. There's just so many different ways to do this.
Well, there's not, though. There's not, because if you just stick them in a house and expect them to do whatever you want them to do to rehabilitate, what stops them from just walking out?
I would assume that the plan would be very individualized based on the person that we're trying to rehabilitate.
Okay, what stops them from just walking out or refusing to do whatever you want to do then?
I mean, I'm not saying that some people won't have to face a wall.
Okay.
Like, obviously.
Okay, so no prisons. I get it. No prisons. Just kill them. I got you. I understand.
Well, yeah, a Yahtzee.
Yeah.
Put them on the wall.
PDF file.
Yeah, on the wall.
Someone who hurts kids. I mean, Mojo, you could like. Again, I think people are so afraid of this sort of ideology because it feels like it happens at once, and I believe Ash is, textbook communist. So I'm not sure how she feels about it all happening at once or within stages or whatever. I know Engels wrote about it happening in stages, right? So you can look at the Scandinavian model of prisons if it makes you feel better about understanding, like, yeah, this is possible. We can have a society that does have a lower crime rate through rehabilitation measures rather than capital punishment.
Yeah,
so
I don't
possible because we just
I don't disagree with any of that. I think we're born tabula rasa. I don't think that we are violent by nature. I don't think we have a human nature. I think that we are taught everything that we know and everything that we are. I do think that we can change the system, and I think we can change people and the way we react to things. I think that we probably can stop a lot of crimes. I'm going to agree with you guys on all of that. But the fact is that there's still going to be crimes that happen, and you're going to have to figure out what to do with the people that commit those crimes. And her solution is just to put them on a wall, and my solution would be something a little bit different than that.
That's a straw man.
She said violent and like essayers and people that rape children.
Well, yeah, pedophiles, wall.
I didn't hold on. I didn't mention any of those crimes. I was talking about criminals.
Yeah, no, Ash.
No, she said there's for some people there'll just have to be a wall. That's what she said. Before any crimes were mentioned.
No, hold on one second. It might have been B or it might have been Ash. I'm not sure, but somebody did say
it was B. That was B.
B. Okay. Anyways,
but the
with
point...
Mojo, I think I'm with Mojo on this. Like, listen, sure, lock them up for life. Don't let them out. You're also advocating for prisoners' rights when maybe we should just put those people in prison and not take lives. Like, that's my stance. Like, I'm specifically a vegetarian because I fucking hate that any kind of life is taken. So I know that we will have a lot of like varying differences, but you want prisoners' rights, but yet you want to take life? That seems very contradictory.
Yeah.
But your way is happening. Your way is the status quo, and your way is the status quo, and the status quo isn't working because we have the highest incarceration rate in all of the world. So the status quo isn't working. Something has to change.
You want a bloody revolution?
Because that was addressed to me. Can I respond since that was addressed to me? Okay, so like, do you think that we should have just put Yahtzees in jail and called it a day? Like, do you believe
neither them nor the Confederacy had they were not
I don't believe in capital punishment, period.
I don't believe either, and that was addressed at me. And yeah, Ash, I think that we should. I think we should lock them up, and I think we should make them do prison work. I think we should make them mop the floors. You think it would be above a Yahtzee to mop a floor?
I think that they deserve a bullet in their head.
That's wild.
I don't think that's not wild.
You believe in the reformation. You believe in the reformation of like murderers. So like your logic is backwards.
I don't believe in I don't. I think that sure they may never be reformed. So put them in jail, make them mop the floors. And you guys have such a problem with mopping floors, but you have no problem putting bullets in heads. That's
why should Nazis be allowed to breathe air?
Why should you? Because we shouldn't be hypocrites. Because if you kill somebody for killing somebody, then you are just a killer yourself.
I don't think that Nazis have any value.
And they don't think you, and they don't think you have value.
That's
so
why
what?
they should
So who?
die.
So who is? And that's why they think. Wait! Stop!
We have to 1 second. We're gonna get violated, Mojo. I'm just saying. Everyone has to use TikTok-friendly language, and I'm sorry I haven't participated either. But please, can we just keep it TikTok-friendly?
I will keep it TikTok-friendly. People who carry out genocide deserve a bullet in their head.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, Ash, that I Again, stop.
No,
Yes.
we have to.
Oh, I'm sorry. TikTok thing. Yeah, we do have to watch. I don't know what we can say or what we can't say.
You can't say you
but
put
again,
a bullet in a Schnazi's head. That's insane. So stop doing that, Ash.
Okay, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, I feel like we've detracted.
Okay, please don't eat on the microphone.
Can I say it? Can I try saying it differently?
But wait, I understand. I think everybody understands. I think everybody understands. I think. Hello.
Take their
Hello.
No,
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Ash, stop.
What the fuck? I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But if you want to create a revolution in this country, you will be the person committing genocide.
No.
What?
No. This isn't your hook, guys. Comrades, that's not your hook. Because I've moved on this, and the only reason I've moved on capital punishment is because I think that we should have hung every Confederate that we got a hold of in the 1860s and 70s.
I just don't agree.
Well, you cannot agree, right? But I think part of the reason that we are where we're at now is because we didn't do enough to sufficiently deter people from ever holding those positions again. That's why you're seeing the fallout from Calais look identical to what we saw in the Reconstruction era.
We can do more. We can do more without hanging them. We can put them in jail for the rest of their stinking lives, and I'm fine with that. But I believe that if you kill somebody for killing somebody, you are a hypocrite and murderer yourself, and should be killed as well.
That's not why, though, because I don't think that we should have capital punishment as a policy in general. I don't think that, because what if you're wrong about any of them, right? Except in this one instance, I think the function of us not doing enough, it's not because they unalived people. It's because if we don't do enough to deter people from ever holding those positions again, they'll come back around. And that's why I think we should
capital punishment doesn't deter anybody. Never has, never will. It does not.
I think it does.
It is proven to not. No, it proves that it's been proven time and time again. Study after study, capital punishment does not. Capital punishment does not deter crime. It doesn't.
It works in China.
This is not about.
Wait, so it's
not about general crime, though.
Wait, so the legalist frameworks under the Qing dynasty wasn't necessary in order to creating like a extremely safe society in pre-nation state China?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I think the difference is we have a constitution. I think the difference is that we have certain inalienable rights, if you will. And I'm sorry. I agree with. I'm not sorry, but I agree with Mojo. I'm kind of cut from the same cloth. I can't take another life, and I think taking another life is like irreprehensible.
Okay.
Irreprehensible. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So
to who we are as human beings.
Yeah, so I think I think like it's slightly hypocritical because I think like the biggest institute of violence is in itself the state. Like the biggest perpetrator of violence is the state.
And here you are
about the.
Sorry.
And if you're talking about like the United States in itself, which is right now ongoing, committing multiple genocides internationally, right? Whilst also completely decreasing the living conditions for the people who live within said imperial core as a form of violence by essentially like I think it's in itself like completely hypocritical to be like referencing a document that is completely unchanged as a means in order to like define it as one that is like upholding of democracy when like that same literal body of work didn't even include certain people who didn't own property or even women without the communal efforts of those who were disenfranchised by that same document.
I don't know what the point of your comment there was.
He's saying, why is it that you guys are referencing the Constitution as this sort of powerful document when it doesn't include, I would actually say now, much of the population? It excludes much of the population.
Oh,
that's essentially what I'm trying to say. Like more layman's terms.
Okay. So when we cite quote for quote or word for word, Marxist and Leninist documents, it's not really relevant today, right? We should probably take that and interpret it in our own words and in our own way.
No,
and
it doesn't exclude a huge part of the population. No, hold on.
It's so incredible how much you guys it is so incredible. It is so incredible how much you guys fucking interrupt people. That is incredible. You guys do this on Ash's panel too?
No, I actually don't like Ash. CS has been interrupting us the entire time. I haven't gotten to get a thought out because she keeps interrupting. But you just did it again. But what I'm trying to say is you've been making these
no, I have not. Thank you.
Oh, okay. You've been making these like comparisons between two things that are nothing alike, right? Like you're comparing a Marxist document with the Constitution that was written to exclude the majority of the population. This isn't a cross metaphor that works. You also did the same thing with like the Yahtzees and prisoners. All Ash was asking for, which again, I will reiterate, I don't like her, was saying like, hey, let's do some prison. I want to abolish prison because 80% of the population commits crimes that have no victim. And then she was saying, well, I do believe in capital punishment, but mostly for people like Yahtzees. And then you're saying, oh, well, you're comparing it to, people who don't commit crimes to Yahtzees. And it's just like, these things are not cross comparable. That's why everything is so specific to like the certain time and place and situation.
I'll post this. You guys can listen back to it because the actual crimes were not mentioned before. She said she'd put them on a wall.
She did. But also, well, B, you agreed and you said, yeah, the rapists, the Yahtzees. You agreed.
Yeah, these are people who are harming the most innocent, most vulnerable portions of our society. You can't reform a PDF file. You just can't. It's in their blood. It's disgusting. It's not something, it's a power trip. I mean, if you want to be PDF file lives matter, that's all you, girl. You do you.
And listen, I'm so confused why you can't stand the fact that a PDF file who is serving a lifetime behind bars who can never harm another child again has to mop floors with literally putting them on the wall.
Again, it's a false equivalency because she was talking about victimless crimes and you're talking about a crime that has a victim. This is why you're not good at cross-referencing things. These are two different things,
we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about prisons. We're talking about
She said victimless crimes. She said victimless crimes over and over again. She said it like 3 times. And you're talking about a victim crime.
The hypocrisy is wild in this chat.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in real quick. I don't necessarily think it's hypocrisy, right? And I think the question that you pose, yes, is in itself wrong, because the current system that we have fails to address grave crimes against humanity. Like there are responses to the current systemic issues that allow for the proliferation of crimes against humanity, and these are responses to them that in themselves are essentially like futile. So if you guys were truly in advocation for like the improvement of the working conditions that actually allow for crimes to proliferate, right, you would essentially stop them from occurring, because the best way to negate crime is to prevent it in the first place. And the biggest correlation or the biggest connector to crime is essentially like horrible living conditions. Like impoverishment allows for essentially like the proliferation for crimes to occur. So I'm not necessarily one that's calling for the wall, because when I call for the abolition of prison, I call for structures that prevent crime from proliferating.
What, the Minority Report? You plan on reading somebody's mind?
Well, I was just looking.
Oh, my fault.
No, go ahead. No, he was asking you a question. I'm done.
No, it was a sarcastic question. Go ahead, Messi.
Well, I was just looking at recidivism. Is that how you say it? Recidivism?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And the United States is about 66%, meaning that individuals are rearrested within 3 years, 82% within 10 years. It's one of the highest among developed countries. Behind that, you have Sweden, Germany, Canada, United Kingdom, Norway, which is the lowest, 20 to 30% within 2 to 5 years. And I believe it was, what was it, that has the,
Halden Prison in is one of the Scandinavian prison systems, and they emphasize on rehabilitation, while the U.S. emphasizes on punishment, deterrence, incapacitation, keeping offenders away from society, and varying degrees of rehabilitation, when the other countries focus on rehabilitating those people. But like B had said, you can't rehabilitate a pedo. That's not possible.
What if we could?
But we can't.
What if we could? What if somebody?
You want the kids to be around when they try that?
Who are we trying this out on?
What if I don't know, somebody has never actually touched a child, but has looked at corn or something like that, and we put wait, can I finish my question? Thank you. And they're in jail for doing that. Do we kill that person, or do they have to have actually committed the act? Okay, so if they've just looked at
that person, because let me
okay, that's good. I don't want to know why you think that. I don't want to know why you think that. It doesn't really matter to me. If at some point in the time that they're serving in prison, we can figure out some sort of a way to rewire the brain so that they think differently than they thought before, could they not be rehabilitated?
Do you think 6 months is enough time? Because
Richard
Morris is only getting 6 months for essaying a 12-year-old. He was Trump's spiritual advisor his first term. There was a man here in Indiana, a couple towns over from me, that got a year or maybe 2 years for having CP on his laptop, but yet another guy for having METH selling that got 22 years.
Yes, so instead put him on the wall. Put him on the wall?
Yes, because let me finish my thought, what I was going to say earlier. CP, just watching it, is not a victimless crime. I can't believe I'm even having to say this on a panel with 100 people on here. Children were harmed in the making of that video, and whoever consumed that video is just as guilty as people who
What if it's AI?
This is
What if it's AI? What if it's AI? What if it's AI?
That's something for a Phil, bro. I can't debate that because it turns my stomach, so I'll step off from that one. I do know my limits, and I apologize. I don't think I could engage in that.
Artificial content generation of bodily human mutilation against a child is ethical consumption?
I didn't say it was. I asked a question.
But I'm saying
and I didn't ask about bodily harm either.
That is bodily harm.
Listen, a child cannot consent. I think he's asking questions to go down a logic train. That's it.
Yeah, this is for no other reason than that. I think these are important questions because there's nuance to every single crime that's committed. The reason one of the big reasons I don't believe in capital punishment is that our justice system sucks. And I can imagine that if we create a communist system, that justice system is going to suck too. And you're probably going to end up killing a lot of people that are innocent because somebody accused them of something that they didn't actually do. Because we do that here in the U.S. right now. We put people in jail and we put people to death that are innocent or found to be innocent later. I think that we'll never be perfect. So to unalive somebody in the process of trying to find justice is just simply a hypocritical act and sick and wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So this logic train is fallacious for multiple reasons, because you just created a dual equivalency for two completely different modes of production. Like a communist system would essentially completely acquit the existence of capital within a system that is trying to engage with injustice. There is no form of bribery. There is no form of there's no need to even raise funds in order to afford lawyers or afford representation. And so
so if you get accused, you just get put on the wall. Yeah, so if you get accused, you get put on the wall, and there's no justice system. I get it. I think that's wrong.
Again, you're doing the dichotomous thinking thing.
Hold on,
why do you guys do this?
Hold on.
Okay, I will tell you.
Interrupt you obnoxiously, but I want Cash to finish his statement because I think he was going somewhere. So I want Cash to be able to finish what he was saying.
But the biggest issue, right, is that when we're talking about crime, I think the crime that exists amongst the working class in itself is perpetuated by material condition. this is like the exact framework for socialism, right? And I think the biggest issue is like I don't understand how you define a communist society and how you define a capitalist society, and I would like you to like elucidate me on the ways in which they would intersect and the way that they prosecute people. Because I mean, I do agree. Like in a world that at least like that I will govern by like my interpretation of how communism will be implemented. I don't think that there's a need for capital punishment because there would be institutional and dual power structures that ultimately prevent the need and proliferation for crimes that exist under like a capitalist incentive. But
Cash, I'm just going to ask you to land. I'm so sorry. It's a short form panel.
Yeah.
So I apologize.
But whilst that is being said, that does not mean like the abolishment of prisons does not equate to abolishment of punishment against crimes against humanity. So I would like to just elucidate me on how they would intersect between a capitalist and a communist mode of production.
Reductio ad absurdum is actually a logical tactic as well as a fallacy. So there is a reason to bring something to the extreme because no matter what you put in place, you will always see an extreme example of it. And you will always see anywhere in the spectrum between that extreme example and your normal example as well. So you do have to look at that to come to a logical conclusion. Now, Kesh, I don't consider crimes necessarily to be for profit or for money. I think a justice system can be set up without profit motive as well. I think people can be lawyers simply because they like to argue. I think we can create a system in a communistic fashion where it's not labor intensive and it's not something that somebody's making money off of. I think that can absolutely exist. I think it's a little ridiculous to say that crime won't exist. I think it's a little ridiculous to say that specific crimes won't exist.
Yeah, I didn't say that, and I think you're misrepresenting like the argument you made initially. Initially, you said that you believe that they would both essentially do the same thing, be authoritarian weapons of capital, and they would.
I didn't say anything about capital.
Yeah, you described capital punishment. You said that they would incite capital punishment, like on both sides.
That's not capital. Capital punishment is simply unaliving somebody.
Mm-hmm. And so, like, when we're discussing capital punishment and the proliferation of capital punishment, you don't think that there's a capitalist motive?
No.
You don't think that, like, instead of taxpayers and the interests of the state in order to engage within rehabilitation services and essentially, like, what is it called? I said rehabilitation services and retrials, like they don't essentially like advocate for capital punishment. Like there's not a high rate of people
appeals. Wait, there's not. I don't know that there's a high rate
of appeals.
I don't know that there's a high rate of people that are convicted incorrectly. I do know that people are convicted incorrectly, though.
There is. No, there's a high rate of people who are.
What do you mean by high rate?
The rate of incarceration is already one that is disproportionate.
Disproportionate to what? Disproportionate to what?
To people of color.
To people.
Do you not believe that there is over policing by the state?
Now you're going to bring race into this? Are you serious?
What do you mean? That is the nature.
What the fuck? You went from unaliving somebody to being profitable to color of skin. What the fuck? What are you doing?
The president
does have a lot to do with American prison.
No, hold on. Let me connect the dots. The prison industry is one that is privatized in public. Both are which are spended on by the state, the federal state, right? So this is the connection between the state and the economic POV, right? In order to create and produce labor, right? And so the state in itself is one that is already biased amongst people of color. Can we agree on that? Like there is a higher rate and there's a more likelier rate of people of color to be apprehended by the police.
I do agree.
Okay, and so with that being said, if there's a higher rate of those people being mistaken and being falsely and incorrectly accused, there are now more people who are pushed into this labor in order to produce and create things for profit. And then on top of that, there is also an unwillingness in order to revise these crimes because it is cheaper.
I disagree.
It is completely cheaper to put somebody capital punishment than to run a retrial and offer rehabilitatory services.
That is. It is cheaper to kill somebody than it is to keep them in prison forever.
Yes, you would have to feed them, clothe them. Yeah.
You still have to go through all the appeals processes. I actually think it's more expensive to kill somebody. I actually think that as a matter of fact, I know that it's more expensive to unalive somebody than it is to keep them in prison for their entire life.
So, per the researchers from University of Michigan Law School and the Michigan State University, they estimated that about 4.1% of people sentenced to death in the U.S. were likely innocent. So, if 1% were innocent, there's 1.8 to 2 million people that are in prison and jails right now in the U.S. If 1% were innocent, that'd be around 18 to 20,000 people. If it was 4% on death row, it would be 72 to 80,000 people are sitting on death row that are innocent.
Okay, I don't know.
Whoa.
I don't know if you want me to give you the source here, but Death Penalty Information Center. I can give you Equal Justice USA. The death penalty is significantly more expensive than life imprisonment. Studies across the U.S. consistently show that capital cases can cost taxpayers anywhere from $1 million to $7 million or more per case than comparable non-capital cases seeking life without parole.
So it's more expensive. Unaliving 4% of people that are innocent and spending more money doing it.
4% of people that are innocent
on death row. And you're saying that it costs more to unalive people than it does to keep them alive.
It does.
Right. So 4% of those people that we are unaliving on death row are innocent.
Okay. I think 4% is a pretty small number. I agree that it should be taken care of. I agree that this is why we should have life in prison rather than capital punishment as well, because there are innocent people on death row, and I don't think we should kill innocent people. But then again, I don't think we should kill anybody, because if you're going to kill somebody for killing somebody, then you're still a fucking murderer.
That's my thing.
And so
that's
I just
not
wanted to
really what anyone.
respond.
Again, no, hold on. Me and Ash were the one who originally came up with this argument. You guys keep misrepresenting what we're saying. We're not just saying broad across the board, you need to unalive a person who did this. We're actually saying exactly what you said. For each individualistic case, it requires an individualistic hearing, right? You also made the statement that, you're just going to unalive people without their due process. Nobody made that claim.
Wait, these guys don't Ash and Cash don't want a justice system.
No,
yeah, that's completely different. Eliminating.
Dude, it was also you. Like
He asked me a question, so can you please stop interrupting me so I can answer his question?
My God, no! I'm allowed to speak as well, and also B, don't tell me I'm interrupting you every time.
He asked me a question, and you did kind of interrupt. I'm just trying to like.
I actually made a statement. I didn't ask a question, and just to be fair here, CS is my mod, so she's going to do what she does.
Okay, and bye. Go ahead, B.
She's leaving now.
Good. They're fucking insufferable. Put them on the fucking wall, right? That's what we're gonna do with people who are insufferable. Put them on the fucking wall.
I know.
I never made personal attacks or ad homs on you. I don't know why you're getting this upset.
I think you did actually.
I lied.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
I also think you lied.
She just told me to put me on the wall. She just made a threat against me.
Oh, come on.
Like, that's wild.
It's fucking TikTok. Get the fuck real.
I mean, also, again, if you want to say get real, I'm just telling you, like, maybe you should grow up a little bit. This is just TikTok. We don't have to take it this extreme. We can have disagreements without kind of being this mean girl nasty. It's weird. You're a grown adult.
I just think that you are really offended because we're calling you out on what exactly.
I'm not offended. It's just we're just having a disagreement, and you're getting mad and saying, "Put me on the wall."
Does this sound mad? You haven't heard me mad yet.
All right. I think you did plenty of attacking yourself, B. I think I can send you the clips. You have attacked individuals. You attacked CS specifically about her intelligence. I remember specifically the incident. I will post it for you if you want. I will post it on my page of you doing that. I will post all of the times you did it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. That'd be great.
Yeah, and B, if you want to go 1-for-1, we can anytime. I will debate you any fucking time. So I don't really care.
No, I don't. Like,
I know, because you couldn't.
Honestly, I've already seen your true colors because you take it way too personally, and you're getting really,
heated and like saying things like put her on the wall, put them all on the wall. And so like I don't really engage with people who have that sort of rhetoric, because that means we can't have an intelligent conversation. Me and Mojo have been able to have an intelligent conversation. We don't agree on a lot. We've been able to have a conversation that's been relatively civil.
This is the problem. When you talk
guys,
about putting
wait, I don't want this argument.
Can I please, Mojo? Just let me respond. Thank you. When you talk about putting people on the wall, when you talk about putting PDF files on the
pedophiles,
wall,
wow, you're being PDF files matter right now. So you're saying PDF file lives matter right now.
Don't interrupt me
with your whole chest and 80 people here.
Listen, I'm not going to mute you, because I think you and I will have a good one-on-one if you ever want to debate me, and I will challenge you anytime, any day. I really don't give a shit. However, B, when you say that, and when you talk like this, and when you say put people on the wall, I'm going to joke back with you. When you make fun of other people, or when you say that these people should be treated XYZ, I'm going to say,
PDF
put it on the wall then. It's a fucking joke. And if you don't get
files. CS, you are being a PDF file lives matter right now.
I'm so sorry you missed the joke,
Girl,
but catch up.
What are you doing in front of 80 people? You are being PDF file lives matter right now in front of 80 people on a TikTok live with your face on the internet.
No matter what, I want them to serve life in prison.
Dude, this is weird. You should not have your real face up.
This is on you. This is not on me. This is on you.
Okay.
Get real.
Okay. You are showing your face with your full chest saying PDF lives matter.
I'm saying I'm not going to unalive anyone.
That's not at all what she said.
You're gonna say put them on the wall.
No, she said.
Actually,
hold on, B. 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 This is not a PDF files. Lives matter. It is human lives matter. Humans matter. We should care about other humans. And if you think it's wrong to kill somebody, or you think it's wrong to harm somebody in some other way, shape, or form, then to kill them for doing so makes you just as bad as they are. So I don't understand the rationale behind this. It makes no sense to me.
Well, we can actually have like a real conversation. No, this is actually a really good philosophical conversation. Like, how do you eliminate harm?
You think you're doing something, but you're actually being really radical.
Are you okay? CS, like, can I have a response? You do, like, I'm just trying to have a conversation. So like I was saying, this is actually a good philosophical response. And a good philosophical. I've never, I haven't this whole entire time.
I know the paradox of tolerance.
But what I'm just saying is like, yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm trying to say is like, there is a conversation to be had about eliminating a person that harms children. Like, and by the way, when Ash said put them on, can I please finish my thought?
Then fucking, it's a short term. It's a short panel. Like, dude, just wrap it the fuck up.
I've been talking for 15 seconds and you've been interrupting me every time. Okay,
no, you're just saying hang people, man. Like, that's all you're saying.
That's not what I said. I said PDF files. CS, can I please let my entire
you're saying
thought
hang
out?
PDF files. Go ahead.
No, yes,
Continue
thank you. So when she said put people on the wall, the only people that I mentioned was PDF files. That was my contribution to that.
Okay. I'll add Nazis to it.
And I will say, I do not want to see any human life or any life at all harmed. Again, I told you, I am a vegetarian.
Harmed?
I can't watch. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Either I will drop you in 5 seconds. B, what I'm trying to tell you is, like, I think that there is a place that all of us could serve in society. I think that there is a place where, like, your opinion is very valid. My opinion is very valid. Ash's. Everyone else who was up here, oh my god, somebody mute, fucking easy. And I agree that there should be extremes on every side, or there should be at least opinions on every side. My opinion is we don't automatically put them on the fucking wall, dude. We just honor life in general, and that's where I come from. I'm a fucking pacifist, I guess, but I will always say put PDF files in prison for life, lock them up, give them fucking full, like, solitary. Don't let them out. Don't let them see the fucking sun. Even that feels harsh to me. I'm sorry, I walk that back a little bit. But, dude, don't unalive them. Don't put them on the wall automatically. We shouldn't take life. That's not our job.
Do Schnazi lives matter?
I don't think they should be unalived.
Were we wrong to be able to condemn them?
You can condemn them.
I think we should condemn them 100%. What are you talking about? Put them in jail for life.
Okay.
Put them in solitary.
Wow. Isn't that kind of like slavery, though? I thought you were like pro-human.
I'm pro-life. I'm pro.
You're pro-life now?
I'm so in a sense of in the prison system, which is so funny, right? Because like Republicans are always so life. Like, oh, we're pro-life, we're pro-life, and then immediately they're like, let's unalive anyone who's ever committed a crime. That's
not life. That's slavery. You think that's how the human life is meant to be? You want to recognize them as humans, but then put them in like
easy.
What is it? A life of slavery.
We were having a good one before you, dude. Why are you doing this?
What good one were you talking? You guys were just like coming at each other's throats for like a hot minute. Then I made an order, and now I'm like engaging.
Yeah, you're just being contrarian, dude.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you always will be. We know you very well. Stop this. I'm talking to B for a second. B, no, listen. Again, I will agree with you, and I apologize if I've been a little bit harsh. My thing is, I think your opinion is very valuable in the fact that you think we put them on the wall, or to what degree. Whatever degree you think is right. But I think my opinion in human life matters, and it doesn't matter if they're disgusting. Then we lock them up in a small cell, and we make sure they can never harm anyone ever again. But I'm never going to take a life. I'm never going to take a beating heart. That is not who I am. I can't do that.
That's worse. Locking somebody up and throwing away the key is worse than death. You can ask anyone who's ever been in solitary confinement. Listen, at the end of the day, it's a rabid dog.
Maybe you should be an
a rabid dog
advocate for
goes
that.
around eating people and not stopping. You know, we don't make ways for viruses. We don't make ways for people that hurt children. That's just my stance, right? Everything else I would agree, actually. I would say that everybody else should have a fair trial. Everybody else should, and not so much a fair trial, because I do think that everyone who's accused should have a fair trial. But people who are, you know, murderers or people who steal, things like that, like, of course, a lot of crimes that are committed are, you know, they require nuance. However, I think teaching a child does not require any nuance. I think it's very simple. We don't keep monkeys alive for a reason, because they go through a population and they harm it.
You lock them up in a cell, and if you want the worst punishment for them, then I think that you should agree. Then maybe if that's the worst, then we put them there.
I just don't see the point in like spending taxpayer money to do it.
I don't.
Again, it's cheaper. It's cheaper to keep somebody in jail for life than it is to put them
in this
to death.
Administration, right?
No, in the United States.
We should do it in this administration.
Not this administration. Hold on, Messi. Hold on. This is not this administration. This is the United States of America. In the United States of America, it is more expensive to kill somebody than it is to keep them in life in prison. In prison for life, sorry.
Yeah, and I didn't mean just this administration. I meant like this country in general, since its founding, has shown that it is not responsible in being able to handle a court system. It, like we said earlier, it incorrectly incarcerates thousands and thousands of Black and brown people at a higher rate than it incarcerates YT people. So I am a communist as well. So I believe like my system is, again, you can call it, you know, utopian or whatever. That's the word you want to use. But it wouldn't happen in this administration. Hell no, because then someone like me who's a communist would be called a PDF file and put on the wall.
Yeah,
do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we should change the system we have. I don't know that restructuring the whole thing can altogether make sense, but maybe it does. Maybe if you can come up with a better way of providing justice for people, I'd be all for listening to that, because I know that our system's been used negatively. I know it's been used to promote racism, bigotry, and shit like that. And I would like to see that change as well. So I agree. I just don't know how it looks, what it looks like.
Mojo, you were saying that lethal injection was more expensive than keeping them
the death penalty in general.
the firing squad. I mean, how much can bullets cost? Because in March of 2025, Brad Little signed House Bill 37, changing the law. So the firing squad becomes the state's first choice execution method effective July 1st, 2026. And that is for Idaho.
It's not about how you kill them. It's about the fact that it takes so long to get through the appeals process.
That's correct. You cannot just go through 1 to 2 trials. You cannot go through 1 to 2 judges. You also have when they petition the governor for a stay, that costs a lot of money too through lawyers.
But we have to go through appeals. We have to. I mean, we have no justice if we don't allow people appeals.
And hi, Omi. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yeah, you said it well. Thank you for having me. I didn't want to interrupt. So, I'm not sure what the live etiquette is here, so I was just waiting until there was a natural moment to jump in.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to anytime.
Okay. Well, I was just going to add because, there's multiple layers here, but I think the one that I found most substantive was when the host was talking about legal systems and about whether we should reform rather than abandon the current legal system for another one. One thing I would say is that, historically, that there's precedent within the Western Project of other legal systems that work. Common law is obviously what we have here. But common law itself was a colonial device used by the Anglo-Saxons to oppress insular Celtic people who had Brehon law in Ireland and different variations throughout the Isles. And Brehon law doesn't have a lot of, it gains things and it loses things, as every system does, right? And so I guess what I'm saying is that it isn't like we have zero precedent at all to imagine an alternative legal system. And then obviously Brehon law is pretty antiquated because it hasn't been used in, centuries because of colonial rule. However, it does give you a different framework rooted in a different ontology than what common law does. And so I think there's a lot of room for that. And then, CS, I too am vegetarian. I've been vegetarian for 15 years. Arguably vegan, but, I'm not perfect. That being said, though, I guess my personal praxis is different than when I always am very transparent that my praxis, my personal policy and my lifestyle is going to look different than what I advocate as policy. For the collective, if that makes sense, because I have an understanding that my pacifism comes from a place of privilege, and that's my own lifestyle. I want to live, I want to practice asceticism for myself so that I can improve internally. But when it comes to our collective and we're dealing with societal problems, and you have indigenous people or marginalized communities facing G-side and other things, it's hard for me to advocate for.
I do want to respond to one thing. So I get it.
Of course.
Brehon law. I'm my family's lineage is from Ireland, so I totally understand, and I get it. So yes, it was and I think we see a lot of it in Irish communities that are very settled in clustered spaces in the United States today. They rule kind of that area, so they get away with a lot of stuff. They do a lot of things. There's more justices that don't really have ramification. So again, talking about what we see in our legal system today, and with being people of minorities and people of color, I do believe that there's an injustice, and I do believe that there's restitution, and it's compensation, family obligations, and social status rather than imprisonment, which we heavily rely on our social status. So it is very difficult, and I understand where you're coming from, but I think putting them on the wall is not the solution.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Diligence, you should know this. You practice law.
Well, yes, but
I also believe in capital punishment.
Okay. Well, I don't. But that's okay. But we can agree on the law.
What about the 4% of people, as Messi said earlier, that are put to death wrongly?
That's not going to be an issue like 20 to 30 years from now. It's barely an issue now.
Oh
no, it's 4%.
I would largely disagree with that
4%.
assessment.
I think
Why
the
would
number
it?
was
Why
like
would it?
80,000.
Yeah.
Jesse, what was the number?
Wait.
Was it like 80,000 people?
Well, that was all the people that were in prison at the current time or jail. So it'd be 4% of the people that are on death row currently.
Yeah. Well, and I just, diligence, I
Right,
guess I wanted to push a little bit on what you said, or a lot, because I feel like your prognosis is rooted with, like, what do you base that on?
I base it on how the victims feel when they have a loved one, and I don't know. I was kind of centering this on the context of us talking about like people that harm kids more specifically,
Right.
because I think that's the most heinous crime you can do, and I don't think that it is moral to keep them alive to prove a point to the rest of society who gets to be privileged on having their family members stay with them. But when somebody unalives a child or gets their wife brutally murdered, or like has their wife brutally murdered, I don't really care what everybody else thinks. The more what the right thing to do is.
How do you feel about?
I think I would focus on getting justice for the victims, and I think that's the main prerogative.
How do you feel about someone?
Can I go after you?
How do you feel about someone who raped a 12-year-old and only had to serve 6 months jail time?
I think that is ridiculous. I think that person should be put to death.
Well, he's out. He got out of prison in March of 2026 after he completed the whole 6 months of his.
And that's not an anomaly either. I used to work for the Board of Ed, and I used to be an educator with K through 12. Now I'm in higher ed, but with this was something that I dealt with all the time, where you have repeat offenders even who have 3 previous convictions and they barely serve any time, and then they continue to harm children in their homes, and then it's like, and then you can, obviously we're mandated reporters and I can make reports all day and night, but a lot of counties either don't have a lot of infrastructure to take all the cases they're dealing with, or they do and there's gross negligence involved, and like it's just a mess. I guess like not to get too far in the weeds, but I guess that kind of goes back to the question about revision versus complete deconstruction. Like I don't think there's revising this system. The system is inherently flawed, not just because, we have social problems today. We're always going to have social problems. It's because of the historical lineage in which the system has been fabricated upon, and the populations it was meant to serve, who it was constructed to disempower, and why. And
I need you to be a little more concise.
Okay.
Yeah, and Ami, I'm just,
wait,
sorry.
Wait,
Either way.
I want to present something.
I know. Okay.
Diligence. There was a study in 2012 by Marquette and the Institute for Restorative Justice that found that survivors often prefer the finality of a life sentence. Defendants who receive life without parole quickly fade from the public eye, allowing families to escape the prolonged uncertainty of capital appeals. So, and I think I could find you study after study after study that will show you that the victims and the families of victims actually prefer their perpetrators to be in jail for life rather than be killed.
Future victims,
so if you care,
gotten JE,
but if
he
you
wouldn't have done what he did.
well, I'm not done. So if you care about what the victims think, then you would probably listen to them, wouldn't you, Diligence?
I suppose so, but yeah, I mean, you got a point there. I can't really I don't really have anything in front of me
I'll
to go study by study.
The counter to it is the future victims, as well as if we would have just gotten JE the moment we got JE, the moment he got convicted from his first, I hope you guys know who I'm talking about. The final.
Yes. We do. Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. If we would have just gotten him the moment that we originally found out he was a SAer, he wouldn't have been able to victimize thousands of other girls.
Yeah, but we're talking about somebody being. We're talking about life in prison, for Christ's sake. Who are they going to kill in prison? Some other prisoner.
Yeah, I mean that's that, but also having that amount of wealth, right? Like, just buy your way out of it. This is
no, you can't
work because you're reforming somebody who's
part of the oligarchy.
This is another argument. This is another argument about the system. It's not about the death penalty.
But can I just engage with the data itself? I just wanted to say that I agree that within Diligence's own framework of caring about the victims, that it doesn't really hold, given that the point of view of the victims' families who don't want this. However, I would just say that data is skewed, though, because often a lot of perpetrators of this crime are often a relative of the victim. And so there, so it gets kind of messy because it's not just like it's a total stranger who harmed my child, right? It's like, oh, it could have been my brother, my uncle, and so it makes it really hard for families dealing with this to like think of it in a total objective sense versus if it was a non-relative. And so I'm not saying conclusively like what I propose as Paul. I'm just saying that's something we have to think about when we're making our like sort of like qualitative and quantitative assessment.
I think so. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to I just wanted to circle back to you, Mojo, really quick.
Yeah.
What kind of regarding the study that you referenced? What kind of crimes were they mentioning in those studies that the families preferred? Restorative justice over retributive.
Just murder.
Just murder. Okay.
Yeah.
So then maybe I can pivot to how do we feel about increasing the criminal penalty for sexual crimes against children to mandatory 20 to life?
Oh yeah, good with that.
Okay.
I feel like that's the bare minimum.
Yeah. You're not going to give me a
law, but
you're not going to get any argument.
Minimum.
No, I'm saying that should be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it should be? Yeah.
Okay, I can agree with that.
And a lot of these holes in our legal system just reveal again, like sort of the bias of legislators and like judicial. It's just crazy. Like the people who serve the most time for what. There's people who serve more time for schmugs than they do for SA. Like, it's just insane to me.
I think while we're at it, we also need to get rid of the pardon power from the president too.
No. Yeah.
Because I wouldn't want a president to come along and pardon somebody for those particular crimes either.
Or at the very least, make it mandatory for them to consider each person on a case-by-case basis instead of just handing out group pardons.
Yeah, no, I'm good with on specific crimes, maybe. If we could do it for specific crimes. Like, you cannot pardon for these crimes.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I also think, too, is like, if we could take the attitude of Lincoln, like, if you think of Lincoln as, like, the freer of the slaves, like, I don't know, wildly mistaken, because Lincoln had like a lot of ideas where it wasn't to free them, it was to make like things a little bit more legal and a little bit more accessible for them. So again, that's where I think all ideas come into, and we should converge on one to try to make step by step without having a bloody revolution. If we want a bloody revolution, we can all do that. Hold on 1 second. I'm not done.
Sorry. I thought you were at the end. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So again, until I don't have to participate in capitalism anymore, I will participate, but I will make the best out of it, and I will make sure that every worker underneath me gets paid a fair wage. I will make sure that they're never like measured on a bell curve as much as I can possibly stand it, and as much as that they're given fair wages. So do what you can within the system that you're given and make steps and gradually move towards something, and then have other people, make the bloody revolution, sure, but that's never going to be my part. I can't do that. I have to live where I'm at.
I have a question.
Did concessions. FDR did, and we're back to square one, baby. We're back to the golden ages again. This is the problem with a revolving democracy, is that yes, you can make really good changes for 4 years, and then someone comes in and undoes every little thing that you've done. Times were much better financially for the average human being during FDR's time than they are now. Reagan came in and undid everything FDR did.
You know what's crazy? Well, first, I wanted to respond just briefly to Lincoln, because Lincoln, if people don't know, Lincoln, he was the one who ordered the largest execution of indigenous leaders and resistance in like the entire history of the United States. And so like Lincoln, and then like, you know, his sort of ambivalent policies on slavery is like, I feel like maybe not the best example, but I understand what you're trying to say, CS. But also, like, I just wanted to also say just that I feel like revolution is pretty necessary when you're dealing with a large power gap in many issues, you know, and I think that's something that people have to be honest about, especially given the
I disagree. The military are people. There are people that make their own decisions. They can decide to follow orders or not follow orders. As far as rich people go in this country, I think the vast majority of the people in the country, including Republicans and Libertarians, agree that billionaires have too much, that the wealth gap is probably too big. The vast majority of people are going to agree with that. So I think it'd be pretty easy to institute legislation as long as we get the right people in power to curb that gap between the rich and the poor. I have a quick question, Beirut. I just want to know, you said you didn't get along with Ash. Can I ask why?
Oh, I don't know. I was hosting a live, and it was like, her friends came in, and I forgot what I don't even remember what the original thing was.
Okay.
And it just turned into a shit show. So
it's all right. I just plan on going and bugging her on her live now. I'm gonna go over there all the time and just bug the shit out of him. But I was just wondering why, if it was something crazy or why.
Out of all of that group of people, she's actually probably the more reasonable one. And if you did not like her, then you're not gonna like the rest of the group.
I do like her.
Guarantee that.
I do like her. I think I could have really good conversations with her and Cash both. I have no problem having these conversations. I talk to libertarians about this stuff all the time too, and they call me a fake Marxist as well, so I don't care.
No, I don't think you're a fake Marxist. I think you're exactly what you say you are. If you say that you're a Marxist, but you derive ideas from everywhere, then that's what you are. I don't mind argue with that,
That's cool.
Are there components of Marxism you don't agree with?
Me?
Can I just say
I don't agree with revolution. I don't agree with Vanguard Party. I don't agree with single party rule. So yeah, there are going to be some elements I disagree with.
All right. Can I just say one thing about Lincoln just before we move on? Just for 1 second. Just grant me that, please.
I love talking about Lincoln.
I do too, because I think he's so fascinating, because he was absolutely against slavery. However, his thing was, if he could just save the Union against slaves, then that would be all he could do. And he would stop there. But if he could do more, he would. So, yeah, that's a thing. And that's the stance that I take. Like, if I could free the people that I'm with from the stance that I'm in, that is what I can do. If I could do more, I would. And so I think I appreciate the people who want to put people on the fucking wall. That is never the stance that I'm going to fucking take. I'm going to change the institutions from the inside out. And that's going to be my stance.
I think, again, the real issue is that in this 4-year system, it's just impossible to do that. The next president and the next majority Congress comes in and undoes things that the previous one did. And we see that with Roe v. Wade. We see that, all over across the board with so many things. If you're going to reform the system, quote unquote, the actual time that a sitting president sits in needs to be reformed. Congress needs to be reformed.
I mean, it's too many hands in the pie. The founding fathers may have had a noble ideology to start this, right? But in the end, it got executed very poorly. And they actually in themselves had so many difficulties in the beginning of this baby country, fighting between state and federal government. And we are seeing those play out today. So there's huge issues within this country that cannot be reformed because of this constant revolving door.
Wait, a third of the country doesn't vote right now, and I assume that a lot of that third are probably going to be you and people like Ash, the communists that are going to vote for third parties, the people that vote for the Green Party. If all of you voted for the Democratic Party, we get more progressive candidates, and we win more elections, more consecutively. And if we can do that and get more progressive candidates in there, we can get free food, we can get free shelter, we can get free healthcare, we can get free education. These are all things that we can work on if people like you would actually take part in the system as it exists today. And then eventually we could get to a system where we could overrule or we could undo the electoral college system. We can create more of a democratic system. I mean, these are all things we can do if we get the support. But the problem is that you guys refuse to vote for the system itself.
We tried that. We had FDR. We had FDR, and you know what happened after FDR once he brought in that second Bill of Rights? He unalived, and then they said, no way in hell are we ever going to allow 4 terms ever again. Let's limit it to 2.
Yeah, so but you don't have to have...
And we're having reform in the opposite direction all the time.
You don't have to have 4 terms for one... You don't have to have 4 terms for one president. You just have to have 4 terms or 8 terms or 16 terms for the same ideology.
No, but why was FDR able to get as much done as he did, more than any other sitting president when it came to...
Because we were coming out of the Great Depression. Because we were coming out of the Great Depression.
And he had 4 terms, so there wasn't someone to come in from even on the same side of the aisle to come in and undo things that he did. He ran for he was a sitting president for a very long time, able to uphold those things. He had Congress on his side for a very long time, able to uphold his ideology. And when he is gone, they made sure in hell that they would never allow that to happen again. And they did a good job at it. It's never happened again.
And I think the central idea of what she's communicating here is that there was a continuity of government in these policies. We had the same consistent policies. Spending packages were consistently voted on, and they didn't change hands every 2 years, every 4 years like it is now. That was actually them enacting the 22nd Amendment, I think, kind of fucked us a little bit, because if a president is popular enough, then why shouldn't they have 4 terms or 6 terms?
Wait, hold on.
So as long as no, it's not a monarchy, because as long as people are still voting, and as long as elections are still being held, and as long as the peaceful transfer of power is still a thing, if that person is to lose an election is still around, then I don't see the harm in it.
Okay, hold on. I want to say that we had the same problem back then too, voter participation. So 40 was 59.1, 44 was 53, 48 was 51% of the voting population were actually voting. In the last 2 elections, we had 62% and 57%. Respectively. So I'm sorry, but the average of the people that choose not to vote was the same back then as it is today. As a matter of fact, in 2020, we had a much larger voter turnout than we had seen for quite some time. So the people that are actually part of the process does change things. Joe Biden won because he got a fucking 63% turnout. We can change things as long as people turn out, as long as people take part.
But I just have to add to that, though, that our voting system is so obsolete. There are far better voting systems.
Okay, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. I agree. I agree. Well, everybody will agree that we should have a better voting system. We should be able to vote by mail. We should be able to vote on the fucking cell phone. I don't care.
No, but like ranked choice voting is like a bare minimum of improvement.
I don't. I don't think we need ranked choice voting, because then I think you disrupt processes in midstream at that point. So then you get a Green Party member in, and then you get a Democratic Party member in, and then you get a Republican in, and nobody gets anything fucking accomplished. I would rather stick with Democrats, and I'd rather try and get more progressive Democrats in there, crazy. And I'd rather have more people turn out to vote to make sure that the Democrats are progressive and more progressive by every election cycle.
Like,
what do you mean? What does that mean? Did I say something confusing?
No, because it's a part of this false consciousness that the Democratic Party represents the proletariat. I'm confused. Like, first we have to
how are you confused? How are you confused by putting more and more progressive candidates in? How does that confuse you?
Because these people still support ecological racism. They support, dropping, destructive devices on hospitals overseas. They support, funneling money and like nepotism. It's like, it's so extensive.
I got a news flash for you. Every country on the face of the planet has always supported those things. You're not going to change that.
Not China. When has China supported that?
China's dealing with the Uyghurs, and they're also dealing with all of the fucking shit that they're doing in Africa, as well as on the fucking route that they're doing with the Silk Road or whatever.
They haven't unalived people in Africa, though. And
they're working them to death, for Christ's sake. They are fucking working them to death to build bridges and shit in fucking Africa right now.
I mean, that is such a misrepresentation of what's happening with the Belt and Road Initiative. That is industrializing Africa. And China has time and time again forgiven so many loans.
It's so amazing. It's so amazing that you are allowing this capitalist. It is so amazing that you are allowing this capitalist fucking enterprise to win you over in some way, shape, or form.
Mojo, you're doing the dichotomous thing again. You're thinking that just because I'm giving you a country that I am saying doesn't do things the way the U.S. does it, because I want you to get out of this mentality that
it's imperialism. It is the same thing.
It will always be.
It is imperialism. It is imperialism. It is imperialism. Period.
But it's not.
No. Let me finish. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that you are saying that this is how it will always be, because you are able to say that from your ivory tower in the biggest, most richest, most strongest country in the entire world. And this is how every country, that's just not true. There are countries out there who do not act like this, who do not have 800 military bases all over the world, who do not boom little girls' schools.
No, they kill their own citizens. They fight their own wars. They fight with each other. They unalive their own kids. What are you talking about? They put guns in the hands of their own kids.
Absolutely, there are countries like that. But when you make this sort of assumption that this is how life is and this is how it's always going to be, we have to work within the system, that just...
You're normalizing it.
You're normalizing Yes, exactly. And it's all propaganda.
I'm sorry. This is the United States of America, and as long as the United States of America is the most powerful nation that this world has ever seen, as long as that exists, we have a constitution, and we have to deal within the system that we have right now. If you can get rid of that system, more power to you, but the problem is that you have to go through the U.S. military first.
Right. And that's what, that this was part of like what we're talking about, revolution and things like that.
You don't get to go through the U.S. military. There is no revolution. There is no revolution on the face of this fucking God's green earth that can cause the destruction of the United States military. Every country, you can't get them on your side.
Yeah, you can.
No, they serve the purpose.
The Bolsheviks started within the military service because they were upset with the Tsars, so they fed off of the Bolshevik soldiers' anger with the Tsarists.
The Bolsheviks, they were fighting with fucking muskets and swords, for Christ's sake. We're talking about predator drones that can carry massive biological weapons and unalive populations before they can even blink an eye. This is a different world we live in today. And this could be done. This could be done by one fucking pimply-faced teenage kid in grandma's basement eating a Hot Pocket and drinking a Mountain Dew.
Oh my God! Shots fired.
No, but also this scales, though, right? This scales because also, like, just like that, we're not using muskets anymore. Neither would be the revolutionaries within the military. So so the harm scales, obviously, and that's why we should have never allowed the power of state.
You think individuals in the military are going to be able to get their hands on military weapons? Are you serious?
I mean, look what Chelsea Manning and Edward Snowden were able to do with high-rank intelligence.
Do you know what?
It's possible.
With fucking paperwork. With paperwork. That's not fucking weaponry.
We would just steal from them, Mojo.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Engineer the technology.
Good luck. Good luck with that. Good luck. Let me know how storming the castle goes.
Groups all over the Middle East doing just that right now and have been for decades.
I'm sorry, nobody comes close to our technology. Nobody.
Korea.
No.
We haven't been able
nobody.
To successfully
nobody.
Some of the best tech in the whole
Nobody comes close to our military tech. Nobody.
No, this is valid. How come we have not been able to successfully stabilize the Middle East?
Because we have what am I thinking of? We have terms of war. We have terms of engagement. We decide that we don't. Rules of engagement. We have rules of engagement that we abide by. If we didn't have rules of engagement, we could wipe out every country on the face of the planet overnight.
Like, you can't bomb schools. You can't bomb hospitals. You can't bomb little
that would be if we
schools.
follow the Geneva Convention, which we don't.
Yeah, but if you try and no, you don't have to know where they're at. You don't have to know where they're at. No, you don't. No, you don't, because you can take it. Hey, diligence. You can take a Predator drone and you can drop some biological and chemical weapons on them, and you can spread that over fucking miles. I'm sorry, we don't have to know where they're at.
We've done all of that.
No, we haven't.
White phosphorus groups on insurgency.
That's not at all what I'm talking about. I'm not talking. You know damn well I'm not talking about white phosphorus. We have things that are much more deadly than that.
Host, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are you a fucking Fed or something?
Why would you ask
that?
Who
are you talking to?
Me. He's talking to me.
No, I'm asking for the host. Are you Fed or something? Like what? Like how do you have marks in the in your profile and talking about all of this? Why are you saying you're a Marxist?
Because I live.
Why are you promoting the Democrat Party and
I'm not.
What the fuck are you doing? Like I'm seriously like I'm not.
Are you done? Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done rambling.
Yes, I'm gonna let you know. By the way, I'm Sudanese. I live in the global south. And American politics is the most.
I'll do it for him.
No, it's no. You didn't have to do
we
that.
drop Sudanese people who actually serve G side and the acts of imperialism imposed by the this was what I was going to say is that a lot of the positionality.
No, I'm going to stop everybody. Hold on. I'm going to stop everybody. You're going to stop. 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 Normally I do not have foreigners on my panel because we talk about American politics. In this particular scenario, I'm okay with it because we are talking about more of a philosophical situation rather than American politics. Although he doesn't know anything about American politics, so he's not going to understand what I'm fucking saying anyway.
Why wouldn't he know anything about American
politics? Hold on one second. I did invite him back up. My bad.
Okay.
I apologize. But
you would actually be surprised. At Mojo, I host lives as well, and I don't get as much as you, obviously, and I don't do it every day. I'm in school. But you'd be surprised that people who don't live in this country actually know a lot more than Americans do about American politics.
I was just going to say that.
Information that we are not getting because we're
exactly.
Well,
and it affects them.
They're more
directly.
invested.
Everything
yeah,
they do,
they're more invested in American politics than Americans are because they're the ones whose lives are being taken.
Omi, where are you from? Omi?
There's been a genocide occurring in Sudan. I think his opinion would have been valuable.
I don't know if it's valuable or not. He was simply making idiotic statements about me in general. So he wasn't talking about politics.
Invited back.
I know. Yes, I'm not giving you a hard time. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No,
I thought you were yelling at me. Okay.
No, I was talking to
Omi, where are you from?
I'm not giving you a hard time either, CS. I'm just saying that I think his insight would have been valuable.
I'm
not trying to say what you did is wrong. You're just imposing Mojo's rules. That's fine.
Looking at my pictures and working out new profile pictures. So really, like, that was
Can I talk?
Sorry if you felt like I was coming.
Can I talk?
Wasn't my intention.
Diligence?
Yes.
Omi, where are you from? Where do you live right now?
In California.
You're in California. You are an American citizen?
Yep.
Okay.
But like,
can you tell me?
I guess I don't know why that's relevant. I guess I don't know why it's relevant when we're talking about geopolitics, though.
It's relevant because we have a constitution, and the constitution is what controls our government. And until that constitution is burned, it will control our government. Now, do you know what the foundation of the Constitution was, where the writings actually came from, where the thoughts came from?
Yep.
Greco-Roman?
Where? No. Hold on, I'm asking Omi. Where?
Well, I mean, there was a whole convention that came together.
Okay, so you don't know. So you don't know. It's a combination of the.
I mean, it's been ratified
it's a combination.
Times.
It's a combination. It's a combination of the Iroquois Confederacy, the documents that formed that, and John Locke's Second Treatise on Government. That's where our Constitution came from. If you read those, can you stop talking? Can you let me finish a goddamn statement?
Well, you're being very condescending.
Yeah, I'm just telling you that when I talk to people from Sudan, they don't know our Constitution, much less the foundation of our Constitution or where the ideology came from. So when I'm talking about American politics, I want to talk to Americans. And if I can inform Americans on what our Constitution is, that's great. I don't much care about informing a Sudanese person on what our politics are and where they came from.
This is why no one will ever come to this whole blue no matter who, because you guys seriously think that the rest of the world does not matter in this conversation? I'm sorry. I'm not going to vote for Kamala 2.0 to fucking boom boom little girls into the sky. Like, you think
you will never see a change in your lifetime. You will never see a change.
I will never see a change if Omi, please let me finish.
Okay.
I am never going to see a change if I vote for her, because she said she would take out these same exact policies that Biden did. You think
you don't even understand how our politics work. You don't even understand how our politics work. You don't even know what she meant when she said that. You don't even
okay, tell me how Biden cut any funding to Israel, because he did not.
Before that, do you know how our politics work, Mojo?
I do. I've worked in them. Yes.
So do I. So that's why I'm just like I feel there's like a lot of
You didn't even know where the Constitution came from. What the fuck?
No, you asked a vague platitude.
That is not a vague platitude. If you have a degree in, I'm sorry. If you've taken, I'm Aja Kanami. Aja Kanami.
God, now I got tongue tied. The Anishinaabe philosophy that they were inspired by.
The Iroquois Confederacy.
Okay, so you don't know what the Iroquois Confederacy is a part of then.
What's a part of?
The Anishinaabe is a whole group of the East Coast woodland indigenous peoples that came together to form the Iroquois Confederacy, which is more of that was a late political alignment manifested out of this pre-existing multi-generational history.
That's fine. The rest of it's irrelevant. I'm talking about the document. I'm talking about the formation. Don't tell me wait. Don't tell me wait. Don't tell me wait. I'm talking about what the end foundation was when they actually wrote the Constitution. Oh my God!
You misrepresented me as being ignorant of something that I literally do and study for a living. So I didn't appreciate that. And so when I clarified about the vague platitude, and then now you're wanting to sidestep and move the goalpost, I don't appreciate that.
Yeah, I didn't go into Native American history.
You just cited the Iroquois, and that was what I was going to talk about.
I cited the foundation for our Constitution.
The BIA? Do you know about any of the policies that go on within Indian law and how that informs our Constitution? Because it's so complex. It's a whole confluence of theory. Constitutional law is a whole confluence of theory, and it's like that's why I was asking for clarification, but then you wanted to respond with this vague platitude and condescension that I didn't appreciate.
There's a book called The Law of Great Peace by the Haudenosaunee that the Constitution took so much inspiration from, but the Constitution excluded things like women's equality, Black people's equality. Still has slavery inside the 13th Amendment. We still codified slavery. in the United States.
Okay, we can have all these conversations. I'm happy to have all these conversations. I could even go
women's equality.
I could even go into the depths. I can even go into the depths of Native American history. Happen to be at least part Native American myself, so I'm fine with doing that with an American citizen. I'm not fine with doing that with the Sudanese. That's why. That's why I don't normally.
Like, dude, bro,
Are you serious?
Right now.
I do. Yes, I do.
Wild.
I do. Why is that wild? Why is that wild?
What we do, Mojo, just think about what we do in Iran, what we do, and even just supporting Israel. What we do.
What kind of influence?
Our Constitution, the way that we, let me finish, the way that we sort of declare war, the way that we run our country influences the entire world. We are the superpower. Geopolitics matters. Their side matters. You will never rally anyone to vote for anybody in this country that is okay with booming little girls into the sky just because they're in a different country.
I'm sorry, the majority of the country actually does vote. I'm sorry you're not one of them.
And the majority of the country reads below 6th grade reading level, too. Like, what does that mean?
It would be 8th grade, by the way.
It's not 8th grade.
It is.
8th grade is still wild. That's still bad.
Yeah.
Whether it's bad or not, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the discussion. Look. I understand. I understand why the Sudanese and the Iraqis and the Iranians. I understand why they should study American politics. I understand why they should understand what the U.S. is doing. I don't know that what Iran is doing has any influence on the way we vote in this country.
It doesn't matter. They're talking about how you engage politically, geopolitics is who you put in there.
They can't vote here. They can't vote here. They can't influence. Yeah, but they can't influence our policy.
It affects also, dude. You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish.
You're right. Why? I apologize. You're right. I apologize.
Sorry.
Yeah. So you cannot say that these things, these foreign entities, are not affected by our imperialism and our neo-colonialism and exploitation that we do on the global majority, which is the global South. You're disregarding a whole billions of other people that have to engage globally with fucking imperialism and capitalism, which the United States has a hegemony over. What are you talking about?
I understand.
Every right to have critiques.
They do. They don't have a right to be on my panel talking to me about American politics, though.
Yeah, then you don't care about geopolitics. You don't care about what other people are saying.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what they say.
Mojo,
I don't.
I think you should care. I think that the when we're talking about global affairs, I think it's very. Hi, CS.
Hi.
Can we talk about women's equality and how Taylor Swift?
I'm going to boot you off the panel.
Do you want me to turn my camera and show you my 1989 sweatshirt that I have on right now? Sure. Bye, boy. But anyway, no. Listen. If Mojo wants to defend his position, can I go next, please? Because I haven't said anything in a minute.
You want to attack me too?
No, I don't. No, because I think you have a valid point.
Well, I'm getting my pitchfork ready.
Canadians.
I'm okay with that. You guys can attack me. Maybe you can even convince me that I should. Actually, I can say that I can be convinced. I do allow. I do allow some foreigners on the panel. I do have people that I like to talk to about international politics. The vast majority of people I don't. But there are some that I do enjoy talking about politics with.
Mojo, do you feel that it's important?
That guy off, because that was my bad, and I really didn't read the room. I came in hot. I was checking out my profile pictures and trying to find the right one.
What are you doing? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about me. I'm talking about the guy that you guys were wanted on the panel, and I kicked him off. I think his name was Obi. I invited him back up
it's fine. It's fine.
Combo.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
And I feel it was combo.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it, CS. It's fine. Go ahead, Messi.
Mojo, do you think it's important on teaching children what has happened, like the history and what is happening, like current events in other countries right now?
I don't think it's our responsibility. Are you talking about American kids?
Yeah.
Affected by American
I'm sorry.
Economy and stuff through globalization.
I'm sorry.
Talked about that?
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about other countries. I don't think that's any of our business.
We can talk about this. Congo is.
Wait, hold on. I'm not talking to you.
I'm asking because I personally set my children down to have them watch this documentary on Sudan, South Sudan, and how they were completely in a famine. Mothers were having to go in the neck deep water and pulling these little bulbs out and then crushing them up to feed their kids because they had no fucking food. And honestly, I think my kids might have been a little too young because they were a little traumatized. But
yeah.
I do feel that it's important that they are seeing what's happening right now.
I do, but I would
disagree on the
hello. She's asking me a question. I do agree with you. I think at very least it should be a senior in high school, but probably more like college level courses that you're talking about.
What? Oh,
I totally disagree because the thing is, well, one is like at international schools, right? They learn about global, issues and a little bit of history from everywhere. And these students, at all ages, have a lot more empathy for other people than students who grow up with a short-sighted revisionist history. There's so many levels of that too, like going into the pedagogy and everything. I'll spare you, but I mean, just like I feel like the point of view, like, oh, we're traumatizing our children. Like, I feel like parents obviously care about how their kids feel, but also it's like, what about the actual children who are experiencing that right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like
short form panel.
Why can't kids be kids?
I mean, what does that mean, though? Like,
it doesn't let us be kids because it continues.
Why can't Palestinian kids be kids? Why can't Iranian girls be kids?
Including, can I finish? Including like G-side of women and children. Why can't they have food? Why can't they feel secure?
I would love for them. I would love for them all to have food and to have security and to have safety. I would love for all that to happen. I want kids that have the contradiction. I'm sorry, you don't get to get rid of the United States.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Absolutely.
No, you don't.
It's a genocidal, imperialist country that destroys families, women, and children. It has so much G-sites within its boundaries now.
Communist? Yeah. Communist. So, can I get your age?
Yeah, 46.
And where do you live?
Colorado.
Whose district are you in?
I don't know. Don't care.
Are you serious? Wow. I live in Colorado as well, by the way.
G-side that the United States is using.
I live in Yeah, I live in Colorado as well. I live in Lawrence.
You don't give a fuck, do you? You don't care about these.
You are a freak.
Aren't you?
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Yeah, and you're a liberal. You're a
no, don't. You're gonna get the live shut down. Everyone's gonna hyper-focus. The bots are gonna look at the live.
Communist, can you please? I'm sorry, I was responding to someone in the comments.
I'm sorry, women and children are dying, and we're all fucking concerned about my district.
He's trying to get the live taken down.
Can I just tell you? Communist? Yeah.
Communist generally has really high cortisol level, like, so I don't think he's super intentional. Yeah, but.
He's not intentionally trying to get the live shut down.
Like, I think it's really weird to send people multiple invites. But again, I really feel bad.
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. CS. Don't worry about it.
Dude.
I'm serious. Don't worry about it.
Apologize. And if he wants to come up, get in request. That's all I'm going to say. And then I'm going to leave it there. Just let me fucking go there and drop it. I have little time to talk because I have little time to talk.
I agree with CS. Mojo, you got to let her talk more.
No, I'm not saying it because of Mojo. I'm saying because... Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm just giving you a chance to talk more.
Everybody's leaving.
No, I'm saying...
No, they're not leaving. They're getting kicked.
Because right now I'm staying with someone and they're about to take a bath and I share a wall with the bathroom and I don't want to yell and scream and be an asshole. I just want to talk. And I just wanted to say that. I feel fucking bad. And that was my fault. No one else on the panel wanted you dropped, and I read the room wrong, so I apologize. That's it. So I'm not going to invite you up, but if you want to come up, get in requests, and I'll make sure that you get brought up.
Okay, so you guys and I are going to be different because Because I believe the only way to change a system is from within the system. I don't think that you guys trying to stop boats for 5 minutes at a time is going to do anything to anybody for any reason at all. It's never going to change anything. I think if you guys just wait for a revolution, it's going to be 60 years from now, and you're going to be in a rocking chair wondering what the fuck happened to your life. I would much rather start changing things right now and get those changes implemented as fast as we can. This is the way it's going to work. This is the way it has to work because it's the system that we have right now. I'm a Barbie girl living in a Barbie world. We have to utilize the capitalist democracy that we live in order to change the capitalist democracy that we live in.
That never gets old.
It's just gotten worse. Like, I get what you're saying, and I would totally agree. If I was seeing movements in the positive direction, I would say keep doing what you're doing, right?
What's worse?
FDR, I would agree with you.
What's worse?
You know what? I see actual change happening. But then what happens? Reagan comes in and he destroys everything. And from then on out, we have had nothing but neoliberal slop destroy this country. Deregulations, wages not keeping up with inflation. We're booming every country we can within the Middle East because we want their oil, and no, apparently we don't like Venezuela and Greenland either, but that really doesn't change whether we're in the right or the left administration. Nothing is changing, Mojo. This whole trying to work within the system, this system is flawed from the beginning. You cannot work within a flawed system. It's like trying to change your marriage and your original meeting guy is he grapes you and you're like, oh no, I'm going to make this marriage great. I'm going to make this marriage great. But he started off with graping you. It's just not going to happen.
That's
Joe Biden.
A really silly thing to say, though, because that's assuming that there can be a perfect system and that you're going to make that system on the first try. Like the only way to make a perfect system is to start with a flawed system.
No, because the flawed system just gets more flawed. And I think the French, the Russians, the Chinese, the Vietnamese have all shown us that, yeah, you can take down the flawed system and make a better system. Will it be perfect? No, but it will be much better than its predecessor.
Well, and I'm sorry, I just feel like there's an inherent bias towards the plantation nation because the people who want to reform it the most are those who were the least affected. I have a fundamental problem with that.
Wait, are we stroking the Chinese right now? I'm sorry. What I meant, I just got here. What did I miss?
You missed the whole conversation about communism. Hey. You missed the whole conversation between me and the panel and a couple of Marxists that don't agree with our form of Marxism or my form of Marxism. That's what you missed.
I got in trouble a few times, just so you know, Laura. A few times I got in trouble.
You did what a few times? Yes, I'm sorry.
I got in trouble.
Oh,
but
gotcha.
It's fine.
That's all right. Yeah, we all do. But so
not my day.
That's okay, hon. Sometimes it's no. You know what I mean. B-Crash, real quick. Why should we idolize China's system?
No, I'm saying I used China as an example, but I think you heard the rest, right? I said Russia, I said China, I said I would have thrown Cuba in there as well, and I also said Vietnam. I should have thrown Cuba in there, but I was saying that there is a way to get rid of, you don't have to work within the system. The system tells you have to work within it because it doesn't want to promote real change, especially post-Reagan era United States neoliberal policies.
I know, but they're all authoritarian. Why would we look to them as...
What about them as authoritarian?
Wait, are you saying that the post-Reagan, the system changed?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I would say Reagan is the one that changed
Russia. You're saying that China and Russia aren't authoritarian systems?
I would say that. I would say it's definitely nuanced. I think the way that the United States and the way Americans define freedom is they define it as freedom of speech, right? So they think that anyone that is impeding on their freedom of speech is authoritarian, whereas the way China and maybe Russia, Cuba would define freedom is freedom to survive and live and thrive, having access to clean drinking water, having access to, low cost of living, things like that. So I think that Americans and the rest of the world define freedom as something different. Therefore, we define authoritarian as something different.
Wait, but how can you say that this system can't change since the last time the system changed?
Wait a minute, hold on. So you want us to give up our liberties for clean water, so you're saying that we can't have both?
No, you're doing the dichotomous thinking again. I didn't go to that extreme. I'm simply
you did, though. You used China and Russia as your beacon of the future.
Do you think getting 800 million people out of poverty is a small feat? People who are starving, by the way.
These are authoritarian. No. We listen, panel chat. We do not want to turn into China and Russia. Please fucking do not follow this person.
I love China. I love
Jesus
China.
Christ. Yeah, we like China as tourists. You don't want China as your government, Messi.
I mean, you can talk bad about your government if you're in China. You can say, I don't like this policy or I don't like what they're doing, but you can't form like militias or groups together to overthrow the government. And I think that gets lost in translation a lot of times.
I don't think you actually can't talk against your government in China, because if you do, they're going to come knocking on your door, and there's repercussions that none of us would ever want to imagine, number one, in China. Number two, I don't ever want to live in a country where I can't go against my government and form a militia to fight my government. What are we talking about?
Well, I'm not asking you to.
You can't do that here either.
Yeah,
it's called sedition.
Like you can't do that here.
You can't form a militia here, yeah.
You can push back against your government significantly here versus in China. You can't even talk out. You can't even talk out against them without repercussions.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but I don't think you can't be violent against your government in any country. So I don't know.
I just don't understand how we can say that. Like, there's I guess the question, because the comment that was initially made that spurred this entire conversation was saying that China, there's nuance to China, whether or not they are or not authoritarian.
I'm sorry that didn't spur this conversation. I'm sorry you came in 3 hours too late, but we were having the conversation.
This entire conversation was about whether or not, because I said so. Asked B Crash whether China was authoritarian.
So you're just talking about recent conversation. Well, this is building off a previous conversation, which built off another conversation.
How am I behind? We're talking about whatever. I don't think we're behind, but whatever. Okay, then we can go back to not talking. We can just move on.
If you want to ask, listen, an easy way to say is, okay, what happened? Like, break it down.
Literally, that conversation lasted like a minute or two.
I'm not going to. I'm going to save my breath, but someone else can.
Okay, we can move on.
I have a question
I
for
swear this
Crash,
happened like a minute ago.
We can't move on because
can I ask a question, though?
You suck at conversation.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so, all right.
All right, contribute to the conversation.
I didn't mute him.
I didn't either. I'm not even looking at the screen.
How can you say that the system is unchangeable when you just admitted that the system changed under what's his nuts?
Overthrew the system. I listed four very specific systems that happened, and I listed China, Maoist China. I will clarify. I mean Maoist China. I listed Bolshevik Russia and the Bolshevik Revolution, Cuba with Castro, and then Vietnam with Ho Chi Minh, right? And so I listed four very specific ones, and that was overthrowing I was talking about.
No, I'm talking about when you said that our system changed under, who was it? FDR or something?
Ronald Reagan.
Or Ronald Reagan?
For the FDR, then Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, for the worst.
That still means that the system is changeable. Is the point that I'm trying to make? The system.
Yeah,
is
it's always
changeable.
able to be changed to be the worst and get the people who are richest the richest amount of money. Money is power, and power is guns.
If we can change it,
and the people who have them will have them.
If we can change it,
change in that direction, not the opposite.
If we can change, you don't think we can make it better? You don't think FDR made it better?
I think FDR made it better, and then they ensured every which way that he could never be replicated ever again. Part of that was, yes, not having 4 children.
Yeah, because we don't want to. Yes, because we don't want a monarchy. Yes, because we don't want a monarchy.
That's not a monarchy.
It is a monarchy.
It's a monarchy because he died in office. It could have gone on and on and on and on and on, but he died in 1945. He died in office while serving.
So then you don't fully support the will of the people to keep voting people that they like.
Of course not.
To retain.
She fucking wants authoritarian rule.
Diligence. Diligence.
That's not what FDR was.
Hey.
One at a time.
His entire New Deal package were all voted on. Like, the New Deal wasn't just one piece of legislation. It was multiple pieces of legislation passed over time, which is why he was considered one of the most accomplished presidents. Like, I think what B and I are arguing here is just a continuation of government policies that have actually been shown to work. We're not talking about kings. We're not talking about self-imposed rule or absolute power. No, we're not.
You are.
Jeez. No, we're not.
You are.
Because we're talking about changing nothing about the way we vote people into power, so you don't fully support the will of the people.
Putin takes part in an election every cycle too, right?
So now we're back on this. See, I tried talking about this, but anyways, whatever.
That's
a cop out.
It's not a cop out. It's a fucking reality. Because if you have an authoritarian leader in power, they will make sure that they win the election every single time.
Are authoritarian?
No, but Ronald Reagan could have been. Donald Trump could be. Yes, they can get voted in every single time.
FDR
I understand. If you get the change that you want, they can. They can issue a monarchy in some way, shape, or form, or a nepotistic form of government where they're putting their fucking kids in power too. They're putting their kids, their friends, their lawyers, whatever the fuck it is, in power.
How was FDR able to do it, but the other ones weren't? Why?
Because we passed an amendment to...
FDR was gone. Who came first? I know you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
FDR came first.
Oh my God.
Reagan came after.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's awesome.
Okay, I have limited time before somebody shares a wall with me to take a fucking bath, and I don't want to interrupt them with my stupid ass politics because I'm staying at my friend's house for a little bit. However, I will say the reason is that you see this happening right now. Like, this is what you're actively fighting against. Like, Trump and him saying that he's going to serve a third term, and then Trump saying, oh no, you know what it's going to be? It's going to be my sons. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. It's going to be all of the people that are within his orbit, and all of the people within his orbit that he's already put into office. Like, this is what we're seeing, and I don't know why you're not with us advocating against it.
Because FDR was successful for 16 consecutive years.
Yes, successful by what measure? By what measure? The people
Are you kidding me right now? But what do you mean by what? Okay,
yes,
let me help.
Yes,
help
I wish I could just have this. It would be so. It would be so nice. So nice if I could have this conversation.
Listen. I think FDR did some good things. However, I will say, yes, if someone can reign for that long, and I'm going to use that term "reign" very fucking tightly.
God.
Why? Why do you think that was? Why do you think that he could pull a bunch of people? Because, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Because he was popular and people voted for him and they loved his policies. And he was able to bring both sides to the aisle and pass multiple consecutive economic packages to save us out of the Depression and led us through World War II.
Social Security, FDIC, Social Security, FDIC, two huge aspects of like the reason why people are actually able to. After 2008, without the FDIC, we'd been cooked. We would have been done as a country.
I'm so sorry that when somebody takes us from a poor economy to a rich economy by the swing of like a pendulum that is so far from the Great Depression to equilibrium, you think he's a fucking hero? Sure, I believe in FDR. I understand that, but I don't think he's as glorified as you think he is to deserve that many consecutive terms. And then again, in 45...
So did he steal the election? Is that what you're saying?
Do you think that's what I said? Is that what you're hearing?
Well, CS, like,
you're saying he's not that good, but the point is that he was that good. They elected him 4 times. But if you're saying he's not that good, that must imply that he was stolen.
And if he was younger and didn't unalive in office, how many more times would he have been elected? And then how many more times do we call ourselves a monarchy?
Just to be clear, I think it was 3 times, but that's a little.
No, it was 4. It was 4.
It was like
4.
It was 3.
Died on his
Hold on one
That's
second.
not a monarchy if people are voting. So again,
Exactly.
CS, I don't know if you're understanding the concept of voting. In a monarchy, you do not vote. It's a monarchy in which your child comes next in line no matter what. The men of the country, the women of the country,
That's not true. 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 That is not true. That is not true. There are monarchies that are voted on by the aristocracy as well. They do not have to go to the next of kin, and especially scenarios where there is no next of kin. The aristocracy would pick a new monarch. mark at that point. So this has happened throughout history. I don't know. You can talk to fucking Hale about it because that's the only reason I know this.
Are we advocating for like
Though,
getting rid of term limits?
It's the aristocracy, though. That's the problem. Sorry, Vince. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask: are we advocating to get rid of term limits to give somebody more time to like? I just want to be clear: is that what we're advocating for?
No, I'm saying that they're saying. Honestly, this conversation is, Vince. You're way too late in the conversation.
I'm too late. We're literally just 2 seconds ago.
Just let him engage, guys. Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
Oh my God!
Yeah, we just
You're not
explained it
the
like 10
fucking
times, but okay.
barometer.
Okay.
Conversation.
Quick synopsis.
Okay, but he's jumping, and you guys are just like, instead of responding to the things he's saying, you're coming in way too late to the conversation. It's just immature as fuck.
It's not engaging. It's not engaging to what we're saying. It is completely changing the subject. Intelligence.
I have a question.
You came in late. With all due respect, you came in late too, but you came in and you engaged and you knew what we were talking about.
That's what he was trying to do.
That's how we do it, and then you come up.
Okay, I'm not going to argue.
With all due respect, the conversation was dumb as fuck because whatever this person is.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Like, what the fuck? I made her so mad. I said China, and she was like, "Oh my God!" Her head fucking exploded.
I have a question. Okay,
no, because
Russia has
you because he kind of has some polarizing opinions, and that's okay.
They all do. It's okay.
I literally just said China, and by the way, I mentioned 4 other countries, but she lost her shit.
And Russia, because you literally advocate. No, you literally advocate for authoritarian rule because you want amenities. Yeah.
She seems pretty chill to me.
This is what's problematic when people are envisioning when they're envisioning or describing the far left. It's exactly what you just said, which is the problem.
I mean, if you would you like me to?
I have a serious question then for you. I mean, in your communist system that you like to see implemented, do you want one party? So do you want it to change from one party hand to another party hand within the same party? Is that what you're looking for? A vanguard party?
I'm not a Leninist. I don't like the idea of a vanguard party because I am fearful of, using Orwellian terms, trading one piggy for another. Right? Like,
so what do you want then?
Party just kind of sounds like
I agree.
Republican. I agree. I think Mao had some good ideas. I think making the vanguard party, so to speak, be the peasants was a wise idea. Right? Something similar to democracy almost. So there are so many ways in which we can do that. I'm not sure what is the best way. If I hear it and I find it, I'll let you know. But what I can say is whatever the heck the U.S. is doing right now is not working, and we've been doing it for 250 years. It's not going to work anymore.
I think you and I would. I think you and I. I think.
Get dropped. Can you give me 2 seconds? I'll be right back. Can you bring me?
Yes. Yes. I think yes. B. I think you and I would probably agree on a solution. In all honesty, if we actually sat down and had a normal conversation.
I just want to say this: it is incredibly frustrating when unless I respond immediately after a point is made, somehow my arguments are being dismissed as coming in late, and I'm being gaslit to believe this conversation happened 20 hours ago. That's what's incredibly frustrating.
It wasn't about term limits. We were just utilizing term limits. So when you came in and you were like, "Oh, this is about term limits, isn't it?" It wasn't. It went much deeper than that. We were just.
I wasn't asking that. I asked, should we get rid of term limits, as we were talking about FDR literally 10 seconds prior to me posing that question.
Okay, I want to
asking if we ought to get rid of term limits. That's all.
I don't know if this would change your question, but so a quick synopsis of where we're at right now on this particular subject is that I'm trying to convince B to vote within the system, Democratic or Republican, probably Democratic, because that would be something more akin to what she believes in. When she votes outside of the system. So she thinks the system is inherently broken and will never be fixed. So she votes outside of the system. And my suggestion was that that we vote within the system, and if we can get everybody that votes outside of the system in the system, we can get more Democrats in power. And as we do that, we can get more progressive Democrats in power, and we can start moving in the correct direction. As of right now, we can't do that because what she said was that we end up going from one party to another party to another party to another party, and it's always people that are in the middle. It's hard to get any progressive candidates in there in a system like that. So that's why we started talking about FDR having power for an extended period of time, because he got to implement a lot more policies. My suggestion is that we can, as long as we have a party that comes to an agreement and we can get Democrats voted in every time, we can move more progressively over a period of time, and we can get more and more of those policies instituted. And the next person that takes over, a Democrat, hopefully will be able to continue those same policies that were put into place before that. I think if I remember correctly, that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah, that was generally good. Generally, what we're arguing, something to that degree. But like, and that's why. But that's why his policies worked, because the way it works right now is that power changes hands too many times to where we don't have a continuation of good policies or bad policies. Yeah, everyone's always going to support the bad policies not being continued. You know, the stuff that only makes the rich richer and the poor poor, and closes the gap between middle class and abject poverty. But what we've been doing ever since we enacted the 22nd Amendment, like, things have not been working. Like, some feel we're in the middle of a slow collapse right now.
Which I think is why,
because there's no continuation of policies. The spending packages don't stay the same. We pass 10-year spending packages just for it to change in 4 years or in 8 years. There's no full realization of anything in Congress.
Which is why I think Vince's suggestion would be to get rid of the fucking term limits.
That's what. Well, not my suggestion, to be clear. That's why I was asking. Is like, in other words, if we're saying that Congress is inept and able to continue on some of these policies, then it almost sounds like we're consolidating power to the executive branch in order to enforce those policies. And by which I was asking, and why I still think I still need it answered. Are we saying then that because of FDR having enough time to be able to pass a lot of these and have a continuation of these policies, are y'all advocating, one, for a consolidation of power to the executive branch, and two, are you advocating for removing term limits from the president, from the executive?
No, I just think there needs to be more than two. I don't think unlimited term limits is the solution, but I think if we want to have a consistent era of policies that are shown to be working, I think it would be a lot helpful if they had a longer shelf life. That's all I'm arguing.
Well, so let me ask you this. A rebuttal to that. Hold on real quick, Spicy, because I want to jump in here real fast on this. I'll be quiet. So then are you okay with accepting the fact that we could potentially have, whatever term limit you set, a Trump for 3 terms? Or even 4 terms, or whatever the term limit may be.
Why do we have to argue this just within Trump right now? Like,
because it's a real possibility that
we could have had 3 terms of Reagan, and I guess, and I don't know how different that would make things.
Because we operate in this, like, I'm going to say this in the most polite way I possibly can. I really do mean this, like the most polite way I possibly can, because we operate within this like world in which we think that only good will come of this like particular policy, and not weigh out the bad. And the bad is that if we were to remove residential term limits, we would open up the potential possibility for somebody like Trump or Trump himself to run for a 3rd, potentially 4th term, depending on how far out you want to make that term limit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm different. I'm diligence is different than me, so I personally believe that is the issue, and that the current way that the United States completely dismantle the Constitution, it's dog shit. Completely get rid of what's happening right now. Money out of politics, completely dismantle the current system as it is. Rebuild something that diligence maybe could be similar to what diligence has in mind. I think if we did rebuild, it would most likely be what diligence has in mind and what Mojo has in mind. What I have in mind is a little too extreme for people.
So I go make a new constitution and rebuild the system. If
I want to be clear. I want to go. I'm sorry.
Does she have an app for this?
I want to be clear really quick. I want to go the opposite route. I want to make sure that representatives can be removed from office the same day they fuck up. I want to be able to have a referendum vote on any politician that has done something we fucking firmly disagree with, and we can remove them and replace them immediately.
Can I add to that, please? Because I
Yes.
agree with that. Okay. Furthermore, I think it's really simple. I think we're kind of just glazing over this. Something as simple as this. It's like New Hampshire, for example. They represent their House of Representatives. For every representative, they represent about 3,300 people, and that's the best we have in all 50 states. And I might be wrong on that, but last time I checked, that's the best we have. So one person represents 3,300 people. I really think with where we're heading with AI, the AI revolution, as people are wording it, that we do need to gradually lean more towards better representation, meaning kind of gradually sliding towards direct democracy, or as close as we can get to it. So, like, the dream would be like one representative for 30 people, right? And then, like, you can hold those people more accountable. That makes it a lot easier to be heard. Makes it a lot easier to hold that person accountable. And it seems so far-fetched, but, like, the reality is we've kind of just stagnated when it's come to representatives compared to our actual population. I think that's a big thing that can really solve a lot of issues. It helps with diversifying.
You cannot have one representative per 30 people in the United States. Do you understand the chaos that would be our government?
I was just giving, again, with AI and where we're heading, I think it could be a lot more likely. And I'm not saying for sure that's going to be the number. I'm just like reducing it to a number, like the golden number. Like, we need to find the best number that we can do without it becoming chaotic, like you said, but still feeling like people can be heard, but also hold people more accountable. I think that's really one of the best things we can do, alongside messing with term limits. I think the Supreme Court should not be in there for life. They should not even be, picked by the executive branch. That's laughable to me. So I think there's a lot of things that can be fixed, but I think one of the most important things is just increasing representation. I think it's crazy that we have this amount of representation for this amount of people. It's like, how do we really consider that even representation? Like, is that really representation? Are we really being heard? It's like, so yes, I think that is one of the key things we can do, is increasing representation. Like, absolutely.
What if
I just want to point out, Mojo, that I do vote. I just don't vote in federal elections anymore. I used to. Kamala was the last time I did. I vowed that I'm not going to vote for anyone who's going to boom little kids anymore. But I do vote in state and local elections all the time. I just voted a couple days ago.
Cool.
Mojo, when you say that you want them removed immediately, let's walk this through. Let's say somebody gets into the office and they would need a little bit of time to fuck up in the first place, right? So let's just say that they've been in office for like 6 months or something, and they fuck up, right? Then, in order to kick them out or remove them from office, we would have to vote on it because it's a democracy, right? So that vote would take a few months in order for it to take place.
No.
And what?
No, you can do it same day. We have the internet. We'll make an app. We'll have you make an. We'll have you. We'll have you make an app for that.
But not everybody will be ready to vote, and they'll need notice, right?
Why?
You have to allow them to have some time to vote.
Why?
Because, like I just said, not everyone will know. People will be on vacation. People will be busy doing shit.
They'll have cell phones.
When they can vote.
They'll have cell phones.
Or when they're supposed to.
They'll have cell phones.
For like a national holiday, I feel like we've gone down this rabbit hole too.
No, they'll have cell phones. They'll have cell phones. They can vote on their fucking cell phone.
I know, but again, people don't check their cell phones every single day. Not everybody does. I know that we do, but not everybody does. And so my point is that we would need to allow them a certain amount of time to vote. And
okay, then we do the reverse 911, or we create some sort of a system where everybody gets a notification that there's going to be a vote upcoming. Vote at this time.
Not everybody has a cell phone.
And we make them go, or we fine them $150.
So we
like Australia.
So we provide a cell phone for everybody.
Oh my god.
A voting phone?
Sure.
How about we make people? Hey, how about we make people vote, or we fine them? How do we feel about that?
I'm good with that too.
Yeah. So again, though, to remove them immediately, because in my system we would have voting every single year. We would have voting once a year, and that would remove people pretty much immediately, as far as I can tell. And I think that's a good idea. I think that
people can do a lot of fucking damage. People can do a lot of damage in a year.
Mojo, you cannot just have an instantaneous firing of the of anybody in government because of like how are you going to pull in who's voting for this? Like I don't understand.
I don't know what the solution is. I would be happy to talk about a solution that works though, and come to a compromise on a solution that's similar to that would work.
I think that voting once a year is.
No, I don't think voting once a year is good enough.
Why not?
Because I think it needs to be almost immediately.
Well, if they
on one hand, let's have an immediate vote. On the other hand, let's have no term limits. Like, what are we even talking about right now?
Well, no, yeah, because we need to be able to get people out of office quickly if they are fucking up
this
or breaking the law or something. So if they
this is why I'm a liberal.
If they are,
I never even said no term limits.
Yeah, I don't think anybody said no term limits.
I just want to extend the shelf life. I want to extend the shelf life of their policies. That's all I'm saying. Everyone's like, yeah, he wants Trump for another 12 years.
I didn't say that either. I'm saying, would you...
Some people in the comments are doing their best.
Hey. One person at a time. What the fuck? Why are there 4 people talking at the same time?
I think that we should increase the term to 8 years instead of 4. And then also have the removability of it from like...
I disagree.
Oh my God.
I think it just puts too much power in the hands of one man, dude.
But again, you can be removed immediately, though. Then we vote every single year.
But, I mean...
So it just kind of falls in line with what I was saying. Again, like, just gradually leaning more towards direct democracy. And I'm sorry to bring that up and keep saying that, but, like, if you're able to hold your representative more accountable, you have less people to worry about and to hear and listen to. It just makes it easier to go, hey, well, if they're not doing their job, these people can get together and get rid of their representative. And get somebody
it's not a direct democracy if you have a representative.
Again, I'm saying gradually moving towards it, which would be as close to it as you could get, right? Still
so every time the government wants to shit in the wind, we all got to show up and vote. Like, come on, let's be for real.
Well, where we're heading with society, chances are we're going to have more free time. And if we have more free time, what better way to use our time than to be investing it in our government, right? This is our social contract.
How do you propose we remove them? We've never removed a president ever. Nixon is the only president that actually resigned. Everyone else has been impeached. They got in trouble, but they were never removed. So how do we remove them?
Well, impeachment is the first step to removal, but everybody that had been impeached in the past was to.
Have you seen
the term?
Wait, have you seen that commercial, that insurance commercial with the guy with the fishing pole that puts like $1 bill on the end of it? Have you seen that?
Gonna get you.
Yeah, can we do that? And we'll just put a big old stack of bills in there, and we'll throw it at the president, and we'll just like reel it away from him, and then we'll get him out of office. I know exactly, right?
Yeah, we just attach the stick to his back so that he can never reach it, and he'll just keep running.
Oh yeah, we could do that too.
I want to bring up something to like kind of emphasize why I think this is so important. So Hyundai's trying to deploy 25,000 Atlas robots to their factories already. 25,000. You can go look it up. Atlas robots, these are humanoid robots. If you've seen iRobot, and I'm sorry to use that movie as a reference, but like Jesus, these things move like human beings. 25,000 humanoid robots that Hyundai wants to deploy to their factories across the world.
Wait, hold on. Are they
the
from
world?
Boston Dynamics.
Boston Dynamics, thank you.
Yes, they are from Boston Dynamics.
They're not gonna. Yes, anyone from Boston knows they're not gonna fucking make it, dude. Cool. They're
again,
not
if they don't make it, then that's going to happen. But again, I mean, if you really think that we don't have the ingenuity, the innovation, the desire to create something like that, like look how far we've come already with robotics. And that's what's baffling when you see what these things can do. People are going to invest, whether we want them to or not. And where that's going to take us in our society, I think it's just going to leave us at a point where if we want to benefit from our government, if we really want our government to represent us without feeling expendable, then we need to be more proactive and have better representation. It's like, how else are we going to get the benefit we deserve from our social contract without the proper representation?
Sure, I just don't know how we went to Boston Dynamics to representative government.
Just trying to emphasize why I think direct democracy, like getting as close, again, I still understand it'll be technically representative, as close to being more direct as we can be with how we're transitioning with our society.
Right,
the AI revolution is going to revolutionize our society and how we work.
I understand that. Hold on one second. I understand that. But So when we did that, and we tried to do that with someone who is creating a robotic system and an AI system and a transitory system that is built basically on AI, how do you think they represented us in government via Doge?
And this is why I'm saying we need to be striving to get better representation. I'm not saying it's happen.
I think a better way to do this.
Our goal should be is proactively. That should be one of the number one things, is making sure we increase our representation, try and get as close to direct representation as we can. Because when we're talking about universal income and things like that, it kind of gets scary, right? Because people start to worry about over-reliance on the government. But then we forget that the government is us, right? That's really what it was supposed to be. So if that's what it is, and we're going to benefit fully from our social contract, then we need to have more of a say, as close to direct as possible. And that's all I'm saying. I think that could help solve things, especially with what's going on.
Yeah, for sure. And I understand. And I think that our government should invest more in AI and more in technology. I understand that 100%. But I don't think, under the guise of Elon Musk, who says he's AI and represents some sort of.
Please understand.
Okay, this is moving away from.
I'm not saying we should necessarily invest everything in AI. I'm just saying whether we want it to or not, it's going to revolutionize our society.
So
and with how that's going to revolutionize us, we need to learn how to adapt to it. And we've already been seeing issues. It's clear we have issues already. This is going to make them even more prevalent.
So I think a way that we can reach that goal.
Okay.
Well, maybe we can reach that goal better is by having more representation with accountability. Is if instead of voting for the president, we got rid of the whole position of being the president.
Stop
and
it.
We voted for cabinet members.
Stop it. Stop
and then everybody voted for cabinet members. Because the president comes in and he just elects his own cabinet members who are fucking idiots, and we have no say in that. And so rather than voting for a package deal like a president, you vote for a cabinet member, and you vote for those cabinet members every fucking year.
That is a vanguard. You just mentioned a vanguard. People are communists and they don't even know it.
It's a little bit more nuanced than that. It's not necessarily voting for specific people. You vote on the outcome, or you vote on the success of that.
You're trying to back it.
No, I'm not.
No,
you vote on an outcome.
He's got a system, and he's trying to fucking peddle it right now.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to backtrack. You vote on the outcomes of these different, operators, let's call them, and depending on how well they're doing in office, you can vote, say, in between 1 to 5, say that you're happy with them or you're not happy with them. And as soon as people aren't happy with them, then they will be removed.
People don't pay attention enough to do that once a year.
People in Virginia, I think it's Virginia, they vote every year. We vote every other year in California. I think that people do pay attention.
But does it help even if they're paying attention when Trump is backing the incumbent, or backing the opposition for the incumbents because they didn't vote for the mapping, the redrawing of the maps, like in Indiana? He backed 4 or 5 people who are going against incumbents that they lost out on because he funded their campaign and endorsed them. So does it matter? Just like I was trying to ask earlier, with Russia, do y'all believe that Russia's elections are on the up and up?
100%.
Their state-run media?
Fine. Messy. Everything's fine there. I don't know what
and that's my concern with giving more power to the executive and allowing longer terms.
There would be no executive.
There would be no executive?
Well, there would be an executive branch, but there would be no president. So there wouldn't be one person running the executive branch.
And you don't vote for people. You don't vote for people. You vote for outcomes.
Yes, you vote on the success of how a sector is doing.
So yeah. So in other words, the Health and Human Services that deals with school lunches, they're going to get voted every time when they give fucking Twinkies out for lunch because the goddamn kids love Twinkies, and the parents are going to want their kids to be happy, so they're going to vote for the fucking Twinkies.
My kid ain't eating no Twinkies, Mojo. What are you talking about? All right, apples and oranges, baby. All right.
Yes, I don't think the parents are going to vote for the unhealthy outcome of their kids' future.
They do. They do. As a matter of fact, Michelle Obama proved that they do.
Yeah, you brought this up last time, and I was kind of confused by it because it didn't really make a whole lot of sense.
Michelle Obama tried to make the lunches healthier, and the people voted against it because they didn't like the idea of the shit food that they were providing. They wanted to go back to the shit food that was being provided before.
Thank fucking Lord somebody understands this, because this has been like the crux of my argument for like the RFK. Jesus Lord. Like, Michelle Obama tried to do this, and Fox News painted her as like this villain who was going to take away meat on your 4th of July, when all she wanted was better food in the grocery store and to take away artificial like ingredients. And then the best that she could do was, because she felt highly lobbied against, and I will cite so many sources, but the best that she could do was introduce 2 options for food. One as like a low calorie, low sugar ingredient, and then the same one that they were already having on the shelves.
What are you talking about?
But there's a problem with that though, because Americans didn't vote directly against Michelle Obama's lunch plan. It was Congress that voted it on the law behind it, and it passed though. Like I remember how many exactly, but a majority voted over cost and mandates and federal control arguments.
No,
like it's not. Yes.
No, Pants. It's not what happened. No, they made it a big deal. Again, I will cite Fox News when they said over and over again, this is not what we want. Like they scared America, and then America didn't want that in, and then all of the legislatives in their counties or in their areas heard they didn't want this because they were so scared, because Michelle Obama was going to take away meat from their 4th of July. That's what happened. And so she got out-lobbied, she got out-called on everything that she was trying to do.
It was signed into law.
Then,
it was the Hunger Free Kids Act of 2010, and it was signed into law. Michelle Obama's school lunch initiative was part of a law called the Healthier Hunger Free Kids Act of 2010. It was introduced to Congress. It passed both the Senate House and the House of Representatives, and it was signed into law by the president in 2010.
And what did it include?
Let's find out.
I'll wait till you're done Googling. But anyways, I will tell Pants, she
fruits
absolutely
or
tried to
vegetable
do
in every meal, a balanced plate, protein, grain, produce, and dairy, limits on things like pizza, fries, and processed food. Supporters said that kids ate more fruits and vegetables, nutrition standards improved nationwide. The critics said that some meals became less appealing, food waste increased in some schools, and schools struggled with cost and implementation. Her lunch plan wasn't about her personal meals, it was about national effort to improve school food nutrition standards.
Yes, and what happened, and specifically Google what happened within like the pizza. Why did pizza get passed as something healthy in schools?
Yeah, it's still in law today.
Because tomato sauce is a vegetable.
Yep, tomato paste is a vegetable.
Yep.
You guys are fucking reading the wrong shit. You guys are reading fucking articles. You're reading headlines. You're not looking into it.
What are you talking about? It's still an active. It's still an active law.
Read her book. Read her fucking book, dude, and then read what Fox News said about her, about how she was trying to ruin your 4th of July, about bringing meat into. That's never what she said, and that's never what she did. And again, I will cite exactly what happened. I followed this like tooth and nail when it was happening, and it was. So there was 2 types of Oreos you could buy. There was the sugar-free, and there was the low-fat. And then there was the regular one that was always on the shelves. So instead of her introducing just to have the either low-sugar, low-fat option, they said, no, you need to introduce both. And so that's what happened. So now there's 2 options on the shelf. And people would pick the one that they knew and were familiar with. And so now, when RFK is on the table, everyone's like, oh my goodness. Yes, this man is so right. This man is a man. So, yeah, what the fuck?
I don't know what MAGA slop we're talking about. No, I'm kidding, TS. I think, look, so
from what I'm reading really quickly, really quickly going through all of this, it sounds like there was some controversy around a particular limit about what kind of tomato paste may be on there, and right-wing media ate it up, suggesting that there could be pizza as a vegetable, right? I'm looking here at the fact sheet that was provided by the USDA as of published May 20th of 2014. It cites that, according to a recent survey by Robert Wood Johnson, respondents at 70% of elementary schools reported that students liked the new lunches across all grade levels, while there were initial complaints in the fall of 2012. By the end of the year, the majority of the kids liked the healthier meals. It says kids are eating more fruits and vegetables as a result of updated standards. A recent Harvard study concluded that under
the with this, Vince.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. We're just going to dismiss my talking points again. Okay.
Yeah, you just said mediocre white man, Vince.
I'm still confused what your guys' talking point is, because this doesn't. What your guys are explaining doesn't seem like is something that happened. Like from what I'm reading, it looks like it was voted into law and it was successful, and it's still in law. It's still a law today. So who voted against this exactly?
Pants, what is the vote you think got put in?
I'm talking about the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act that was passed in 2010, just like what Messi was talking about.
And what did that entail?
Well, their House of Representatives passed it 264 to 157. The Senate passed it by unanimous consent, voice vote, and then it was put into law December 13, 2010.
All right, so no. Hey, hello? No, Michelle Obama's original school lunch policy is not entirely in place. While the foundation remains the baseline for federal school nutrition, subsequent administrations have rolled back many of its stricter nutritional mandates to reduce food waste and give schools more menu flexibility.
Right, so what parents voted against this?
The parents that voted for the representatives that voted to roll back the shit.
What did they roll back? So what I'm reading has nothing to do with the rollback of tomato or anything like that. It looked at some kind of USDA rule that required like 1/8 be like tomato.
So in 2017, the federal government rolled back some requirements, including looser whole grain rules, more flexibility on sodium limits. Some schools regained more control over menus.
Right, and then during the Biden years, they re-updated the standards again, with more healthy, limits on added sugar, things like that, reduce sodium somewhat. So it's like it can go back and forth. So people are voting for.
What policy under Biden did they put that in place? What policy was that under Biden?
This was 1 second. Let me see.
I see the 2021. I don't see
the child nutrition programs, meal patterns, 2025.
Yeah, not an act.
But still, this is the same thing, though.
No, it's not. They didn't go back.
All right, so yeah, and here's what happened in 2011. Christ, I don't want to repeat myself. The Obama
either way, wait, we don't.
Hold on.
Okay, I apologize.
If I could, thank you.
I'm sorry.
The Obama administration, the USDA, proposed new school lunch standards. One change would have required one half cup of tomato paste to count as a vegetable serving. Under the existing rules, a much smaller amount of concentrated tomato paste on a slice of pizza could count towards the vegetable requirement. Congress blocked that change in an appropriations bill, meaning the smaller amount of tomato paste could count as a vegetable. As a result, school pizza could still satisfy part of the vegetable requirement, which led to headlines claiming Congress says pizza is a vegetable. Several food industries, groups, and manufacturers opposed the USDA proposal because school lunch programs purchase an enormous amount of processed foods. There were organizations and companies that hold the top 10 companies that make frozen pizza that contribute to American foods. One of them is Congra Foods. One of them is American Frozen Food Institute and Schwann's companies and Klobuchar. So these are all the companies that made the pizza for the entire nation and said that just because they put a little tiny bit of tomato paste that constituted as a vegetable in their offering to students.
In 2024, Biden updated the school nutrition rules, which are being phased in from 2025 through 2027. The key changes will include limits on added sugars in school foods, further reductions in sodium, updated standards aligned with newer dietary guidelines, and gradual implementation so schools can adjust over time. Is that what you were talking about, Pants?
Yes.
What Biden did?
Yes.
All within 2024 being implemented through 2025 through 2027. And this was to build on the original Healthy, Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010, not replace it.
Yeah, Mojo.
Yeah, and what happened under Trump?
Personally, I don't see anything wrong with pizza being a vegetable. I mean, I think it should be a vegetable.
I think kids like pizza, and if they're going to eat pizza and it's got some type of substance in it, I'm good with it.
It has no substance. That's wild.
Well, you know what? Some kids are picky, and if they're going to eat, they're going to eat.
Yeah, but
it's hot take. Kids could go without eating. Like, this is a hot take, but kids in American schools can go without eating because, honestly, there's a reason, like, we didn't used to call it we used to call diabetes too. We used to call it adult onset diabetes. Well, we can't actually call it that anymore in the medical community. We have to just call it diabetes. Why? Because kids are getting it at a much higher rate. So you guys really should care what your kids eat. It's destroying them.
You should also understand that many kids across the country, what they eat at school is all they eat.
Yeah, breakfast and lunch.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you can provide more than just
let's do
pizza.
You can provide more than this because I know that's what some people would eat.
In elementary school and middle
school. Why is everybody talking?
With a fucking Mountain Dew, and then for lunch, let's do pizza because that's a fucking vegetable, right? And then I don't know what the fuck you do for dinner, but I'm sure it's Chick-fil-A.
So it sounds like you guys care a lot about what your kids eat, right? So why not vote on it more often? Why would you vote for something that's going to be unhealthy for your kids to eat?
It's not just about what they eat, it's about if they eat. That's something that you're leaving out of the equation.
No, it's not. My point is that people care about what their kids eat, and they're going to vote on whether or not they think that their kids should eat healthy or not.
Okay, you guys, this is Analog just preaching his idea. So I don't know if you guys want to continue on this or not.
I'll say this last thing.
He's got ideas. He's got it. Wait, hold on.
Kids eating, and we got another one saying that they shouldn't eat. So, like, I don't even understand what this
You're
is.
misrepresenting what I said, but it's okay.
No, I'm not. That's literally
you are. I said children are getting diabetes. I said what we put on that school lunch menu should matter. That's what I said.
I think one of the biggest things that I'm taking in from reading more on this and trying to like quickly go through all this is that one of the biggest problems I have is that it seems like a lot of what they're focusing on is nutritional value in the way of say carbohydrates or focusing on things like, say sodium, these are valid concerns, but I think the bigger issue has to do with the ingredients in which we classify this. And I understand where the argument's coming from. I actually can see it and understand the argument. I don't think that they're necessarily saying pizza is healthy. Rather, the flaw in that system is the fact that we're saying tomato paste, which generally speaking is probably going to be mostly tomato with a little bit of preservatives, which are probably not great. I think the focus would rather be better spent on looking at ingredients and maybe the ratio of carbohydrates to fats to sodium and things like that. It's a multi-pronged approach, but I get where the sentiment was coming from in terms of vegetables and why there was I do see some of that argument there, but I don't know. I just think that this whole entire thing was to sit there and say, I think it was mentioned earlier that like they said that because it had tomato it was healthy. I don't see anything in here that would have suggested. It sounded like certain school districts exploited that loophole. And it should have been covered up, but it sounds like I can't imagine in 12 what the makeup of Congress looked like or who voted for it nonetheless. But it sounds like a majority of people liked whatever was put in place by Michelle Obama, generally speaking. So from what I can find on the fact sheet and stuff.
Booyah.
I mean, I'm looking at this one, USDA. This is the one I would go to because it cites several different studies. Even one here says over 90% of schools report that they are successfully meeting the updated nutrition standards. They even cited school lunch revenue is up. And this is from 2014, from the Hungry Free Kids Act that was passed. So, I mean, we could sit there and argue about tomato paste and pizza, but I think that's one menu item amongst, I'm sure, many, as someone who grew up not necessarily in 2014, but slightly prior to it. So
I think that we've made our point clear, everybody. I think that we should move on. Again, this is also why I think that my system is a better system.
Yeah,
Mojo's so pissed right now.
Yeah, you're trying to vote on individual gang members. That's nonsense. That's what the chief executive is for.
What?
Between Pants and A Spice, we're going to be in the voting booth every single day of our lives. So I guess that's what's up.
No. It's just once a year.
He's going to give you a phone. Remember?
And then Mojo's going to give us a phone. So I guess that'll work too.
Mobile phone to vote every day, guys. You ready?
Yeah, it's once a year though, so don't get it twisted.
No, I want.
And people in I think Virginia do vote once a year as it is right now, and they seem to be fine with it.
Everybody votes every year.
I think that people would be more.
Everybody votes every year.
So there you go. I think that if people voted every single year, then they'd be more up to date, and it'd be a regular thing. They'd keep more.
Already the way it works.
So
don't you vote?
Only pass once a year?
Analog, you don't. Analog, you don't vote.
I vote every other year.
You can vote every year. You vote for your local districts and your local mayor and your local township and your sheriff and your fucking dog catcher. Shit, you vote for that shit every single year.
Oh no, I vote for that every other year.
I don't think so.
Dog catcher.
The real crime is those who do not vote for their school board.
I low-key feel like I'm being rage baited today. This is wild.
Well, what does it matter if you vote for your school board when they never run opposed. They always just run by themselves, and they just get re-voted back in.
Y'all, my local city council stuff is like super spicy lately. Like I don't know, there's like a whole bunch of corruption and shit. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I think a lot more people ought to vote more frequently, but also those who vote at their local election and not the national election are also usually the huge exception to the rule. I think a vast majority of people probably, vote based upon their wallet. And I emphasize that so many times when we talk about who we think's going to win. What do you think about this? I'm like, listen, there was a saying by somebody, and I swear I'm going to find out who said this, who they say people vote with their pocketbook. They may not pay attention to politics at all. The average person is going to sit there, go to the gas pump, see that their prices are rising. Where they get affected the most is their pocketbook. And that's why when people are like, I care about this niche, their voters care about this niche political issue. No, they don't. No, they don't. They care about their money. Where is it?
All right. I have 90 people in here. I have been live for 8 hours and 45 minutes. I only have 53,000 likes. You guys, the hell? Tap the screen. Tap the screen, share the live. Do the heart me if you haven't done it yet. Give me bubblegum, gift a panel, whatever. Thank you.
Use all three fingers. It's far more efficient.
Thank you.
Actually, if you're on a computer at home, you can just open it up on your desktop and then hold down the L button, and it'll just do constant likes over and over and over again.
That is correct.
Put a little weight on it or something. That's what I do sometimes.
That is correct.
May I throw a separate comment to hopefully spur some conversation? I got a coffee from a local roaster. Bro, I have never in my life tasted notes of coffee. I drink my coffee black, y'all. And I got my first coffee today where no flavor added, no nothing. I swear it tasted like berry coffee. I swear I was blown away. I don't know if anybody's ever had that experience, if anybody else in here is a coffee snob. But yeah, I've had a whole new experience today. It was pretty crazy.
Not a snob,
that's
but
good?
I've had that experience for sure.
If you think that's good, you should try their Frappuccinos. That's where it's at.
Man, I'm telling you, like it was roasted. Like I went and looked at it. They roasted it like earlier this week, and I'm like, yo. I mean, I paid $20 for the damn bag, okay, but let me tell you, it was mind changing. Okay, mind changing. Anyways, okay, I thought that was a more interesting conversation.
Great conversation starter.
Nope.
Yeah, great conversation. I thought we were on a leftist live. I thought there was a lot more coffee snobs in here, but I guess not. So that stereotype went right out the door. Let's see. What about septum piercings? Do we have septum piercings?
Nope. Well, there's a pipeline to authoritarianism and fascism, so I think we might be in the right live. I'm not sure.
What?
What was that little laugh just now?
I think people are having a hard time understanding the definition of those words, but
I actually don't.
Queen.
B-Crash. You've advocated for it over and over again since I got up here. It's shocking every single time.
Yeah, I said China, and like you freaked out, and then you thought you knew.
And you said Russia, and you said Cuba, as if there's something that we should be holding up.
So conversations require nuance, right? So what was happening during that conversation? What were we actually talking about? We were talking about if countries are capable of overthrowing their governments, and I gave those as an example. I did not attribute any moral arbitration to any of those countries. So again,
but
you just crashed out because
they went in what direction when they did
I just said that I just used those as examples of countries that were able to do it. You actually don't know how I feel about any of those countries because you didn't ask. You just assumed.
Give me a good example. One that actually turned out okay.
I would say China's doing pretty well right now, being that they will probably be the global hegemon once the U.S.
Yeah, but you're looking at it from an economic perspective. I'm asking you to how is it as far as the freedoms of the people within the country, though?
The freedoms of the people are good. Chinese people vote. They have 9 different political parties in that country.
Are they allowed to speak out against their government?
They are absolutely allowed to speak out against their government.
They are not. You know that.
As long as they're not forming political parties or militias against them, they are. They actually are.
How do they have 9 different parties? Are you talking about
people outside of China can say whatever the fuck they want?
How are you talking about? What do you mean they have 9 different political parties?
They have 9 different political parties. They vote. Xi Jinping was voted in, and actually the way that they do it is actually pretty good. Now, there's just a lot of things wrong with China, so I don't want people to think that I think it's all good, because no country is all good. It's not capable of that. But the way Xi starts out, and if you want to be sort of, the leader of this large nation, you have to start out from the bottom. So you have to start out local elections first. You move to broader regional elections, and this is how you move up the ladder. And the only way for you to get to the top is if you have been voted for multiple times over and over and over again.
Okay, so they're all Democratic. They're all Democratic. They all believe in generally the same thing. All 9 parties. You're basically voting for berry notes or earthy notes or sour notes or of all the same coffee.
This is a collectivist culture as well. I think what Americans fail to realize is that
when you say
people are a part of a collectivist culture, so many of them
when you say there are 9 parties, though, you give a certain intonation to that ideology. There are not 9 different parties. There are 9 of the same party that have slightly differing solutions.
Yeah, and I would say that the United States only has 2, because we've looked at the Overton window.
We do have 2.
Let me finish. We've looked at the Overton window shift since FDR, and it's shifted farther and farther to the right. So what we consider left wing here in America now would be in Europe or the rest of the world, or circa 1940 in the U.S. would have been actually more right wing. So our Overton window is narrow.
What is shifted to the right? What is shifted to the right? And since
on
when?
The political spectrum shifted to the right since FDR.
So like what? In what aspect?
In the aspect of, one, foreign policy. You can always get the Democrats and the Republicans to agree across the board on 2 things. One of them is immigration. Now, we know Kamala Harris is known to me as "Do Not Come Kamala." She notoriously told immigrants escaping persecution in their country, in the South American countries, do not come. So 1, they agree on immigration, and 2, they agree on foreign policy, almost across the board. It took Bernie Sanders, 3, honestly, since 1948, but recently, 3 years to speak out on Israel? Since
FDR, yeah, what do we have? The Korean War, the Vietnam War, We had multiple. We had multiple conflicts in Central and South America. I'm sorry, those have never been agreed upon. There have been protests that led to unalivings of Americans throughout that whole process. The political parties do not believe the same thing about foreign policy, and they never have. They never will. The other example you gave was what? What foreign policy and what?
And immigration, but I want to talk about the
immigration. No. We don't have the same.
Those protests were done by the ultra left at the time. That was not popular political discourse.
I'm sorry, that's just wrong. I'm sorry, but the fucking protests were like millions of people strong.
Yeah, because it was grassroots movement. It originally started grassroots. It was not. Mojo, you know your history. You know that it did not start in the Democratic Party.
It doesn't have to start in the Democratic Party, but we haven't moved. We haven't moved to the right, and the left and the right are not the same on foreign policy. They never have been.
They have been the same. Tell me who in the party, once we were giving funding to Israel after October 7th, who in the Democratic
Is that all you're talking about is funding to Israel?
After 9/11, we went to Iraq. After we went to Iraq and Afghanistan, who opposed that? Us going into Vietnam, who on the Democratic Party opposed that?
I'm sorry, a shit ton of us opposed it because we fucking took part in fucking rallies across this country and opposed those fucking wars over and over and over and over again. I remember fucking making floats of George W. Bush with his fucking pants on fire. What the fuck? No, we are not the same.
That was long after 9/11. But when 9/11 happened, and
we went into Iraq in 2003.
That had popular backing behind it. Iraq and Afghanistan did.
Of course it did. They just killed 3,000 of course it did, because they killed 3,000 of our citizens. However, as soon as we got there, everybody disagreed with it. There were huge protests for it. And those protests were left. Those protests 9 years. Those protests were all left-wingers. They were not right-wingers. We do not have the same. We don't have the same stance on foreign policy. We never have. We never will.
Afghanistan for? How long
20.
were we in Afghanistan for?
20 years.
Mojo.
We were there. We were there during 2 Democratic presidents.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I mean, come on. Yeah, as soon as you put, I'm sorry, but as soon as you put boots on the ground, it's very, very, very hard to take those boots out of country. Yeah, you can tie the hands of the next president coming in, whether they're Democratic or Republican, but you don't have to agree on it. They don't agree on it. They're just tied. Their hands are tied. We couldn't remove ourselves from Afghanistan because we're in the middle of trying to create a new government there and prop them up and train them and get their fucking elections going. We can't just leave at that point.
In the first place.
I agree. And the Democrats agree too. We have different foreign policies. You're just wrong. The Overton window has not shifted to the right. You're just incorrect.
Obama kept us there the entire time that he was
Nope. And I'm glad you mentioned that.
Did we pull out of Afghanistan when Obama was in office? Because it was Biden we did it in.
Hold on. Wait a minute. So hold on. So there was a surge in 2011, which peaked at 100,000. We drew down after that to about 5,000 by the end of 2014. It looks like there was a drawdown to about 9,800 American troops that remain in Afghanistan beginning in 2015, primarily for training Afghan forces, advising Afghan commanders, and conducting counter-terrorism stuff. And then, of course, he did not pull every single troop out, but he attempted to draw it down, and essentially he stopped all combat operations in 2014. This is kind of the problem I have, is when we talk about this stuff, we're very short-sighted in our memory of things, and that's fair. Like, again, in 2014, I was freaking right out of high school, right? I wasn't politically involved. And it was almost 12 years ago. We forget some of these things, and so
Biden was just able to do it because he was just able to do it. I'm confused. So why was Biden able to do it? So why couldn't Obama do what Biden was able to do, and what I don't know?
Because they still had a fledgling. Because they still had a fledgling government. We were trying to ensure that a democracy stayed in place there. We were trying to train them. We were trying to arm them. We were trying to make sure that their elections went through. These are things that you do when you go in and fuck up an entire country. If we just leave that, then the Taliban would have taken over then. We had hoped to be able to come to a point where the Taliban wouldn't take back over. However, Donald Trump put us in the position where we didn't have a choice.
Yeah, and I want to mention this too because
put
this
us into a position of anything. George W. Bush did, and actually,
God, you don't understand any of this. How old are you?
Sure, put us in a horrible position.
And the Democrats at the time of George W. Bush making the decision originally to invade Afghanistan all supported this unilaterally across the board. So for you to sit here and say I don't understand,
were you born? You don't understand. Were you born when this happened?
Yes, I was. I'm giving you actual legit facts of what happened, and all you're saying is that
I'm telling you that you don't understand. I'm telling you don't even understand what the situation was. I understand.
No,
all you're doing is giving me communist talking points, saying that both parties are the same and fuck them both, and we've gone to the right and blah blah blah. The same old bullshit propaganda. You're just wrong. You're wrong about all of it.
So
you haven't given me a point. Actually,
I have. I have given you.
No. Wait. No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to come in here and say no.
You haven't given me a point.
Stop. You're not going to do
said
that.
Obama pulled out.
Hold on. No,
You
wait a
didn't
minute.
pull
No.
out
But
all
look,
of them,
you moved the
but then
goalpost.
Biden came in.
Stop.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I said
so
pull
you're
out
going
of
to keep talking.
Afghanistan.
You said that Obama did nothing. That is what you said. Obama did nothing, and I presented facts to you in which he did do something. He drew down troops and stopped combat operations in 2014. You would then move the goalpost and said, oh, well, he did something, but it wasn't to my liking. And this is the constant tale of why we can't get together and actually do stuff on the left. Sorry, Mojo, I'm doing my rant. This is why we can't get together on the left, because we have so many broad different ideologies, and some people just can't seem to try to give any ounce, because they don't even know. I'm not even convinced right now that you were actually alive in 2001, and there's a reason why there was a 90-some-odd% approval rating under Bush.
Dude, I'm old. What are you talking about? I'm not old.
How old are you?
I was alive. So again, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
How old were you?
In 2001, I think I was. I really don't feel comfortable giving my age on this.
That's crazy.
I was in 10th grade in computer class on the computer with my boyfriend at a different school. We were chit-chatting, and then my grandmother brought me clothes for cheerleading practice, even though I didn't need them, just so she could hug me. And then I threw a fit like a little brat because I wanted to go to my boyfriend's house that evening. I didn't give a fuck about 9/11 when it happened.
Like I was saying, I am, and I hate to, I mean, how many of the left protested when that little girls' school got blown up in Iran? Nobody. Where was Chuck Schumer? Where the fuck was the Democrats when we invaded Iran?
That was the first thing I asked. Where
the fuck were all those leftists? You know, like
Chuck Schumer's not a leftist.
Okay, whatever.
Wait.
Whatever, she says, whatever.
1 second. And 1 second, too. I did give a fuck when 9/11 happened, and Messi and I are around the same age. And they took off from my city. So I think Messi, you could not care because it didn't happen in or around your city. They took off from my city. And so that was a hard pill to swallow, because a lot of those people that originated from, they were going from Boston to Los Angeles.
Boston. I heard it.
And again, my mother taught me not to talk like no trash from Dorchester. However, I don't have an accent, because I refuse. However, again, I don't know what the fuck we're arguing about 9/11 for.
Yes, it's because she said that the Overton window is moved to the right. And I just disagreed. I disagree.
Mojo, please do a quick Google search. It really has the Overton window in the United States. I didn't come with this on my own. I am not that smart. Many political scientists agree with this as well. There is a reason
and many
why.
disagree.
Let me finish, please. There is a reason why, when we talk about a political spectrum scale across the board, the U.S. is much more right-wing than, like, Europe, for instance. Like, Bernie Sanders here would be, like, middle of the road in a European.
Okay, wait, no, Vince, no. Okay, I want to tell you, hello. I want to talk about how we moved to the left because we have gay rights, gay marriage in this country today. Because we cured HIV/AIDS, we actually care about it now. Because we got rid of draconian laws that we instituted in the 80s about drugs. We have legalized marijuana in this country. We had attempted a universal healthcare system with the ACA and got it passed. I'm sorry, a lot of the things that we've done in this country have moved us to the left, not to the right.
Roe v. Wade.
Right, so
Roe v. Wade. We're also defunding healthcare, and we're defunding AIDS, and we're defunding those who are on Medicare and Medi-Cal, and we're defunding them from being able to have access to that medical coverage that is required.
This is just Donald Trump. This is just Donald Trump, and that will go away when he goes away.
So I want to say this to what B was saying about Chuck Schumer and where was the outrage. Now, this is why it's going to sound like it was an hour ago. I don't care. I'm going to still state it because, again, what we're running on is, and I'm going to say this as politely as I can, please at least provide something. Because right now, I'm reading right now where Chuck Schumer made a statement and went out on this. And I know what your argument's going to be because it was the same that it was with Obama. He made the statement. He did this on March 12, 2026, in which he took to the floor and he spoke on the Senate floor to denounce Trump's administration's war of choice in Iran, specifically saying in this see, there it is. I knew that was going to be the damn argument. Every time you go, well, Chuck Schumer, so where's the outrage from Chuck Schumer? Here's the no, because this is the consistent goalpost.
Why are you yelling at me, Vince?
Because you were talking. Because you were talking over the top of him. Can you stop doing that? Can you stop doing that? Yes, be an adult and stop.
Go a lot quicker.
Yeah, be an adult and stop talking over him.
Okay, I need him to stop yelling at me though. Like it's not necessary.
Yeah,
it's just
B, don't
politics.
play the victim. B,
So,
I know
I'm not playing the
shtick,
victim.
man.
I'm not
No, I
playing
got
the
you.
victim.
I
He's yelling at me, and I'm just trying to have a conversation.
No, you are continually talking over everybody. I had to fucking mute you because of that.
Mojo, can I tell you? Oh my god, so I'm so sorry. I'm making my
your own mod is telling me to leave this live. Yeah, I'm good. Your own mod is telling me to leave this live.
Such a victim. And like, if you guys are going to be
I'm trying to be
mean
calm.
then
I'm trying to be calm when people are being mean to me. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to talk calm. So like when people are yelling, when people are yelling at me, I don't want to make them yell at me more by me addressing them in an angry way. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to talk in a calm way so that I'm not making him more mad.
Okay.
Like, that's just normal.
Let him. I'll tell you what. He will be a lot. Yeah, he'll be a lot less mad if you don't interrupt him and you allow him to finish his statement.
Thank you. So real quick, and I will finish my statement. This is the problem I have. You're coming in here with as much respect again as I can and engaging in this in a calm manner. You're coming in here with no facts, rather feelings. And what you are saying is that when Chuck Schumer did nothing, just like you said Obama did nothing, and I show where Chuck Schumer did go to the Senate floor and sit there and call out on it and say, look, this is inappropriate. I'm sure if I dig further, I'll find where he probably did some kind of push for an investigation or something along those lines. Your point is to then go, well, did he do enough? It is the exact same thing that MAGA does when we debate them. They come in with little fact, almost no fact. We show them where there's a fact, and then they say, well, let me move that goalpost. Let me move that line in the sand. That's what's happening here.
Okay, I really appreciate, Vince, for you talking a little bit more gentle. I really appreciate that. So, yeah, I did say...
Sorry, B. I'm eating Rice Krispies and enjoying this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to...
What are we doing?
I mean, okay, so what I think, B, what you're trying to do, which I understand, because you sound like you're a little bit younger, and I would say that you're trying to give an idealized vision of the future. You have justified complaints, right? But I think that the way that you're describing the solutions, they just don't work, and it's sloppy in a way. You probably don't mean that, and over time you might be able to hone it in better. But at this point, like, I don't know.
Yeah, that was condescending.
It wasn't meant to be.
But it was
I wasn't
point.
trying to be. By
But
any means.
it was on
So
point.
I do
I'm
see
so
where
sorry.
Schumer co-led Senate efforts to advance a war powers resolution that would require the administration to end military hostilities. This is a quick chat GPT, to be fair, because I was trying to find actions that he may have taken. It says, forcing Senate votes. Democrats repeatedly use Senate procedures to force votes on measures challenging legality of the war. Demanding legal justification. Schumer argued that the administration had not adequately explained the legal basis for military action against Iran and contended that Congress has the constitutional authority to declare war. After classified briefings, he said the administration's explanations were completely and totally insufficient. He pressed for classified briefings from administration officials and publicly criticized what he described as a lack of clear objectives, strategy, and transparency regarding the conflict. And then, of course, he repeatedly characterized the conflict as an illegal war or a war of choice, arguing that Trump lacked congressional authorization and that the war was imposing costs on Americans through military casualties and higher energy prices. What would you have liked Chuck Schumer to do, please?
So wait, go back to the point where the voter said that he had no clear. But I would have liked Chuck Schumer to do something. I would have liked Congress to sit out. I would have liked Congress to close down the government. I mean, that's what I would have liked.
The government?
I mean, they've done it before for something. Yes, absolutely. They boomed a little girls' school. They killed 150 girls.
You know that Democrats don't control anything, right?
You know that you have a choice whether you drive in your fucking car and go to your fucking job, right?
What does that have to do with what I just said?
That's insane.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
To drive in their car and to close the government down.
They can't.
Do it for budget all the time.
I'm sorry, but you can't close the government down by simply not showing up. We have no power. Democrats have no power.
The Republicans control the House and the Senate and the executive branch. I don't know what else you could do more.
Yeah, that's why you don't work in a system like this, which is what I've been saying this whole entire time. This is why you cannot reform a system like this.
What system are you going to form?
A system that is... Wait, what was that question?
She wants an authoritarian state.
And where do we start?
She wants an authoritarian state that can do things that she wants and only what she wants.
That I want. No, who said that? Again, you have no idea what I want because you've actually never asked me.
I don't know.
CS is the first one to ask me.
I'm the only one who is looking at mostly request boxes. Maybe my situation looks different than everybody else. Does anyone else see?
It's a full panel.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll drop.
Okay. So it's my situation.
Why would you
wanted to check?
You can drop if you want, B, but you don't have to drop. He's just...
No, it's all good. I've been on here for a while.
Oh, now everybody's back. Sorry.
You're good.
No, B, I was asking a specific question because I think we could have a good back and forth on this because I think, again, I've been trying to meet you in the middle. I've been trying to tell you, like, I meet capitalism where it's at, and you don't understand that, so I get it. But, so I want to know where we start under your system.
I mean, really start within your own community and your own state. You know, you guys are Democrats or leftists, and where I start personally is within my own state, right? Like, I am part of, I would love to see California develop their own insulin, right? Like $10 a vial, great. Couldn't get that passed because Governor Newsom shot it down. And so you start there. You start within your own state. You make it as left as you possibly can, and you sort of kind of forget about the rest of the federal government.
Libertarianism.
I mean, there's some
no. I think that's rational and reasonable. I think I can meet you there, and that's what I do in my own state and within my own system, and my system happens to be capitalism. And like I've told you over and over again on this panel. And I think I got accosted, maybe not from you, but from other people on the panel. Like, that's where I have to start, within my own system. And I have to change it from the inside out. So, yeah, it's where you start. And I agree with you.
You don't have to start at capitalism, though. Like, in my state, we have worker-owned co-ops. We have grocery stores that do not make profit, that are what is the word? Kind of like REI. I don't know if you guys know what an REI is, but it's when the customers actually work the store, right? And so we have Like, that's what I do within my state. That's what I like to see. Opening up food banks, opening up free food. Come in and take whatever you need. Like, there are ways to not start with capitalism that are better, and it spreads from there. When people start seeing in their state, they want it in their federal government.
Okay,
if
but
they can't do it, then
okay, but B, there has to be somebody in big capitalism, right? That can change things. That can look at it from the top down and be like, I'm going to make a difference. I'm not going to treat these laborers the way that everyone else does, and I'm going to make a difference. And I think that I do that. And I think that I do that, and I'm not going to say I'm better than anyone else or better than you, but I think I make a big fucking difference the way that we treat our offshore, onshore, and nearshore. Like, that's the way that I make a difference, is making sure that they're respected, they're paid well, and that they, year over year, get what they need, and based on what we make annually, that they're a part of that share. And so that's what I do, and I make a strong voice there.
If I may, there's a really good article on medium.com about the Overton window shift that B is talking about. I'm not going to read the whole article like Vince and kind of like hold the conversation hostage. But there's some really interesting takes here, like, ivory tower leftists talked down to everybody and vilified half the electorate. And most of the electorate kind of went underground, didn't, talk about being Trump supporters. There's another point here. Point 2, the average person got tired of woke.
What's the article?
That's
nonsense. What's the article?
It's
called. First of all, that's a nonsense argument because we already know.
Donovan, they're asking for
what's the article?
Wait, hold on.
Hold on, guys. Wild.
August 1st, 2024.
Donovan, if you look at the voting pattern in 2024, what you saw was a minimal uptick for Trump. What you saw was a major decline within the Democratic Party when it came to their voter base. So what you saw was a lot of people who sat out or went third party. So to try to say that there was any kind of shift, though, is bizarre. No, there was no shift.
There's all kinds of people in media. Yeah, okay, thanks. There's all kinds of people in media that somehow were right before were left before Donald Trump and now are somehow right. Guys like Tim Pool, guys like Elon Musk.
Elon Musk?
No,
stop.
Bill Maher. Bill Maher is another perfect example.
Bill
Brand.
Maher. First of all, Bill Maher's not on the right, but he's definitely
apoplectic.
Can we not talk over each other, please?
Yeah,
Donovan,
can I just ask Laura if I could break down? I'm so sorry. If I could break down Elon Musk for you, because I'm well versed in the subject. So why do you think that he was? Mojo, I see you're shaking your head.
Because he got tired of the woke mind virus.
You should be on video if you're going to be that transparent. I'll shut up.
No, go.
Donovan, can I ask you a question real quick?
See, now we're gonna let this happen.
Shoot.
We didn't have to. You could have just kept talking. Don't look at me.
I mean, I'm trying to get the conversation going. Where can we find this this research or this article that references the thing that you're talking about? You don't have to like bring it up.
I'm gonna go on Elon Musk. I'm just gonna go hard on Elon Musk.
Medium.com. The name of the article is "The Overton Window Has Shifted." It's from August 1st, 2024.
Thank you, friend.
Written by Jack
No,
Raymond.
John. This is your fault.
Thanks, Donovan. That's all I needed. That's it.
What we know by just the numbers that came out on November 3rd, after the election was done, is we saw that there was very minimal shift in the Trump camp, where we saw the delta was on the left for Kamala. So it has absolutely nothing to do with voter switching or anything like that. This is a bullshit argument that the right likes to make. And by the way, just so we're clear, if you look at polling or believe in it at all, Right now, he's only got a 37% approval
That
rating,
isn't
which
the
means that
Overton
literally
window.
37% of the country is.
Does anyone know what an
on
Overton window
par.
is in this
Yes.
panel? I know Mojo
Yes,
does. An
we all
Overton
know.
window.
We all
yes.
know what the
Okay. I
Overton
would like to
window
explain
is.
it to because she
Jesus
doesn't
Lord.
know what the Overton window is. Can I please talk without?
I never mentioned the Overton window. I'm talking to
You said
Donovan
we're not
about the
shifting to
election
the
numbers.
right. I thought we were talking about the Overton window shifting to the right. The Overton window has nothing to do with election numbers, whether someone votes for a Democrat or a Republican. It has to do with what is acceptable.
From 2020.
Wait, hold
What is
on.
acceptable within, and the article is about the Overton window. What is acceptable in political discourse? Here in America, it is not acceptable to run as a communist. You will never get anywhere. Actually, it's not acceptable to run anything but Democrat.
Who is
or
running as a
Republican.
communist in America?
Donovan.
No
There-
one, exactly. That's the point. That's
Hold
the
on.
point. The Overton window has shifted to
Hold-
the right
hold on.
because no one can run as that.
Hold on. Claudia De La
I've never
Cruz.
been able to run as that.
Yes, you can. And Claudia De La Cruz did run as that, right?
How'd that work out?
They don't win. Third parties don't win. We live in it. This last election cycle, we live in a two-party system. That's just a reality.
Okay. Fair enough. So, what was B talking about? Like,
what I'm saying is
what is she on about? What are you talking about?
Well, she's talking about we were talking about the Overton window, and the Overton window is the shifting of ideas over a period of time, or at any specific period of time, actually, because it can change very fast depending on whatever's going on at that particular point in time.
Yes, it can, for sure.
You don't have to do that. Please don't respond. Okay, I don't even know where the fuck I was at now.
No, you had a perfectly strong stream of consciousness. I'm sorry if I interrupted it. I'm somebody who talks to people on panels as if I'm in the room with them, and I don't mean to interrupt anybody's train of thought. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you for being here.
It's fine. You're just gonna have to serve 10 years in prison for this. It's turn in your stuff by Monday.
I mean, it's fair. It's fair. It's better than fucking capitalism at this level of my life. So, yeah, give me tax.
You're good.
Give me tax subsidized fucking food and a place to sleep. Fuck yeah.
Well, just so you know, Trump did release his health diagnosis, or his doctor released him. Interestingly enough, they put his height at 6'3", but his weight is 238. The funny thing about that is that if you put that in as a BMI, it's actually considered overweight, borderline obese. Yet, his blood pressure apparently was 105. Where is it? It was 105/71, which is odd.
Don't give me hope. Vince, don't give me hope.
There's no way.
Right.
There's absolutely
so
no
hold on,
way.
wait. It gets better. Even though his cholesterol is within normal limits, they're giving him rosuvastatin, ezetimibe, or whatever it's called, and then an aspirin. And two of them says for cholesterol control. And it does say that they can be given. I've looked it up. It does say they can be given as preventative. But it is still odd to note that, why would they need to give that to him if he doesn't have high cholesterol?
They're not going to put you on a statin unless you are showing that you have high cholesterol.
Right.
And then, that's not something that you do as a preventative.
To get this one, you ready for this one, though? This one's pretty cool. Cardiac is probably the most important one for somebody of his age. Coronary CT angiography demonstrated no arterial obstruction or structural abnormalities of the heart or major vessels. In addition, AI-enhanced electrocardiogram, or ECG, analysis estimated his cardiac age, an established measure of cardiovascular vitality, to be approximately, y'all ready for this? Y'all don't laugh. To be approximately 14 years younger than his chronological age. Additional testing, including an echocardiogram, showed no abnormalities. Cardiac chambers and valves are normal with a preserved ejection fraction. And just says overall cardiac function is normal and circulation of the extremities remains intact. They did acknowledge his slight lower leg swelling, but it's improved since last year. I don't know. There's a lot of questions I have on this. It's I'm not quite sure I completely agree with this. I did look at some of the ranges that they provided because they actually did a lipid panel, complete blood count, cardiac. They provided a lot more details into this, but I'm sure doctors will go in here and probably rip this to pieces in ways and saying this doesn't make a whole lot of sense with the stuff that they're saying. So, just wanted.
Didn't the last medical, like publicly available medical assessment, put him on par with like an NFL like linebacker?
I don't remember. They did put on here
the original. Sorry, Vince.
Oh, I was just gonna say one last thing I'll say on this little note that the doctor gave was that he scored a 30 out of 30 on the MOCA exam.
Why are we talking about this?
I don't fucking know.
I don't know. Can we get back on the
It was breaking news. Sorry, it was breaking news. I had to break it in. Sorry.
No, it's not though.
It's breaking news. Yeah, it is. It's breaking news.
God.
It's definitely breaking news.
Okay, I still want to go back to the Overton window because the Overton window is generally where the center of politics are. So if you exist in the center of politics, then you're going to exist on either. Nobody's dead centers. Everybody's going to be center right or center left. Our Overton window happens to be a lot more right wing than the vast majority of the world, especially Europe. But we were trying to question whether we've moved to the right or moved to the left with the center. She was arguing that we've moved to the right. I was arguing that we've moved to the left slightly. I think that we accept more things now, but maybe Donovan's right too. Maybe there's some backlash coming from some of the things that have been we tried to put in place. Maybe there was some backlash from universal health care. Maybe there's some backlash from trying to give people equal rights. But I suppose there's backlash too from the Supreme Court ruling for Roe versus Wade or Dobbs. There's backlash against this war too, so maybe that moves it back. So it'll constantly shift, but when the election comes, it's going to sit somewhere, and the people in the middle are going to sit on one side or the other of that Overton window.
But I agree with you, Mojo. I think we're moving actually to the left, not the right. I don't think that any article from 2024.
Hold on. Let Laura finish, and then you can
I don't think that any article from 2024 is going to actually explain to us if we're moving to the right or the left, because like I said, that's the reason I brought up the election, is that we saw a freeze and a decline on the left, but we didn't see an uptick on the right, which meant that it was protested. That's different than actually saying that the country's ideology is moving right. It doesn't work that way, but what we are seeing is pushback right now on a massive scale back to the left, probably taking us more to center because they did swing us right because of the election.
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
Yeah, B wanted to go and then Spicy. Then hold on 1 second. B wanted to go and then Spicy, you're next.
So, just to push back even a little bit on the Obama thing, as well, we were talking about Obama earlier. I mean, he ended up doing like the most drone strikes of any sitting president ever, till this day, even Trump considered, right? And so it's not just that. So maybe socially, I can agree that we have moved to the left, right? Like that's undeniable. Like, come on, in the 50s, essentially, unfortunately being of the LGBTQ community, that was almost a dead sentence, especially if you're in the South. But economically, and I would say policy change as well, right? When have we had another huge decision like Social Security or, even Ivanka Trump had at one point talked about subsidized daycare. We haven't, we have Obamacare, and that has a plethora of problems in and of itself and created many problems financially for us as well that had a huge right-wing push.
So I want to mention this is patently wrong. Trump authorized more than 2,243 strikes.
Go ahead. I'm not even talking. Go ahead.
And Barack Obama only authorized 542. I just wanted to add that note that another point that you are incorrect on, that Donald Trump had more drone strikes than Obama. Thank you. All right.
I'm going to agree with you, though, B. I think you're right. I think probably socially it has moved to the left, and maybe economically it's moved to the right. I think that's what's allowed so many billionaires like Elon Musk to get hundreds of billions of dollars. I think you're right.
Speaking of Elon Musk. Go ahead, Mojo. Did you?
No, I just said I think you're right.
Okay. Speaking of Elon Musk, Donovan. Did you want to have a conversation about Elon Musk? Because
Well,
we can
it's
do
a panel. You can ask me a question if you like, but I don't know if a discussion would be appropriate.
Oh, well, we were talking in the chat about Elon, and you seem to be a big fan, and you seem to think
I was there for that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you were. So, you think that the left moved away from Elon Musk because of he supported Trump? Do you think that was the only reason?
I think the left moved away from Elon Musk because Elon Musk wasn't willing to lie to virtue signal anymore. I mean,
what was he not willing to lie about? What was he no longer willing to lie about?
The woke mind virus. That it's more important to tell the truth.
You know, that's so boring.
Whoa.
All right.
Hold on.
Wow.
Can we go one at a time, please?
That would be nice.
Sure.
No, we cannot, because I cannot speak here, and I will not do this.
You can speak, CS. What are you talking about? You're a mod.
You have a mute button, CS. You can speak whenever you want.
Donovan, if you want to offer like one piece of or one example of a thing that Elon Musk spoke out against between his quote unquote shift between the left and the right.
Yeah, the transitioning of his child. He took great offense to that. The circumstances under which that happened, he felt a certain kind of way about. Obviously, Elon cares about his kids.
Don't do that, Andrew.
Yeah, all 72 of them.
Sure. Andrew. Don't do the and please don't interrupt.
There's other examples also. I mean, Anna Kasparian is a perfect example, okay?
Yeah, Donovan, you're talking about... Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna fucking stop. I'm just gonna fucking stop.
Hold on. To be clear, Vince said please let CS talk. Go ahead, CS.
Yeah, no, I know Vince did. Thank you. Donovan, so he was talking about his one child. He was talking about his child who transitioned, and he signed off on all of the medical reasons that his child should transition. Do you know what transitioned in that sense of which his child transition meant?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Well, I'm sure you would know. I'm sure you would know if you're having this big debate with me, because I know. And I know that I'm not going to give you any clues because I think you're wildly misinformed, and I think the audience should know. I think there's 90 people in here, and I think that they should know that you don't know, and that when he disparaged her over and over again, and when she called him out despite his money, despite any kind of wealth, that they stood their ground because they felt so strongly who they were as a person, and Elon had no idea. And then again, Elon ran on this. Elon spent how much money? Again, I think it was probably close to, I don't know. It was $150 million, but I think that's wild. I think it's $30 million on commercials, anti-trans commercials, just despite her. And just despite the fact that he signed off on things for her medical care, and he regretted it in the long term.
What year did that happen?
Why is that?
What year did that happen?
That was 2022.
I am so glad that you said that. You're exactly right. It was 22. In 2024, Musk described himself politically as, quote, half Democrat, half Republican, and somewhere in the middle, socially liberal and fiscally conservative. By 2018, he stated that he was, quote, not a conservative and saw himself as, quote, politically moderate. He added, doesn't mean I'm moderate on all issues.
Donovan, you're not fooling anybody.
Why?
Wait, there's a reason. Just hold on a second. Hold your horses. He added, doesn't mean I'm moderate about all issues. He stated that he had, quote, voted overwhelmingly for Democrats historically, but in 2022 began supporting Republicans, with his views becoming more right-wing. So why do you suppose he did that, CS?
I know why he did that. I know.
Right.
I can give you a
play know why he did that.
Listen, I don't think anyone, maybe not anyone, I don't know that anyone on this panel has studied Elon as hard as I had, has invested in Elon in all of his companies as hard as I have. So I don't think we can have this discussion without you having an absolute understanding of why he changed his mind. And I'll break it down for you year by year if that's what you want. Year by year we can go.
No need. Did Elon Musk object to the woke mind virus? Yay or nay?
Donovan. Hey.
Oh my God.
Respect CS's expertise on the subject. How about
It's okay.
It's a simple
it's
question.
Okay, Andrew, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I got this though. Brendan. So again. When did
Donovan today?
When did, or why did, I think more importantly, why did Elon Musk change his mind on self-driving? When did he change his mind on when he thought that he could bring national self-driving?
What does this have to do with this shift to the right?
This has exactly everything to do with who he is as a character and who he will bring to the... I'm going to draw a timeline for you. So when did he do that?
I have no idea when he did that.
Okay, thank you. 2017. He promised it by 2021. Clearly, we're not there. And then, when did he say that we could land on Mars?
Are you just trying to paint Elon Musk as an asshole?
I'm not done here. I'm not done with him as a liar.
See, there you go. All you're trying to do is trying to paint him as a liar. That's fine. I don't really care if he's a liar. Because the point was, especially with regards to the shift of the Overton window, the behavior on the left has become so reprehensible that you are losing some of your most potent supporters. And this is what articulates the Overton window has shifted, similar to what B is saying. I love that Mojo was acquiesced a little bit to this idea, but I couldn't help but notice. I couldn't help but notice that you reacted violently when she brought up the idea.
You won't challenge me. You won't challenge me. You won't challenge me, Donovan. You won't have a conversation.
I just don't care about the points you're bringing up.
Yeah, no, because I have so many more. When and where did
Elon Musk is a liar.
When and where did Elon Musk say that he could solve world hunger if the World Hunger Federation brought him a plan?
Why are you making a striptease game show out of this? What are you doing?
And he did.
2016.
And they did.
March.
It was not. Nope.
I know. I'm not making fun of you. I don't care. None of these details matter to the conversation.
Because I know, and you tried to make up a date, and I was going to say, oh, yes, because I didn't know.
Yeah, because it's irrelevant.
I know exactly when it was. It was right before he bought Twitter, and it was right before because he couldn't pay. He couldn't pay up when they brought him a plan to solve world hunger, and he backed the fuck out. That's when all of the people on the left who knew who
how
he
much
was,
like a woman is it to expect a man to pick up the entire food tab of the planet? That is very feminine.
He offered.
That is exactly what you're saying.
Donovan, he offered.
My man.
Donovan, Elon Musk offered to do that.
Yeah, totally offered to pick up the entire food tab of the entire
He
planet.
did. He said if you can. He said if you can.
He didn't. I'm saying it's a ridiculous expectation.
Well, then he shouldn't have made the offer.
And he did, and they made a plan. And then when the plan was brought forth, he said, "No, I can't do this." And do you want to know why? Because in that same year, he bought Twitter. That was his capitalist goal. That was what he was going to do. He wasn't going to do anything good for the world.
That the left was doing on Twitter specifically. It was basically a propaganda brain tool for the left that they have been using that way for years. So he wanted to tip the scales back towards the right, and y'all absolutely lost your minds behind it. You were literally carving swastikas
Donovan,
on Tesla.
I know what you do. I know what you do when you're losing. And this is exactly
before we go any further.
This is
I knew the year that Elon Musk said that he would feed the world, and he didn't. What a jerk! That is literally your point, CS. It is hilariously. You're flailing right now.
He said he would solve world hunger with the amount of money that he had,
and he didn't.
And they gave him the
what
plan.
a jerk!
Yes, that is exactly what happened. I don't know why you think that's funny. I think that's a coward.
Because your objections are ridiculous.
They're not
ridiculous.
They're not. You have this simplistic notion of how people's brains work, how their philosophy works. You have this simplistic. Donovan, you have this simplistic notion that everything is about one fucking issue. No, there are a lot of left that left for all of these reasons. So he loses some here, he loses some there, he loses some here, and he loses some there. And by the end, on the one fucking topic that you want to talk about, by that point, most of the left had already left him anyway. Most of the left hated him at that point. So it didn't really matter, that one issue that you're talking about. Whether he cares or not is irrelevant. I think the point was that he moved to the right. And by the way, when you said that I acquiesced, when you said that I acquiesced, I did acquiesce to B, but that would be on the social issues, not the financial issues. No, I'm sorry. I acquiesced to the financial issues, not the social issues. So you're talking about social issues, Donovan, because that's all you ever fucking care about, because you don't know anything about the economy as a whole. So you tried to say that I was giving in. You were trying. You don't know shit about the economy. So when you said that I acquiesced, you didn't even understand why. You had no idea what I even said.
You acquiesce. That's what I heard. So
maybe on the economic side, I agree that we've moved. I agree that we've.
But I really heard you object to something that you said that should have been obvious on its face.
I agree that we moved to the right on economic issues, financial issues, but I still think, and I agree with her when she said we moved to no, not social issues. We have been actively moving to the left on social issues.
Explain Anna Kasparian then.
She's somebody. She's a grifter. She's a grifter. She's a grifter.
Explain her shift to the right.
She's a grifter.
Oh, okay. And Joe Rogan.
Also a grifter.
Why are you moving away from Elon?
And by the way, he's moving back to the left now anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and the thing is, I only got to 2022.
Tim Pool's always been a dipshit right winger.
Oh, okay. And no, not Senkunger.
Yeah,
Bill
you
Maher.
can't do it. You can't do it with me, Donovan. So again, I've been watching Game of Thrones. I've been watching Game of Thrones, so I will ask you to please yield before you embarrass yourself any further. I've only made it to 2022. This is embarrassing for you.
Okay, you say that all the time, CS. But the thing is that I go to panels all the time and absolutely rock leftists, and all the righties I talk to, enjoy me up there. And I don't need affirmation from pinched leftists. And you think that similar to what you do to your other homunculi that come on this panel, that if you pat them on the head, that they're going to appreciate it.
You're going to crash out.
But I don't really care about your head pats.
You're going to crash out now.
No, you're just self-absorbed.
Hold on one second, Donovan. You're going to crash out. I'm not going to mute you. I'm not that.
Now you're predicting the future. Good job.
I will meet you where you're at.
That's embarrassing for you.
I'm going to meet you where you're at. I'm not going to mute you. Okay, so we've only made it to 2022. What happened in 2023?
Wait, we don't have to go any further with Elon.
Why are you doing this silly game?
No, we don't. Yes, we don't. We don't have to talk about Elon Musk anymore.
Sure, we don't. Only if you yield.
I just really want to interject here. So I really think anytime there's a clamor for reform, right, there's going to be some type of clamor against it. That's during it, after it, right? That's just the reality. And I don't think Elon's the best example because, like, CS has kind of made it clear. He's kind of always been just not truthful to his fucking actual intent. But it's just, for sure, I think right now with since our country's been founded, it's been a clamor for reform. And every time we've tried to reform, we've done these things, there's always a little bit of a pushback against it. I really think that's what Trump is. He's kind of the pushback against the reform. But again, at the end of the day, what we need is reform. So, like, I think overall, we're still leaning more left than we are right.
Yeah, because of all the indicators that tell you that the government is fed and the electorate is shifting left, right? Like, who's in the White House, the makeup of the Supreme Court, who controls the House and the Senate. What exactly is pointing you to the idea that it's shifted to the left?
The reaction to our current position, right? This was a reaction to the prior, and how are we reacting to this? Right? Again, this is the clamor against the reform.
The reaction that you're seeing is only because the leftists are confidently loud
this is the same
and
stuff
wrong.
that happened like the Jim Crow era, right? When we made slavery illegal, and then they got really mad about it, and they clamored against the reform. It's the same kind of stuff. You have to weed it out. It takes time. We'll get rid of Trump. We'll get rid of these Republican candidates, and we'll put people in that actually care about our well-being. That's kind of how it works, and it tends to work in this country.
How juvenile.
It doesn't, though. And it's very...
About what you do, Donovan. Donovan, I doubt you study history extensively, but if you did, you'd see the trend.
No, the trend is actually... I highly disagree with this. The trend has been, and I mentioned this earlier, since FDR's death in 1945. We have the long drift. They call it even. They have names for it in political science. It's called the long drift to the right from the 50s to the 70s, and in the 80s they call it the Reagan Revolution, and in the 90s they call it the Clinton consolidation. Like, they have names for us moving to the right and the steps that we have done in order to move so. So unfortunately, Donovan is correct. We have continually moved to the right. Now you're mistaking it moving to the left because they've pulled this veil over your eyes and used social issues to make you think that we are just overall moving to the left, but we're not. I mean, our tax reform in and of itself has moved from 70% marginal tax rate to 25%. That is a huge shift to the right, and that's just talking about taxes. And if you follow everything else, don't help either. If you follow everything else, it is... Well, I'm not right-wing. I'm completely left. I'm the opposite of you. But we agree on this one issue, right? A broken clock can be right twice a day, and we can agree on that with each other. But,
this is where left and right become the same.
Civics.
It's not, though. It's science. It's political science.
Civics, were you in here earlier when Ash got here?
When who got here?
Ash.
Who's Ash?
Oh, you fucking missed it.
I was in here a little bit.
No,
I went to go see the Nate Bargatze movie, and it was fucking...
He doesn't, no, if he doesn't know who Ash is, I don't think he was here for any of it. Ash is the communist. She's, that runs communist. Okay. She was on panel tonight with some of her followers.
Oh, she's a tanky, right?
Yeah, and I was arguing with her. We were arguing with her. Actually, I was arguing with her and B and a couple other people. I know, it's fun.
Fair. I mean, I've talked to her before. My only beef...
I haven't talked to her before.
My biggest beef with tankies and just Marxist-Leninists in general are their denial of the Holodomor and their denial or glossing and glazing over the fact that the USSR was imperialistic. Other than that, I don't know.
Do civics. One of my favorite things is like we treat the USSR like it wasn't like some type of ethno-state that really upplanted the Russian ethnicity on top over all these other subject states. Like, that's literally what it was.
But like, I'd rather not throw stones and try to, I don't know, pick fights with people on my side, because I would agree with like 95-96% of the rest of the stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just don't agree with that viewpoint from tankies. It's just we won't ever see eye to eye on that.
Yeah, I'm going to warn everybody right now, Jay only talks about immigration. So if he starts talking about immigration, ignore him or don't talk to him or whatever.
It's going to happen.
Jay,
you going to make a prediction for JCS?
Oh, wait, me?
Well, yeah, you're the resident psychic. You always know what's going to happen before it happens, right?
Why do you think that?
Well, you said a moment ago I was going to crash out. I'm still waiting for it to happen. So you should make a prediction for Jay.
You already. We could.
I already crashed out.
Do you think a crash out has to happen loudly? A crash out can happen very calmly.
It's just more leftist goon babble.
Hold on one second.
The rest of them are going to pork like seals.
And hold on, Donovan.
That's how this works.
When you crash for billionaires is when I laugh. Because you fucking hate the D-State so much, and you love this billionaire. It is hilarious. So
Elon Musk is the world's first broligarch.
It is all of our
You're welcome.
ha-ha-has.
Carry on. Donovan, you come off
I'm
the
half asleep, guys.
bro.
Can you see?
Like, they're not going to pick you, bro. These billionaires, they're not.
Do I sound like a woman to you? I don't need anyone to pick me.
And your worldview and how you perceive things, I guess you would be considered a woman, a boy.
What the fuck? So you're using the term woman as a pejorative now?
I just stated I'm using your worldview and your perspective.
Pick-me's are generally allocated to women, right?
Using your term, how you use it against you.
You just baited him into using that. Like, what? Donovan, get fucked, dude. That's crazy work.
Get in line, CS. Get in line.
No, thank you.
Hey guys, you see how I'm going to sleep with all this conversation? It's just so boring.
Hey,
You want to talk
Jay,
about immigration?
nobody cares about your anti-immigration.
No, I'll talk
Was
about-
that you crashing out? CS?
Actually, you know what? I did a minor, not a minor. I did a couple of history courses. So I'm really good at history. Okay, guys.
You did a couple of history courses, and you're really good at history.
Yes, in school, like when I went undergrad.
Oh,
What did you graduate
I'm
with?
glad you
What
did
did you
a
major
couple of
in?
history
Computer
courses.
science?
That makes you good on history. Have you been on this panel before? Because not me, but there. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! I knew that.
Hey! Don't use the Lord's
You can ask
name
me
in
any
vain now.
you can ask me
Mojo.
any history question you want on the USSR, and I can answer.
Mojo, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
I can smoke
You
you
got a
guys any
violation
questions
of
you want
this.
on the USSR. I can answer
But I-
any questions you want.
You can
Yeah.
switch. You can
Isn't
switch
it
if you want.
weird?
If you don't want to, I don't really care.
Okay.
Isn't
When
it
was
weird?
perestroika?
Another person got a violation while tussling with Brindabin.
Wait, what?
I think that was more of a. I'm not going to blame him 100%. I think it was just a. I think I said something, and I knew when I said it, when it came out of my mouth, I was like, oh, TikTok's going to get me for this. But it was more towards Jay.
Who crashed out again?
Oh.
Jesus, stop the fucking gaslighting, for the love of God.
Yeah.
You know what? I have a
again,
subject.
Brendan, you did. And if you want to do this again, if you want me to embarrass you again, Brendan, we can roll the
Again?
video
When
back.
have you
And if
ever
you want me to
embarrassed me?
embarrass you again,
When
I
did
will.
that
I will
happen?
absolutely do it.
I don't think I was there
but I
for
don't have
that.
the time, nor the fucking energy, and nor the fucking restriction rates to do this again. So
You guys can ask me
you're gonna
about
have
any
to take a
question you want on the
back
USSR.
and you can buy.
I just wanted to say something really quick.
Sorry, guys. Jay, what was that? What was that, bud?
He said ask
you
me.
guys want to ask me about
Hey,
Jesus
hey,
Christ, just
hey,
let civics talk.
So, I don't normally have this on my feed, but Ashley St. Clair was talking about how after she was on Hassan's stream, the FBI immediately contacted him about he's under investigation now for him going to Cuba because of some of the subjects that they were talking about. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's some, like, McCarthyism shit.
But just wait, the irony of it is that apparently Michigan guy that goes and investigates, Nick Shirley, Hassan is saying he didn't stay at a restricted area or anything like that, or a hotel or whatnot. But allegedly, Nick Shirley did stay at a restricted hotel when he went into Cuba. So, really knows how that's going to play out.
So yeah, if you go to Cuba, there for Americans, there are only certain places that they can stay, like, legally, and
Why
a bunch
is
of more
that?
resorts.
Funding the Cuban government is essentially why, because there's like an ancient law in place or something. It's several decades old, I believe, where essentially if you were to stay there, you'd be directly funding the Cuban government or something. It's something to that effect.
So-
It might not be exactly.
Like, is this like even a law like from pre-Fidel Castro takeover, or was this put into place like when they took over?
Yeah, this is under the Castro regime.
Oh, okay.
And my guess right now is that Trump is trying to do everything in his power to end this stuff in Iran so that he can move on to his new shiny toy called Cuba. There's been heavy speculation that there is military assets already in place, ready to begin an invasion, at the very least to extradite Raul, if not even go in and make a few other extraditions. So.
What drives me crazy about the Raul thing? First of all, it's over some bogus thing from '96, and he's 94 years old. Like, why do you want to extradite a 94-year-old?
Casus Belli, baby. He needs a reason for war. It's like, hey, here's a reason. Donovan's like, yeah, war.
Oh, talking about left and right?
Yeah, it's not going to be much of a war, my guy.
Can we talk about how...
But you are a neocon. You do love you some more.
How John Fetterman's going to be the next guest on Katie Miller's podcast? Like, this man can't be any more Republican.
Do you know why Trump is not a neocon? Can I give you that argument why he's not a neocon? What you just said, Mojo.
Donovan, I don't know if you know your mic's
I called to be clear.
Because I'll tell you
to be
why
clear,
he's not a neocon.
To be clear, I called Donovan a neocon.
Okay, fine. But what Trump does is he's not a neocon. The reason is, let's say that a neocon did the Venezuela thing, right? They will say it's for democracy and blah, blah, blah. They'll call that woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize and they'll make her president. And they'll go build a fire station. They'll go build a freaking, I don't know, a subway or whatever. And say, wow, look at America. We're doing all this for democracy. Trump's not a neocon. He caught one guy, got him back to face justice, made a deal with the number two. Literally, this is like the most cheapest way to do war. The cheapest, like literally massive upside in the oil sector, upside in gaining control of the Western Hemisphere, upside in getting all these Venezuelans back home, the TPS folks, and upside in like literally blockading Cuba. So literally it was like a game changer. And what did he do? He kept the lady who was number two, and he's basically, it's like The Apprentice, basically. He said she'd probably do a better job than that clown.
Nonsense. You got to land this nonsense plane.
How is anything he said nonsense?
Because
literally like The Apprentice. He basically.
All right, I'm going to say why it's nonsense. Because the power is going to shift. The power is going to shift in the midterms. It's going to shift in the next presidential election. And whatever stupid ass shit that Donald Trump did in Venezuela will be undone.
So did CS teach you how to tell the future and predict the future, Mojo? Is that why you do that so confidently?
No.
Oh,
so Donovan, the reason why that the Maduro stuff going on in Venezuela is going to fall apart, he still has to go through a court hearing, and one of the ways that the defense is argue, there it is. I mean, one
Vince is telling the future too. I've never seen so many adults.
Wait, Donovan. Let's engage with this like adults too, right? Let's engage with this like adults. What are the two outcomes of a legal case? It's very simple, right? Well, there's
guilty, not guilty.
And a hung jury. There you go. What happens if?
Yeah, that's not true. That's not.
Was his question? He offered a binary. W1 offered a binary.
Hold on. There could be a hung jury as well. But I want to also mention this. If you're saying that one of them is not guilty, if Maduro comes back as not guilty, okay, or the case is dropped because of, there's no actual way that they're going to be able to push this through, but let's just say it's not guilty, what do you think is going to happen to Maduro? What then happens?
He gets thrown in jail anyway. He gets put in a black site, something like that, probably.
Jesus Christ.
I would say the black site.
Ridiculous hypothetical. Good job, Vince.
I would say the black site.
But the actual result.
Hey, listen. At least it's less embarrassing than trying to predict the future. So W there, I guess.
Okay, can I say something here really quick? I have to push back on this.
Trump so long as you don't attempt to predict the future.
Wildly embarrassing.
This Trump isn't a neocon comment. It doesn't matter if you think that Trump is or isn't. His actions are, because the Secretary of State and his Defense Secretary are both fucking neocons. Our foreign policy thus far has been one of a neocon. That's it. I don't care if you want to identify Trump is or not. I don't think he's smart enough to know what a neocon is, to be quite honest. But his Secretary of State certainly is, and that's what the fucking American foreign policy has been since this administration has taken over. So absolutely, the neocons are in charge now.
I don't agree with you, man. I think you're just okay. I do agree that Trump has a couple of neocons, right? Like, are these people who? But that's what you don't get, is that when Trump took control of the Republican Party, it's no longer the Republican Party, it's the Trump Party. Okay, it's just a fact. This is like alpha dominance, like, to the core. Rubio.
You are disgusting. You are a disgusting cuck, sir. You are a disgusting cuck.
Why?
You sit in your little fucking chair in the corner over there and just shut up.
He's making a deal with IRGC. How is he?
Yeah,
a neocon has ideology.
Nobody called him a neocon.
Triggering the lefties. You got to slow down.
Nobody. Hey, dipshit. Hey, cuck.
Oh my God.
Yeah, cuck.
Now Mojo's crashing out.
Yeah, I'm totally crashing out. That's what I do all the time. Regular basis, crash out. Nobody called him a neocon, Jay. You were sitting here arguing with yourself. I don't know why the fuck we're listening to you.
Civics called him a neocon just now.
No, he said his policies are neocon-like.
Yeah, listen, if you want to say that there's some giant big tent party and it's his tent party, I don't give a fuck. There's ideologies that are following Trump, and the two positions in his fucking cabinet that have an outward presence are foreign policies, are our fucking Secretary of Defense and our Secretary of State, whose role is to fucking deal with that shit. They're neocons. That was the point I made.
That's were. It. You got to underline the word, because these people are politicians.
Again,
do you understand?
Nobody made this claim. I don't know why the fuck you're talking about it. Just go sit in your cuck chair. Just go sit in your cuck chair until we start talking about immigration, if we ever get there.
Okay. I don't like what Trump did in Iran. I'm just being honest with you. I think he did a shitty job. But he's not a neocon.
Nobody called him a neocon. What the fuck?
Okay, he's not.
Nobody has called him a neocon. Just stop.
I'm just saying Rubio is now a non-neocon because he wants to be Secretary of State. Okay.
I think Marco Rubio is a neocon.
He was. It's all based on how the chips fall.
Why did you bite on that, Vince? I fucking hate you right now, Vince. I fucking hate you so much right now. Because you gave him a reason to fucking talk about neocons again. What the fuck?
I could talk
about
what
neocon is? Joe Biden is a neocon. Joe Biden is a neocon. Kamala campaigned with Liz Cheney.
I don't give a shit.
Liz Cheney doesn't look at the opposite.
I don't
She doesn't look at
what are we example of that's a great example of my original argument stands. Liz Cheney. I forgot all about Liz Cheney. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate that.
Yeah, she was basically campaigning with Liz. You're a Democrat campaigning with Liz Cheney? Like that would be like the Republicans campaigning with Bernie Sanders.
Wait a minute. Liz Cheney was like
Liz Cheney is
Republican. And
Liz Cheney is
and she sorry, go ahead, Mojo.
No. Sorry.
No, and the second she went against Trump, you guys called her a rhino. You guys put every name in the book against her, and then you called her a neocon now, which is so fucking weird.
Okay, a neocon is somebody who's not transactional.
You don't have to. You do not have to define something I already know, Jay. Nice try. Try another panel.
So do you think Liz Cheney is not a neocon? Is that your argument? Or are you saying that she is one?
No, I don't think Liz Cheney is a neocon at all.
Oh, really? Oh, so she is supporting all these endless wars because she
hasn't supported any of that.
Is that your argument? Why did she support these endless wars?
She didn't support any of that.
She supported Iraq.
No.
She gave speeches after Iraq was a failure. In 2017, she literally gave a speech saying Iraq actually was a success, and she wanted the same for Iran. She literally said that America should support Israel at any cost.
This is what the Republicans want to say about her.
That's what she said. Her words.
Which is
her words.
Which is insane because I'm sorry. That's a really hyperbolic word that I use, and I should take that out of.
Do you know who her dad was, by the way? Do you know who her dad is?
Are you fucking serious? I'm about to boot you from the panel.
I'm just asking, man. Why are you so mad?
Wait, I didn't even hear what he said. What did he say?
Who was Liz Cheney's dad? Do you know?
Oh, it was Jay Cheney.
I thought it was Chad.
She does have a long.
I believe you guys share a similar name.
Long history of supporting Yeah, that's wild that you guys kicked him, but
hold on, bring him back up. Bring him back up. I want to ask him a few questions. I want to ask him a few questions on politics because I think it's going to be funny what he does and does not know. So
Can't you just predict what he's going to say? Liz Cheney is a war hawk, 100%. Why are we even arguing this? This is weird. Liz Cheney has made so many statements. She has supported
Dick
so
Cheney
much.
was her dad.
Drone strikes, like she is a war hawk without a doubt.
Know that. Oh, I want to know one question. What happened in 2006 with Dick Cheney?
2006, Dick Cheney wanted to invade Iran. George W. Bush said, "No way, Jose. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice."
Okay,
the
nice
whole thing.
try. I'm going to ask you again. In 2006, what happened publicly with Dick Cheney outside of politics?
I'll give you a hint. It involved a pew-pew.
No, don't, Sammy. Don't.
Yeah, he shot. He pew-pewed his friend or whatever at a fucking hunting rifle thing. I remember that. So
yeah, he did. Yeah, why wasn't that your first answer?
What? Oh, because a lot of things happened in 2006. I was speaking policy. Dick Cheney actually drew up a plan.
Okay, what happened policy-wise?
You know what Dick Cheney did in 2006? He drew up a plan to invade Iran from Iraq. 2006. When's the Joint Chiefs?
That was 2003. That was 2003. I'm so sorry. That was 2003 under George W. So
that was Iraq. I'm talking about Iran. He drew up a plan to invade Iran through Iraq in 2006. Went to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and was declassified. This was basically declassified under a FOIA request. And the Joint Chiefs made a plan. And he took that to George W. Bush, and George W. Bush in 2006 was having a horrible time.
I'm gonna absolutely need a source for that, please.
I'll pull it up for you.
Thank you. Because in 2003 he talked about the Iraq War.
I'm talking about Iran.
Yeah, I heard what you said. I heard what you said. But there's nothing based on Iran that I can find that happened in 2006.
Yes, it was something that Dick Cheney tried, but it was too late because George W. Bush already was done. He was past it. He was like,
no, we're talking about Cheney. What the fuck, dude? Stay on topic.
Yeah, but I'm giving you why the whole family is like a war. There's not a single war they didn't like. I mean, they're probably invested in Lockheed Martin, Raytheon.
I'm on topic. I'm talking about Cheney.
Yeah, I'm giving you a reason. Why do you think these guys support war? That they invested in defense stocks.
Bring me a source that in 2006 he brought up a plan for Iran.
Yep, I'm pulling it up right now.
I don't know why you guys think that Liz Cheney endorsed Harris.
She did.
I know. I want to know what
she campaigned with Harris.
I understand. I fucking stand. You didn't hear my goddamn question. Why do you think she supported Harris?
Because Harris
he's a deep state goon.
Yeah. No, Harris said that we need. Hold on, let me finish. Harris specifically said that we need to be strong leadership of the world, and we need to have the world's strongest military. That was one of her speeches. So it makes sense that a war hawk supported her.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that's not a Warhawk stance. But that has nothing to do with the Warhawk stance. Everybody believes that, except for the fucking. Well, even the communists believe that shit too. So I don't care. No, I would say that she endorsed Harris and supported Harris because Donald Trump was a fucking danger to the country. But she sat on the January 6th committee knowing that she was going to lose her seat because of that, knowing that she was killing her political career. Because of that. She did that because she knew how dangerous Donald Trump was as a leader in this country and changing the entire government, the way that our government works.
That's wild after she had been supportive of so many drone strikes to try to see some morality in her is just like this is what I mean when this sort of blue no matter who kind of gives you this brain rot mindset of
no, I'm sorry, you're the only one with brain rot here. You're the only one with brain rot here. You look at Liz Cheney and how she supported a military in some way, shape, or form, and you want to attribute that to every action that she's ever taken forever and every word that she's ever said. I am telling you that she specifically said that she's against Donald Trump for this reason. This is what J.D. Vance did too, and then J.D. Vance capitulated because he got the chance to be vice president. Liz Cheney didn't care. She stood. It was simple. It was fucking simple. That's why she. Yes, that's why.
More than that.
Oh my fucking god!
Just like look past like some of these things with like Maoism and all this other stuff, and you're just like, hey, I'll look at the good. But then it's like Liz Cheney, and you're like, oh, I just can't get over this one thing.
Yeah, you don't know what I feel because no one has ever asked me what I felt on this panel about.
So this is a report from Seymour Hersh in 2006.
So you don't actually, exactly. So you can't make a statement about it. You can't make a statement that I support what Mao did during a struggle session. You can't say that because you've not asked me and you don't know.
You disqualified. I'm so sorry. You disqualified yourself when you told someone that they should put people on the wall.
PDF files, and you disqualified yourself when you said that they shouldn't be put on the wall. When you said all PDF file lives matter.
I don't think they should, and I will still talk about it. That you think embarrassing. Yeah, and I think that you are absolutely in the wrong for taking another person's life.
I don't know why you have such a hard on for me. It's weird at this point.
If we know how many people are wrongly convicted,
I'm trying to get you the evidence you requested. CS. Do you want to see this evidence or not? This is 2006. This is.
I was trying to move us away from fucking dipshit over here.
See, this is reporting by Seymour Hersh, the guy who knows the inside stories, right? He literally writes here saying that the United States is preparing for a possible attack on Iran through Iraq, and this is a war plan that's been created under the leadership of Dick Cheney and National Security Council, and is being considered actively within the Pentagon. Back in 2006, October 2nd, 2006. And so this whole plan in 2006 was hatched by Cheney, but luckily Bush was so sapped out by then, he's like, fuck, I'm not doing this again. He wasn't that stupid.
No.
Even George W. Bush wasn't that stupid. But you can Google this New Republic.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. News Republic. Sure, I already
The New Republic, this is a report by Seymour Hersh, by the way. Seymour Hersh is always right.
Yes, I'm reading Hersh's. Hersh reported that the administration was conducting extensive military planning, possible attacks on Iran.
Thank you.
And that internal debates were occurring within the Pentagon and the White House. Some of Hersh's reporting remains disputed, but was highly influential in sharing public discussion at the time. However, some of it cited that Cheney was reported to be the main source of the reporting. However, it was main categories in Bush's White House that later went on to say that military strikes were ordered on Iran or should be ordered on Iran. It was later reported indicating Bush was concerned about the consequences of opening another war, and Cheney was absolutely, well, I'm sorry, I just added that word. Cheney was not involved in what was already deeply involved in Iraq and Afghanistan. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, Cheney was the guy under whom the whole fucking plan was created with the Joint Chiefs.
No, it wasn't. It said Reuters reported on claims that Cheney at one point considered encouraging.
You gotta read the Seymour Hersh report.
Israeli strike on Iranian nuclear site, potentially provoking a broader confrontation. That's Reuters, sure. We can talk about that article, but it was claimed and that he encouraged at one point. That was never, and that was fucking Dick Cheney, dude. That's not Liz Cheney.
Yeah, she had her own thing. She supported drone strikes. She supported the Ukraine intervention. Sure, her stance on Syria was bad. Exactly, Libya. Oh my God, how do we forget about Libya? I mean, she's absolutely a war hawk, and she has actually. Why is this even an argument? This is wild.
This is wild. Exactly. That's how much you guys are
100%
propagandized by this Kamala.
Hold the fuck on. You want to talk about a war hawk? Who's attacking Iran in this moment? Who's a war hawk right now?
We're talking
Donald J. Trump, and we don't.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a war hawk, so go fight against him. Don't bring up Liz Cheney. Don't bring up Dick Cheney because they're all non-fucking sequiturs
this is in what this conversation. Like
because the only war that's happening in Iran is being provoked on fucking yelling. I'm gonna get in trouble, Mojo. You know that.
She ran with. You're asking us why we don't vote blue no matter who. This is exactly why, because you guys are going hard for Liz Cheney.
Nobody's going.
So wild.
Nobody's.
Even the Democrats, right? These Cheney types, like Kamala, would not support Hassan Piker, who's actually the heart of the Democrat Party.
Exactly. She
So okay, look, I'll explain something to you. The difference between Democrats and MAGA.
Hassan Piker is the heart of the Democratic Party.
That is the craziest. That is the craziest. That is the craziest statement I've ever heard. Hassan Piker. That's fucking hilarious.
He's probably the only thing holding, honestly, he's probably the only thing holding that party together with a string of that party is so damaged.
The Communist Party? The Communist Party? The Communist Party? The Communist Party? He's not a fucking Democrat. He's not a fucking Democrat. He's never been a fucking Democrat. I'm sorry, he's not holding the. I'm sorry. No, he doesn't. He's not vote blue. He is not vote blue no matter who. He has never been vote blue no matter who. Never.
Not this last one when we had.
No, like never.
Why would
never.
you vote blue no matter who?
He voted for Bernie Sanders.
That's fine, but he was never vote blue.
Stop, Jay. Stop.
He was never vote blue.
You guys are all talking over each other. Stop.
Hassan Piker is some dipshit on fucking YouTube, and somehow Jay thinks he's the center of the fucking Democratic Party. What a fucking stupid ass statement that is.
Who is then? Who is?
As of right now, it would be. As of right now, it would be AOC. She is the most.
Okay,
she is the. She is the. I'm sorry that you rarely hear her, but she's doing travel. She's doing fucking speeches all over the country. Her and Bernie Sanders both. They traveled the country and they were drawing crowds of 50 fucking thousand. So I don't know. She is the center of the Democratic Party right now, whether you like it or not.
Can I ask more?
Shut up! Just shut up, Jay. Stop. She is the most popular Democrat in office right now.
More than Mamdani? More than Mamdani?
Yes, more than Mamdani.
He's a mayor.
She was Mamdani before Mamdani.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question.
Jay, can I just tell you something, please? AOC was Mamdani before Mamdani was Mamdani. Like, AOC has been the grassroots candidate. She has been the speaker of the people. She has been that for New York City. I don't know where you have been, but we've all been here. So I'm sorry you just got here.
But can I ask you a question, Mel? I'm not trying to undercut what you're saying. I'm just trying to ask you a question. When Mamdani had that huge rally in New York City, right? He had AOC, he had Bernie Sanders, and guess who Bernie was standing next to? Hassan Piker. Do you want me to play that video for you guys? And Bernie has been on Piker's show. My point is, AOC, Hassan Piker, Bernie Sanders, Mamdani, they're like the same thing, dude.
Oh my gosh. So,
AOC is the center of the party. Bernie is, but not Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is a social media Bernie. He's a social media Mamdani. He's a social media AOC. Okay?
Fine.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, and I'm sure the lady up there, B Crash, is probably the heart. She's probably the base of the Democrat Party.
She's not even part of the Democratic Party. She doesn't even vote for Democrats.
I'm not a Democrat.
Yeah, but who do you vote? Who would you vote? Republican versus Democrat?
I'm not voting in federal elections from here on out. I will vote in all my state and local elections. Always have, always will. But
I want to say something real quick. So Hassan Piker, if you walk around TikTok, even this is one of the smaller platforms that you're going to find when it comes to politics. Most of the people here aren't going to know who Hassan Piker is. That's just going to be reality. Hassan Piker has a average concurrent viewer base of 27 to 30,000 people. That's it. That's huge. That is not huge. Oh my God, that is. Wait, hold on. Hold the fuck on.
Calm down, man.
Can I finish my goddamn statement? Why are you all yelling over the top of me?
I wasn't yelling.
Yes, you were.
Listen, just because you speak in this voice.
No, she didn't speak in that voice either.
Yeah, and
I wasn't yelling.
So B, you're gonna stop when the host is talking. Thank you.
I'm sorry. 30,000 concurrent viewers means that he gets the same fucking viewers every day. That's what it means. He's not gaining a whole shitload of viewers. His follower account is fucking Dean's probably caught up to him pretty close in follower account. So if Hassan Piker is the center of the fucking Democratic Party, then so is Dean and Parker. I mean, what the fuck? This is stupidity. These are social media people. That's it. They have these are social media people. They have no fucking influence over real politics whatsoever. We're talking about we are talking. What the fuck?
Mojo, how many followers does Hassan
have?
On
I don't know how many people
He's
have
got
to
3 million on
Twitch
and like 2 million on
again,
Instagram.
I'm just going to go one by
and
one
1.6 million on X.
Mute every single one of your mics, which I hate fucking doing, until you let Mojo finish a fucking sentence, and then one of you can go. Can you?
I'm good. I don't even fucking care anymore.
1 second. I will shut up.
Yeah, it's not that hard. I agree with you, but you can't compare. You can't. Well, not you, B, but we can't make the statements. And I agree with what Mojo is saying. You can't compare an elected representative to a social media personality, right? Like, they both have their own sphere of influence. The truth of the matter is there is no leadership in the Democratic Party right now because we're not in a presidential election, right? It's just not, right? The most amount of power will be fucking Schumer and Hicks come the fall if they were able to take either one of the houses. That's the fucking truth of it. But if you want to talk about like influential people and where they're going, I'm certainly more behind giving Hassan more of a voice than Dean or Parker, but I'm more on the left. The point is that it's not a fucking pissing contest. It's just not. Like,
I know. I wasn't trying to make it a pissing contest. I guess what I was trying to say was, hold on, Jay. Jay, hold on, and then I'll let you go. I'm going to make it real quick. What I'm trying to clear up is that these social media people matter because many political scientists have analyzed why Trump won, and many of them do believe that it had to do with a lot of the Bro podcasts that he went on. So I'm sorry, I do think that social media is just a media platform, and that we should take it seriously.
But then I wouldn't have a fucking example.
Yeah, I just want to respond to saying
I don't have a disagreement with that whatsoever, and I agree with you. However, we have to.
How many followers? How many
just had a okay?
How many? Hey! How many followers did you say Hassan Piker had?
He has 1.6 million on X.
2 million on Twitch, Instagram.
And
how many do you have on X?
And how many on Twitch?
Million.
How many on Twitch?
I think that's his biggest platform, right? Twitch. Yes. That's where he mainly streams from.
Dean Withers. Dean Withers has 5.7 million followers on fucking TikTok.
Who's Dean Withers?
It's easier to get followers on TikTok. You know that, Mojo. Come on, that's disingenuous.
I don't know that that's.
Wait. 1 second. I'm in analytics. I'm in marketing. So I would really love to know how it is.
Yeah, I'll get your source.
I'm sorry. What?
He said she's going to get a source.
I will also say
it is easier. It's a short. First of all, it's a short content platform, so that in and of itself makes it easier to get followers than something
he's
like
not a
content platform like Twitch.
He's not a Dean Withers. Hey,
so don't even.
Are you fucking serious? Dean Withers is not a short content producer. By the way, he also has 700,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he's only been doing that for like 6 fucking months.
Yeah, I want to mention too as well, like with the Hassan Piker, like I mean, and Mojo, you know this. I've been around Twitch for quite a while, at least since 2016, and I can tell you, to sit there and say Twitch is easier, I disagree. Twitch is actually pretty hard to get into. What benefited Hassan was that, if anybody remembers where Hassan started, he started out on the Young Turks. He got his start with his uncle Cenk.
Yeah, Cenk. Yeah.
And then we moved into Twitch, and then he partnered up with Raj. And this is the lore that if you're not been on Twitch, you don't know what I'm talking about.
We don't need all this.
No, I know. But the long story short of what I'm trying to say by all of it is that, in other words, his following is a lot from that. It's not like he just sat there and grinded.
Okay, his concurrent
he has
viewers.
2 million followers on YouTube. Your Dean Withers guy has 700,000.
Yeah, I understand, but he's got 5.7 million on TikTok, and he's still drawing audiences of approximately the same as Hassan.
And And I would love for you to ask anyone in your family, and I know it's really anecdotal, but and we can work this against demographics, but what they watch more, either TikTok or
Hassan Piker any day, because Hassan Piker is way better looking than Dean Withers.
Hold on, Jay, you're not answering my question. Jay, I want you specifically to answer the question I'm about to ask. Do you think someone in the demographic that you're citing that would watch a Dean would watch them on A, YouTube, B, X, or C, TikTok?
TikTok. Thank
you. So, someone having more influence on TikTok makes them more influential by proxy.
You're right. That's reasonable to a certain extent, except the demographic that Hassan's catering to, YouTube and X, is a little more millennial, Gen X, some boomers as well. Kind of like a cocktail, which is more into voting than the TikTok crowd is. And the biggest example is the Senate primary in Maine, where Hassan backed this guy, Graham Plattner, against Janet Mills, who's like the establishment fucking Democrat you can get, the most establishment. And Hassan won, okay? And the establishment lost. Look, the difference between you guys, the Democrats and MAGA, is that, when Trump was asked, like, hey, if you didn't get the Republican Party, like the whole thing that Mojo just said, like, vote blue no matter who? What the fuck does that mean? Vote blue no matter who? It means he's in a cult. What is this, a hockey game or a basketball game?
Why don't you ask him?
What does that mean? If you had Schittler as a blue Dem,
short form panel. Why don't you ask Mojo what he means by that?
Yeah, what do you mean by that, Mojo? Come on, you're not that dumb, man.
Thank you. Sorry, bye. Jay, ask him directly.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by vote blue no matter who? So Trump's blue now.
We live in a two-party system. That two-party system has Democrats and Republicans. Democrats support demand-side economics. Republicans support supply-side economics. I vote blue no matter who because I support demand-side economics. I think we need to change our fiscal policy in this country to aim at the poor instead of the rich. So always vote for Democrats as long as that's the case.
Okay, so you think that Tim Geithner or was the previous CEO of Goldman Sachs? Forgot his name. He's a big Democrat.
Oh my God, Jamie Dimon? Are you?
No, not Solomon. The guy before Solomon. I fucking can't remember his name.
What was that nonsense? Dude, I'm lost. I don't even know what point you're making.
I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of people in the Democrat Party who are Wall Street. And when you said vote blue no matter who, you may not get the demand side of economics that you're trying to get. Okay, you might end up with the supply side.
I haven't gotten it. I haven't gotten it yet. But they're the only ones that are pushing for it.
So why would you not vote your heart? Like the Democrat
Party. This is my heart. This is my heart. This is my heart. This is why I vote the way I do. Because of that one particular issue.
If you guys had the courage to nominate Bernie Sanders to run against Trump, you probably have a closer election than
Bernie Sanders is fucking.
Is what gets
Bernie Sanders is old as fuck.
But do you understand the fakeness? Kamala is so fake, man.
You're such an idiot.
The majority of the people on this panel are obviously trying to move the Democratic Party more to the left and be more progressive. We've all well, I haven't said it, but I agree. I would want AOC to have more power and more sway in the Democratic Party, not just from her politics, but also because of what she believes in and how she does it. I want more candidates all over the fucking country that are actually grassroots from their districts. I want to fucking do something about the working class and do something about class consciousness. But the pragmatic aspect of it is that it's a two-party system. Until we change the way that we run elections with comprehensive electoral finance reform and the way that we do our elections, we're going to be stuck in this two-party system. So our best bet is to fucking work within at least one of those two parties that can actually do something about the working class.
Otherwise,
that's the only way that you avoid a revolution.
I want to say this real quick before I drop. I just want to say before I drop that it is you guys on the left as to why we have Donald Trump. On that note, hope it's a little bit spicy. Have fun, guys. Talk to you later. Also, please bring more facts. Thank you.
If you
I think you're Donald Trump. I think you're Donald Trump because the Republicans don't give a fuck. Like they do. Like they're not this type of people. It's different. At least the people who support Trump, right? MAGA. MAGA's not Republican. Like you just found out, right? John.
Yeah,
John
Republicans are generally.
Name is.
Yeah, Republicans are generally fucking stupid. I agree with you.
Yeah, MAGA's not Republican. Okay. Trump was hated by the entire establishment. You just said J.D. Vance hated him. Everybody was shitting on Trump in 2016, right? That's when you step up and you don't give a fuck. Trump came in. That's conviction. That's like fucking going and doing what you believe in. And you guys, you Democrats, don't have the balls. You don't have the courage to stand up for what you like. It's like you guys don't know what you want, right? You always settle. And that's why you guys are a bunch of losers, is because you always settle. We never get what we want, because you guys don't fight for it.
I don't know.
Republicans fight for it, man.
I mean, to a certain extent, I kind of agree with that. But I think more so what it is, you know, the Democrats are supposed to be the party of the working class, and they haven't delivered on that. Wages have been stagnant since the Reagan era. They've not kept up with inflation. Things are getting expensive. And this is before COVID. It was getting expensive, right? The access to being able to build wealth in this country, like being able to own a home, became exactly what it was always, the American dream and nothing more. No one could attain it, right? Especially the younger generation, millennial, and now Gen Z is going to feel the effects of this. And so the Democratic Party is not delivering economically. So people start thinking, okay, well, I'm going to vote socially, or I'm going to vote, with my religion. And then you have things like what the Republican is doing, like redistricting and, locking many black and brown people out of the vote box. And so then you're getting this sort of perfect storm to have the Republicans win. So no, I actually disagree that it was the far left that made Trump in office. It was the Dems' inability to deliver on simple economic promises that they inherently make because they are for the working class.
Which promises were you, are you talking about?
Yeah, we can just let that idiocracy stand. We don't have to respond.
I mean,
I don't know why CS hates me so much. She's had a hard on for me since I came in the room. I don't know what I did to her. But,
we don't say that. We say bricked up.
For many people, I don't think at all, especially not you.
I don't think
I'm trying to have a conversation, dude.
She wasn't talking about promises. She was talking about legitimate. Hold on. She was talking about legitimate criticisms that we on the left should. If we're talking about the working class and the issues with the labor movements and all of that, like, yeah, you want union fucking support, which they shouldn't stray away from that. That is what their bread and butter is. Then do something for the fucking working class. Ensure that unions aren't going to be kneecapped every fucking which way, right? Like, there are reasons why they. What is that noise?
Donovan, you gotta mute. You gotta mute, or you're like muffled.
I think we're in his pocket.
Negative. I can't help but notice if you guys had actually supported Bernie Sanders in 2016,
Donovan,
he left office in 2024.
Can I just land? Jesus Christ. If your criticism is like, you should have done more, you mean by like volunteer for his campaign and door knock and shit like that? Is that what you mean? For fuck's sake, dude. I'm done.
Don't settle, guys. Why do you guys always settle? Like you're like the kid who's like told by the parent that you need to pick this one, and you're like, yes. Now that it's the general election, we all fall in line. We go to the convention and we all hold hands together, stronger together. Like, dude, is that what you guys believe in? Stronger together. You compromise. You make like, yeah, I like this car, but you know what? I should actually use this one because this is what my daddy approves of. What?
Donovan, Jade, would you guys support a candidate if they're like one of their primary goals was just to get rid of the two-party system? Like, I really want to know, like,
I love.
Trump almost did
Do you
that
think that would
in
help?
2016.
I love that the dipshits that voted for a
Donovan?
34.
What did Trump say on stage? If you didn't get the
I love that the dipshits that voted for a 34 count felon are the ones who are trying to give us are the ones trying to give us advice. I think that's fucking hilarious.
Donovan, do you have any input on that?
Yeah,
right,
no, I
politically
agree with
than-
what you said. And Mojo, you're going to make me say it. Perverting the justice system is not the flex that you think it is.
Yeah, I mean, back to what Sammy was asking me essentially, and Civics did a good job of kind of summing it up, but at the end of the day, Sammy, the entire purpose of the Democratic Party is to be for the working class. And if you're not promoting working class ideologies and you're actually actively going against working class ideologies, then you're no longer for the working class. They will abandon you, especially now where we're having people who are hungry. Like, I don't know if this is just everybody's privilege on the panel, not being able to see, like, people are fucking struggling. I work in healthcare. I work in public healthcare. I see these people on a daily basis. I work with, like, the part of society that, you know, the United States just likes to kind of forget about. And I have watched and I live in California, which is supposed to be the most left-wing state in all of the United States. I have watched our healthcare system completely be degraded down to the bone because we have moved to the right.
I love this. I love when children come out and talk about how people are struggling. Like it's something that just happened today. Just today, people are struggling. Like people are just, because why are you interrupting me again?
You call me a child. I just want to know how old you think I am.
So I love when children come out and talk about how everybody's struggling today. Yet this has always happened in the United States of America. There's always been a rich and a poor. There's always been a struggle. There's always the people on the bottom 50% of the population have always struggled. They always have to live paycheck to paycheck and decide which bill they're going to pay. This has been a reality for the entirety of the United States of America. This is a reality in a capitalistic system. This is not something that's occurring today. It's something that will always happen.
Has the wealth gap gotten bigger, Mojo, or has it gotten smaller? Has the poverty rate gone up or has it gone down? Because it's gone up. Yes, I can tell you.
No. The poverty rate has not gone up.
The solution is spicy. Again, like I've been saying, which I don't think it's all that controversial on this panel, is like become a community member, like work within your community, work within your state, make your state as beautiful as you can. Like, look how far California's gone. It's not gone far enough, but we're having, down ballot initiative of $10 insulin bottles, making insulin in-house. Do you know how crazy that is? That's awesome. Every state can do that. Forget about the federal. The federal is just going to end up fucking everybody over in the end. It really is.
I think we still need federal. I get what you're saying, but we still need federal, right? Like this, I agree. We all need to participate more. We need more of a community. Like we all just need to get on the same page and stop pretending like we're getting actual representation, right? Like
we have
two parties alone aren't enough.
We have the lowest. We have the lowest poverty rate today than we have since 1990. Actually, 1990, the poverty rate was 13.5%. Today, it is approximately 9%. I'm sorry, but the poverty rate has been going down and down and down and down in this country.
Based off of what metric?
Why don't you guys gain the balls? Like if I was Bernie Sanders in 2016, okay, I would say if you guys don't give me the nomination, because in 2022 he won in fucking 2022, and you guys gave it to Biden, and you say, hey, listen, I'm Bernie Sanders, you don't want me to run as Democrat, fine, fuck it, I'll run third party, see what happens.
The reason that happens is because as much as they bitch about rich people, where the metal hits the meat, the rich people in their party call the shots.
John McAfee ran third party, which is crazy, and he got third.
And that's what Trump said.
And
Trump said,
I just want to be honest with you. Like I don't dislike you, and I think that you.
Why are you focusing on me so much?
I'm sorry. I think we've had a lot of discourse, but I think you changed your tune when your party left, when Ash left, and when the people that you pander to left. And I think that you
I have been
changed
this calm the
everything that
entire
you stood
time.
for,
No, I
and now
have
you're
not.
so nice,
What?
and I've never changed my fucking tone to you.
Girl,
So that's the
I have
issue
not
that I
been
take.
mean to you this entire time. This entire time, I have not come out with you. I have not been mean to you. I have not changed anything that I have felt.
No,
I have stayed consistent.
mean to
Rocket
humanity.
Surgeon has been, dude. How, girl? Like, I have people in the comments like asking me why you're talking to me like this.
Do you think I don't have people in the comments? And also, B, again, you've not been necessarily mean to me, I guess, directly, because I don't take it as mean, and I think people know that I never would. But you've been mean to humanity, and that's the issue that I take.
What are you talking about? You don't know anything about me. I haven't changed my tune about anything.
I've learned so much about you tonight. And so,
what are you talking
listen,
about? Be specific.
I'm watching the comments. I know exactly what's happening in the comments, and I know exactly what you're saying about me.
CS, be specific.
So,
yes,
yeah,
I'm saying you're mean.
Okay.
I'm saying you're mean.
I'll be specific.
Is that bad for me to say?
Do you want me to go back?
That's
and
not
read
the same as you picking on me and telling me to be quiet.
We can just talk right
me
here.
Saying you're mean? Yes, I will admit I said you are mean. You are being mean. You are hyper-focusing on me. And I don't know why. I don't know. You don't agree with my ideology. Which is weird. We're just on a debate panel.
That's mean? If I don't agree with you?
No, you're hyper-focusing on me. You're talking down to me. You called me a name earlier. I forgot. It was honestly not a big deal. But I'm trying to move on from it. But then when I try to move on from it, you make a rude comment like we don't even have to engage in that comment. We don't even have to engage in what she's saying. Sammy asked me, I said a statement, Sammy asked me a question, and then you said the whole entire panel doesn't have to engage in the comment.
Can we pump the brakes for a second? We're just going back and forth. It just sounds kind of, and B, to be honest,
stupid.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, I haven't asked. I don't know what your politics are. There's a lot of assumptions going around. So why don't you just, I don't know, take 30 seconds, tell us what your politics are. Like, what is your viewpoint? I don't know.
Yeah, it's okay. I understand. You weren't here earlier, so I kind of gave like a little spiel earlier, but I'll just repeat it. So I am a Marxist. I don't know that I don't necessarily say I'm a Leninist because I don't agree with everything that Lenin said. For instance, one of those things being a vanguard party. I'm very reluctant to believe in a vanguard party because I am fearful it's trading one piggy for another, to talk in Orwellian terms, right? So there are things there are things that I like from Mao as well. I like him talking about how, the proletariat is actually the peasant, and that the vanguard party should be made up of the peasants. And so my ideology is that, I work in public health care, I work in medicine. I watch people suffer every day, alleviate the suffering, and I don't see the Democratic Party alleviating the suffering.
That's fair. I'm not a Marxist or a Maoist. I'm a democratic socialist. I've just not upgraded. I think Marx, Lenin, everybody that's come before are good foundational pieces to kind of understand, but I'm just way more pragmatic, and I think I'm more grounded in like a system of government, which is, to me, no matter what, it's got to be democracy, and that comes with the problems that come with democracy as well. So, but I want my economic system to be socialist. I want to prop up co-ops and workers actually owning their means of the production, transitioning existing companies in ways that they can sell the ownership of that company to the workers. Like, this is the world that I want to live in. But I also have to be pragmatic about it, and which is why I want to ask you if I get your criticisms of the Democratic Party. I have most of the same ones, but in pragmatism, like, if we're going to achieve universal health care, it will be by making the Democratic Party more progressive. They're the ones that are going to be able to get it done. It's our only fucking bet. I'm sorry. It's the reality of it. There isn't room in our political system to have another party unless there is an actual grassroots movement. There has been over the years, and now they're getting people elected in all aspects of government. And it is a democratic socialist, right? Like, they have been organizing. They've always been there, but like, they're not trying to form a third party.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for a third party, but I can tell you, again, being in California, being in the most left state, being in public medicine, I'm not in private medicine. I have worked in public medicine. Being in that, I do not see the Democrats helping out. We have a Democratic governor here in California who I voted for, who before I knew what actually he was, who we had this bill that I wanted passed so badly that I was pushing, door knocking, doing everything I could to get California to have its own medical system. California was supposed to not have a private or a public option type of thing. It was supposed to be all straight public, Medicare for all in California. We got that to be a down ballot initiative. It was going to be on the ballot. Guess who shot it down a week before it went on the ballot? Gavin Newsom. That is working within the Democratic Party. That is what the Democrats will do.
Can I give a piece of advice?
Why do we need a third party, though? Like, we need more parties.
No, you don't need a third party. Okay, you need to remake your party. How that works is like, so I'll give you an example. 2012.
Jay, why would we take advice from the opposition? But I do wonder if this is me being naive, but would it be a better idea to do something like what I know Civics talked about it today? I know Pallet has talked about it a bunch. B, I don't know if you know Pallet Jack or not, but it's like to focus on the actual labor, because and try to get, not necessarily get away, but not really take on the identity politics as much, because literally everybody has to work. So if we can focus on that, I feel like we would make better strides than all the identity politics that we do.
What's an identity politic about medicine?
Why don't you guys take over the party? I mean, look, it was never meant to be party based.
Whoever's doing that, thank you.
Yeah, keep going, Fee. I didn't know if it was you or Sammy. To be honest, you guys sound very similar.
No, I don't have mod powers. I'm just a normal person up here, so I'm not the one.
I appreciate your defense of the comments too. I
just think this kind of internal infighting is ridiculous, and one of the reasons, to Jay's point, and I can't believe I'm saying that we do lose elections. I mean, we have.
Thank you for that. Who's ever doing that?
No.
You don't get to agree with Jay. What the fuck?
No.
I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
The party.
I'm just kidding.
Listen, how many times have I changed my name at this point? I'm going to stick to this one. Thanks a lot.
It wasn't my fault.
Son of a bitch. I just think this infighting, I mean, I guess it's great that we're having these conversations, and we need to be a party where we have room for that. I'm just probably still on the Mondami high, coming out of New York and seeing some of the things he's getting accomplished with a far more conservative governor. And so they're giving us a chance. And I mean, I think we take the lessons we learn and move them across the party. So there should be room for B and as being progressive, but if you want communist revolution, I don't think the United States is going to ever have that.
I agree. I would say what Mondami's doing outside of trying to fulfill his promises is he's showing a city and he's showing the rest of the country like what it's like when government works. And I think going back to the basics of running on a platform of a focus on the working class, working families, labor, etc., like that's kind of, to me, table stakes. But it is about having competent civil servants as well and having government work for you.
And
that is vitally important. Yeah, right. That is vitally important because the right has done such a good job of disparaging what the fucking government does for you, getting rid of departments, fucking firing civil servants left, right, and center, right? Like, you want good paying unionized jobs with pensions because you want competent people who are apolitical. It doesn't matter if a Republican or a Democrat wins, but their job is important because government's supposed to function for the fucking people. And I think if the Democrats just go back to the fucking basics, because we've been so disillusioned with not just Congress, but the government in general. And I think that they should run on a platform that is focused on that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I wish. Hold on, Jay, because this was about me. Please, Jay, please. I wish someone would have asked. Oh no, well, just talking about like wanting revolution and things like that. I believe I am the only communist on the panel that thinks about revolution, and I want to kind of clarify my stance on revolution because I don't think anybody actually asked me. Right? Okay. So the way I feel about revolution is I do not think it will ever happen in this country. I don't. And I think the reason is that because every time people start to get in difficult positions, we have government reform come in and it helps people, and rightfully so, honestly, right? Like we have to meet people's immediate material needs where they are. I'm not going to tell a single mom of 3, like, oh, sorry, honey, you're going to have to starve a little bit because we need you to starve for the revolution. No. So I don't think that a revolution will happen in this country. However, to see real change, to see economic prosperity, I think that it does have to happen. But I don't think it will happen. I mean, I don't know if any of that makes sense.
You think it has to happen, but it won't happen?
Yeah, I don't think it'll happen. But I do think it has to happen in order to see real economic change, in order to see real prosperity.
How long have you worked? How long have you been out of school and working?
Oh, shoot. I'll age myself a little bit, I guess. 14, 15 years at this point.
Okay.
I got my degree really young. I work in public medicine.
I know. I just had a young woman graduate out of UC Irvine who's now working in public health. And it's definitely a grind. And it's not easy because the federal government cut a lot of the support they would have given the states. So I don't want to dismiss that. But that's what happens when we have identity politics. And we have a bunch, we just have savaged our educational system. And there are so many grassroots things that need to be changed and can be changed. So I don't think it needs a violent revolution. It just needs to be local first.
What do you
feel the impact?
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean when you say identity politics?
Me?
Yeah.
I think as far as, when I listen to MAGA...
With race? That's what she means. She means you guys are too obsessed with race.
I need you to shut the fuck up.
Explain, Jay. Let her explain.
I think that there's a variety of ways. If you want to talk within the Democratic Party, it can be race-related. But when I talk about MAGA, they came together with one sort of thought and 2 or 3 slogans, and thought that was competence enough to vote a con man into office not once but twice. So for me, identity politics is more related to that kind of team environment, and my team is going to win. And that right now is the Republican Party.
Wait, you said that our problem is identity politics.
I think within ours, there's constant pandering according to race. I do think that's the case. But that being said, I think they need to have a voice and more empowerment within the environment, within the party. This gerrymandering that's happening in the South should not be allowed.
Can you explain the pandering just so I can have a more clear understanding of what you mean by pandering?
So I think the Democratic Party wants to be all things to all people. And and in some cases that works at a local level, but I don't think it works at a national level.
And I agree with Fee when Kamala said that she carries shrugs or guns, whatever. We don't have to, sorry, I said that wrong.
That was
when she carries guns, that was pandering. We don't have to do that. We don't have to pander to the NRA. That's not our party. That's not our politics. Even if you do carry guns, you don't have to do that. So I agree with you.
I also
when Biden said, "If you ain't black, if you don't vote Democrat or something," that is literally a slap in the face.
God, you're one big fucking propaganda bumper sticker, Jay.
Did he not say that, Mojo?
He did and apologized within.
Wait, what is the
and
context?
It was also who he was talking to at the time.
I just want to know if you know what the context is. What is the context? What was the conversation that was going on?
Who are you asking, me or Jay?
Jay.
You said you guys were pandering too much to race and
I asked Jay.
LGBTQ.
I asked you what the context that Biden gave that quote in.
Well, he said basically that if you are an
so you don't know the context.
Republican.
No, that's not that's not at all what it said. That is not at all what he said.
You don't get to say that.
Yeah, see, Jay, you don't. No, no, he didn't fucking say that. Are you kidding?
He did say that.
Lord, you want me to play that for you right now, Mojo?
When did he say this?
Yes.
You gotta
when?
put 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after.
You're a victim to AI if you think that happened. That he was going to
say. Hey, hold on.
It happened in 2016. CNN.com.
That's insane. That he's going to put you in chains?
He said
that
the Republicans will put you back in chains if you elect Republicans. That's what he said.
He's right.
I remember him saying that you're not black if you don't vote, but I don't remember him saying the chain part. The chain part's wild.
This was in 2013. This was in 2013. CBS News.
All right, Jay. So I didn't see it, and if you are correct, I will recant 100%. Could you please play it?
Louder, Jay. We can't hear.
I'm sorry. Could you play it one more time? I didn't hear it. I was talking over you. I'm sorry.
All right.
This morning, Donald Trump announced that he would be making.
Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. By the way, what the fuck?
What is happening?
I don't know. I can't hear what he's saying, but either way, his quote is, he's going to let the big banks once again write their own rules. Unchain Wall Street. He then added, they're going to put you all back in chains. He was actually talking about Wall Street and the middle class. He wasn't talking about black people.
Jay, why would you do that? That's wild, dude.
That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild.
Jay, you should take a lap for that, but I'm not going to make you do it.
That's pretty crazy.
So,
don't do that again.
So another thing too that I feel like we need to kind of get rid of, and I know I'm going to get pushback for this, is we need to stop doing the whole kind of reverse ageism type thing, like, oh, it's you haven't had enough experience, you're not old enough to have these opinions and stuff like that. I feel like we are kind of desensitizing, or not desensitizing, that's not the correct word, but like, just because someone is younger than us doesn't mean that they don't deserve to have the same amount of voice. Like, does that make sense?
Do you mean opportunity to speak within the party, or do you mean
just in general? I've heard it a lot across this app. Like, oh, you're only 21. What do you know about the world? Like that type of thing.
Well, I mean, it's kind of true, Sammy, to some degree, because like you've never had to like struggle. You haven't had like the experience of like paying your own bills. Like at 21, you haven't been under your own health care.
I was already homeless before I turned 18. Like, what do you know about people's lives, dude? This is like making these sweeping assumptions. Like, do you know the things that have happened to me in my life? Like, you can't just say that about someone. That's wild.
Yes, and I'm sorry that happened to you. And I'm sorry. That is really unfortunate. But what I'm saying is, blanket statement across like the majority, and I'm sorry that that's happened to you, but that is quite the minority of things that have happened to people. It doesn't discount it, and I think it's very relevant to your experience here and how you vote and your feelings. However, I will say, by the time you're 30, you have to know how to have your own health care. you have to know, and this is like across the majority, you have to know how to have your own healthcare. You have to know how to hold a job. You have to know how to own your own car. You own your own car insurance. Pay
I was living
for
in
your
a
housing,
car.
etc.
I have a debilitating autoimmune disorder. Like this is the problem with like making these sweeping generalizations that are like, again, you guys have been like really hammering in on me for like this past couple hours, but I understand.
This is not about
I know
you.
I'm just using me as an example. Calm down.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
you are, and you're the minority in this. I'm
girl,
so
can
sorry.
I finish?
I'm talking
Can
about
I
the
please
majority of
finish?
people.
What I'm just trying to say is that when
but
we
it's gonna
make
be bullshit, and I already know it. Go ahead.
I don't know what saying like don't stereotype people is. How's that bullshit? I'm saying don't assume about people online that you've never met before. I just met you today, CS. I don't know anything about you or your life. I barely know about your ideology. I know a little bit about it, but I'm not making sweeping generalizations about it.
Yeah, and you'd be very surprised if you learned about me. But
yeah, that's why I don't do that.
I'm not sitting here saying that, oh my God, because this happened to me. I'm saying the majority of people based on XYZ date of year of birth should have these experiences. And if you don't, I'm sorry, if you're less than 20 years old, then maybe you don't know how to hold your own like health insurance. Maybe you don't know how to hold your own car insurance or car
That's
payment.
just privilege.
Maybe your parents are still taking care of you.
You're just living in an area where that's not a problem. I'm living in an area where that is absolutely a problem for children.
No, it's the same thing. Like, so by the time you're 30, or by the time you're 35, you will know, and you'll have some struggles. You'll go through times where you feel like you're really fucking poor, like where you can't make it, where like shit sucks. And yes, I think you've been through that, B, probably earlier than any person ever should have, and I'm so sorry for that. And I wish I could have helped.
No, I'm saying children go through these things. They watch their parents struggle. Kids are not immune to understanding what poverty is. Making these sweeping assumptions that people don't know about life because they haven't struggled yet is, again, just showing that you're living in a pretty wealthy, well-off area where that isn't an issue. Where I live, I'm watching kids getting hurt and their parents like rushing them out of the ER so they don't have to pay the medical bill. These kids know exactly what's happening to them. They draw me pictures of like their dream freaking sneaker because they know their parents could never afford it as a thank you note to me for taking care of their broken arm in the ER. Like, we can't make these assumptions that just because somebody's young, they don't know about life.
Do you think that I've never struggled in my life and I'm not going to
No,
share
I don't.
this?
I don't know anything about you. I'm not making an assumption about
exactly.
it.
So you have no idea. So
what I'm saying, though, what you're talking about is making it sound like children don't know what struggle is.
This is not the Struggle Olympics, and I'm not going to play that game. I'm going to say for the majority.
You can't say that when 60% of Americans can't afford a $500 medical bill. That means the kids can't afford it either. So no, you're wrong. The majority have struggles.
We're not talking about, oh, so you want to talk about medical bills? Okay, so then let's talk about 25 because we brought up 20-year-olds. So let's talk about 25. 25, I believe in most states you're still under your parents' medical plan.
Obamacare. Yep.
Yeah. And so you don't have to pay for your own insurance. So again, this is where it comes in, is where you take care of yourself, where you've never had those struggles. And that was the question. Have you been aware of the fact that you have to put a roof over your head? Have you been aware of the fact that you have to buy your own groceries? You have to pay your own bills. You have to do your own thing.
I'm gonna interrupt some folks here. I'm on your side, just so you know. I'm gonna give a perspective, not an anecdote of my youth, but just in general. Kids do see and endure the struggles their parents have. This is just psychology 101. They live it, they experience it, they see it. Just because they didn't have to pay the bill doesn't mean they didn't understand that their parents were struggling to pay the bill. That's number one. Number two, this community specifically does, in fact, have a bad habit at that, at alienating the younger people. This is why they're all in a separate Discord. I don't say this with hate. I come with fact. So, yeah, I do think that when someone comes up and has a view that is opposing yours, to immediately go for their age and to claim that they don't understand what they're talking about because of their age is not kind, it's not being open-minded, and it's also absolutely not the point of this panel. Hear each other out. That's all I got to say. I gotta go. This whole conversation has made me so angry and very disappointed in some people here. I'm just gonna go. Thank you.
Yeah, and to kind of piggyback off of what, and to piggyback off of kind of like what Ella was saying, like the reason why I brought it up is because literally I see a lot of people that might actually have some valid points, but they get talked down to immediately as soon as they say their age or something like that, or their experience. And I feel like if we're supposed to be like the big tent party and like these people are voting, if they feel like their voice is going to get heard, isn't going to get heard, then we also can't shit on them when they choose not to vote or they vote third party because they feel like they're not getting heard.
I think I can.
I think I can.
I think I can.
Free speech party.
I think I can.
Let people speak their mind. Free speech party is what you guys need.
Hold on,
Free
Jay.
speech.
Mojo's trying to talk. Go ahead, Mojo.
I think I can to a certain extent. I understand what Ella's saying. I am an older person. I have had a lot of experience in my life. I've been at the bottom. I've been at the top. I understand what it's like to live in both worlds. I understand a lot of things that a lot of other people are going through as well. But it bothers me when I hear millennials and Gen Zers say that the struggle is real today, not realizing that struggle has always existed. Like playing it off like somehow Gen X or the baby boomers had everything so fucking good. And now all of a sudden everything's just fucked up out of the blue for no reason at all. Or they're going to blame it on Gen Xers or the boomers. And it's just weird to me that you would do that. I mean, I guess to a certain extent, we've all done it with previous generations. We've all blamed our parents. Our parents have told us that we're useless. That's always happened, I suppose. But I don't know, when you're on the other side of the die, I guess.
You know, Mojo, I'm probably in your age group. You are correct. The struggle has been real. And to Ella's point, I remember growing up and not having food. We've had this conversation before, like what was in our refrigerator when we went home and were hungry. And for me, it was rice and beans. That was the only thing we could afford to eat. So I understand coming from poverty. I've had a sheriff show up at the door as a kid and having money collected from the community to be able to pay tax bills so that my mother could keep her home. My father had died when I was 7. So that's kind of the point, is some of us have understood and been able to rise from that struggle to a place where, yeah, maybe we got comfortable and there's some self-satisfaction there. Mojo and I had a conversation a couple weeks ago about certain things, and it was an interesting conversation. But I take pride in being able to take what I learned as a kid in that struggle and turn it into a success. Not that I'm a success anymore, but that my mother instilled in me the importance of an education, and I always knew that education was my way out. So I had to work harder than anyone else, and I don't understand, to Mojo's point, why everyone thinks the struggle is new.
I don't know who you guys are arguing with at this point, because I never said that. And I'm going to say that this actually kind of might be about me, because I'm the only one on this panel that anyone's talked about the age to. By the way, guys, I've not told you my age. Again, another thing that you're assuming about me. I don't think my voice sounds young.
You mentioned my age. You asked me how old I was, and if you were assuming that. But it wasn't only you. I believe Mojo did it earlier, and somebody else did as well. And it wasn't just you, Mojo. So I do sound young, but I'm actually not. But that's besides the point at all. I don't remember ever bringing up that you guys had it easy. That doesn't, like, just because times were economically different, and that's just facts. They were. That does not mean you did not work your asses off to get where you are. The generation before me is extremely hardworking. Some of the hardest working people I know are older than me. Absolutely. But the data shows that wages have not kept up with inflation since Reagan's years. That the home ownership rate for the generation of Millennial and Gen X has gone down more and more and more. That is just, I'm not attributing it to like a generational thing. Like, dude, boomers work hard, Gen Xers work hard, millennials work hard, so do Gen Zers.
All right, B. So if you don't want to say your age, I totally understand because I don't give mine out. I only say that I'm a millennial. So if you want to give your generation or if you want to give your age, that's
millennial is good. Yeah, I'll say millennial. That's fine.
Okay.
So I wanted to say something here. I don't think it's so much the generational thing that we're trying to blame it on them. I think it's the reality of, yeah, every generation's had hard workers, but it's a simple reality, and just look at it from similar jobs. Like in the 70s and in the 80s, a security guard or a full-time employee at Sears and Montgomery Ward was able to sometimes provide for a single family, a single income family, have a house and go on vacation. That's just not the reality anymore. Somebody working full-time in retail at Sears or something, at a department store, is not going to be able to afford that same lifestyle. And that's just the truth of it. So whether you want to blame that on other generations or not, that's just a reality of it. And I don't think that there's enough people in Washington that are addressing it that way, right? Like, this is the fucking truth. Like, we've allowed for so much fucking wealth to be generated and concentrated at the top that we're being fucked. And we're falling for the bait of not advocating for the needs of the poor working class across all fucking races, because that's the one unifier that we all have, is that it is harder for us to make ends meet, given the example that I just gave. So fucking find some common ground.
All right, so as far as living on one income goes, the houses were smaller. The things that the elderly, older people bought were much less than what exists today. Buying a book doesn't cost as much as buying a computer. So yeah, we're spending more money today because everything's more expensive today because we have technology that didn't exist back in the day. And that technology has given everybody a leg up in the world. Because if we wanted to, when I was growing up, if we wanted to go look up a statistic, we'd have to go to the fucking local library and use the Dewey Decimal System, for Christ's sake. I mean, this is ridiculous to think that the advantages that you guys have today as compared to what we have when we were growing up are not completely and totally opposite of what actually exists. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, yeah, it's more expensive, but life is easier too. Life is easier today than it was then.
I mean, it's not your fault. I think that this is exactly what they want. This is exactly what the right wants. They want us to have a thing to fight about. And I believe, I would say, circa 3 years ago, it was, the generational thing. Recently it's more been, male-female division. We see, with the rise of bro podcasts. It's not your guys' fault at all. Again, some of the hardest people I've ever known to work, my mom,
Whoa,
she's a boomer.
Wait a minute. The rise of, oh my god, this is so
Don't do it, don't jump on that. Please don't jump on that.
No, because I think I know who this is now. No, I think I know the voice. And
it's not.
Someone else said it.
It's not.
I disagree.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah,
Does that change anything? I thought I mean, if any time this is to have this discussion, it would be amongst more like-minded people that want everyone to rise, that want that wealth shared. In my opinion, it's still via education, but I understand not everybody has access. And that's the one thing I would love to change, is to make secondary education available to anyone who qualified to get in. And same for trade schools. Now, maybe that's because that was my story and how I rose out of literally being homeless more times than I can count, buying my first house to house my mother and my schizophrenic sister at 20. We all have stories of people we know or we've been through it ourselves. And there's only one party that can contain all of that, and that's the Democratic Party. And no change is going to come unless we have people that think from the most conservative of the left to the most Marxist. This country has to learn how to adapt.
That's fair, but we also, if we want leftists and we want Marxists to vote Democrat, then it's not just about messaging; it's about actual policy as well. And I don't usually read the comments, but shout out to Uncle Hippie here. Advances in technology do make life easier, sure, but making life easier is access to food, housing, transportation. That's what makes your life easier. When we used to have streetcars run by electricity in the cities, when transit was easy and affordable, like that is what makes life easier. Access to food and educate, like that's what makes life easier. Yeah, we have technological advances, but has our advances not been geared towards enriching like the upper class? Has it not?
The internet didn't start that way. It was more egalitarian.
I understand that. I understand. I'm fully aware of how the internet works. Like open source is a thing, and part of the open source community is there are a lot of fucking leftists in the open source community because
I know
that is where fucking innovation happens. It's the fucking capitalist fucking pigs that put a fence around that innovation and charge you a monthly fee. It's bullshit. Anyway, lay in there. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'd say we have more access to food. I'd say we have more access to food and transportation now than we ever have to.
We may have the access to it. We don't have the money necessarily to buy it right now.
I think we do. Fuck! I rode around on a goddamn.
You can't have a garden.
I rode around on a fucking big wheel, and kids are getting electric fucking motorcycles that they're zooming all over fucking town with now. I don't know. Transportation's
not all the kids. The rich kids are.
Rich kids. That's hilarious. I live out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and everybody's got them out here. So I don't know. The inner cities are the same way, by the way. And then you've got scooters that you can use when you're around in the inner cities, and the inner city transit systems are up and running in all major cities in this country. That didn't exist before either. You would be lucky to get a bus. Now we have light rails and shit, and we have those fucking scooters that you can check out just right around town and drop them off wherever the fuck you want. That's a normal occurrence everywhere you go to. Things are just easier today. They just are.
I'm sorry, but the data just disagrees with you. If 60% of Americans, if 60% of Americans can't afford a $500 medical bill, a surprise medical bill,
always been that way.
But that's what they're saying.
That's not always been that way.
It has always been that way. It is always. I'm sorry.
It has not.
Healthcare sucked ass before the ACA.
Oh my God, yes, healthcare sucked ass before the ACA. That is absolutely true. But wages have not kept up with inflation. This is not even debatable.
I agree with that.
Wages for what jobs?
All jobs across the board, every single job.
I agree with that. I agree with that statement. I do agree with that statement. I however, see my local Burger King starting people at $19 an hour.
$19 an hour doesn't mean anything if you have to pay $2,000 to $3,000 a month for rent.
Well,
when again, that's the whole point of wages not.
That's a mortgage payment.
Wages not keeping up with inflation That's the point of it. Like, yes, the wages can go up, but it's not keeping up with the rate of inflation. Inflation is moving faster than the wages. This is undeniable, Anna. I don't know what to tell you.
Mortgages used to be at 10%. When I bought my first house, it was at 10%.
Such a boomer talking point. Oh my god.
I'm not a boomer, but thank you very much.
And that's you know that's in. Wait, hold on. What you just said is insulting. You understand that, right?
You guys have been talking about my age since I got up here.
Okay.
I just got
and you've been complaining.
I never said anything.
And you've been you've been complaining about it. And you have been complaining about it. Stop, Pete. And you have been complaining about it, and then you turn around and do it. I can give you a number of other times you've done it too. So I'm good with it either way.
Yeah, I did it one time prior, and when I realized that wasn't going anywhere, and we're going to double down on this boomer talking point of 10% mortgages. Yeah, 10% mortgage on a $100,000 home. Okay, now we have 6.7. We have 6.7% mortgage. We have no. I was talking actually. She interrupted me. We have a 6.7% mortgage rate on $1 million home now. So what do you think cost more?
Wait, why? Who's buying $1 million home? What the fuck?
I live in California. $1 million home is just like in Oakland, a 3 or 4 bedroom home.
That's crazy. I'm sorry. Then the wages out there are a hell of a lot more than they used to be. A lot of people
definitely more, but again, not keeping up with inflation. That's the point of keeping up with inflation. This is not. Why are we arguing about this, Mojo? Are you just contrarian because you're contrarian?
No, I think
we agree on like majority of things.
We
agree
do
with me.
We are going to agree on the majority of things. I do agree with that.
Arguing about this,
and I do agree that the wealth gap has grown too, and I do agree that I'm going to lay this at the feet of trickle down economics, supply side economics. I agree that that needs to be changed, and I agree that that's causing some of the problems that we're seeing today. I just don't agree that these problems didn't exist before.
They absolutely existed before. They're exacerbated now, and they're only going to get worse from here on out.
I don't know that they're exacerbated because it's just a different world. I mean, the standard of living includes fucking computers and iPhones, $1,000 iPhones. That's the standard of living now. We have fucking refrigerators that have computers built into them. That didn't exist before. I mean,
I don't know anybody who owns that.
Really?
I'm like, again, this is just showing you guys' privilege. Like, I don't know people who own those things.
Okay, can we just say that life sucks? It has always sucked. So what do we do to correct the damn issue?
Well, not blame boomers. We don't blame boomers. We try and change the system. That's what we do.
But how?
100%.
Because we haven't successfully done it.
We do it by voting more progressive candidates in and trying to get everybody that's on the left to actually vote.
But that's not going to happen by pushing establishment candidates. And I think that that's fair.
I agree with that too.
And Mojo, that kind of comes back to my point, is that we need to get people to vote for the more progressive candidates.
Yeah.
But if we make people feel like they're not heard or anything like that, so they're not going to, like, it's kind of one of those things that if you feel like you're not being listened to, are you going to be willing to listen to somebody else? Probably not. So if we need to get more people on our side, we need to be willing to also listen to them without judgment. Does that make sense?
I don't know. It's interesting. I went to my county caucus, a county of approximately, 120 to 140,000 Democrats. And the people that showed up at the county caucus were probably 400 to 500. 400 to 500 people out of 120, 140,000 people. I think that if you want more progressive candidates, that we have to get more people involved in local politics. We have to get more people involved in the process itself instead of driving people away. So when Ash comes in and starts talking about not voting or voting for the Communist Party or something like that, they're doing active damage to the notion that we can actually get more progressive candidates, because they're not going to vote for Democrats. The only way we're going to get more progressive candidates is if we get those people involved too, and involved at the bottom of the rungs and in the trenches with the Democratic parties that actually exist in their counties. But instead of doing that, they're promoting communism, which is never going to win an election in this country.
Promoting communism is harming us. Like,
because it gives us Trump. It gives us Trump.
No, what gave us Trump was the Democrats' inability to deliver on economic change for the working class. They promised to be the working class, and the party of the working class, and they have abandoned the working class. That is what got us Trump.
The Infrastructure Act that Joe Biden got passed.
That's one thing, yeah. And
that is
Science Act.
He actively worked against shutting down the Teamsters Union. Actively worked against shutting down the railway union. He actively worked against
no
a decline since we're at a 10% unionized right now.
Joe Biden is the first president that ever walked on a picket line ever, and you're gonna fucking chastise him for his fucking union support? Are you serious?
He made them come down. He essentially union busted.
No, he didn't.
Essentially told them,
no, he didn't.
You need to work.
Told who?
There's no
Told
choice.
who? Told who?
That was for the railway union.
Okay, do you know what the railway union missed out on that contract?
What did they miss out on their own contract?
Their extra days of paid sick days. That's it.
How much
they got
days do they have left?
They got they got everything else they asked for. Everything else except for that one thing.
That's a huge thing.
That is not. No, it's not a fucking huge thing. They were asking for like 7. They were asking for 7 different things, and they got 6 of those things. And then you're saying that he's union busting? Are you?
What was the original reason that they went on strike, Mojo? The original reason was because you couldn't even call out a day sick.
No, that's not.
OG reason, yes, that was the original reason that the railway union went on strike, was because they had no sick days. They could not even call out. They were working harder than fucking.
Where's Hugo? Where's Hugo? You got to come back. I got somebody in the comments, somebody that comes up and talks to us all the time that actually works for the railroads, was actually part of this process, and he was happy with the settlement. Actually, a lot of the problems that they were having was the fact that they're trying to get rid of people on the trains. So they are required to have at least 2 people on each train. Right now, they have a conductor and they have an engineer or something like that. But what they're trying to do is drop it down to 1 person, and that was the majority of the reason that they were going on strike, was because of that.
And when you drop it down to 1 person, can that 1 person ever miss work, Mojo?
Well, yeah.
No.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Everything is dependent on that 1 person.
There are extra people that can do that job too. There are people, more than 1 person, that do that fucking same job. So yes, they can still go. They can still take off sick leave. I've discussed this with Hugo a lot, and I think he was pretty happy with the way it worked out in the long run. But he said that this is all going downhill anyway, and that they're trying to AI the trains too, and make them automatic. So he's going to end up losing it. He understands he's going to end up losing his job at some point in the future.
All of us
anyway.
are going to end up losing our jobs.
Yeah, I understand, but this has nothing to do with Joe Biden. This has nothing to do with Joe Biden. And Joe Biden was fucking walking a picket line while Donald Trump was on the other fucking side of town in a non-union shop doing a rally. I mean, this is ridiculous for you to say that Joe Biden was union busting. That's fucking ridiculous.
No, they walked away from the contract not happy about it and forced to go back to work. What they really wanted was those sick days. They were complaining because they couldn't even miss a day of sickness.
You're just wrong.
You're both correct. Hi, you're both correct. The one of the biggest asks was indeed that they wanted like a week up to 2 weeks of paid sick days. They wanted that because of the schedules. They were often on call, and there was like an issue with, like getting time off, especially like even if it was for sickness or medical appointments or for, like family emergencies, because of the scheduling system that was in place. So what Mojo said about like the lowered number of people working is true, and that's what was driving the ask for like a certain amount of paid sick days. So it is in fact a big deal that they didn't get that. But beyond that, everything in the deal was approved. And I have heard Hugo say numerous times that like as far as like income and raises was concerned, this was the biggest raise they ever received. So not all union members are upset about the deal, but the paid sick days was a very big deal, Mojo.
Okay. I just yeah, go. Yeah, go. No, I'm good.
No, I just wanted to ask a question because I'm very curious about B. What does she do in the medical field?
I don't tell what I do in the medical field on TikTok lives.
Okay. So from a different perspective, why are you afraid of getting doxxed? Or what?
Yeah.
So should I not say? Should I not speak my mind? Because
you can speak your mind. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, should I be afraid now? Because I don't know.
I wouldn't dox yourself.
Not
you know
after
that,
I've been called a boomer today. I don't know why you would be nervous. So
hold on. If you work for a private hospital or you work for a public hospital, just know that most likely you signed a contract that says that if you speak out publicly about certain issues, you can get removed from your job for that.
That's any job nowadays.
Yeah, but it's been a huge issue in healthcare. It's been a huge issue in healthcare.
I understand. Yeah. I'm just letting you know that there's a morality clause as well in most of our contracts, and definitely a social media one. So we all speak knowing we could get doxxed, and it's very easy nowadays to do that.
So I mean, if you want to like speak in, I don't know, you can use hypotheticals, but I would be concerned if you also work in healthcare about this.
Okay, so I'm going to speak truth in what I've seen. I do agree with Mojo. We do need to be more active in our communities, but some of us don't have time. Some of us have full-time jobs, have kids, and when I would go to the community, education, like Livingston, okay, so I'm drawing a blank. It's just a bunch of Republicans, they're speaking lies, and it harms people. I should probably go to bed. It's like so late here, but it's unethical. It really is if we want to care about our future, and we have kids. And right now what's going on, my tax money's going to wars, harming people.
Arches.
It's going to imprisoning people who live in our community, like immigrants. We're still paying for immigrants. They're just in detention centers, but our money's going to the people who own the private detention centers. It's just we're still sending our money somewhere, but now it's immoral. And not only are we just disrespecting...
Gemma, we're all on the left up on this panel up here. Oh, so we exist in some different place on the left, but we're all on the left. Some of us are a lot further than others. Some of us, well, I don't know. I think everybody's probably at least a progressive in here. So we're going to agree with you on all the issues that you're having with the Republican Party. I think everybody in the panel will.
Okay, good.
This is just.
Well, no one's going to come at you here. No.
Yeah.
We're taking friendly fire here, left and right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
not
that's all
typical.
it is.
It's not a typical night. It's
This is just us hashing out liberal issues, I guess, to see who's
Okay,
we're arguing about our liberal bona fides, I guess.
Okay, so can I say something then? Now that I know we're all in front of friendlies, people like Jay who speak with such confidence and he's so completely wrong. How are we supposed to? Because I'm one of those people who I try to be friendly with. I've never had such a disrespectful conversation about someone or with someone who's so completely wrong. So I don't even know how to deal with that, you know?
All right.
What
so
do you do?
I do this. I don't know. I think I've seen you around, Gemma. I do this every day. If you listen, I'll take on any right winger about any issue that they want to talk about, and I will continue talking to them over and over again. I did drop both Donovan and Jay earlier because we are having left-wing conversations, and we really didn't need them involved. I let them probably stick around longer than I should have, but listening to these panels and getting ideas from different people about how to talk to people like that is probably a good idea. There are a lot of very smart people on TikTok and on all social media. And I think you'll probably get some ideas on how to deal with people in your lives that are conservative.
I wanted to say something about the railroad system, the train system.
Yeah.
And because I respect both of you guys' points of view on things. However, I live about 30 minutes north of East Palestine, Ohio, and my neighbors actually has family members that live down there, and those people are still struggling. The community is basically destroyed environmentally, and the people have still not gotten payouts for the crash that happened down there. So, you know, we have to stop fighting each other. We've got to work together to make things better. That's all I wanted to say.
Meanwhile, Trump has a fund for the J6ers, right? Like,
yes, exactly.
You do know that a judge came out and said, no, he can't have that. Did you hear that today, Ella? That the judiciary
No, I did
said,
not. That's
true. As a matter of fact, he has asked the court.
They're reopening the original.
Yeah, the original case. They've been asked to submit briefs on how they even think this will be allowed. And the reason they're thinking is because the retired federal justices wrote basically their version of an amicus briefing, not a real one, but a version of a paper to the court and said this should not be allowed. So there is, you know, I was really lucky to work at SCOTUS for a while. I've said it a few times before I went into the field I'm in now. And civil service and civil servants work their asses off for the American people. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the coworkers I was lucky enough to work with. And I see the judiciary trying to hold firm against authoritarianism because that's what we're fighting right now. And that's why I am blue no matter who right now. I don't care because I know it won't be MAGA.
Yeah, too bad you can't even name how many amendments there are in the Constitution.
Oh, are you serious? Okay.
27.
All right, so I'm not going to deal with that right now. Jim, I do want to mention this too. When I was talking about local district stuff earlier, I live in Lauren Boebert's district. She is my representative in Congress. I was working, I was meeting the candidates that we had. We had 4 different people running to try and unseat her. I picked one of those people. His name is John Pedora. And I picked him because the question I asked at the very end of the presentation that he was giving was, what was the first thing he would do when he got in office? And he said the first thing that he would work on when he got in office was an economic bill of rights. And that was enough to sell me on everything he believed in. So I did start working with his campaign. I didn't put a whole lot of time into it. but he was definitely the most progressive candidate out of the bunch. So I did sign up to be to caucus for him and to be a delegate for him. His opponent is Lobacher, is her last name. She's a rear Navy general, rear admiral general, I guess, something like that. Retired from the military. She served in the Obama administration. She served under Biden as well. And she has raised more than $5 million. She had raised more than $5 million by the time we had gotten to the primary or the caucus that we were in. And Lauren Boebert had raised less than $1 million. So she had raised 5 times more money than Lauren Boebert already. So she was a sure win for the candidacy, but I did try and convince people to vote for Fedora, the more progressive candidate. I failed. But if I'd had more people there helping me support him, we possibly could have got him instead of her. And a lot of that money might have moved over to his candidacy instead of hers. And then we would have a chance to get a more progressive candidate. But instead, we end up with a moderate candidate who has a better chance of beating Lauren Boebert.
I see. Yeah, I mean, I live in a very red area. So, like when I go to these things, it's them against me. It doesn't matter how much I know what my experience is. I'm just outnumbered. Like,
you find other blue dots. There are other blue dots. That's what we call blue dots. There are other blue dots in really red areas, and you will find them. You'll find them here, and then you'll find them locally to you as well.
Yeah, I guess I mean, it's just the time. Like, I don't know what they do, but they must not like work a full-time job and raise kids. Exactly. And that's why I think we are at a disadvantage, because for some reason they paint us or the Democratic Party out to be the non-workers or are losers and just leeching off the system. But the opposite is 100% true in my opinion, because these guys they have all the time to just harass these local government officials, and you're working for the people, and they'll start quoting these Bible verses. And if I had time during the day to, fight their immoral BS, I don't even know what to call it, but it's insane to me. Like, I'm outnumbered here, and
it depends what you want to do. I mean, you could also just locate. I'm sure your state or your area has a local Democratic Party if you want to work on behalf or do things or learn what's coming up. You have to fit it into your life. And not judge yourself too harshly for it. I mean, someone like B is working on the grassroots. I don't know what you do. You work in public health. It sounds like you're working with the people that need the most help on every single day and are just trying to survive on a day-to-day basis. So B, you being able to do that job for 14 years, for me, the amount of strength it would take to do that is insane. My sister was in the hospital critically ill. She had sepsis, and so we were in the ICUs, and I noticed that all the rooms were single and all of the air vents, and they had told me it was COVID. And those workers were exhausted still. This was a couple of years ago. It was after COVID, but obviously more time has gone by. There's a reason the pit and stories like that are resonating with people, because their struggle and seeing it day to day, it can either lift you up or it crushes you. And I don't know B yet, because I haven't spoken to you enough to know which version of that you are at this point.
Yeah, I mean, my life, for a couple years was just grinding. I saw, people who probably didn't need to be there in there, and other people like my uncle who may have needed surgery, but it wasn't urgent, to take a cancer out, but there was, it had to be postponed because of supplies at that time. And it's just, why did he get elected again when, just from my perspective, it's just so silly. It's just, and like, we should be on the same page. We should all be on the same page. But for some reason, one party hates the other party so much, even though we spend our lives trying to save other people. Even them, when they're, not calling us liars and taking some other lie as truth, and then we have to sit and spend our time saving and, our resources and trying to say, hey, this is real, it's a virus, let's, and just I'm worried about Ebola, how they, because Trump doesn't believe in our real enemies. He sees other humans, which are on our team, as enemies, and completely ignoring our real enemies, which could kill us all despite race, gender, ethnicity, whatever you want to divide us into. And to me, it's just not safe. I don't think we should even be entertaining having to screen people at our airports. If someone with Ebola is getting on a plane, I don't even know how. I don't know where we are right now and who's in charge. What is happening?
We don't have the correct response team, and this is a very dangerous version of Ebola. No, I'm aware, and it is scary. I don't know what we can do other than vote in November and make sure locally, where it affects us the most, that we try to affect the most change. That's the only thing I don't know another solution, and I haven't heard any others put forward tonight.
I would like to call something out. After listening to this for the last 4.5 hours, I think one thing we can do is, when other leftists come up and they express a level of disillusionment that drives them to not vote, instead of beating down on them, have these conversations, because I know plenty of them in my life, and as frustrating as it might be, because we don't, I see eye to eye with them on 99% of things, with the exception of voting, right? And I even understand why some of them chose not to vote. But I don't think we can let that frustration take the upper hand. We have to have the conversation. If we can sit here day after day and entertain people like Donovan and have conversations with them, then we surely can have conversations with people on our own side.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct.
What do you mean, right? You guys just berated me for 2 hours.
But I felt like you were
difficult to listen to, honestly.
I felt like you were telling us to vote third party or away. I don't
know. Reason to get snippy with me and tell me don't even listen to me, don't even engage with her?
CS, I'm going to apologize. CS,
the person who was up here earlier.
Yeah, CS was in a mood. I apologize. She was in a mood.
Well,
I don't.
It is your
telling people. I don't think we should be dividing our party and telling them to vote. The
party's already divided. Where have you been, Jimmo? The party's already divided. People are hungry. They're not going to vote for the people who say, "Promise, bro, I'm going to feed you." While they also support
what's the alternative? Our party divided. I didn't get that. Is our party divided?
Absolutely. I mean, prior to Trump coming into office, the Dems had the lowest
one of the lowest approval ratings, especially Congress. I think at the time, like right before Trump got into office, they had like what, a 17% approval rating? That's
because
like
Congress
one of the lowest
broken.
in history.
No, hold on. Congress always has a low approval rating. Everybody likes
one of the lowest in history, though.
Everybody likes their own candidate. Everybody likes their own congressperson. That's always been the case, and everybody hates Congress as well.
Okay, I mean that's fair. Yeah, it's always low, but it is the lowest it's ever been, one of the lowest times it's ever been in history. But I say all that to say, like, again, you know, it's not just a hungry thing. I keep bringing that up because I'm a communist, right? It's very much the geopolitical thing as well, and that Biden really did nothing to ensure that. And if you'll ask a lot of ultra lefts or people who eventually turned communist this round, that the reason that they did not vote had a lot to do with what was happening in Palestine. We watched little girls get buried in rubble on TikTok, live stream G-side.
How did not
affected people?
How did not voting work out for you though?
Doesn't matter. She would have done the same thing. Gaza would still not be with us today.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
Would do the same thing. She is educated. She has done nothing in her life but show that she cares about people. Are you not a woman?
What? She campaigned with Liz Cheney, who girl bosses G-side on in her own right.
I don't care who she campaigns with. What is her values? What is
her value was that she said she would not change what Biden did, and that she would be Biden 2.0 when it came to Israel.
I mean, no, you have to look at her character. And what
she did say that. That's almost a direct quote, actually.
Hold on.
No, she did not.
Hold on.
You say, but look at
Okay,
her.
let me go find it because I have my iPad. But yeah, I should.
Hold on. She was serving as the vice president. Of course, she's not going to go against Biden's policies when she was asked when she was asked that question. She's not going against his policies. I will tell you this, however, the last 2 shipments for arms going to Israel were stopped by Biden. Biden stopped those last 2 shipments of arms, and he specifically stopped the fucking bulldozer tanks that they were. The armored bulldozers that they were sending, he was not going to send those to Israel because they were going to be used to bulldoze Gaza. And that shipment was put back in place as soon as Donald Trump got in office. But for the 2 months before that, it was on hold and not being allowed to be shipped over there. So when you say that she's going to do the same thing as Biden, and you say that she would have done the same thing as Trump, you are simply wrong.
No, I'm not, because Biden, just by the... Oh, okay. If I could explain myself, because he's talking to me, I'm the only op on the panel.
No, I'm with you on this.
You're not op. Then I'll let you go. I'll let you take it, Ella.
No. I just wanted to ask for people not to just shout at you and let you finish. That's all I wanted to do.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to drop in a couple minutes. Just let me leave with some grace. I think what we need to remember here, B and Ella, and I know Mojo believes this. It's nice to meet you. I already follow you, Gima. Is it Gima? Gima? How do you put that? Gima. Okay. This is all friendly fire. I hope you understand that.
Yeah,
I understand. I hope you understand that I'm talking about little kids dying. I hope you understand that.
I hope you understand that. I know some of the kids that died in Gaza because they were exchange students here in New Jersey. Again, you are speaking in generalities that you accuse CS of. So
no,
I'm going to
say I didn't say you knew anything.
Call for propaganda. I feel that the left is being mind screwed by the propaganda that screwed half of our country.
What propaganda? What propaganda? Did you not see little girls on your TikTok feed? I'm confused. Where the fuck's the propaganda?
On my TikTok feed.
Little girls getting buried beneath rubble in Palestine? What are you talking about, propaganda? That really resonated with people. You got white yoga moms saying that they're going to switch to Sharia law.
That's propaganda, dear. That's exactly.
Are you pro-Israel? Are you pro-Israel?
No, I'm not.
Are you Isaiah?
Wait, who is speaking right now?
Holy crap!
Are you guys trying to divide us?
That's a crazy question.
Trying to divide us because this is ridiculous.
No, you're telling me that Palestine being G-sided is propaganda?
Morals. I will not be divided by whatever crap you're trying to divide us by because I know morals. I know what's right, and whatever mind
Girl, have you
whatever
been drinking
you're
tonight?
doing.
Have you
Yeah.
been drinking tonight? Yeah,
Oh
you're
my
drinking a lot.
God.
It's kind of hard to keep up with you.
Yeah, well, I'm not going
Okay,
to be divided. And
This is a
hey,
B. This is your problem. You are fucking this aggressive toward every liberal. That's just weird.
No,
yeah,
she said
maybe,
that me
maybe the
talking.
purpose is to divide us, because that's the only way the power is
Did
going
she
to
not
go
say
away.
that Palestine was propaganda? When
No,
I
I
talked
didn't say
about
that.
little kids, you literally just said that 2 minutes ago. Girl, you're too
You
wasted
are
to understand what you're saying.
You're trying to, not going to work,
No, I'm
dear.
not
You
trying to
can't
do
gaslight me
anything. You
on
just said
moral.
it.
Okay,
Why don't you
I
explain
know.
your position on Palestine so I understand it better?
I'm for all humans, okay? I will not buy you trying to victimize, to get on one side, for me to morally accept wrong. I don't want my tax money going to wrong, no matter how much you try to convince me that it's going to wrong, because when I see it going to wrong, it's going to wrong. It is.
What are you talking about?
If you don't understand, then maybe don't.
No, I just don't.